That's tight. Yeah, I know. God, I hate pills. And I can taste the rust in your tap water.
Come on, Matt. Get to bed on time. You know the drill by now, right? Maybe try to meditate, if you feel like it. Helps people relax. Anyways, catch you tomorrow. Lights out in 5.
Yeah, meditate. Be more alone with my thoughts. Great. I guess it beats nothing. 1, 2, 3. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3.
Matthew.
1, 2, 3. Inhale. 1, 2, 3.
I'm still here. Meat-suit.
God.
Lights out!
I can get you out.
The guard, he's in my cell.
Oh, no one's going to take you seriously here. Isn't that what you want? To be taken seriously? Oh, don't be like that. Talk to me. I can help you.
Why the hell aren't the meds working?
I'm sure they would be if I wasn't real and right here.
Get the hell away from me.
Oh, did all that regulation steal the drive from you? You want out. I want out. And most importantly, I want out. Those meds really limit my options to rein in your focus. So you need to work with me. Now, sit. Come on. I don't have all day. In and out. You know how this works. Close your eyes and follow my instructions.
This'll get me out of this prison, right?
Almost definitely. Come on. Chin up. You know the words. Let's delve into the dark together.
Did you hear something?
I don't get paid enough to use my ears, kid.
Part 1. This is a bad idea. I leaned my head against the rain-covered window and watched the dark trees blur past. My stomach twisted into an uncomfortable knot. Carla rolled her mascara-ringed eyes at me from the passenger seat of the Civic. You always say that, Hannah, literally every time, and every time it's fine. Yeah, right. I frowned and counted off on my fingers all the times she'd been wrong. What about the facility in Nashville, or the docks in Charleston, or the unfinished subway system under Cincinnati? I still have nightmares about that homeless guy chasing us. From the driver's seat, Matt let slide a wry grin, even as he carefully maneuvered the low-bottomed car around yet another abandoned police barricade. He was pretty nuts. But hey, this isn't gonna be like last time, alright? This place is gonna be legit. I can feel it. Is that confidence or weed talking? Carla gave him a snide, sideways look, clearly trying to push his buttons. Both, baby. Ever the gentle optimist, Matt returned a carefree wink, and Carla suppressed a smirk.
If we get caught and they test you, you go to jail.
She picked at one polished fingernail, little chips of ebony paint flaking onto the dusty carpet. Nah. Matt swerved back onto the gravel road and pushed down on the accelerator. I'm cool when it comes to talking to the cops. You, on the other hand. The words struck true, and Carla crossed her arms in a faux annoyance, though I could tell they were teasing each other. Now, both Matt and Carla had been friends since the 8th grade, and they'd always been polar opposites. With 2 blue-collar parents and 5 siblings, Matt was laid back, peaceful and charismatic, the kind of guy who could make anyone smile. More than once, his charm had gotten us out of a tight jam when Matt talked himself into friendship with menacing street thugs, coked-out homeless people, and irate policemen alike. Carla, on the other hand, was high-strung, the daughter of a wealthy lawyer with a tough-love attitude and a knack for trouble. She'd been suspended twice in school for stealing candy bars from the vending machines, and she didn't even like chocolate. She did it just for the thrill, and to make her single mother furious. Between them, Carla and Matt argued about everything: politics, religion, social trends, and even flavors of ice cream. But there was one thing that brought them together, the same thing that bonded us all as friends, and had for close to 6 years now. We loved investigating the paranormal. Well, the word paranormal stretched things a bit. It started with a little blog back when we had to do a group project for computer science class in junior high. Armed with a cheap digital camera, some flashlights, and a complete disregard for curfew, we dedicated ourselves to exploring every inch of our subdivision in Louisville. Carla was an unapologetic drama queen, her acting perfect enough to convince even me at times. Matt had a way of walking, holding his head, and whispering that made him seem genuinely alarmed, which paired well with Carla's fake terror. Together, they paraded in front of the camera, claiming to hear whispers in the storm drains, see faces in the trees at the park, and shadows moving in half-built housing developments. We got an A on that project, and slowly, our blog grew from kids playing around to an internet sensation. Soon, we were exploring truly creepy areas, including rundown sections of the city that made a haunted house look tame. I, of course, held the camera through it all. Terrible at acting, even worse at telling a convincing lie. I'd been the cause for more than one municipal fine because I'd admitted our true intentions to a security guard. But if I was good at anything, it was seeing things through the lens of filmmaking and finding the best way to make the scene feel real. Since graduating high school the previous May, I'd thought about going to college for film studies, but my parents were both working class, and I doubted working at a burger joint would be enough to foot the bill. Still, doing this kind of stuff led me to explore my creative movie producer side, and I always imagined I was some kind of documentary maker off on a grand adventure. At least, I tried to, in between fearing for my life, legal record, and freedom every time the others got me into trouble. My parents didn't like Matt and Carla, for reasons that weren't all wrong, and I had to assure them over and over that I would be home in a week, in time for my 20th birthday party that Dad had been preparing for all this month. Man, I could go for one of those loaded chili dogs of his. I'm pretty sure he bought honey mustard corn chips, too. God, why couldn't we have just stayed in Kentucky? Slouched in the back seat, I eyed a few raindrops that slid over the glass of Matt's car.
Seriously, though, a camping trip? People are just going to say we're copying the Blair Witch Project.
Matt reached for his jumbo-sized cherry slushie and took a long sip.
I hear you, girl. Really, I do, but I got it all worked out. This place hasn't been explored yet, not by anyone in the community. I checked 3 times, not one grain of footage about the new Wilderness Wildlife Reserve. We'll be the first ones, and that means we're free to create whatever kind of content we want. Ghosts, cryptids, anything. It's a gold mine.
Carla sat up and pointed out her window, a happy smile painted on her lips in the thick black lipstick she so adored.
Oh, sweet, the moon's coming out, which means the rain should stop soon. Seriously, this is going to be awesome. We're going to get tens of thousands of views just within the first hour. Besides, it'll be fun for us to get out of the urban stuff for once. You know, try some nature-related scares.
Yay. Lyme's disease and tetanus. I hugged the camera bag closer to my lap.
And if we get caught? You saw those military guys at that first crossing we tried. Every road around this place has been blocked, and there were helicopters at the county line. They already have our license plate number from this morning.
Carla's tanned face darkened at that.
It's a public road. They can't charge us with anything serious. They're not even National Guard. Besides, if some weekend warrior wants to take me to jail, he can talk to my mom. She'll sue them into the ground.
We'll be fine. As usual, Matt interjected his low-key ambience and flexed his neck back and forth to crack it.
Those guys are just doing their job. Besides, they looked tired, so they're probably racked out in some barracks right now. If we run into anyone, it'll be a different crew. So we'll just play the dumb kid angle.
You always defend them.
Clara narrowed her eyes at him, with more than a little venom in her voice.
Literally anyone with a uniform. They're not all heroes, you know?
I'm a lover, not a fighter. Unfazed by Carla's angst, Matt drums the fingers of his free hand on the seat armrest. That's why I talked to the police, not you. Besides, my cousin's a Marine. They're not all jackboots, my little revolutionary. I couldn't help but grin, and despite herself, Carla bit her lip at his name for her, red tinging her sandy complexion. Matt and Carla had been unusually feisty with each other in the past 3 months, and when I'd almost walked in on them steaming up our hotel room in Lexington, my suspicions had been confirmed. Left or right, rich or poor, they had a thing for each other that no amount of arguing could break. And I thought it was cute, even if annoying at times. Ah, the modern melting pot. Emphasis on the pot. Should be another 5 minutes on this road before our turn. Matt glanced at his cell phone in the center console. At least, I think so. Man, service sucks out here.
They should put up better road signs.
Carla poked at her own phone screen in irritation.
And update Google Maps. I mean, seriously, every time I type in Barron County, all that comes up is freaking Wisconsin.
A flash of jade green caught my eye from the side of the road, and I jabbed my finger at the window.
There, what's that one say?
Matt slowed the car to a stop beside the rusty, dented road sign. It looked like no one had been out to replace the battered signpost in years, with tall grass growing up all around it, and the letters faded so that I could barely read them in the dark. A long gravel road branched off from the one we were on and plunged into the gloom, straight as an arrow. I found that odd, as most of the secondary roadways we'd encountered after driving into southwestern Ohio had been anything but straight. It's so dark out. If it hadn't been for that crummy sign, I never would have known the road was there. Carla rubbed at a foggy patch on her window and squinted.
Turpin Road. Is that part of our route?
Nope. With a sigh of disappointment, Matt eased off the brake pedal. We're looking for Bethesda Ridge Road. Good catch, though, Hannah. Let's keep going. I watched the night swallow up the little sign, its white surfaces backlit by the red of Matt's taillights. For a split second, I almost thought I saw a figure step out of the darkness to stand beside the sign, tilting its head like a curious bird to watch us leave. Come on, snap out of it. There'll be plenty of time for creepy imagination stuff later. We drove on for another few miles before finally turning onto the road Matt had found on an old map stashed in the corner of a public library. I hadn't thought anything of it the first time he showed me, but Matt seemed to think it was worth checking out, since the bizarre map of Ohio showed 89 counties instead of the 88 that everyone knew there were. The last county, Barron County, seemed to have been added in the early 1900s according to the numbers of the old wrinkled paper, though there was no record of it anywhere to be found. Similarly, there was very little online about the new Wilderness Wildlife Reserve, but Carla came across a few different posts about it on some story-sharing site, which piqued her interest. The stories seemed like total crap to me, but Matt and Carla ate them up. And so we'd planned a trip to the forgotten wastes of the Appalachian foothills to run around in the hot, humid forests, pretending to be scared by things that weren't there. Made it. Matt put the car into park and cranked his knuckles in the way he did right before we got ready to do something borderline illegal. Who's ready to get some awesome footage? Carla grinned and glanced back my way.
I'm ready if Spielberg is.
In her typical rough-around-the-edges form of friendship, Carla had awarded me with the nickname Spielberg, as an indirect way of saying, even if your acting sucks, you're great at aiming a camera. While it sometimes felt more like a gift given in pity, no one else had ever given me any other nicknames, so I couldn't exactly be upset about it.
We're all good back here.
I put on my bravest grin, which ended up being half the size I wanted it to be, but it did the trick. Setting up camp didn't take very long, and since the rain had stopped, we were able to find a mostly dry patch of ground just inside a strand of pines not far from the car. Matt found some broken glass in one spot that he claimed might have been an old camper window, but we couldn't be sure. After the tents went up, our phones were turned off and dumped into a box in Matt's car, for legal reasons, according to Carla, and most of our surplus gear was locked in the trunk. With that done, we convened by the roadside. Remember, Matt handed a small LED headlamp to each of us. Just because there's hardly anyone out here doesn't mean we can get lazy. Red lights and low voices. That's the name of the game. And pray some farmer with a 12 gauge doesn't accidentally take our heads off while coyote hunting. Keeping my droll thoughts to myself, I spritzed on some bug spray and followed Matt and Carla down the quiet lane. We walked down the long, dark stretch of gravel for a good 15 minutes until Matt decided we were far enough from our campsite so as to not draw unnecessary attention from anyone who might see us. Like saboteurs in an old war movie, we scampered into the rolling grass on the other side of the embankment and walked right past a yellow, private property, no trespassing sign along the way. Inky shadows cloaked everything like a heavy layer of soot, reminding me that we weren't in Louisville anymore, with its bright street lights, hard-paved streets, and security cameras. Wet knee-high grass clawed at my pant legs, and thorny scrub brush swatted at my sides. The scent of cool, fresh rain hung in the air, far better than the stench of the city, but I couldn't enjoy it for the whiny cloud of gnats that howled in my ears. All I had on were a pair of slim-fit green cargo pants and a gray t-shirt, my hair pulled back in a simple ponytail, and it seemed my bug spray was less than effective. Should have brought the stronger stuff. That's what I get for cheaping out on. Hey! Matt's voice startled me from my musings, and I looked up to see a tall, chain-link fence with barbed wire across the top. A huge gaping hole torn into the wire right next to where he stood. Whatever came through had pushed the fence wire apart, like it was made of rubber bands, and Matt could have driven his car into the gap without touching the sides. Check it out. We won't even have to climb. Mischievous twinkle came into Matt's eye as the crimson beam of his headlamp swept over the destroyed wire. Hannah, get the camera ready. This will make a great opening shot. The sight of the ruined fence sent a shiver down my spine. What could have made a hole that big? By all other accounts, the rest of the fence line looked well kept, not super rusty or overgrown. For something to just punch clean through woven wire fencing, especially with a line of barbed wire at the top, meant an animal with insane amounts of strength. Like what? A long-lost dinosaur? Seriously, Hannah, this is Ohio. Stop freaking out over every little thing. There's a reason Matt and Clara don't put you in front of the camera. In an attempt to ignore the harsh criticism of my thoughts, I pulled out the hefty camera that we'd purchased as a group, pushed the power button, and removed the lens cap. You want infrared, or? My eye caught a speck of color in the grass to my left. I paused. Tucked in between the tall blades of bluegrass, a single, dirty, white and gray sneaker lay discarded, its laces frayed. Scratches and gouges scoured the rubber, and there were a few dark stains that almost looked black, as if the shoe had been spattered in tar. I hadn't seen any footprints, though I wasn't exactly an expert tracker, but the thought that someone might already be out here and close by poured ice over my blood. Guys, come look at this. The other two clustered around me, and Carla's eyes lit up. Nice one. A missing shoe? A mysterious ruined fence? This is perfect. I stand corrected. We're going to clear 100,000 views in 24 hours, or I'll wear pink lipstick for a week. Matt nudged the sneaker with the toe of his own shoe. Don't bets with girls involve them wearing less, not more? Carla made a pleased, demure smile. Grateful that I had the camera to hide behind, I did my best not to sigh in jealousy. Must be nice. In spite of her gothic fashion tendencies, Carla was gorgeous. With jet black hair, sensuous Hispanic facial features, and generous curves where it counted. She could fill out her clothes in ways that made the boys back in high school almost break their necks when she walked by, something that enraged the preppy girls who had resented her Edgar Allan Poe clothing tastes. By comparison, I wore simple cargo pants and t-shirts, my limbs skinny, and the rest of me barely any better. Even though my grandmother insisted that my stuffing was just slow in coming, I had a suspicion that if one wasn't curvy by 19, that wasn't likely to change. I never admitted it to Carla or Matt, but these trips were starting to get more and more lonely, as I woke up night after night to them curled up in their motel bed while I lay alone in mine. With graduation now almost 2 years in the past, I had yet to go on a single date, or even hold a boy's hand, much less do whatever they did when they thought I was asleep. Being plain was hard, but being alone, that sucked. I'm in favor of Julian. I cut in, readying to press record on the camera. You know, for the list of baby names.
You want the first shot of the fence or the shoe? The gate.
Oblivious to my bitter sarcasm, Carla backed up the way we'd come and gestured for us to follow.
We'll walk up and rediscover the shoe. No night vision for now. It'll be harder for the viewers to spot our tracks in the grass from before. Then we can focus on finding its owner, should they still be among this world.
Her deep, dramatic tone made Matt laugh, and we slogged back a few yards to begin our shoot. I held the camera at the ready and gave them a countdown on 3 fingers.
All right, guys, we're back.
Matt flashed a thumbs up at the camera, and he and Carla went into their routine.
This time, we'll travel deep in the Appalachian wilderness to a remote wildlife reserve that some people think is part of a secret government cover-up.
Carla leaned on his shoulder with her hand. The two are a comedic duo if there ever was one.
We have no idea what we're walking into, folks, so keep your fingers crossed. Remember, you're seeing this just like we are, raw and unfiltered.
As raw as a burned steak. Behind the camera, I rolled my eyes at the last line, but trailed them back through the grass, and tried not to trip in the murky shadows. I always hated the fact that we bent the truth so much in our videos. Sure, they looked awesome when we were done, and as Matt pointed out, we were there to entertain people, but I still didn't like selling the idea that none of it was orchestrated. Dishonesty never sat well with me, but I had to remind myself that I was a filmmaker, a storyteller, and that was part of the storytelling process. We rediscovered the gate, and both Matt and Carla played the part of 2 stunned kids, oohing and awing over the gap, and pretending to be worried about what could have made such a large hole. Carla found the sneaker, and even dared to pick it up, always the method actress.
Who do you think this belongs to?
She whispered to Matt and held the filthy shoe up to the camera. Matt went into his tense, machismo stance, head cocked to one side, eyes probing the darkness like he was seriously concerned.
I don't know. Maybe someone got stranded out here. Let's see if we can...
As if on cue, the low rumble of tires on gravel echoed from the road behind us, and we all dove for the grass, headlamps clicking off. Brakes screeched their metallic staccato, and the unseen vehicle rolled to a stop 50 yards away on the road. I waited for them to move on, to throw some garbage out, but the truck stayed put. Why weren't they leaving? Bright white light stabbed at the misty darkness just overhead, and my lungs constricted. A spotlight. The heavy metal bolt on a weapon clanked back and forth, validating a dozen panicked theories in my mind. Now it made sense. The missing shoes, the lonely road, the soldiers. My heart began to pound. The wet grass stuck to my face, and something skidded across my palm with 8 spindly legs. Each shaky breath tasted of the rain and earth, and my ears rang with the nervous thumping of adrenaline. We'd seen too much, come too far, broken one rule too many, and now they were going to hunt us down. Carla's words rolled through my head in an eerie, mocking mantra at the thoughts of my blood spattered over the grass by a burst of gunfire, with no one to witness it save for the camera. Raw and unfiltered. Part 2. I squeezed both eyes shut and forced myself to breathe slow, counting every second that went by. How long until I heard footsteps, voices, shouts? How long until we were dragged out the ditch by our collars, surrounded by rough hands, maybe even...
Hannah, get the camera up. For Pete's sake, get the camera up.
Matt's whisper blasted urgently at me from the shadows, and I bit back a terrified reply. The camera. Maybe if I recorded everything, whoever was out there would be less likely to hurt us. Propping the camera up on a clump of sod, I dared to peek through the tiny viewing screen and clicked the button to toggle its night vision mode. Whoa. A mud-spattered pickup truck sat idling on the gravel tarmac, painted a mix of tan and olive drab green, with a strange rebar cage bolted over the windows and a box of square metal plates welded around the bed. On the door, I could just make out a white painted emblem that read, New Wilderness Wildlife Reserve. The metal covered in an array of dents and scrapes.
Angle iron racks on the sides held long spear-like poles, some with sharpened points, others with green canisters that had little cotter pins in the tips, and several with round metal plates on the ends that made them look like oversized toilet plungers. Long spikes had been welded in various places on the vehicle's armored hide, many of them dented, rusty, or bent from some kind of impact. In the back, the upper torso of a man stood out the top of the plate armor, holding on to something long and shiny bolted to the roll bar. With the ambient light from the headlights reflecting off the linked brass cartridges, it didn't take an expert to know what it was.
What are they hunting? Godzilla?
Carla peeked from behind a small bush, her words laced with a tinge of surprise. We'd run into security plenty of times in the various places we'd traveled, but never anyone with a belt-fed 50 caliber machine gun in the back of their up-armored post-apocalyptic pickup truck. It almost looked like something out of an article on war-torn Syria, not sleepy rural Ohio. In a flash, the bright white spotlight from earlier swept across the fence line right over our heads, panning wherever the gun was pointed. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and beside me, Carla swore under her breath, Matt lying as still as a stone.
Hilltop, this is Rhino 1? Man's voice floated over the air to me, somewhat faint from the distance, but still loud enough that I could hear the unease in his voice.
We've got a breach in the perimeter fence along Pasture D. It looks big, Sean. Real big. How copy?
Please don't come this way. My pulse roared in my temple, and I pressed myself to the cold, wet grass, like I was the cute guy from fourth period biology who I'd never worked up the nerve to talk to. I wanted to go home. This had gone from harmless fun to serious trouble in the time it took to cook a Pop-Tart, and I was already half soaked from lying on the wet ground.
Rhino 1, this is Hilltop. If you don't see any resident animals in the immediate vicinity, report back here. I will send you out with a repair crew. How copy?
The radio crackled back with a deeper voice, no doubt their leadership, and the truck engine revved once more.
Roger that, Hilltop. Rhino 1 copies all. We'll be there in about 10 minutes.
Off down the road it went, the headlights gradually moving out of sight, and I caught the sound of Matt's relieved sigh. Tell me you got all that on camera. I stayed hunkered down behind the weeds, too on edge to move yet.
Yeah, I got it.
Carla giggled in the shadows, and a moment later, her red headlamp flicked on to reveal a delighted smile.
Spielberg strikes again. I can already hear the new subscribers begging for more. We're so getting a plaque for this.
Maybe a tombstone. I allowed myself the liberty of rising to my elbows, cautious as a gopher in hawk territory.
I think we should go. Seriously, they seem really wound up. But what if they shoot at us with that thing?
Matt combed a few blades of grass out of his shaggy chestnut hair and wrinkled his nose.
I doubt it. What court's gonna uphold a couple of dudes machine gunning 3 kids in the night for the terrible crime of, drumroll please, trespassing, unarmed, with a camera and an old shoe?
Besides,
Carla sat back on her heels and fixed her lopsided black watch cap.
it's probably not even registered. They fire a shot, it goes to the ATF, and they'll be in federal prison for 20 years minimum. We've got nothing to worry about.
They both beamed at me, as if we just discussed the odds of getting free ice cream after school, and I gritted my teeth. This happened every time I brought up a problem, every time I suggested an idea wasn't safe or legal. They always talked me into more, and whenever it did go wrong, they somehow managed to bait me into another misadventure the next time they found a desolate place to film. I got to my feet along with them, and picked at the burrs already clogged in the cuffs of my pants.
Okay, but they said they'd be back soon, with a repair crew. They're gonna seal this fence, and if we go through... Seriously, Hannah, it'll take 5 minutes.
Carla narrowed her gray eyes at me in the way she always did when she didn't want to be argued with.
Just pick up the camera, and let's go.
You're lucky this thing is expensive. Hefting the camera, I threw her a glare that she didn't catch in the dark, and focused in on them. Carla in her typical all-black outfit with equally macabre makeup, and Matt with his Louisville Bats t-shirt and faded blue jeans. They straightened up, preparing for me to give them another countdown, and I raised my 3 fingers. A small blur tumbled from the trees just beyond the fence. the object hitting a brush on the way down. Both Matt and Carla whirled around, and I stared through the grainy night vision at the shadows. Something's over there. I gripped the camera with clammy fingers. I saw something fall out of the trees. Any other time, they both would have thrown me a dirty look for talking with the camera rolling, but instead, they took off before I could begin to stop them. Matt doing his usual hyper-alert walk, and Carla with her oh-so-petite parody of her real personality. Just like that, they dove through the hole in the fence, leaving me no choice but to groan inwardly and stumble after them. My canvas high tops slid over a greasy clump of mud, and I almost went down, muttering with frustration under my breath.
We had to go camping. There's a haunted mansion in Blennerhauset or a deep reservoir near Moorhead, but no. We drove to the middle of freaking nowhere, Ohio, to walk around in woods and...
Hannah, come on, hurry up.
Matt waved at me with more than his typical performance excitement, and I pushed myself into a light jog for the last few yards. Carla's eyes glittered like she'd been given a chance to pick the school uniform colors and had chosen all black.
Look!
Another shoe rested in her hand, muddy and in tatters, with the same kind of weird ebony stains, only in different places. This one, however, wasn't a sneaker, but a brown leather dress shoe, the kind that some office worker might wear to a meeting. That didn't make sense. Why were there just random shoes out here? People threw garbage out in the city all the time, but to come way out here and dump shoes. I hid my disturbed frown behind the camera, still filming every second.
It's not the same.
Which means... Matt turned to Clara, who dropped the shoe and put up both hands for a double high five.
We've got 2 people.
They crowed in triumph, as if 2 shoeless people wandering the woods of godforsaken Idaho was a good thing. Another mosquito nipped at my ear, and I wished more than anything I could smack them both. I didn't like this. The entire thing tightened in my chest like a winch, and I was already soaked to the point I started to feel cold. There were no people in these woods. Some litterbug must have thrown his trash over the fence and sped off. Maybe a truck had crashed to the fence, and that explains the hole, as well as the shoes. Either way, I wanted to go back to our tents to change into my warm, dry clothes and drive back to civilization for a shower.
That's right, fam. We got 2 mysterious people in these woods.
Carla crooned for the camera and held up a discarded loafer.
Which means we just have to keep following the trail until...
I nearly jumped out of my skin, my heart racing 1,000,000 miles a minute. Matt lost his smile, and Carla screamed. Not the faux, girly squeal she did for the camera, but a realistic, unnerved yelp of surprise. Less than 20 yards away, embedded among the thorns, dead leaves, and branches, lay a high-heeled sandal, its straps ripped, the cork of the heel coated in hateful black stains. With a camera viewing screen between my face and the real world, I felt like I was looking at the scene from the comfort of my living room, distant and detached. But my brain went into full alarm mode, everything about the situation giving me all the bad vibes in the world. We now had a 3rd shoe, different from the others, and just like the last one, it had fallen. Fallen from somewhere up high. Somewhere in the trees. Right over our heads. My heart drummed against my ribs, and I craned my neck back, lifting the camera to the tree branches overhead. Terror coursed through me like a tide. A faint static buzzed in my ears and crackled against the inside of my skull. Both my eyes stretched wide at the sight of more shoes, dozens and dozens suspended from the trees. Men's shoes, women's shoes, even little children's shoes, all dripped rainwater from their perches, like forgotten Christmas decorations left to rot. All of them bore black stains, and something in my head clicked at what the spatters, splashes, and dribbles resembled.
Guys?
I took a step backward, and my entire body shook from head to toe.
We have to go, right?
A figure hurtled through the underbrush nearby, and fell to the mud in a scrabble of flailing limbs. Ragged clothes, a pale grayish foot missing a shoe, and matted, filthy hair, the color of mold-encrusted tree bark, glistening in the grainy light of my camera's night vision. His head snapped up with a sickening crunch of stiff neck vertebrae, and the man locked eyes with me through the camera. White, filmy eyes, and a long Cheshire smile beamed from the man's dirt-streaked face, exposing stubby, squared-off teeth that almost seemed carved, as if from wood. Both his hands were grimy and scarred, the fingernails chipped with abuse, and he had scores of black scratches all over him, the crusty scabs similar in color to the stains on the shoes. Oh my God. For a moment, we both blinked at each other, and try as I might, I couldn't command my muscles to move. Matt's eyes were wide as saucers, and he made no move to intervene. None of us had any weapons, since we didn't expect to actually find anything. Nothing real. Nothing like this. To my left, Carla let out a whimper and bolted. Like a gun had been fired to start a race, the forest exploded with high, piercing screams of animalistic glee. Jumping from behind trees, scuttling under the bushes, and crawling out from the high grass, a dozen creatures closed in from all sides. Their moon-white eyes flashed in the dark, grayish hands outstretched to snatch at my clothes in desperate hunger. It was as if they had been waiting for me, watching us since we'd crossed the road, and now I'd walked right into their trap. I turned on my heel to run and caught the sight of Matt and Carla well ahead, sprinting as fast as they could go. Too late did I notice the wall of shrieking assailants seal around me. The bizarre figures crouched on all fours, clacking their wooden teeth in anticipation. Screaming, I swung my camera like a club at the nearest one, but she just dodged the blow, her grin wicked and crusted with gore. A hand grabbed my ponytail and threw me to the mud. More cold fingers pinning my arms, shoulders, and legs, mouths opened wide. Cruel, knobby teeth descended towards me, and I writhed in unthinking panic. Out of nowhere, all the shoes from the trees rained down and thudded into a waist-high heap in the mud just outside the ring of attackers. All of the moon-eyed people froze, their smiles vanishing, and they looked at the shoes like deer in the headlights. One set of hands released its iron grip on my arm, and a wooden-toothed girl flew backwards, dragged by some unforeseen force to the pile of shoes. She wailed in a pitiful screech of fear and pain before the pile sucked her in, with the horrible sound of bones being ground to dust. Startled into action, the rest of the freaks abandoned their hold on me and tripped over each other to run away on all fours. In a great spherical cloud, the shoes lifted from the ground, levitating as if held in the air by some invisible hand. Jolts of something black and thin shot out from between each shoe, moving too fast for me to see properly, and each time the darkness reeled another crying, moon-eyed person to their doom. All that remained after the screaming, crunching of bones and a spray of black blood was the shoes of the dead freak, freshly stained and added to the cloud like satellites to a planet. Run, you stupid moron. Reality hit me, and I clawed at the mud, scrambled backwards to get away. The rest of the moon-eyed ones already went off into the distance. The levitating sphere now had only one thing left in the small clearing to consume, and a prickle rose on my skin, like thousands of tiny insect feelers. Something brushed past my right leg, fast and wriggling. With a wild thrash, I faced it, ready to bite, claw, and scratch to the bitter end. The sphere hovered right over me, maybe 6 feet away at most, the shoes deathly still. Static rang in my ears. Whispers echoed in my mind, and all 4 of my limbs became heavy as lead. I could see it, just behind the curtain of lost footwear, horrifying enough to lock me in place. An eye, surrounded by molten, greasy black sinews that curled around each other in perpetual motion. The orb watched me with an emotionless gaze. It was enormous, the size of a car tire, bloodshot and with crimson irises that seethed like flames. In my head, a disembodied voice chanted something over and over, a wordless, unintelligible mumble that rang deep into my subconscious like a cathedral bell. Black tendrils reached from between the shoes for me, and every time I tried to flee, pain flared in my limbs like knives were burrowed into the folds of my brain, controlling my every move. It was all I could do to stay conscious. the horror and adrenaline keeping the shadows in my mind at bay.
Can't fall asleep. I can't let it take me. I can't.
In the last second, my fingers twitched against my collarbone and touched something smooth. Gritting my teeth in pain, I forced my arm to jerk the chain from my neck. In all our trips across the country, I'd been chased by countless stray dogs, and so my parents had gifted me an electric dog whistle for just such occasions. The whistle had saved me many a time, and I got to where I touched it on reflex whenever we got into trouble. It was less of a reasonable thought, and more on childish impulse, that I pulled the whistle from my shirt front and clicked the tone button. Furious howls tore through my skin, followed by searing white-hot pain. I clapped both palms to my ears, screaming in agony as the whistle dangled from my fingers. My brain was being ripped apart, it seemed, shredded by some balded worm throwing a tantrum inside my cranium, and all my muscles spasmed in uncontrolled torment. Above me, the world began to spin. The dark mass convulsed, and the sky rained with slimy, gore-covered shoes. Harsh and cold, a jolt of electricity sliced through my mind, clearing away all thought, and I tumbled down into unending darkness. Part 3. I lay in a field of white wildflowers, the warm sun overhead making me drowsy. Someone had their arms around me, and I could smell a musky cologne that reminded me of chocolate. His face was a blur, but the stranger held me close, his calloused hands pressing down over my sternum in a way that made heat pool in my core. Soft, velvety lips met mine, and a tight sensation filled my chest like I would burst.
Come on, he whispered,
His warm breath tickling my ear.
Wake up. Come on, Civvy, wake up.
A heavy weight leaned on my chest, and my mouth shot open to drag a long, damp gulp of air down into my lungs.
I got a live one.
A male voice echoed over me, and gentle hands cradled my head.
Hey, you hear me? I need you to open your eyes for me. Open your eyes, Civvy, come on.
My eyelids fluttered, and I blinked up at a pair of sky-blue irises, bushy brown eyebrows, and a warm, relieved smile. Bright fingers of light cut through the murky woods around me, flashlights mounted on the ends of rifles held by dozens of people dressed in black polo shirts. A few trucks sat near the fence, and I could hear the crackle of radio chatter. Jumbled piles of old, smelly shoes lay clustered around me, partially covering my stomach and legs. A metallic taste stung the inside of my mouth, and my ears rang with an irritating tone.
It's okay, I got you.
The guy looked to be in his early 20s, with broad shoulders and the start of a stubbled beard. He had close-cut hair the color of maple syrup and wore a black polo shirt, over which was strapped a green bandolier full of rifle magazines. The barrel of a rifle poked from behind one shoulder, and I saw the words New Wilderness Wildlife Reserve stenciled on the breast pocket of his shirt.
Is this a dream?
I tried to take another breath, but my head spun and stars danced before my eyes. More coppery taste flowed over my upper lip, and pain pulsed in my temples.
Jamie, get over here. I'm losing her.
A girl appeared behind the boy, her beach blonde hair in a tight bun, a Kalashnikov slung over her shoulder. She threw herself down beside me and reached down to cup my face with both hands.
Can you hear me?
She stared into my eyes, turning my head with her hands, inspecting me like a ripe watermelon. Blackness nibbled at the edges of my vision, and it took all my effort just to nod.
Blink twice if 2 + 2 = 4.
Despite my dizziness, I managed to press my eyelids down twice in a row.
She's not scrambled, but she's going into shock.
The girl pressed 2 fingers to my neck, her skin cool and dry compared to my sweaty flesh.
Jeez, Chris, did you break her sternum? No.
Above me, the boy looked down at my face in despair, his expression starting to blur as my eyes wandered.
I swear I didn't push that hard, just enough to get her breathing.
A loud electro-synth foghorn ripped through the trees from somewhere nearby, and a strange metallic screech thudding rumbled closer.
Technos!
One of the other fighters pointed his rifle into the dark tree line, and the night came alive with the crack of gunfire. Everything tilted, and the shoes fell away as the boy lifted me from the ground like a sack of potatoes.
We gotta go. Jamie, help me get her in the trunk.
Trees crunched, brush snapped, and piercing white light flooded over the clearing. The blonde girl put her hand over my eyes and ran alongside the boy who carried me. "You stay awake, you hear?" In between the girl's fingers, I barely glimpsed the outline of something huge and angular clambering through the pines, its 8 gray legs skittering over the rough terrain with ease. Small, dark figures of the fighters surrounded it, and like something from a cave painting, they fired up at the colossal shadow with everything they had.
Get the magnet spears. Bring it down.
A deeper male voice bellowed, and long sticks flew through the air at the encircled thing, followed by the resounding clang of metal hitting metal. A trunk door creaked open by my head, and several hands pulled me inside a small, hot metal box. Tense faces peered down, and the boy who carried me leaned close, his worried blue eyes boring into mine. "Don't you die on me." But shadows clawed away the light, pain throbbed in my head, and just before I blacked out, another long, strange foghorn blast echoed, like the roar of a prehistoric dinosaur. Darkness. Soft, smooth warmth covered my arms. The electric whining of machines hummed somewhere in the background, along with the distant chirp of crickets and the croaks of frogs. Crisp, acidic chlorine tickled my nose, and a cool breeze whispered past my cheek. My eyelids split open, and I inhaled. Ow. Breathing hurt. My ribs ached, especially around the front, and it took all my effort just to prop myself up on both elbows. What the... White cotton sheets lay over me, a small twin-sized metal bedstand holding me off of the tile floor. A thin blue medical gown hugged my body, and my hair flowed loose around my shoulders in soft brown rivulets. The bed I sat on was surrounded by a little alcove of hanging white sheets, and through the thin curtains, I could just make out a larger room beyond. It smelled of industrial cleaner, the walls lined with white painted tables and cupboards. A few metal trays stood next to some squat gray plastic machines that idled in the corner like waiting cars. Through the closed window just beyond my bed, I could hear the muted songs of insects and frogs on the other side of the glass. The lights overhead were dimmed, dark enough that I almost felt bad about saying anything, like I risked waking someone up. "Hello?" My voice rasped, scratchy and weak, as if I'd swallowed a bucket of nails. A swivel chair moved somewhere out of my line of sight, and the quick tock-tock-tock of shoe heels on the cold floor echoed closer. Shadows closed on my white cotton sanctuary, and I shrunk back into the covers, my heart racing. Slender figures drew aside the curtain, and I jumped, startled despite myself. "Well, good morning, kiddo." A woman appeared dressed in a white doctor's coat with a light blue blouse underneath and tan slacks. Likely in her mid-40s, she was tall and slender with long golden brown hair pulled back into a functional ponytail. Her face bore many lines of fatigue, but she gave me a friendly, almost maternal smile. "Or rather, good evening. You gave us a scare back there. How are you feeling?" Confused. Swallowing, I coughed dry as a cotton ball and winced at how it stung. My ribs kinda hurt." "How bad?" "On a scale of 1 to 10. I breathed deep on purpose, pushing my limits to see just how much it throbbed. I guess like a 4, maybe 3 if I don't try too hard." The woman ducked behind the curtain to pull out an unseen cabinet and came back around to sit beside me with a paper cup full of water. "It'll probably be that way for a while. Chris said he had to do compressions to get you conscious. Luckily for you, our x-rays didn't find any fractures, and you don't show any signs of brain scrambling. You'll have some nasty bruises, but nothing worse than that." I flicked my elbows down at the hospital gown covering me and fought the fire of humiliation in my cheeks. My clothes? Sorry about them." The woman leaned forward to poke a cautious finger through my hair around the scalp and seemed satisfied to find nothing there. "But they were growing sprouts from the organic material we found you in, and we figured better safe than sorry. Same with your personal effects. But you're clean, so you don't have to worry about any infections or internal growth." Both relieved and puzzled by her words, I downed the water she'd given me in a few greedy gulps. So, what hospital is this?" A rueful chuckle burst from the woman's lips, and she shook her head. I'm afraid it isn't at all, really. This is the Fur and Fang Veterinary Clinic, or at least it used to be. I'm Dr. Alicia O'Brien, the Chief Medical Officer for New Wilderness. I stared, my heart skipping a beat at the memory of that name. New Wilderness. I was still here, still stuck in this nightmarish place with the monsters that had... Wait, why am I the only one?
My friends.
Cautiously, I looked around for any sign of Matt or Clara.
There were 2 others with me, a boy and a girl around my age. Did you see them?
Her kind eyes lost some of their glow, and Dr. O'Brien sighed wearily. Did you happen to come here in a gray Toyota? Oh no. Please, God, no.
Yes.
I squeaked. My stomach lurched into a sickening knot. She stared at the floor for a moment, a look of remorse on her tired face. Our patrol spotted a gray car speeding away just before they got to the scene. A boy and a girl matched those descriptions. With all the anomalies around, we couldn't chase after them, so I honestly have no idea where they went. It felt like the floor fell out from under me, and I sat there, stunned. Matt and Clara had left me. They had left me to die, to be ripped apart, eaten, devoured, like a package of hamburger helper. And they hadn't even looked back. No, that can't be true. This lady has to be lying. She just has to.
Can I use your phone?
I gathered my hospital gown around me, doing my best to hold my composure. Dr. O'Brien handed me a square, black smartphone from her trouser pocket. You might have to walk around the room to find some decent signal, if there's any at all. Ever since the mutants started showing up, cell service has been terrible. None of our landlines work either. My feet hit the cold floor tiles, and I sucked in a breath at the tingling sensation it brought. Standing, I swayed, but paced around the room until a solitary bar popped up in the upper right-hand corner, and I dialed Carla's number. Nothing. The call dropped before I could even hear a dial tone. Come on. I grumbled under my breath and tried again. Again, the call never even rang. Just 5 minutes. For God's sake, I just need 5. The phone began to ring, and I listened, mentally begging Carla to answer.
Hello?
Carla. I almost broke down in tears at the sound of her voice.
Carla, it's me. It's Hannah. Where are you?
A long pause followed.
Oh my God. Matt, it's Hannah. It's freaking Hannah. She's alive.
Matt's voice echoed through the speaker shortly after hers.
Hey, Hannah. Is it really you?
I couldn't stop the grin from crawling across my face, and tears streamed over my cheeks.
Yeah, it's really me. The park ranger found me, so I'm safe. You guys all right? I thought those things caught you. Yeah, we're good.
Matt chuckled.
That was super gnarly, huh? Did you get it on camera?
Wow, that's your first question? For some reason, this stuck in my brain more than usual. Matt and Carla had one-track minds about our blog, but this, they hadn't even asked if I was okay.
Matt, where are you guys?
I demanded, with more force to my voice this time, and my smile began to melt.
Those creeps attacked, and you both just took off.
More silence. Through the hushed static, I thought I heard them whispering to each other on the other side, as if arguing over what to say. Carla came back on at last, with a heavy, reluctant sigh.
We're in Cincinnati.
What? I almost dropped the phone, my mouth hanging open.
What? Carla, you guys left me behind. I'm still here, at New Wilderness. You drove 4 hours to Cincinnati without even coming back to look for me? We thought you were dead.
She whispered, but it seemed she started to choke up, her voice cracking with partial sobs.
Hannah, we didn't mean to. Honestly. But we had to get out of there, and... Why didn't you call somebody?
My tears returned, but not out of joy. the anger and hurt boiling over after months and months of keeping it bottled up.
Those things tried to eat me. How could you just leave and not at least tell the police?
We thought about it.
Matt tried to sound apologetic, though I could recognize the fake charm he used on the streets to talk down angry policemen.
We ran into a bunch of soldiers close to the county line, and they were super pissed to find us there. Seriously, Spielberg, we didn't want to get sued for trespass.
Are you serious?
To hear him try to humorously use my nickname now, after everything, sent me over the edge.
You scummy, low-life coward. You left me behind to die, all for a video, and you didn't even have the decency, the common sense, the balls to go and tell someone where I am. What the actual hell is wrong with you?
Hannah, please, we didn't...
Carla tried to interject, but I was a volcano, and the eruption wouldn't stop. Shut up, Carla! I snarled through gritted teeth, remembering all the fines, the creepy homeless people chasing us, the irate policemen calling my parents. All for clicks. All for a stupid blog that I never appeared in because I couldn't lie as well as they could.
Forever, shut your stupid mouth. I'm so sick and tired of you two doing this to me. I could have died, and you weren't even going to tell anyone, were you? You weren't going to call my parents, or the cops, or anyone, because you didn't want to get charged for being the dumbest pair of morons in the universe. I told you it was a bad idea. I told you not to. But do you ever listen? No.
We'll call someone, okay?
Matt sounded irritated now, as if he had a right to be.
Look, we'll call Carla's mom, and maybe she can work out a deal.
Don't bother, I hissed as my rage grew to a crescendo, my hand gripping the phone so hard I heard plastic begin to crack under the strain.
Just don't, all right? I'll take care of myself. We're done. I'm done. Screw you both. Screw your stupid blog, and I swear, if I ever see either of you again, I'll break your worthless noses.
I jabbed my thumb into the red end call button and tossed the phone onto a nearby table. My vision tinged crimson, and I hurled my balled fist at the dry wall over and over with a high-pitched scream of bitterness. At the final blow, the sheetrock crumpled under my knuckles. Pain flared in both my hands and chest, and I slumped to the floor in a puddle of hot tears, sobbing. I rested my forehead against the wall and berated myself for being so stupid. Mom had always told me that they weren't good friends. She warned me so many times. Had I listened? No. I'd wanted to prove to her that I was grown up, that I could handle myself, that I knew what I was doing. And what did I have to show for it? I was marooned, stranded in some hellscape nightmare, with my only two friends having left me high and dry the second things went south. Two gentle hands smoothed over my trembling shoulders, and Dr. O'Brien knelt beside me.
Hey, it's okay. You're okay. Just take deep breaths for me.
I couldn't see. Hot tears coated my face, and my nose ran like a faucet.
Your phone. I think I cracked it. I'm sorry.
Don't. She pulled me closer into a warm, soft hug and patted my back between both shoulder blades. It's just a phone. You've been through a lot. I'd be upset too. She held me until the tears stopped and guided me back to my bed to hand me a box of tissues. My fingers pulsed, and I could see the torn skin bleeding, the flesh around them red and swollen.
Did I break it?
I whispered, embarrassed as the doctor inspected my poor hand. I don't think so. Dr. O'Brien poked at my fingers until I winced in pain. But these knuckles are going to swell like golf balls now. At least you didn't punch the fridge door, or we'd be looking at a broken wrist. I'll clean these cuts and get you some ice. The soft swish of a door opening caught my attention, and from the opposite side of the room, a girl walked into view. Both of her arms were full of folded clothes, and a pair of scuffed tan-colored hiking boots hung by their laces from one elbow. She wore close-fitting khaki pants tucked into sets of combat boots and a black polo shirt. A leather pistol belt sat atop her hips, adorned with numerous small pouches, and the black grip of a handgun stuck out of a holster on her right side. A long knife in its scabbard hung from the opposite hip, and I recognized the bleach blonde hair from the girl who had helped rescue me. Our eyes met, and she beamed in a similar recognition.
Hey, you're still kicking. Wow, that hand looks rough.
My face almost melted with shame, and Dr. O'Brien threw the girl a stern, raised eyebrow look. Hannah, this is Jamie Lanson. She's one of the rangers who brought you in.
All in a day's work.
Jamie winked at me, and her expression softened a little at seeing the tear streaks on my face.
You're pretty lucky, you know. Chris insisted on searching the shoes after his flashlight glinted off your camera. If it weren't for him, we never would have found you.
Sniffling, I nodded and tried to bring his face up in my mind. Those sapphire-colored eyes, his rugged jawline, but it was hard to focus with a throbbing in my hand and the sting of betrayal still burning in my chest. Jamie shuffled closer and held out the clothes.
These are mine, but I've got more, so you can have them. You should fit, since you're smaller than me. And look, I even dug up a pack of underwear, brand new.
The way she said it, so optimistically, and yet undoubtedly knowing that such a thing was hardly noteworthy, struck me as funny, somehow, and I couldn't help but grin. As an only child, I'd always wondered what it would be like to have siblings, especially sisters. Someone to talk to, confide in, and share with. Mom and Dad were pretty tight-lipped about their reasons for only having me, but in the moment, it felt nice to imagine having a cool older sister like Jamie to defend me at school. She'd probably have decked those preppy downtown girls in their upturned noses. That'd be fun to see. Her own grin flashed, wry and pleased, across Jamie's sharp face.
There's that smile. See? I knew you were tough. Those brain shredders better watch out for you.
My eyebrows must have gone clear to the ceiling.
Brain shredders?
The creature that almost killed you. Dr. O'Brien pulled a clipboard off of the foot of my bed and scribbled something down on it. It's a psi organic, one of the rarest and most dangerous anomalies that exists. It works off telekinesis and psychomanipulation, immobilizing prey, and scrambling their neural firing patterns before ingesting their body.
Basically a mental hand grenade with mold issues.
Jamie chimed in and crossed her arms to throw me an inquisitive look.
But you brought it down. From 10 yards away, no less.
My throat scratched dry again, and I wished I'd saved some of my water from earlier.
I had a dog whistle around my neck. One of those electric ones. I just pushed it, and then everything went blank.
Both Dr. O'Brien and Jamie blinked at me, stunned.
You killed a brain shredder at close range?
Jamie repeated, pointing a finger at each imaginary word like she wanted to be sure she heard me correctly.
With a doggy beeper.
My face burned, and I dragged my eyes down at my lap.
I didn't have anything else.
Dr. O'Brien and Jamie both exchanged surprised, delighted smiles. Impressive. Dr. O'Brien scratched something else down on her clipboard.
Badass.
Jamie shook her bleach blonde head, emerald green eyes glittering with approval, and pointed to the clothes in my arms.
I definitely want to hear that story later. Come on, get dressed and I'll show you around.
Dr. O'Brien threw her a sideways glance. Be careful with this one, all right, Lanson? She needs to rest. No crazy stunts for a few days. Minimum.
Crazy stunts?
Jamie winked and headed for the door to give me some privacy.
I think this one might finally be crazier than me.
Pulling on my new clothes provided to be tricky with how sore my chest was, but I managed. Dr. O'Brien helped lace my boots for me and gave me some Tylenol before walking me to the door of the clinic. I'll check in with you ever so often. She patted my arm with a gentleness that eased some of my jangled nerves. If you need anything, my door is always open. I made a grateful smile.
Thanks.
She strode back into the dimly lit interior of the clinic, and just as I turned to go, something caught my eye. A door stood not far to my right, slightly ajar. Through the cracks between the door jamb and the door itself, I could just make out a room beyond, with tables, shelves, and various pieces of laboratory equipment. Dim blue light filled the space, and I figured it to be some kind of ultraviolet lamp to keep bacteria at bay. I almost shrugged it off, until I saw the eyes. Two milky white eyes gleamed back at me from the shadows, unblinking and wide with a strange mania. Dark, greasy hair floated around the still pale face, and a slack jaw displayed stubby, peg-shaped teeth. Black nylon straps ran under the armpits of the creature, holding it suspended, and I realized that the thing was surrounded by some kind of clear fluid in a large, upright tank. "Everything all right?" Dr. O'Brien watched me from a few feet away, her face partially obscured by shadow. I could have sworn I saw something like a curious glint in her eyes, but the moment passed too quick for me to be certain. "I'm fine," I blurted, and pushed my way through the double doors. Somehow, plunging into a forgotten corner of Appalachia felt safer than being in that room, with its humming machines, chlorine smell, and something horrible trapped within walls of glass. Part 4. Stepping through the front doors of the clinic, I felt the humid night air hit my skin, and invisible fingers of the wind ruffled the nearby grass. 9-foot-tall, woven wire fences lined the little gravel driveway that ran past the 2-story clinic building, reminding me of the time I'd gone to the Cincinnati Zoo. A nearby wooden sign bore green painted arrows pointing in different directions, 2 oriented right for Maintenance and Carnivore Cove, while a third pointed left for Herbivore Barns. 100 yards away, I could see a tall, dark structure that stretched in both directions, jagged and black against the night sky, with spools of razor wire all along the top of it. A wall. Wow, it must have been, 16 feet tall? Maybe 20. Cool whispers of a breeze brushed across my face, a welcome reprieve on an early September evening, heavy with the sweet aroma of flowers. I didn't know much about plants, but it smelled amazing, like vanilla and lemon, with orange and lavender thrown in. Overhead, a dazzling tapestry of dark navy blue stretched from one end of the horizon to the other, coated with millions of shining stars, and the silver moon hung right overhead. I'd never seen a sky so dark, so clear of intrusive light, and it took my breath away. All around, I could hear the low hum of nocturnal life, some of which I recognized, like the chirping of crickets, croaking of frogs, or the hoot of a distant owl. Others were far more bizarre, unplaceable in my head, like the roar of something reptilian, or the scream of what sounded like an elk, but deeper. Several of the cries, especially the ones furthest away, almost seemed human in their tone, the primal shrieks sending a chill down my spine. Jamie waited next to a small side-by-side ATV, its red paint half covered in chunks of dried mud. Seeing me gawking, she waved toward the sky.
I know, right? Like the world's biggest light show. Wait until your first thunderstorm. Those are wild here.
I trudged over to the ATV, still taking everything in, the world lit by the soft glow of moonlight.
It's incredible. I've never seen this many stars in Louisville.
Something in Jamie's face fell, her smile fading into a jaded half-grin.
Yeah, well, when you lose 3/4 of your population, the world gets a whole lot darker.
Wait, what? My eyes must have been big as footballs, big as Jamie sighed and jerked her thumb towards the ATV.
Come on, I'll explain as we go. It's been a quiet night, so we won't have to rush.
I climbed into the little cart beside her. Jamie's AK and nylon chest rig snuggled between us like a loyal dog. She flipped a switch, and we started to roll with a low electric whine.
Nice.
I nodded at the cart in a weak attempt to break the silence.
Battery powered?
Jamie's carefree expression returned, and she pushed the accelerator down to speed on to the left of the signpost.
Uh-huh. Ethan Sanderson, our chief mechanic, rigged up a bunch of our old vehicles for electric power. The entire park was refitted to run off solar and geothermal power a few years ago, so we've got juice to spare as long as the batteries hold out. Good thing, too, since fuel's getting harder to find and we have to save it for patrols.
We bumped over a few potholes and whizzed between a line of tall fences. I glimpsed eyes watching us from inside the paddocks. Antelope, zebra, and hefty rhinos with their ears flicked our way. The scent of dried grass and manure blew past my face, and 4 buildings loomed from the dark, 2 on each side of the road. They were massive sheet metal pole barns, with small slits of yellow light peeking from between numerous square windows higher up, cloth drapes cutting off the rest of the lights. I caught the low hum of human voices from inside as we drove past, and the faint echo of a guitar. What is this place? I craned my neck at the barns as we passed, curious.
We're kind of like a big open-air zoo. Jamie pushed some stray golden hairs from her face. I used to be a tour guide, drove buses, and talked about conservation. But ever since February, things have been crazy around here. Clinging to a handle welded to the roll cage, I thought back to what I'd seen in the forest. I take it that's when those creatures showed up. The tires of the ATV crunched on the gravel around a little bend in the drive. Then Jamie gave a small nod. By the dozens. I've seen plenty of weird stuff out there since it all went to hell. Brain shredders, puppets, ringer heads. There's no end to the freaks that crawl out of the woodwork. Some of them aren't so bad, like the deer with glow-in-the-dark antlers, but the others... My skin crawled at the expression of hatred and fear that mixed on Jamie's face. She struck me as the strong, confident type, the kind of person who didn't get rattled easily. All things I lacked. Are we safe here? I eyed the rifle wedged between us. Jamie pointed without even looking at the shadow of the big wall to our right, which ran parallel to the road we drove on. As long as that stands up, we are. I helped build it. It took us weeks of work. Most things that could fly over it are small, so we're good. Most. Swallowing hard, I tugged at my seatbelt and eyed the wall. Where did they come from? It's called the breach. Jamie scratched at the back of her head, as casual in her tone as if talking about a bad day at work. Dr. O'Brien thinks it's some kind of hole in our reality, putting out all kinds of radiation and electromagnetic energy. According to her, since nature always seeks balance, the energy tries to imitate the world around us, but ends up producing freaks instead of good copies. The air ached inside my lungs, and I winced at a bump in the road, my ribs still sore. So, those things that attacked me, they were people? Jamie shook her head, a half-curious, half-morbid grin on her face. Technically, no. I mean, yeah, they look just like us, but if you cut one open, on the inside they're all wood, rot, and black goo like plant sap. All organics are made like that, half flesh, half plant. The technos are the ones that look like machines, but if you look close enough, there's the same black stuff inside them too, only it's closer to meat than plant. That's why they can feed on each other for energy when they don't have humans or normal animals to hunt. My mind flashed back to the floating ball of shoes, the way it caught and reeled in each of the moon-eyed people and crushed them into dust like a giant set of teeth. I remembered that enormous eye in the middle, of all that sinew, the slithering tendrils, and how it watched me with a detached glare. Monsters. After years and years of pretending, I'd somehow stumbled upon real-life monsters. So, what's your deal? Jimmy caught me off guard, cocking her blonde head to one side as we drove on. I mean, no one in their right mind would come this far if they honestly knew what was happening. What's a girl from Big City, Kentucky doing way out here? My face flooded with embarrassed heat. I was with my friends, filming a blog. Oof, Jimmy threw me a sympathetic grimace. Let me guess, when things went down, they ran off and left me to die. I cringed at the memory, and let a shock of loose hair hide my burning face. Once a loser, always a loser. For a moment, neither of us said anything, loose gravel pinging under the cart as we zoomed along. You know, Jamie broke the silence, with her pointer finger in the air like some esteemed professor. It is said that he who runs first has the smallest member. Sounds like your friends were operating under major teeny wiener energy. Stunned, I blinked at her, but Jamie just raised one eyebrow as if what she'd said was straight out of a textbook, and wriggled her pinky finger in a suggestive manner. A ticklish sensation welled up inside my chest, and I started to chuckle.
Jamie laughed with me, the two of us giggling up a storm as we drove along, and even though it hurt, it was the best feeling in the world. Crazy. One of my best friends here, and she's totally crazy. The road opened up into a wider asphalt parking lot, with faded white painted lines and cracks etched by months of weathering. To my right, the wall came into focus now, a huge main gate made from welded plates of thick steel, guarded by men with rifles who paced on the ramparts like old-school cavalry troopers. Long wooden logs made up the wall, buried vertically into the ground, their ends sharpened to points in the air, with walkways bolted to the inside. Towers made from old shipping containers stood every 100 feet or so, and two circular sandbag rings lay in the center of the parking lot, with two plastic tarps covering whatever was inside them. On the left, a long, rectangular one-story building squatted with a red roof and brown staccato walls. The sign next to the double front doors read, Visitors Center, and Jamie parked next to 4 other ATVs.
All right,
She pulled the handbrake with a swift click and grabbed her equipment from the seat.
let's get you checked in.
I followed her up a small footpath that snaked between a row of cherry trees still dotted with a late crop of crimson berries. On the other side of the little orchard, a beautiful 3-story timber-framed building stood tall, carved from ornate logs, and finished like a gargantuan log cabin. It sported a forest green sheet metal roof and an upper deck, with balconies on the 3rd floor that seemed to be a blend of princess castle and rustic outpost. Warm yellow lights flickered in many of the windows, and a row of wide steps led up to the polished oak double doors, with a sign to one side that read, Elk Ridge Lodge.
This is us.
Jamie tromped up the steps ahead of me.
I hope you don't mind stairs. Our elevator's been broken since May? First world problems, right?
Jamie held one of the front doors open, and I shuddered in pleasure at the sensation of chilly air conditioning on my skin, before the room beyond stopped me dead in my tracks. It looked like one of those luxury resorts all the ultra-pretty girls from social media went to, a place my mom would call Golden Toilet Rich. Lush rugs covered the polished hardwood floorboards with bear, elk, and owl designs woven into them. A chandelier fashioned from antlers hung overhead, with electric lights that flickered just like real candles, and a swirling staircase nearby arched into the floor above, with shining pine handrails, held in place by bronze fittings. Satin curtains were draped around the many windows, though I noticed they were all pulled shut, dark green like the rooftop. Wow, I gasped, and Jamie made a modest shrug.
Perks of being a ranger. You get the best beds and the most graves. But it gets hot as hell in here during the day since we only turn the AC on at night. I gotta take it easy on our power grid.
Still, shaking my head, I turned in a half circle and took everything in with hungry eyes. It's gorgeous. Jamie sighed in the same, somewhat sad way she had back at the clinic, her green eyes staring into space.
Hey, you should have seen it before. I had my 21st birthday party here, back when things were normal.
I couldn't help but feel sorry for her, and yet any words of condolence stuck in my throat. This place baffled me. On one hand, there were exotic animals, beautiful buildings, and state-of-the-art equipment, enough to make me wish I could buy a ticket for the next tour bus. On the other hand, a palisade wall now ringed everything, manned by men with guns, and my newest friends never went anywhere without an AK at her side. It felt like a twisted, upside-down, bizarro world, a mix between the upscale US and third world Africa. I stood there, frozen in the luxurious foyer of the lodge, and wondered what I'd gotten myself into. At last, Jamie seemed to shake herself from whatever thought she'd been stuck on.
Come on, Sean's office is this way.
She sauntered toward the hallway on the right side of the elegant stairwell, the lights reflecting off the dull, blued finish of her rifle. I can't go back. Matt and Clara wouldn't come back for me, even if I called and pleaded on hands and knees. I'm stuck here, stuck in this place where those things are still out.
Hey, you coming or what?
Snapped from my musings, I nodded at Jamie, who stood waiting by the hallway, and forced my legs to move.
Yeah, sorry, just thinking.
With that, I followed the blonde ranger into a maze of carved wooden doorways and Indian weave carpets. my anxious heart beating a steady toll against my sore ribcage.
Part 5.
At the end of the long hallway, we reached a door with the number 14 etched into the golden brown wood grain, and Jamie raised her fist to knock.
You're not taking this seriously.
The man's voice rang out from the other side, and Jamie froze, the two of us exchanging glances without saying a word.
We're not going to stoop to their level.
Another male voice, somewhat deeper and more composed, replied.
There are over 5,000 innocent people relying on those humanitarian convoys. We already screwed up big time with the whole Collinsworth fiasco. And
That wasn't my fault.
The other man seemed irate, shouting louder and louder with a nasally voice that reminded me of my alcoholic uncle.
The plan was working. It would have worked if the herd hadn't turned the wrong way. For God's sake, Sean, I can't predict the future.
using mutants was always unacceptable.
The man called Sean replied, his tone carrying an icy warning that I felt even on the other side of the door.
And so is attacking the only thing keeping Black Oak alive. It's not an option, Rodney. Leave the aid trucks alone.
A chair scraped, and angry feet shuffled towards the door.
You're going to get us all killed, playing clean while they fight dirty.
First man hissed with venom in his words.
Those marks of theirs are out there right now, committing more war crimes than Assad, and you want me to just sit by while you...
At this point, Jamie dared to rap her knuckles on the door 3 loud times, though I noted that she seemed paler than before. If she's that nervous, should I even be here? The door swung open, revealing a lanky man with a silver-colored ponytail and braided Viking-style beard, clothed in well-worn army fatigues, scowling at us. Inside the room, another man sat behind a brown wooden desk crammed into one corner, wearing a black New Wilderness polo shirt. He had darker hair, his square jaw clean-shaven with a much more muscled physique, reminding me of a famous Superman actor that Carla drooled over. Both looked surprised to see us, though the one behind the desk seemed happier about it than the man by the door.
Ah, Jamie. Perfect timing.
The dark-haired man waved us in, with a thin smile on his weary face. Rodney, you may go. The man by the door glared at him, but stalked past us out the door without so much as a word. Jamie stood in front of the desk and snapped a quick salute.
Evening, sir.
Behind the desk, the man let out a weary sigh and rubbed the bridge of his perfect nose with one hand. Jamie, I told you don't have to do that for me. That was Randy's thing. Of course, sir. Jimmy lowered her arm, but maintained a position of attention. I just wanted to check the new recruit in with you before I set her up for the night. At that, he rose from behind the desk, and the man offered me a hand with a handsome smile.
Sean Hammond, head of operations.
Don't stare, don't stare, don't stare.
Hannah Brunn.
I sputtered, unsure if I should salute as well, and tried not to devour him with my eyes. He mentioned for us to sit in a few chairs positioned across from him. Mine was a soft, low back armchair with green velvet lining, deliciously soft against my back. I focused on that, enjoying the comfort to keep my mind off my nerves and social awkwardness. I take it Carter still thinks he made the right call. Jamie glanced at the door, her eyes narrowing with disapproval. You'd think after the emergency election he could have taken a hint. Sean pushed a few loose papers into a folder on his desk.
He regrets more than he lets on.
I think if Rodney Carter could regain command, he'd do anything to make up for the massacre, even if it meant doing worse to win the war. Stretching in her seat until the lower vertebrae of Jamie's back clicked softly, she rolled both eyes. Randy would have ripped him a new one from...
Randy's gone.
Sean's voice fell into a sad, hollow tone, and he held Jamie's gaze with a grim sadness that I could almost feel in the air.
And so is Collinsworth. It doesn't matter now.
At that, Jamie fell silent, her own face taking on a somewhat apologetic wince. I chewed the inside of my cheek, curious but unwilling to speak. I felt like a fly on the wall, a stranger in someone else's house who didn't have the slightest clue what was going on.
So, Miss Braun.
Sean's warm smile returned, and he laced his fingers together to study me from his chair. How are you feeling? We were pretty worried when the patrol picked you up. Most people don't survive run-ins with the local wildlife like that.
I'm okay.
I picked at my thumbnail and tried not to remember the way the moon-eyed people had grinned down at me.
She killed a brain shredder.
Jimmy burst like a little kid who couldn't keep a secret, her green eyes glittering. Sean's tired face stretched into an amused, disbelieving smile. No kidding. I literally fell down and pushed a button. My ears burned. I wasn't used to so much praise, certainly not over something that I'd done by accident.
It was luck, really.
It always is.
Sean rubbed at a scar on his left arm that looked as if something had grazed him, perhaps a bullet, though I was no expert on such things. You know, the first time I saw a freak was in that same area. The camping turn-off where your friends left their tents, actually. Thank God there was only one echo spider tonight, and not 6. Echo spider. Curiosity in my brain begged for answers, but the other two had been pulled back into their own silent thoughts once more, leaving me marooned in the uncomfortable presence, not wanting to poke my nose into things that didn't concern me just yet. I settled back into the cushions of my chair in silence and thought about how I wished I'd pestered Dr. O'Brien for another cup of water. Once again, Sean fixed me in place with a stony expression that made me feel like I was back in the police station in Louisville.
I need you to be as truthful as possible with me on everything.
I can't have people on my force who I don't trust, and I can't trust you if you lie to me.
Do you understand?
I nodded, glad that the desk obscured how much my knees were trembling.
Tell me everything from the start. Where you came from, why you're here, the works. Be as thorough as you can.
He reclined in his chair, and Jamie watched me from hers, both of them curious and somewhat wary. Here goes nothing. Recounting every detail I could think of, from the day Matt and Clara found the old map in the library to the moment the brain shredder attacked, I kept both eyes on my lap in humiliated anxiety. Everyone here praised me like some kind of hero for merely surviving, and I felt stupid explaining that I was just a nobody camera girl who'd been dumb enough to follow her friends into a place she didn't belong. I did my best not to tear up at the mention of Matt and Clara's betrayal, and had to pause a few times when I thought about the moon-eyed people, my stomach turning sick at the memory.
Here.
I looked up from stuttering at the end of my tale to find Sean had placed a can of lemon-lime soda in front of me.
Figured you've earned it.
Puppets are no joke, especially in numbers. He poured himself a different drink from a fancy amber-colored bottle and offered a similar little glass to Jamie, who took it without question. Sipping the fizzy beverage, I let my guts settle down and shrugged.
Thanks. In the end, I blacked out after they found me and woke up in the clinic. The other two ran all the way back to Cincinnati, so that's about it.
Sean threw a glance at Jamie, his chin cupped in one hand.
You were there, right? In your opinion, does all this check out?
100%.
Jamie downed her shot glass and stifled a cough.
Her ID seems legit, and her story makes sense. Besides, if Elsar is getting desperate enough to send unarmed civvies in with nothing but a camera, then we're doing way better than we thought.
Elsar. The word flew out of my mouth before I could stop myself, and I wanted to die of embarrassment at their combined looks my way. Sean shook his head and made another reassuring smile.
It's fine. I'm sure Jamie can fill you in on the details. For now, I'll try and keep it short. Did you see any soldiers in gray uniforms on your drive into Barron County?
Tight-lipped, I bobbed my head up and down, not wishing to open my mouth again and seem even more stupid than before.
That was Elsar.
His eyes hardened, and Sean leaned on his desktop with both elbows.
Mercenaries hired in by Sheriff Warnow to keep order around here. Trouble is, keeping order means killing all of us,
and taking over the park. We've been fighting them for months now. Mercenaries. In Ohio. I frowned at my thoughts getting the better of me.
But how come no one ever said anything? I mean, someone had to have known, or told the media, right? The government could intervene.
Jamie snorted and picked a stray burr from her rifle sling.
I'd say they're either in on it or just don't care. War now refuses to initiate an evacuation for the civilians, so there's never enough people leaving to get attention. Besides, most of the world doesn't even seem to know we exist.
At that, my heart skipped a beat. Carla's words from the car flashed through my mind. Every time I type in Barron County, all that comes up is freaking Wisconsin. For the first time ever, Matt and Carla had been right about a location, and yet this would be the one place they'd never get to show their followers. Because unlike all the others, this one was the real deal. Anyway, Sean tugged open a drawer and paged through another folder, taking out a few blank forms. The point is, Miss Brunn, we probably won't be able to get you out of here for quite a while. We can't risk vehicles and rangers for one person, and Elsar still has air superiority in the outer regions of the country. So, until such a time as we can arrange your safe departure, you can stay here and work alongside the rest of our crew. Jamie perked up a little and cleared her throat.
She can room with me.
They exchanged a knowing look, and Sean made a slight shake of his head. You can't choose for her, Jamie. Fixing me with an insistent stare, Jamie gestured to me.
Do you want to scrub toilets and wash dishes?
This feels like a dangerous trick question. I racked my brain, unsure of how to answer.
See?
Jamie cut me off with a happy chirp and met Sean's unconvinced look with a pleading expression.
She'd be wasted in the kitchens. Come on, I'll teach her everything I know. And besides, everywhere else is full.
Sean seems to contemplate Jamie's words and turns to face me, his tone dead serious. You've got 3 basic choices, Bron. You can work with our researchers, workers, or the rangers. The first 2 are the safest. They stay inside the walls as much as possible and never leave without an armed escort. The rangers are the most dangerous. It's the departments with the highest casualty rate, and there's a good chance that if you're captured, Elsar will torture and execute you. Torture. Paralyzed, I chewed the inside of my lip and fought a vicious war within myself. Everything about the Rangers sounded terrifying, and all I wanted to do was find a quick way home to Mom and Dad. But Jamie had rescued me, and she treated me better than any other friend I'd ever had. I didn't want to disappoint her. Hey. I looked up to find Sean staring into my eyes with a look halfway between pleading and sympathetic. We can find room for you elsewhere. No one would blame you for choosing a safe option. Come on, Hannah. Be decisive. You've always let other people choose for you. Take a freaking chance for once. Rangers. I made myself look Sean in the eye and drew a deep breath. I'll go with the Rangers. Jamie beamed, and Sean granted me a surprised half-smile. Okay. He pushed a few papers my way, along with a ballpoint pen. If you're sure, sign the dotted line. But only if you're sure. Heart roaring in my ear, I scratched down my name. Jamie rose to her feet, and I mirrored her, doing my best to imitate the salute she gave to Sean.
I'll get her settled in, sir.
Sean returned our salutes with a quick, less rigid one. You're responsible for her, Jamie. From now on, she goes everywhere you go.
No problem.
Jamie headed in excitement for the door, and I followed. Hannah. I turns to find Sean holding something black and square out in his hand. My eyes caught the faint white stitching, the plastic collar buttons, and the words beneath a logo with a rhino head on it. New Wilderness Wildlife Reserve. We've lost a lot of good people. He handed me the uniform shirt, melancholy cloaking his tone in a way that made him seem older than the Superman handsome person I'd been passively ogling. When you wear this, You're making a promise that they didn't die in vain. I expect nothing less than your best every single day. Understand? Taking the silky black shirt, I ran one thumb over the white nylon stitching.
I won't let you down.
With that, I darted out the door after Jamie, casting another glance back to placate the urge to take in Sean's chiseled features one more time. Instead, I watched him slump down behind his desk and pull a small newspaper clipping from the top drawer. I only had a moment, and from the angle I couldn't see clearly what it was, but I thought I saw the silhouette of a slender, red-haired girl in an office setting, smiling for a professional photo. The way Sean held the picture, as if it were a bird's egg, a long sigh racking his broad shoulders, sent shivers through me as I recalled Jamie's words. When you lose 3/4 of your population, the world gets a whole lot darker. Part 6.
Home sweet home.
On the plush second-story corridor, Jamie stopped by a door with the number 25 stamped in shiny gold-colored metal and pulled a key from her pocket.
I'll get Andrew to make you a key tomorrow. It's not like we have a lot of thieves around here, but it does keep people from walking in on you naked.
I blushed despite myself and tried not to think about the time I'd walked in on Matt and Carla in the hotel shower. They'd been too busy to notice, and I'd run back out in an instant, but the images remained burned into my mind. The key sounds great. The room was spacious, with 2 twin-size beds on opposite sides of the main area. A door on the left leading to a small bathroom, decorated in knotty pine. The walls and ceiling reflected the golden light from the central ceiling fan with a cheery, rustic glow. A soft gray carpet covered the floor, and 2 windows flanked a wooden door that led out into the upper deck. White curtains pulled to either side of it for privacy. It smelled of oranges, likely from the scented candle that burned on a corner table, and one side of the room had much more of a mess than the other. Oily rags covered a desk, along with various hand tools and a bottle of gun-cleaning solvent. Mismatched socks, a discarded pair of pants, and a stray tank top draped across the floor, and a poster on the wall sported some muscled professional boxer, his sleek torso gleaming with sweat as he threw a right hook at his opponent.
Behold.
Jamie walked to the cluttered side and held up her arms like she was revealing a master artwork.
My glorious lair. The other side is all yours, so feel free to add to the decorum.
I smiled and crossed over to the other side, which was noticeably well-kept. The bed made up in smooth cotton sheets and a blue blanket, with one fluffy white pillow. The wall had a white canvas with "Being Yourself is Beautiful" scrawled across it in swirly script, and the scented candle burned merrily on the nightstand. A line of shoes stood arranged just so beneath the bed, the desk at the foot of it clean of all debris, with a few decorations here and there like flowers and butterflies.
Wow, did you do all this?
Jamie kicked at a sock on the floor and her shoulders sagged.
No, that's Melissa's side.
So, you already have a roommate. Frowning, I pulled back the hand I'd extended to touch one of the ornate decorations.
But when she comes back,
she won't. Jamie almost whispered it, and the pain in her words hit me like a freight train. My eyes widened. Oh.
Her patrol vanished a while ago.
Jamie tried to make a casual grin, but her green eyes glistened with the beginnings of tears that she quickly blinked away.
Once you've been missing for more than a week, there's no point in looking. But, hey, let's forget about that. I'll get you a towel so you can shower.
While she stepped into the small bathroom, I pulled open the dresser at the front of my new bed and felt my heart twinge at the rows of neatly folded shirts, khaki trousers, blue jeans, and socks. Melissa. The name rang through my head as I ran my fingertips over the various items. Guilt pooling in my chest. It felt like grave robbing, a horrible violation of someone I didn't know, but felt immensely sorry for nonetheless. An object struck one of the windows from outside, and I almost jumped out of my skin. My blood curled, and I swallowed down a whimper. No, not an object. Something was on the other side of the curtains, tapping on the window panes from the outside. It didn't strike me as human, not from the erratic pattern of its taps, but it knew I was in here. It was watching me, watching and waiting. I took a hesitant step forward, reached for the curtain, and my skinny white fingers shook like leaves in a thunderstorm. Something brushed my shoulder, and I yelped in surprise.
Whoa. Jamie held up her hands, her face a mix between an amused smirk and a worried stare. Easy. It's just me. Still jumpy, huh? I heard something. I pointed to the window, too worried to be embarrassed. Out there, tapping on the glass. Jamie's smirk evaporated, and she squinted hard at the door. It came again, the noise from outside, and Jamie eased over to her bunk, tossing the towel she held onto her sheets. Picking up her rifle, she edged towards the window and pushed the safety lever down with a muted click. I backed away, my heart pounding, and looked around for something I could use. There weren't any other guns in sight, and I didn't know how to use one anyway. Instead, I snatched a nearby lamp from the desk on my side of the room and hefted it in one hand, ready to hurl it with all my might. Her throat moved with a nervous swallow, and Jamie tiptoed up to the window, pushing the curtain aside with the muzzle of her Kalashnikov. She froze for a moment, and my heart skipped a beat. Ha! Grabbing the curtain with her free hand, Jamie threw it aside to reveal the windows and door. Caught you! Outside, perched on the exterior window ledge, sat a bird. Or at least, it looked like a bird. It had black feathers and a body much like a crow, but where the head should have been, rested a weathered cell phone. Its touchscreen cracked, the plastic case chipped. A tangle of strange metal cables and wires snaked from the back of the phone to the rest of the body like a spinal cord. Flesh and metal melded together in a sea of greasy black sinews. The bird part of the body hopped, flapped, and moved like a regular bird, but the cell phone part swiveled all around without hindrance, its screen flashing a constant parade of fuzzy white static. It chimed with a generic default ringtone and shuffled on the railing outside before spreading both wings to swoop into the night sky. A nearby tree lit up with more ringtones, dozens of distant white squares flaring to life, and they soared into the sky in a horde of eerie off-tone chimes. Clutching the lamp in my pale hands, I stared. Am I seeing things? Jamie relaxed and shook her head to herself with a chuckle. Ringer heads, annoying little freaks, and loud as all get out when they're migrating, but they're completely harmless from what we've seen. I lowered my lamp, feeling both foolish and more than a bit shaken. That thing had a cell phone for a head. It's a techno. Jamie switched her rifle safety back on and leaned the oiled weapon in one corner. A cross between machine and animal. Like I said, they're harmless. Probably saw some of our light and got curious. I sat down on my bed to steady my quaking knees, tight anxiety welling in my chest, threatening to close my airway. I don't feel good. As my voice reached a cracking point, Jamie crossed the room to sit next to me. It's okay. Believe me, the first time I saw what was going on, I didn't sleep for 3 nights in a row, but you'll get used to it. Outside, the ringing of the strange birds reverberated in the night, and I shivered. And if I don't? Jamie, I really appreciate all of this, but what if I'm not ready? I don't want to go back out there. Hanging my head, I avoided what I assumed would be a look of disappointment. Jamie rose to her feet, walking to her own cluttered desk, and picked up something from the mass of papers and books. Last October, we lost a ranger to the breacher. Few of us knew what we were dealing with, so we blamed the girl who was with him. She tried to tell us the truth, begged us to listen, but no one believed her. The poor thing was so heartbroken that she went out one night to prove the monster was real, and she disappeared too. In the distance, thunder rumbled, as though the world knew this story better than the humans who lived it. And Jamie walked over to yank the curtains shut once more. Everything went wrong after that. Night after night, more freaks began appearing, attacking people, animals, anything they could devour. It was like the breach had been holding back, and now it was hitting us with everything it had.
Plants became mutants, and scrapyard junk turned into monsters. Nowhere was safe.
Jamie turned to hold up a picture frame in her hand, though I couldn't see its face yet, and her own expression twisted into a furious snarl of loathing.
When we pleaded for help, the sheriff turned on us. War now came with dozens and dozens of Elsar soldiers, sending the freaks right into us in waves. We fought for hours just to hold them back. I drove one of our war machines on the front line. Bill drove the other.
Sinking down on the bedside next to me, Jamie placed the photo in my lap. It showed her in a new wilderness uniform next to a smiling man with a long surfer dude haircut, whose facial features were eerily similar to Jamie's. I held it, and though it couldn't have weighed more than a dozen ounces at best, I felt as though a ton of bricks had fallen onto my shoulders. Watching the photo in my hands as if its memories were still fresh, Jamie grinned with a smile that held no joy.
After our parents died in a car wreck, Bill dropped out of college to raise me. He could have played professional football, moved to some big city high-rise, and ate steak dinners every night, but we chose to work at the quarry, rent a trailer, and eat ramen noodles so I wouldn't be alone. When prom came, my jerk-off boyfriend dumped me for Patty Newsome, but Bill went with me, so I had someone to dance with. He was my superhero, my best friend, the one family I had left. When it came time for us to face the birch crawlers, Bill led the way.
Outside, another deep rumble echoed in the distance, and a slight tremor shook the floor, rattling the glass in the windows. I had no idea what would cause something like that, but a part of me didn't want to know, especially since Jamie didn't react to it at all. Tears pooled in her eyes, and Jamie's voice began to rasp against painful emotions.
They tore him apart. I couldn't stop them, couldn't reach him in time, so I just sat there and puked until Bill stopped screaming over the radio. Everyone's lost someone, but losing my brother, that's a hurt I didn't know was possible.
My veins pulsed, and I shoved a guilty lump in my throat down. I didn't know what to say. All through high school, I'd complained about how much my life sucked, being an only child, being single, being plain, being poor, though I'd never been able to explain why I thought we were. But this shattered everything I'd whined about before, a destitute feeling that made me wish I could go back in time and slap my past self for all the negative comments at the dinner table. I had a nice home in the suburbs with Mom and Dad and loaded chili hot dogs, and Jamie had none of those things. She wiped at her face, and Jamie shut her eyes, forcing herself to calm down.
Thousands of people have died since then. That Elsar controls most of the north and the entire outer border, making escape impossible. The fact that your friends made it out at all means they've either got lucky twice or are already being tracked. The mercs specialize in hunting people down, so my guess is you're safer in here than your friends are out there.
Ashamed of myself, I dug my thumbnail into my palm.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. Don't be.
Jamie nudged my shoulder with hers and did her best to smile, though it seemed strained, like a painted face on a china doll.
Like I said, no use dwelling on all that, but there's nothing wrong with being scared, all right? Everyone here is. All that you can control, all that you can be sure of, all that matters are your choices.
Taking the picture back, Jamie replaced it on her desk, where she drew the handgun from her belt and began to disassemble it.
You should get cleaned up and try to sleep. Sunrise will come sooner than you think, and we've got a lot of work ahead of us. I'll be here if you need anything.
She went to work cleaning the pistol, and I gathered some of Jamie's dead roommate's clothes so I could duck into the bathroom. Outside, more ringing echoed against the dark sky, along with shrieks, caws, croaks, and roars that hissed in my ears like static. The tremors had quieted down, but something deep inside my brain told me they weren't gone forever. Despite the coolness of the lodge's air conditioning, my skin wriggled, and a tension worked itself into my chest that no number of sore ribs could account for. Leaving the soft, homey glow of the room behind, I dove into the shower in hopes that the water could wake me up from the nightmare I'd fallen into. Part 7. The cafeteria of the New Wilderness Visitors Center hummed with a low roar of breakfast rush hour. Cutlery clinked, voices mumbled in 24 separate conversations, and chairs scraped on the tile floor as people came and went. Pots and pans banged loudly behind the nearby kitchen doors, from which floated the heady aroma of cooking food. Outside the nearby windows, the sun barely crested the perimeter wall, sending soft golden rays into the room, and the cold plastic of the chair stuck to my bare calves. Here. I looked up from my almost empty plates to find Jamie pushing her little yellow square of cornbread my way. You don't want it? She threw me a conspiratorial wink.
Gotta ease you into the insurgent life. Besides, I know where we can get better stuff. But you still don't want to skip your breakfast ration.
My first morning at New Wilderness had been a long one so far. Jamie let me sleep in for an extra 2 hours past the standard wake-up, but I still woke up exhausted. Upon reaching the visitor center where breakfast was served, I've been confronted with a harsh reality. My days of generous breakfasts with mounds of gooey pancakes and crispy bacon were long gone. With a little over 300 people living inside the fort walls, food was strictly rationed, and everyone but the night rangers had to be up at 5:30 to start the day. Power to lights, air conditioning, and wall outlets were cut off from most buildings during the daytime to conserve power, and already I could see the humidity fogging on the cafeteria windows. My meager ration of 1 fried bison patty, 1 square cornbread, and a serving of stewed beans seemed to disappear all too quickly, and I felt pangs of homesickness at the thought of Dad's legendary grilling skills. He and Mom are probably worried sick right now. Crunching down the buttery cornbread, I pushed the feelings away and smiled at Jamie in between bites. Thanks. So, what are we doing today? Jamie drained her glass and nodded towards a dry erase board on the wall, well gridded off with tape, names and instructions written on each box.
Every day you check the work roster. It'll show where you are for the next week or so, but sometimes things change. Just because you're a ranger doesn't mean you won't get crappy jobs, especially for things like wall repair or mending pasture fences. Besides, if you work during the day, they won't schedule you for a night op unless it's a dire emergency. Sean makes the roster every week and updates it daily, so if you got a problem, take it up with him.
We turned in our trays and trudged out into the rising heat of the day, the humid air already sticking on my skin. Thankfully, we didn't have to wear the uniform shirts unless on patrol, so Jamie and I both sported cotton t-shirts and loose athletic shorts that made the temperature much more bearable. Jamie left her AK in our room, but still wore her pistol belt everywhere she went, and I felt somewhat out of place walking around empty-handed. Trudging left to head back toward the lodge, Jamie pointed things out as we went, daylight bringing the fort to life.
Just about every building has living spaces in it, so always knock whenever you go anywhere. Rangers have the lodge, mechanical garage, and armory. Workers get the campsite and cabins. Researchers stay on the other end, in the clinic and animal buildings. We looped through a narrow asphalt driveway that cut between 2 rows of square, gray-painted cabins where people moved to and fro, going about their work. Some of these also carried guns, but there seems to be more older people, pregnant women, and younger children. Groups hacked weeds from the gardens that occupied nearly every available space between the residential buildings, including several large plots outside the row of houses. Others headed off towards the signs leading to the animal barns or toward the front gate to work in the larger fields and pastures that ringed the fort. Even from inside the walls, I could smell the starchy green cornfields in the morning breeze, and there were neat lines of beans, pumpkins, potatoes, carrots, and onions all up and down the little roadway. Small wire coops with little flocks of chickens dotted every backyard, and occasionally I spotted a roving dog or cat prowling for rodents among the crops, though there were far less than I'd expected to see. An old woman busily milked a tan and white speckled cow by hand right next to the roadway, and 4 young boys ran in circles to herd a stray piglet that had escaped a backyard pen. Despite the modern clothes, weapons, and asphalt,
It felt more like stepping back in time than the world I knew. No one held a cell phone, no lawnmowers roared. Every child of all ages seemed to be outside, and the people threw themselves into their work with backs bent in the wavy glare of the morning sunshine. A group of what looked like junior high age girls watched us go from where they sat on a porch step, mending clothes by hand with needle and thread, and whispering to each other, pointing at me. Unnerved, I stuck closer to Jamie and avoided their gaze. He'd think I was wearing a sign or something.
Rumors spread fast.
Jamie cut through a side path in 1 yard and led me out toward a larger, open area.
It's a small community, and everyone knows when a newbie comes in. They always have eyes the size of watermelons when they see this place.
Stepping out from the housing row, I almost let my jaw drop. A long building made from cylinder blocks sat to my left, with the words "Shower House" painted over the 2 doorways, one with a male stick figure on the door, the other a female. A laundromat stood on the opposite side of the building, and not far from the shower house sat a campsite rigged with half a dozen campers and vehicles, but those weren't what caught my attention. Dozens of big tents were pitched in a circle about 50 yards square, and a small crowd moved among them, voices calling out and chattering on the morning breeze, along with savory smells that made my stomach rumble. Her grin at my expression bordered on the giddy, and Jamie waved me on, plunging into the morass.
Welcome to the market. Come on, let's see if the kebab stand is open.
Kebabs. My mouth watered at the aroma of cooking meat hanging in the air, and I followed, slipping through the various groups of people to let my curious eyes wander. It seemed you could buy almost anything here, each tent bearing a table in front of it for goods exchange, often with more hung-on wooden racks behind them. One woman sat behind a loom in her tent, weaving gorgeous bits of colorful cloth, which 2 more women stitched onto dresses, blouses, and pants to hang up for display. Another stall held a grizzled old man surrounded by cages filled with various rabbits, birds, and even strange beasts like salamanders with 3 sets of legs, and turtles with glowing purple spikes on their shells. A burly man in a shed beat red-hot material into shape with a hammer and anvil, his forge roaring with flames in the background. The tink-tink of hammer strokes almost rhythmic in its effort. Handmade garden tools adorned his merchandise table. Shovels, hoes, axes, and several things that I only recognized from a few times I'd been to country-themed restaurants in the big city. Other vendors hawked their wares to passerbys like something out of a medieval village, calling to me with warm smiles and sing-song voices. Shoe repair, any size, any make. New gardening tools, pre-shaped. Herbal medicine, cure headaches, nausea, and bug bites. If only Mom could see all this, she'd spend a fortune here. Not bothering to hide my amazement, I jogged after Jamie, wishing I had my camera. Maybe this place wasn't so bad after all. I found her standing by an open-sided tent occupied by 2 round-faced women in aprons who worked a big stove made from patched-together sheets of scrap metal. An old green chalkboard hung from one of the tent poles with prices scratched in neat white lines. Heavenly smells of baking bread, frying meat, and spicy stew hit my nose, and already a line was forming behind me.
You like fish?
Jamie called above the din as she dug into a pouch on her belt. My face flushed hard as I realized I didn't have any money, my empty wallet back in our room.
You don't have to. 2 fish kebabs.
Jamie arched her hand over the table in front of the stall and proceeded to drop 14 shiny little cartridges in a round plastic jar at the end of the table. This jar had many such rounds in it, tiny as a pencil in diameter, and no coins or paper dollars that I could see. Confused, I watched as one of the women spread several golden-brown chunks of meat onto 2 wooden skewers before wrapping them in flat, dry corn leaves.
Here you are, darling.
The woman beamed and waved the next person behind us forward.
I can help whoever's next.
I waited until we were a few yards away to start in on my kebab, the delicious fish, tender and juicy with a slightly peppery flavor.
Wow, thank you. I thought food was being rationed.
At my words, several people snapped their heads around to glare at me, as if I'd screamed some kind of horrible slur at the top of my lungs. The fish stuck in my throat, and I fought a nervous tinge in my spine.
What did I do now? Jamie took me by the arm and gently, though with enough urgency to make me understand, guided me away from the numerous angry stares.
Don't say stuff like that in the market, okay? This is worker territory, and people here get really upset if they think the old rationing system is going to come back.
She stopped in between some tents where there were less prying eyes and went back to devouring her own kebab in gusto. Frustrated at having caused a scene only a few hours into my first day, I nibbled at my fish and glanced over my shoulder in unease.
I don't get it. What old system?
Jamie paused to lick at the grease on her fingers, already halfway finished with her food.
Basically, food from the fields and pastures outside the walls is part of the communal ration funds. Like our cornfields, the bison herd, that sort of thing. Everything in the market is stuff people went out and got on their own or grew in their own gardens. Part of Sean's market reforms.
I looked down at the fish in my hands, still confused. Reforms? She finished her kebab and tossed the leftover skewer and greasy corn leaf onto a nearby metal drum that seemed to be set up for such reasons.
It's kind of a long story. Come on, we've got to get you to the armory to meet Andrew. I'll explain on the way.
Scarfing down more of my food, I tagged along, grateful to get further from the earshot of others. We crossed back toward the visitors' center, where people passed us back and forth on the paths on their way to whatever jobs they had for the day. It amazed me how, in the daylight, this place seemed so much bigger, with so many people crammed into it. Another building caught my eye further to our left, tucked against the perimeter wall. It had a strange, almost makeshift roof built over it, and the walls looked discolored in places. No one moved in or out of it, and where the front doors should have been, there was only a yawning dark hole.
What's that?
I craned my neck to see it better. Jamie stiffened, her eyes regarding the dilapidated little building with something like pain in the emerald irises.
It's the old check-in building. Our first commander, Randy, had his office in there.
The fish turned over in my stomach at her response, and I tried to think of a sensitive way to ask her more.
So, was there a fire?
You could say that. Jamie snorted, an angry, almost bitter expression on her face.
It was the first and only time Elsar tried to hit us from the air. 2 helicopters came in one morning and dropped rockets on us. Both hit the check-in building. Carter's militia scourged some anti-air rocket launchers from a convoy we'd ambushed days before, and they fought the choppers off, but not before the building collapsed. Randy and 3 others died in there. We built a roof over it and left it as a memorial for all the people we've lost so far.
Kicking at a loose pebble in the gravel path, she cast a glance around, as if to ensure there weren't others nearby.
Carter took over as commander after that and tried to run things like back in his military days. Everything was handed over to the administration, everyone worked every kind of job, and he had absolute authority. When he decided to attack what he thought was a weapons convoy near the town of Collingswood, no one could speak against him, even when Carter's plan called for us to herd mutants right into them, like they'd done to us.
A few workers walked by, and Jamie stopped talking until they left, her suspicious glances making the hairs on my neck stand on end.
Turns out, it was a humanitarian mission to bring food, meds, and water in for the municipal government. The mutants got out of control and attacked the town instead. Elsar had to drop bombs in order to stop the stampede. We lost 26 rangers that night, and Carter wouldn't let us try to rescue anyone out of the flames. Collingswood burned with all its 5,000 people.
Mother of God. I blinked at her, unable to speak. A whole town destroyed. How? It didn't seem possible. But yet, I knew that in this place, anything was possible. She sighed and tugged at the belt on her waist to adjust it. We tried to keep going, but Carter's system meant no one could forage for extra supplies without his permission. Even if they did, it would be confiscated for the central fund anyway. Food began to run out because no one wanted to risk their lives only to have their stuff taken from them. and when we caught people hoarding rations, Carter ordered us to shoot them. My feet stopped before I could think to, and I almost fell over in shock. Wait, us? Jamie cringed in a shame that rivaled the way she'd looked during the story about her brother. Yeah. At first, I supported Carter, even when he started the crackdowns, because I thought it was the only way to survive. I wanted Bill's death to mean something, even if I had to follow someone I didn't always agree with. I searched her face, noted the way Jamie avoided my gaze, and swallowed hard. So, what did you do? I managed to avoid firing squad duty for a while. Jamie stirred the rocks with the toe of her boat, her tone low and morose. But I still helped with arrests. I was scared they'd turn on me if I refused. All that changed was they dragged one of my friends to the firing line and ordered me to shoot. I couldn't bring myself to pull the trigger, so they put me against the wall with him. Luck was on our side, though. Sean had secretly gotten a bunch of rangers, workers, and researchers together to force a vote on New Wilderness leadership. They marched on the armory at the last second, and Carter's men refused to fire on them. Turns out they were tired of starving, too. We started up the road between the animal enclosures, and Jamie pulled a steel canteen from her belt to unscrew its cap. Sean was voted in as acting commander in a landslide. He passed reforms that made the assembly a permanent part of the park's government and changed how we handled supplies and job positions. We still have communal fields and livestock for now, since we don't have a lot of that to go around, but people can have their own small gardens and animal pens around the living quarters, and whatever they can scrounge from outside the walls is theirs to keep. Only 22 cartridges can be traded as currency, since we need the rest for fighting, and those who bring stuff in from the outside have to contribute a small amount toward the kitchens as a tax. Everyone works, but you can change factions whether you want to, as long as you still pull your weight. It's not completely free, I know, but it's way better than Carter's system. And we haven't had to shoot anyone since. Mind spinning, I accepted the canteen when Jamie held it out for me and gulped down the cold water. Jeez. So that's why he was angry with Sean last night. Exactly. Jamie rubbed her left hip bone as if the belt chafed without proper trousers to hold it in place. Sean made it so that the commander has to get votes from 2 of the 3 officials who led each voting faction to take action on things, and each faction leader can be voted out by the assembly. Dr. O'Brien leads the researchers, Ethan Sanderson leads the workers, and Rodney Carter leads the rangers. Carter? I stammered, and looked around to be sure no one else was close enough to get angry at my words. But I thought the whole uprising thing was to get rid of him. And we barely did it without a full-blown civil war. Her eyes took on a jaded gleam, as if Jamie were reliving a day without sun or warmth. It was Sean's way to keep peace with Carter's supporters and prevent anyone trying to get revenge. But Carter thinks his centralized system can work now that our numbers are fewer. And he's been a thorn in Sean's side ever since the emergency election. Ethan, on the other hand, is one of Sean's best supporters, but he wants to go back to the freedoms we had before the breach, where everyone had their own land outside the walls without communal rationing. Dr. O'Brien wants to keep things the way they are, but she also wants to ban mutant hunting, so her teams can study them better, which would keep us from clearing out more farms for food production. To make it worse, not everyone in each faction votes against their group lines. Some researchers vote ranger, some rangers vote workers, and some workers vote researcher. Everyone wants something. And since the assembly meets once a month to discuss and debate, people get nasty. Remembering how hateful people were about politics the few times I'd been on social media, I let out a slow breath of unease. So that's why he didn't want me to say anything back there. Jamie grinned, a rueful, tired smile. Uh-huh. Our first ever general elections are in a few weeks, and this whole place is a powder keg because of it. Sean's doing his best to hold it all together, but the only person everybody listened to was Randy. And, well, you know what happened there.
Between the mutants, Elsar, and our own squabbling, we're lucky there's anyone left in New Wilderness. I didn't have time to respond, as the large metal fence to my right exploded, the pipes rending, the wire shredding. A massive gray shape barreled out of the hole and flung its head to free itself from the tangled ball of mutilated steel flesh. Dust rose in a cloud from its tramping feet, and tremors shuddered through the ground at every step it took, two thick, pointed horns on its square nose. Both ears of the creature were laid back on its long, broad head, and two dark brown eyes regarded me with wild distrust. Oh man. The breath stuck in my chest, and Jamie froze, her eyes wide. Don't move. Her hand snaked toward the brown flap on her pistol holster. I'd seen a rhinoceros once before at the zoo in Louisville, but they'd always been napping or walking lazily around their feed troughs. This one snorted and pawed at the dirt, shouts from the backgrounds growing as more people ran toward the animal. Something had to be wrong with it for the creature to just shove through a reinforced fence line. And it took every ounce of willpower I had not to turn tail and run. Between my fingers, the greasy remnants of my kebab slid out of my grasp and hit the gravel with a soft thump. Its big head swiveled my way, and the rhino let out a low rumble. Jamie whipped the handgun from her belt, and in a split second, the rhino charged, its footfalls shaking the ground, the massive front horn pointed right at my chest. Part 8. Jamie hurled herself at me, and my world flew sideways. The enormous rhino thundered past, its sharp horn missing my leg by inches. More sandy dust knocked into the air to choke me, and I scrambled alongside Jamie on all fours toward the grassy side of the road. A dozen or so yards away, the rhino wheeled around and lumbered back toward us, the dirt vibrating under my palms as it did. Jamie's pistol lay where she dropped it in the road, and we were backed up against the intersection. And we were backed up against the intact section of the fence. There was no way the beast could miss. Something red streaked through the air and caught the rhino on its right shoulder. A second red streak plunged through the plumes of dust, and the rhino stumbled, one of its front feet buckling. Down the animal went and slammed into the ground with a colossal thud that I felt in my ribcage. Like a stony glacier, it ground to a halt mere feet away from Jamie and I, its ear twitching, one of the stubby gray legs kicking. At last, it lay still, save for its sides rising up and down in the slow, rhythmic bellows of sedation. I stared, heart still racing, at the horn that had come mere feet from impaling me. Did that really just happen? Boots crunched on the gravel, and a figure bent over me, shadowy in the rising sun.
Hey, you okay?
I looked up to see those eyes, blue like the sky, set in a handsome face with mousy brown hair cut short around his ears. Last night still felt like a blur, but I would have been blind not to recognize the boy who'd scooped me out of the pile of dirty shoes. He wore a yellow cut-off t-shirt with a scrapyard logo on the front of the crane, poised to pick up a broken-down old car. Both his muscled arms gleamed in the sun. A holster rested on his right hip, much like Jamie's, though the handgun inside it had a wooden grip with German markings on the metal. An old-fashioned military knife, like the one my grandfather carried in Vietnam, hung beside it, oiled and sharp. Well-worn blue jeans covered his legs, and in his hands, the boy held a strange-looking silver rifle with red feathered darts tucked in a pouch on the buttstock. I let my eyes lock on his, and sat there drinking them in, too shaken and surprised to speak. What do they make people like you? Seriously, is there a lab somewhere, or... We're fine. Jamie coughed and spat into the nearby dirt as she rolled to her feet. Landed on our ego, so nothing broken. Chris grinned at this and offered her a hand up, though Jamie didn't take it. Instead, he turns to me and held out his hand with a warm smile.
Still, that was close. You good, newbie?
My heart roared in my ear, and heat poured across my face in a tidal wave. In the daylight, he was cuter than I remembered, and he spoke with a slight accent that I couldn't place. Something between Australian, British, and maybe German. I knew nothing about foreign languages other than a few movies I'd seen,
and my track record with regular American boys hadn't exactly been stellar. Come on, say something before he thinks you're being weird.
Yeah, I was just eating my kebab.
Instantly, my face went from hot to boiling in humiliation, and I bit my lip in self-loathing. My kebab. That's what my brain had chosen to spit out in that moment. I didn't give two figs about the stupid fish, but I must have been trembled to death. Why did I have to be so hopelessly awkward? A soft sound met my ears, and I realized he was laughing, as if I'd just delivered the punchline to a joke. Chris reached down to grab my hand and pulled me up from the ground like I weighed nothing at all. Yeah, Margie's food will be the death of us. You sure you're okay? No broken bones? Coughing on the dust, I shook my head and brushed myself off to avoid meeting his eyes, still embarrassed.
I'm fine, really.
Others crowded around the rhino, and from the haze, Dr. O'Brien jogged forward, another dart gun in her hands. She let out a sigh of relief and knelt beside the huge animal.
Nice shot, Mr. Decker. Poor Okura here is extra flighty today. No lacerations, though, so he should be just fine, once he sleeps the sedative off. We're okay, thanks for asking,
Jamie grunted with a roll of her eyes.
Oh, don't be so dramatic, Jamie.
Dr. O'Brien waved us forward with an excited smile.
We're witnessing scientific history, after all. Come look, it's fascinating.
Everyone pressed forward, and I leaned in as well, the chalky dust mixing with the musty scent of rhino. At first, all I could see was the leathery gray skin of the beast in the morning sunshine, some mud, and a few flies buzzing around. Then, my eyes picked up on the hair. A thin coat of hair had begun to sprout from the rhino's skin, growing in coarse brown strands all over its hulky body. I was no expert on rhinos, but I knew they didn't have long hair, and to see it made my shock fade into wonder.
3 centimeters more than yesterday.
Dr. O'Brien used a little white plastic ruler to measure one of the hairs, and a few of the other girls in the circle scribbled on their clipboards they had. Judging by their latex gloves, medical bags at their sides, and note-taking material, I guessed these to be more researchers. Chris also squatted down beside her and ran a hand over the thin fur of the rhino. Southern whites don't grow hair this long.
No.
Dr. O'Brien pulled out a small syringe to draw some blood from the animal's thick skin.
But their genetic ancestors did. Look at the length of his horn and the hump on his back. Those are bigger than last week, too. He's changing fast.
Changing? I turned to Jamie and opened my mouth to speak.
It's the breach.
She seemed to read my mind and whispered to me with an expression that held both curiosity and concern.
It's causing some of our species here to mutate. Adapt.
Dr. O'Brien corrected her, capping off the blood sample vial without skipping a beat.
Rapid physical adaptation through suppressed traits in the genetic code, and it's affecting every species so far. Some changes are just more profound than others. Our bison herd has shown very little adaptation, while these guys are going full prehistoric all at once.
The others reached out to pet the sleeping rhino, and I dared to mimic them, placing my hand on the gray hide. It was softer than I'd expected, a strange mix between velvet and leather with a hard layer underneath, and the hairs rubbed like a bristle brush against my palm.
Cerathotherium antiquitatis.
Dr. O'Brien clipped a few of the hairs into a little test tube with a pair of scissors, holding it up so her subordinates could see.
The world's first natural hybrid between Cerathotherium simum and Celadonta antiquitatis. All the vigor and heat tolerance of a southern white rhinoceros with the cold hardiness and armor structure of a woolly rhinoceros. Perfectly adapted to survive here, and supercharged with enough adrenaline to punch clean through our fences.
Chris frowned and fixed her with a stern gaze.
He could have killed someone, Doctor. We need to at least put him in one of our outer paddocks for safety.
Dr. O'Brien stood and wiped her hands on her work slack with a nod.
We'll release him in a few days. I want to be sure he's healthy and up to it. Rapid change can weaken the immune system, and Okura needs to be at his top strength if he's going out into the wild.
Jamie scooped her pistol from the dirt and waved her free hand at the distracted group.
Forgive us for not trying to stick around for another stampede. It was fun, though. We should do this every Tuesday.
Her sarcasm earned Jamie a few annoyed glares from the researchers, but Chris handed his dart gun off to one of the boys in the group and trudged over to us. I'm headed that way, too. I'll let the maintenance crews know we need a fence patching team out here ASAP. You have this under control, right? Of course. Dr. O'Brien went back to talking over her shoulder, too infatuated with her specimen to look away. Thank you for your help, Chris. I owe you one. Distancing ourselves from the group, we headed further into the road between the animal enclosures, the smell of manure, hay, and livestock heavy in the air. Jamie and Chris both fell into silence, and something about it felt tense, as though neither wanted to look at the other. Left in an awkward form of limbo, I instead chose to peer at the various animals I could see from our side of the fence line, wondering if any more would come crashing through to kill us. There were more rhinos, though these seemed much calmer, and a small herd of 4 elephants, with teams of researchers crowding around them to measure their tusks, which seemed longer and more curved than I remembered from my last zoo trip. Zebra and antelope grazed, along with some furry kind of goats that I didn't recognize, and tan-colored donkeys. They were cute, and I would have smiled if not for what Dr. O'Brien had said. It's affecting every species so far. Some changes are just more profound than others. What kind of changes would befall these animals? Would they all revert back to some kind of wild, unpredictable, prehistoric hybrid? What did that mean for us? I'd eaten a bison burger only this morning. Would I start changing too? Don't worry. I jerked my head out to find Chris wearing a sympathetic grin. Adaptation's different for every animal. Okura was just confused, scared. We're safe so long as we're careful with him. He slowed to walk beside me, and I fought the fluttering in my stomach to nod. Thanks for, back there. Chris flashed a toothy white grin and offered a handshake. Chris Decker. Hannah Brun. I managed to get the words out without squeaking like a mouse, and tried not to think about how his calloused hand and mind felt both foreign and exciting. So, where are you from? He plucked a tall blade of grass from one of the plants alongside the road and twisted it into idle knots as we walked. Louisville. I kicked a pebble in the road for something to do, the clinic passing by me on my right. Jamie stayed further ahead, almost as if she didn't want to be part of our conversation, and I wondered if she was mad that I'd nearly gotten us killed. Kentucky. Chris's eyebrows rose, and he tossed the blade of grass aside. Another out-of-towner, huh? I'm from Pennsylvania myself. Got shot down only a month or so ago. Shot down? Unsure if it would be insensitive to ask what that meant, I avoided that with a more innocent question. So, your accent, is that Australian? Chris's eyes brightened a little, and he laughed with another headshake. Afrikaans. My grandparents on my father's side were from South Africa and Rhodesia. My Oma raised me after they died, so I ended up being able to speak the home tongue as well as English. What about you? Not sure you want to know just how bland my life is. I shrugged and went back to kicking my little rock. I took Spanish once in high school, but was never that good at it. My parents are both from Kentucky, so yeah, I'm kind of boring. That last bit came as a defeated slip, something I regretted saying right away. It sounded self-pitying, and I felt stupid for having said it in front of him. An elbow gently bumped my upper arm, and I looked up to see him watching me with those eyes that turned my brain upside down. I don't believe that for a second. You're here, right? Foreign people never end up here. I almost stopped dead in my tracks, and I had to force myself to keep moving. A compliment? I didn't get those. Not from non-family members, and certainly not from boys who didn't reek of BO or want only one thing. Part of me feared that maybe Chris was working up to that. A cruelly elaborate sleazebag that knew how to charm a girl into sending him nude pictures so he could humiliate her in front of all his friends. But I didn't want to believe that. This was nice. Being seen felt good, and even if he was only trying to be kind, I didn't want our conversation to end. A shadow fell across me, and I broke from my jumble of thoughts to look up. 2 huge sheet metal buildings stood like square brown giants in the sunshine, one with its bay doors rolled up, the other shut tight. Across the broad, gently sloping rooftops, a sea of blue solar panels soaked up the sun, their fat black power cables running down into the side of the sheds. A crew of men worked on a complex series of pipes and cylindrical tanks that led to the back of the shed, while a nearby smokestack belched steam into the air. In a large gravel parking lot that surrounded the buildings on 3 sides, dozens of vehicles sat under various tarps in neat rows. Boxy and tall,
They didn't resemble any normal civilian car I'd ever seen, and as we passed, I couldn't help my nagging curiosity.
I take it those are for patrols, I guessed,
peering at a gap in one of the tarps to see welded steel spray-painted an olive green color, among other things. Chris leaned closer to me with a cryptic tone, but I couldn't focus on his words for how his warm breath tickled the skin of my neck. The research team figured out a way to layer the armor with aluminum so we can move faster than Elzar's Humvees, but still survive rifle fire. Took us 3 weeks to get the gas well online, even with the chief mechanic's expertise on oil field stuff. We had to move the solar batteries, restore the old school generators, dig a storage bunker for the ammunition, and sneak every bit of aluminum past the echo spider nests in the scrapyard. All to build 14 of these things. I scanned the vehicles we passed more closely, the gears in my head turning wildly over every word he was saying, since I didn't want to look stupid.
To use against the mutants?
That's the official narrative. Chris cast a weary eye at the nearby garage, and nodded to several more objects that sat much lower under their tarps, with long round tubes poking against the fabric. With the new field guns, we might stand a chance to clear most of the Middle Valley of freaks, or even make an assault on Black Oak to push Elsar out. But if I'm being honest, I don't think that's why Carter decided to build him. Something about his tone, low and conspiratorial, like we were saying things that shouldn't have been said, sparked in my mind. He doesn't want to be overheard, which means this has nothing to do with the monsters. Sweeping the parking lots with my eyes, I threw a cautionary glance over my shoulder, surprised at how I was already growing used to such a tactic.
You think they're for the elections?
His eyes lit up, and Chris grinned from ear to ear, a stunning smile that made my knees feel weak. You catch on fast, smart and lucky. I'm glad I pulled you out of those shoes. I surprised myself with a one-shoulder shrug and a demure smile.
Me too.
Chris laughed, and I could have sworn his eyes twinkled, which sent my overloaded brain into a tailspin. Did I just flirt with someone?
Watch your step,
Jamie called back to me, cutting through my euphoria as she held open a main door to the side of the first building. Walking into the mechanical bay, I watched a dozen men in overalls lower a gun turret onto yet another diesel pickup truck, its cargo bed converted into a box of armor plates. Workers shouted above the drone of machinery, an engine rumbled, and an air impact gun clattered noisily on a stuck bolt. One wall stood covered in stainless steel racks of square white batteries, all linked with power cables that led to the rooftop panels. Against the opposite wall, 2 enormous generators hummed along, presumably fueled by the natural gas from the well I'd seen earlier. The air smelled of hot metal, propane, and grease, and somewhere in the background, a radio blasted classic rock through a patchy speaker. I dodged people as best I could, trying not to get in anyone's way, as Jamie led us on toward another man door in the back of the shop with a black outline of a rifle painted on it.
Hey, Decker!
One of the nearby crewmen wiped both hands on his overalls and waved.
Give us a hand, will you? We've got to get this alignment right or this stupid thing won't turn.
Chris turns to me and made an apologetic half-smile. Duty calls, but it was good to finally catch up with you. Trying not to show my disappointment, I shook his outstretched hand again, my brain choosing this exact moment to fuzz over my nervousness.
Yeah, it was. I'll see you later. Around. I'll see you around.
Whether he noticed my fumbling or simply because the crane behind him let out a whine signaling its slow descent, Chris threw me a wave and jogged off. Gotta go. Good luck at the range. I turned and let out a long, self-loathing sigh, both cheeks on fire. Like coming down from an adrenaline high, I wanted to run back to my room and hide, mortified that I'd even opened my mouth to speak at all. I managed to make him smile once, and then I'd botched it by stuttering like a fool. How could I not even form a basic sentence to someone? I'm a human tripod, good for holding up a camera, and not much else. Stupid. I should have just kept my mouth shut.
Hey.
Jamie's touch on my arm made me jump, something like pity on her delicate features.
You okay?
Plastering on a fake smile, I brushed at dirt that didn't exist on my arm.
Yeah, I'm good. Just dusty.
She wore a disbelieving arched eyebrow, but Jamie didn't say anything else, and instead pushed the door to the armory open. The two of us descended further into the world of sparks and steel.
Part 9.
Unlike the vast, open spaces of the garage, the armory was a cramped, claustrophobic place, with the machinery and assembly lines packed so tightly together that it seemed Jamie and I were slipping right past the busy workers. 6 long production lines snaked across the crowded room, manned by a crew of women that assembled components with robotic precision, chatting to each other above the noise. Many operated small hand-crank machines and churned out a steady flow of reloaded cartridges from piles of spent brass at the beginning of the line. Some big, some small. One line produced huge rifle rounds as long as my hand, and still another dealt with monstrous steel castings the size of paper towel rolls, packed with extra care into straw-lined wooden crates. Far to the right, a wall of sandbags stretched to the ceiling, with a doorway in it marked shooting range, always wear ear protection. To my left, a chest-high counter separated us from the rest of the workshop, and close to a dozen men were busy working behind it with huge machines, mills, lathes, and hydraulic presses the size of truck engines. One of the workers, a tall, lanky guy with curly red hair, looked up from his task and spotted us. He walked over to the counter, pulled his round welder's goggles higher on his forehead, and leaned forward on one elbow with an ornery grin.
Hey, pretty lady, going my way.
Easy there, cowboy.
Resting her hip against the counter, Jamie jerked her head at me.
I've got a newbie here. This is Hannah Brunn. Hannah, this rascal is Andrew Hopman, chief armorer and professional troublemaker.
Andrew straightened up at that, wiping his hand clean on his apron, and reached across the sheet metal countertop to shake mine.
Welcome to the madhouse.
I couldn't help but smile, something about his carefree demeanor putting me at ease.
Thanks. It's been a crazy morning.
Oh, she's got jokes.
Andrew's grin brightened, and he threw a wink at me.
I like her already. So, I take it you're looking for a bang stick.
My expression slipped a little, and I blinked at him.
A what?
Jamie rolled her eyes.
A gun. You'll have to excuse him. He gets overly stimulated around firearms.
And around you.
Andrew's mouth drew into a line halfway between serious and mischievous, one that froze Jamie to the spot and brought a rosy blush to her face.
Behave.
She tried to snap at him, but the grin she wore and the way she had to stifle a giggle told me everything I needed to know. I dropped my gaze to my shoes so neither of them could see my disappointed grimace. Is everyone in this world in a relationship but me?
So, Brun,
Andrew turned his attention back to me and sized me up like we were in a boxing ring.
what are you looking for? Not much in ways of options right now, well, with all our metal being put towards the mechanized weapons, but I got a few basic choices that could suit you.
Grateful for a distraction from my intrusive thoughts, I glanced at the Kalashnikov hanging from Jamie's shoulder.
Well, I don't know, honestly. I've never really used a gun before.
A newbie in more ways than one, eh?
Andrew tapped his chin in thought, then held up a finger to dart back into the workshop.
Let me see what I got.
I waited with Jamie, who seemed just as curious as I was. The two of us craned our necks to see what Andrew was up to. He stood out of sight, and above the whine and the hum of machinery, I could just discern him muttering aloud to himself.
Too much recoil. Not bad. There's not much ammo for it. Nope, still gotta fix that one. Aha!
Re-emerging a few moments later, he placed a bundle wrapped in oily rags on the countertop, beaming with pride.
So, it might be a little unconventional for a newcomer, but you seem like the kind who can handle it. Behold, the Hopman Type 9.
The gun was machined from round steel tubing with a wooden stock on the back and a strap made from what looked like an old bell. A curved magazine stuck out of the bottom of it, and the stubby sights were welded on the top of the tube that held the short barrel. The entire thing blued to a dull black sheen. Black skateboard tape had been wrapped around the pistol grip behind the trigger guard, and the words AH Type 9 were stamped into one side of the receiver. Despite my nervousness about the prospect of shooting, I'd never seen a gun up close, and picked it up. I marveled at the weight of the weapon in my hand.
I designed this one myself.
Andrew pointed to each part of the firearm with earnest.
Almost everything's made here in the armory, since we don't get much outside contact these days.
The selector switch lets you make single or full auto shots. The stock has a cleaned kit inside it, and I even added a heart shield to keep you from burning your fingers when the barrel gets hot. It's open bolt, so it's simple to maintain and a breeze to shoot.
Cool.
I turned it over in my hands, unable to stop the grin from spreading over my face.
Once you start going on combat patrols, you'll be able to scrounge a better one.
Andrew slid a canvas bandolier with more homemade magazines across the counter to me and stacked several boxes of cartridges next to it.
After all, a 9mm won't do much against anything bigger than a horse, but you can keep this one as long as you want. Just take good care of her. She's one of my best, after all.
My eyes widened as I realized that he meant I could keep it.
Wait, really? It's mine?
Of course, compliments of Hopman Arms Incorporated.
Andrew made a mock bow, reaching behind the counter and produced a brown leather belt lined with a few small pouches, a knife hanging from a scabbard on the side.
Now, this is your war belt. Good for carrying small things like spare bandages, a compass, or extra ammo for when you get paid. I even threw in a free blade, forwards just this morning. You can make more money running errands for the workers or researchers outside the walls. Just remember to pull your weight and pay your fair share in taxes.
At the reminder of what such weaponry was for, I fought a churning in my guts. On one hand, I'd just been given my first ever gun, for free, no less. On the other, that was because I would soon be going out, at night, to fight monsters that would give serial killers nightmares. It was as though I'd stumbled into an apocalypse Christmas, a prospect both exciting and terrifying. Unabashed by my trepidation, Andrew set his hands on his hips in pride at his workmanship.
I already put your first week's salary in the little pouch, so be sure to check out the market for stuff you might want to add, like a holster in case you come across a nice handgun. Technically, it's cheaper to find a pistol out in the zone, but who knows how its last owner treated it. If you want quality, the armory can give you the best money can buy, with free repairs and modifications.
A true artist.
Jamie threw him a devilish smile as I slung the strap of the gun over my shoulder.
You off tonight?
Andrew winked.
Name a time and place.
She leaned across the counter to press her lips to his cheek.
I'll come find you.
I'll be waiting in shower 5 then.
He crooned back to her and waved goodbye as we headed for the range. It was much cooler and quieter on the other side of the sandbag wall, and a wooden partition separated us from a series of small tracks on the concrete floor that held cardboard cutouts in various silhouettes. Grabbing some earmuffs from a nearby rack, Jamie showed me how to load the little pistol cartridges into the magazine from my gear and coached me on the basic rules for gun safety. Before long, I stood at the firing line, a set of protective earmuffs on my head, the weapon in my hand.
Now, since this is a submachine gun,
Jamie nudged my feet in a proper shooting stance with her boot tip and pointed to one of the targets, a piece of paper with a vaguely human silhouette drawn on it in black marker.
It's going to jump around a little when you're shooting full auto, so hold on tight. It's not like in the movies where you spray and hit everything. You've got to use short bursts, or you're just wasting ammo.
I gulped, my nervousness returning.
Okay.
She met my eyes and made a sly grin.
You'll be fine. Trust me, once you get into guns, you never want to go back.
After a few more instructions on some marksmanship fundamentals, the time came. I pushed the little metal switch from safe to semi, as Jamie instructed. Letting out a shaky breath, I squeezed the smooth, cold trigger. A puff of smoke sprang up in my field of vision, and the gun jolted slightly in my hands. But other than a small nudge against my shoulder, it remained in place. I'd half expected some painful jab, some horrible explosion, or uncontrollable jump of the weapon, and the smoothness of it both surprising and comforted me. Had I even fired it at all? The cardboard cutout I was aiming at jerked, and I noticed a little hole in it.
There you go.
Jamie stood to my left, her arms crossed in satisfaction.
Just aim a little lower and to the right.
Once more, I squeezed the trigger, and shot by shot, my tension melted away. Andrew's gun had almost no recoil, and despite the homemade sights, it was easy to aim with. The smoke wasn't too bad, and dissipated quickly, so I sent bullets into each of the little cardboard cutouts, my aim improving by the minute.
Now,
Jamie pointed to my selector switch with a knowing glint in her eye.
Go full auto, and give the trigger a light squeeze.
My throat tightened up again, and I wondered about potentially losing control of the gun, but I did as I was told. Squinting down the stubby sights of the gun, I tapped the gun's sheet metal trigger. Like an old-fashioned typewriter, the little gun chugged along in my grasp, spitting out a rain of brass casings from the injection port on the right side. As it turned out, full auto was fast, but controllable, and I managed to get at least 5 bullets in each target with light touches on the trigger. Jamie turned on the shooting range's electric track system, making the targets move, and that added more of a challenge to it, which I found I rather enjoyed. She taught me how to change magazines at speed, and when the bolt clicked empty on my last magazine, I was grinning from ear to ear, the acrid smell of cordite in my nose. Okay, I can see why people like this.
Told you.
Jamie picked up a dented tin pail from the corner and held it out to me.
Now, for the glorious part, brass cleanup. Then we can introduce you to the wonderful world of firearms maintenance.
I squatted with her on the cement floor, gathering the smoking casings so the woman just on the other side of the wall could reload them, and felt bold enough in that moment to throw her an inquisitive look.
So, you and Andrew, huh?
Jamie made a modest shrug, her pleased smile tinging red around her cheekbones.
He's nice, always generous, and he makes me laugh. Not like some of the creeps who wanted to play grab-ass in high school. Plus, since he's good at what he does, Sean doesn't really send Andrew on many patrols, so, I don't worry as much. That last bit stole some of the warmth from her, and Jamie's face clouded in thought as she turned a spent pistol casing over in her palm. Pain rippled through her expression, and I remembered what Jamie had told me in her room, what she'd lost. A world long gone, like last year's leaves, rotted beneath the summer sun. And just last week, I was feeling sorry for myself for sleeping alone. You guys are good together. I met her gaze, trying to encourage her as best I could. You're really lucky. She flashed me a grin, and Jamie stretched to crack her back. Of course I am. I've got Hannah the mutant killer with me. That's lucky in and of itself. Something about that name stuck in my head and dragged a smile across my face. For once, it didn't feel like something given out of pity or as a reflection of someone better than me. This was a true nickname, one I'd earned, and I shouldered my new submachine gun to follow Jamie out of the range, a spring in my step. Hannah the Mutant Killer. It's got a nice ring to it. Part 10. Jamie checked the magazine in her rifle one more time to ensure it was loaded. You sure you're all topped off on ammo? I mimicked her, tugging the flaps of my canvas bandolier open to show each little metal box filled with cartridges. Uh-huh. Canteen full?
Reaching down to the Green Army surplus canteen that hung from my belt, I shook it so she could hear the sloshing inside.
Yep. Got your headlamp?
Dangling it from my fingers by the strap, I waved it like a hypnotist's watch.
Got 3 sets of spare batteries in my belt.
Around me, the parking lot in front of the visitors' center buzzed with activity. An armored pickup truck sat idly nearby while our driver, Blaine, inspected it from top to bottom for any issues. Perched atop the gunner's turrets, Chris checked over the aged M60 machine gun that the militia had fitted to the truck, wiping the interior of the weapon's receiver with an oily rag. The tangy scent of diesel fuel and cigarette smoke filled the air as the 3 other rangers stood looking over a map, sharing valuable smokes and chatting in low voices. Jamie and I stood at a white plastic table that had been set out by a team of workers, laden with ammunition, weapons, cleaning supplies, spare batteries for flashlights, and a round yellow cooler full of water. No expense was spared on anyone who went through the main gates at night, and a few kitchen girls even handed out little cups of tea for us, since the supply of premium roast had dried up long before I got here. I sipped at one of the cups and sighed. It's going to be a long war without coffee. For the 3 days since my arrival, I'd spent every moment with Jamie doing some kind of training for this night. Creature identification, target shooting, calisthenics, even boxing, which I sucked at, all became part of my day. Despite my advance in weekly salary, I tried to save the 22 cartridges in my sock drawer for gear, and that meant putting up with meager communal rations for all my meals. I'd gone to bed exhausted and woken up sore every day, But now that my first night patrol was here, I almost wished I could be tired just to push the anxiety out of my mind. Jamie nodded with satisfaction, the eerie glow of the floodlight in front of the visitor's center casting shadows across the parking lot.
Can't be too careful. Make sure to hit the bathroom before we leave, just in case. I went twice already.
I drained the last of my tea to its dregs, though my intestines still jumped like frogs inside my belly. She flicked both green eyes toward the main gate, then back to me.
Nervous?
Glancing over my shoulder, I caught Chris's gaze from atop the truck, and jerked my head back around, the flutters in my stomach returning.
Terrified.
Jamie press-checked the Beretta from her holster and swatted at a mosquito with her free hand.
It's normal for your first time, but we'll be fine. If this is going to be a bad op, we'd have at least 3, maybe 4 gun trucks. We'll be in the back anyway, so you'll have an inch or 2 of armor between you and whatever's out there.
Assuming it's not big enough to rip clean through it.
Recon patrol, on me!
The booming voice called from the center of the lot, and I followed the others as we all converged on Tyler, our patrol leader. Each truck always went out with a driver, a truck commander who worked the radio from the passenger seat, a gunner who manned the turret, and 2 to 4 additional riflemen in the back, in case things got spicy. As our TC, Tyler was a quiet guy, easygoing and less gung-ho than some of the older fighters I'd met so far. Dressed in the standard fatigues of Carter's militia, he kept his sleeves rolled up to a practical length, wore civilian hiking shoes instead of army surplus boots, and his head boasted a green baseball cap instead of the standard-issue patrol caps that Carter insisted his men wear. Jamie had told me that Tyler served in Afghanistan before the breach, and judging by the ease with which he rested one elbow on the hood of our gun truck, I wondered if anything scared this man anymore. Counting silently with his eyes, Tyler scratched at the stubble on his chin, his AR slung casually over one shoulder.
All right, here's the deal. Command wants us to check the camera traps along the southern ridgeline. Most of you know the drill, but we've got a newbie here, so I'll reiterate.
My face flushed hot at their glances toward me, but Chris and Jamie both gave me encouraging smiles as Tyler went on.
Our mission is to swap out SD cards and the trail cams so our research teams can analyze any mutant migration patterns. Thanks to the fact that the southern ridgeline's basically one big high wall, we probably won't run into anything. All the same, our job is to clear the road of any critters big enough to cause problems for us in the future.
He spread a map out across the truck hood and traced a line on the map with his gloved finger.
For our route, we'll take the main road down to Elder Crossing, and then Hollows Run across the ridgeline until we loop all the way around to 142 and then back to Bethesda Ridge Road. Questions?
Again, they all looked at me, and I shook my head. True, I had enough questions to last for hours, but I didn't want to seem stupid or naive.
Good luck.
Tyler folded the small map back up and tucked it into his plate carrier.
Let's mount up, and I'll let Carter know we're ready.
I sat in the back of the truck, peering through the firing slits cut into the armored box, and watched as the gates rolled past us, the safety of New Wilderness growing smaller and smaller in the distance. A cool breeze flowed by the open turrets where Chris stood, but it was still humid, and the aged springs of our repurposed automotive seats creaked with every bump in the road. Jamie sat beside me, resting with his head against the seat back, both eyes closed. Across from me, the 2 other rangers, Darren and Pierce, slouched in their respective seats as well, one reading a paperback copy of Moby Dick by light of his headlamp, the other drumming his thumbs on his kneecaps and bobbing his head to a mental replay of some unknown song. Like Jamie and I, they wore the black polo shirts of the New Wilderness Ranger Force, though theirs were more faded, ragged, and torn in places. At least it's quiet. Quiet is good, right? Pressing my face to the nearest firing slit, I stared out into the night, drinking in the fresh air and watching the darkness roll by. The communal fields swayed in the light breeze, scratching green corn plants, leafy soybeans, and a late crop of golden wheat. Tall fences marked the pasture areas outside our walls, where imposing bison, shaggy, long-horned cattle, stocky, muscled horses, and many of the changing exotic species huddled in protective herds to ward off any potential threats. Further beyond these, the fences of our exterior pastures ended, and we sped out into the lonely emptiness of the wild. I'd seen plenty of empty places in my various urban travels. Abandoned parking garages, shopping malls, and factories. There was always something melancholy about them, a sadness I couldn't quite put my finger on. That sensation that something was missing. Here, I felt the same emotions return, only the missing thing was obvious now. All the people were gone. Abandoned cars littered the roadside in several places, most of them either stripped or burned wrecks, with shattered glass and slumped corpses still at the wheel. A few farms gleamed in the faint moonlight, some decrepit, charred shells of buildings, while others looked mostly intact, though the ajar doors, broken windows, and scattered trash across the yards proved these to be empty as well. Broken telephone poles marked where something big had ripped down the power lines, and in more than one place, I caught the movement of shadows in the trees. Eyes would occasionally reflect the beams of our truck's headlights, and above the roar of the diesel engine, I could make out the bizarre cacophony of the night's creatures. No lights, no barbecues, no music, no people at all. Almost like we never existed. My eyes drooped, and I stifled a yawn. Man, it was warm in here. Slouching down in my seat, I mimicked Jamie and did my best to find a good spot to wedge my head against the worn cushions. The bumps in the road blurred together, along with the steady hum of the diesel engine, and the wind tickled my ear from the firing slit. In my mind's eye, I could see my family gathered around the table in our house, smiling at me as my mom brought out my birthday cake, a mouth-watering triple chocolate layer cake that she was famous for. I could smell my dad's loaded chili hot dogs, heard their laughter, felt their warm hugs around my shoulders. "Hannah," Dad whispered as he hugged me.
Hannah.
My eyes flew open, and I sat up too fast, wincing at a stiffness in my neck that told me I'd be sorry in the morning. Jamie grinned from her seat next to me and pointed to the open door in the back of the compartment.
First stop. Time to go.
Clamoring out after her, I left the warm and fuzzy thoughts of cake and junk food behind, no more than distant memories in the shroud of the night. The truck sat idling in the middle of a narrow gravel road covered with weeds and water-filled potholes, as if it hadn't been properly maintained in a while. Thick, twisted trees clung to the sides of the winding ruts like cathedral walls, and twisted briars filled the space between their knotty trunks. Crickets chirped in the nearby grass, and Darren and Pierce were already standing by a gnarled oak on the right side of the road, working on a green trail camera strapped to its bark. Chris sat in his gunner's perch atop the truck, watching the road ahead, and Jamie directed me to follow her a short distance to the rear, where we stood guard around the muddy tire tracks.
Check it out.
Jamie pointed to the trees on the left side of the road, her smile reflecting the low-beam setting of my headlamp. Through a clearing in the tree line, I could make out the wide, rolling plain below us, a checkerboard of fields, roads, and grasslands. Here and there, small clusters of shadows moved, various mutants going about their day, and I caught the emerald glow of the strange deer that I'd learned about in creature identification, a bone-faced species that lit up the night with long, high-pitched bugles. Other little groups of yellow blobs that I knew were speaker crabs scuttled by the drainage ditches, little radio-like techno-anomalies that ate carrion and played broken snippets of music to communicate with each other. Fireflies buzzed back and forth, twinkling like millions of Christmas lights all over the valley, and spots of purple, orange, and pink shone from various patches of plant life that had also sprouted under the influence of the mysterious breach. Multiple flocks of creatures soared in the sky, some small, some much larger. One massive silhouette far to the north, riding the breeze with two bat-like wings. Sweet aromas of nectar carried on the wind from the dozens of nocturnal blooms, and carnivorous roars echoed from a few miles away, likely a pack of the birch crawlers that Jamie hated so much. Silvery moonlight bathed everything in a gray ambience, and I could just make out a familiar rise in the distance, topped with the unnatural hard lines and bright spots of orange flame demarking human civilization.
You know, I never did say it before.
Jamie met my eye and gestured to the valley below us.
Welcome to New Wilderness.
From up here, it's actually kind of pretty. I ate up the view with my hungry eyes, something about the scene reminding me of a vast, primal garden, undisturbed by skyscrapers, car horns, and streetlights.
Thanks. I wish I had my camera. This would make a great shot.
Stones crunched under boots behind me, and I turned to see Darren and Pierce waving us over.
All finished here.
Darren called, and we climbed back into the truck to move on to the next camera site. 4 stops in, and we were bumping along the narrow ridge road, when the brakes suddenly screeched, and everyone in the back nearly flew to the floor as the armored truck ground to a halt. Mumbled curses clogged the stuffy interior, and Jamie crawled over to the window, separating our compartment from the cab of the truck to bang on it with her fist.
Hey, what's going on?
From inside the cab, Tyler peered back and pointed to the rear door.
Everyone out. Pull 360 security, now.
A shiver went through me at the tension in his voice. Something was wrong. Tyler was on edge, and we hadn't driven far enough yet to reach the next camera site. The other 2 guys scrambled for the back door while Chris cranked his turret around to scan the woods, and Jamie grabbed my arm.
Stay close to me, all right?
Her eyes held a serious gleam, no joking smirk or sly grin on her face this time. Clutching my submachine gun in both hands, I followed Jamie out into the dark. At first, I didn't see much difference in this particular area. The woods stood a little more silent. The crickets had gone quiet. But other than that, everything seemed normal. Craning my head to the right, I looked down. Holy crap. On the southern side of the ridge, the world went into a straight drop, clear of all vegetation. Nothing but exposed rock and dirt for what looked like 50 feet or more. Darkness crouched between the densely packed trees. The distant ground covered in murky fog, and not a single human light greeted us from that side, as if the abyss was devoid of all touches from mankind. The slip had eaten away at the road in front of us, cutting the truck off from the rear of a ridgeline, and from where I stood, I realized that the entire ridge was like this. Bare cliffs were topped with enough brush to make me think there was just another gentle slope on this side, same as with the north. I had been so busy admiring the New Wilderness Valley that I hadn't even considered why so few creatures came from the south.
Man, that's high.
Darren stood at the edge of the precipice, looking down into the inky darkness of the south, grasping his rifle.
I've never seen it this bad.
Pierce scanned the trees behind us with jittery eyes.
You think something did this?
Tyler shook his head, a grim frown on his face.
Nothing's big enough to do this. You see those pointy hills way out there?
Like the others, I followed his finger with my gaze, noting the tall shadows of several hills far to the south, jutting out against the sky like arrowheads.
They weren't there last month.
He narrowed his eyes at them, as if he wasn't sure the hills would start moving on their own.
Everything south of the ridge is shifting.
The tremors. I remembered how the lodge shook my first night at New Wilderness, the distant rumbling that no one else had paid any minds to. It hadn't been thunder from passing storms, like the plants and animals. Even the very ground beneath Barren County was changing. Jamie chewed her lower lip and flexed tense fingers on the grip of her AK.
Since when did the breach make the ground move?
Tyler scratched at his chin, though I noticed his hand shake ever so slightly.
There's an ancient fault line that runs right under Ohio. Been there before the country was founded. It's never been all that active, but if I had to guess, I'd say all the electromagnetic stuff put out by the breach is causing it to slip.
Darren blinked at him.
You mean, like, earthquake stuff? More like continent-splitting stuff.
Throwing one last look at the southern abyss, Tyler spun on his heel to head for the truck.
Let's head back. Sean needs to know about this.
As I shuffled for the rear door to the armored compartment, the toe of my shoe caught on a pothole, and I nearly face-planted in the muck.
Oh, for the love of...
Brushing myself off, I turned to glare at the little pit in anger. No, not a pothole. A footprint. A huge, rounded print, with 4 big claw marks at the top, pressed deep into the mud. More like it wandered in an ambling line to the trees on the left side of the road, right into a patch of broken, trampled underbrush. It was too big for a dog or a cat, and something about it sent chills down my spine. A familiarity that rooted me in place. Not a wolf, not a mountain lion, definitely not a raccoon. Something snapped in the briars across the road from me, and out into the beam of my headlamp tumbled a little ball of fur, no bigger than a backpack. It rolled to a stop a few feet away and shook itself, only to look up and freeze upon spotting me. It had 2 beady little black eyes, a stubby brown snout, and round ears atop its head. 4 tiny paws bore stubby claws, and shaggy black fur covered the thing like a 1970s carpet. Bulges under its skin formed plates all over its body like football pads, but I knew that these were made from bone. A natural defense added to these animals by the breach. The cub stared at me, then lunged back into the brush with an alarmed whimper, like a child scared to go into a dark room. From behind the wall of brush, a shadow rose, tall as a semi-truck on its hind legs. None of the others seems to have noticed it yet, too close to the trunk to hear the brush breaking over the rumble of the diesel, and Chris was looking out over the southern precipice. Cold sweat beaded on my skin. My lungs tightened, and my brain fuzzed over with fear. The submachine gun hung useless by its strap on my shoulder, my pale hands too stiff with fear to move as Andrew's warning crept through my memory. 9mm won't do much against anything bigger than a horse. It had been years since I'd seen an animal like this one, and even then, it had been much smaller, rooting around in a trash can on the side of a road. This thing was easily 4 times the size, covered in bony plates of armor, and close enough that I could hear her sniffing at the air with her big black nose. Dirt and wood chips clogged the fur around her paws from where she'd been digging for grubs, and I could smell the musk from her fur on the wind. Her yellowed teeth glinted in the light of my headlamp, both dark eyes fixed on the strange creature before her who had frightened her cub. "Bear?" I squeaked, unable to scream, and my heart slammed to a stop in my chest. With a deafening roar, the huge mutated black bear stormed from the thorns, ripping a nearby sapling from the ground in rage as it charged me. Part 11.
Bear!
Jamie's scream barely cut through the bellows of the creature, and the night erupted into chaos. I hurled myself toward the truck, and hot breath blasted at the back of my neck, my ears ringing with the roar of the infuriated predator. Chris opened up with the M60, but the bear just reared higher on her monstrous legs and swung a dinner plate-sized paw at the gun turret. Metal sheared, the gun stopped firing, and the truck rocked under the force of the blow. Jamie and the other rangers scattered, their rifles blazing angry trails of fire into the night, but the bear didn't seem to notice their bullets. Fast as lightning, the creature swatted Darren into a nearby tree, his body flying end over end. Even with my ears ringing and the gunfire in the background, I heard his bones crunch under the force of the impact. Fumbling with the bolt of my submachine gun, I accidentally hit the magazine release and dropped to my knees to snatch my mag from the dirt. Come on. Load. Pierce's gun jammed, and he tried to run, but the angry bear pinned him to the ground with one pounce. Her claws sank into his back as if it were butter, and the bear brought her jaws down around his head. The downed ranger let out a high, agonized shriek. Whipping her head to the side, the bear tossed what remained of Pierce over the edge of the cliff, before turning back to where I sat in the muck. Bright red blood dripped from her crooked teeth, some at angles pushing from under the bear's lips, a mass of razor-sharp enamel that could easily cut through my skinny corpse. Her beetle-black eyes bore nothing but blind hatred for me, for us, for anything that would threaten her precious cub. And I knew my gun would do me no good. 9mm couldn't stop a bear this big. "The truck!" Tyler dashed forward to empty his rifle into the bear, placing himself between me and the beast. "Get to the truck! Move!"
Hands seized the back of my shirt and dragged me over the ground so fast that I didn't have time to stand. Get up! Jamie stopped by the truck to haul me to my feet, her eyes wild, the bolt on her AK locked open on an empty magazine. Go, go, go! Tyler let out a grunted shout, and I looked back in time to see him dropping his smoking rifle and meet the bear's swipe with his knife. His blade bounced harmlessly off the beast's armored hide, and Tyler folded in half under the muscled paw, his broken body tumbling over the cliff's edge. The armored door to the compartment swung open, and Chris reached out to help me inside, his old-fashioned pistol clutched in one hand. Come on, I've got you. Jamie, look out! Jamie dove into the truck beside me, a streak of black missing her by mere inches to tear one of the metal doors off the vehicle. From the driver's seat, Blaine revved the engine, but the world tilted, and it hit me in an instant as to why. It got our tires. Driven by primal rage, the bear jammed its head and left foreleg into the compartment doorway, clawing and snapping at our feet, the metallic stench of blood on its rank breath. Pressed back against the cab of the trunk, Jamie, Chris, and I barely had room to pull our legs in to avoid the barrage of teeth, the truck rocking into a 45-degree angle off the weedy gravel. The truck wheels spun helplessly in the air, and I couldn't even hear myself screaming from all the roaring, metal screeching, and engine revving. Chris kicked at the snout of the bear with his foot and poked the long barrel of his antique handgun into its face. Groaning in pain and anger, the bear yanked its head out of the compartment and slammed the truck over and over with a series of furious paw slashes. Both back tires blew out, the sides of the pickup armor dented inward, and the entire rig rolled over. Gear tumbled like rain around me, gravity pulled at my limbs, and panic surged in my veins. I dug my fingers into the nearest seat in a desperate attempt to keep from being thrown around like a rag doll, and caught a glimpse of the world passing by outside the ruined doors of the compartment. Oh no! Grab onto something! Jamie yelled, and I watched in terror as the cliff's edge slid past us. All at once, we were weightless. My world spun like a washing machine between abyssal darkness rushing up and the triumphant bear looking down from the cliffside as gravity seemed to shut off and air rushed into the truck from all sides. Jamie curled into a ball over a toolbox bolted to the floor. Chris swung from the nearby machine gun supports like a flag in the wind, and I wrapped both legs around the seat I clung to. Over and over we bounced off obstacles, either trees or rocks, I couldn't be sure. Mud and leaves flying in from all directions. A plate of the steel armor peeled away like dead skin from a blister, and branches crunched under the squeal of collapsing metal. The truck's alarm briefly went off, a final woo, woo, woo of civilization for the last few yards. Metal groaned, glass clinked, and displaced earth crumpled to a halt. I couldn't hear, couldn't think, my head still spinning in dizzy circles. My body ached from being pummeled by loose items that lay all around me, and I didn't dare open my eyes for fear of what injuries I might discover. The ringing in my ears stung, high and shrill, and I tasted coppery blood in my mouth. Nothing else moved, and my heart pounded on double time. Calm down, Hannah. You've got to calm down. Check and see if you're hurt. Forcing my eyes to open, I slowly moved my head from side to side, waiting for a shooting pain to tell me that I'd broken my neck. Nothing. I wiggled my arms, legs, fingers, and toes. Still nothing. Bringing my hands to my face, I touched my nose to be sure it wasn't broken. While it did throb, the pain wasn't that bad, though my fingers came away sticky with blood. I definitely had some bruises, and my ribs were on fire, but so far, I seemed to be intact. Stunned, I shoved a tangled bundle of ropes off my legs and sat up. My stomach rolled, the motion too much too soon, and I couldn't stop the tide. I vomited onto the cold steel of what had been the right side of the compartment wall, the greasy substance splattering like chunky salsa. Thankfully, I didn't have much to throw up. What with the meager communal rations and weak tea from New Wilderness, but it still tasted horrible, sour and acidic. Once the nausea subsided, I spat, wiped my mouth, and squinted into the shadows around me. It was dark, very dark, and I figured my headlamp must have flown off during the tumble from the cliff top. The truck's engine had stalled sometime after the first or second impact on the way down,
and none of its lights worked anymore. Unburned diesel fuel and my own putrid vomit stank up the air to choke me, along with the coppery scent of blood. Wait, what if it's not all mine?
Jamie?
I whispered into the darkness, my voice raw and shaky.
Chris? Is anyone there?
Only the ringing in my ears responded, and my heart twinged with terror. I couldn't be alone, not out here. I didn't know where I was or what to do. I couldn't even see without my light. And what if the bear came down after me? I didn't even know where my gun was. Crawling slowly over the interior of the truck, I fumbled around in the dark until my fingertips brushed rough denim. Oh, please, please don't be dead. Please. My heart jumped, and I traced the leg up to a set of shoulders, above which sat a patch of close-cropped hair.
Chris, wake up. Please, wake up. Come on, Chris.
His shoulders twitched, and a cough rang through the shadows.
Who's there?
Tension melted from my shoulders, and I swallowed a relieved sob, his voice pulling me back from the razor edge of panic.
It's me.
Without thinking, I tried to help him sit up, but the moment I touched Chris's right shoulder, he yelped in pain, and my hand came away, slick and stickier than before.
Sorry?
I patted his knee in a fervent apology, unable to see his face in the blackness.
Are you okay?
Rustling around in the dark, Chris grunted a few times and sucked in a pained gasp.
Yep, all good.
Liar. My eyebrows shot upward, though I knew he couldn't see my disbelieving face.
You bleeding?
I'll be fine. The soft, hushed grinding clicked in the abyss, followed by a burst of yellow light. And on my first crash landing, I shielded my eyes with one palm and saw a small Zippo lighter, its flame dancing merrily on the cotton wick. Chris sat only a few feet away, his right shirt sleeve smeared with red from a nasty gash across his upper lip. He had a leaf stuck in his hair and still clutched the old pistol in his opposite hand. Your nose. Chris pointed the lighter at me, his worried blue eyes traveling over his face.
It's fine.
I tried to be brave, but then wondered if perhaps my adrenaline had numbed my poor nose to just how bad my injuries might be. What if it really was broken?
Does it look okay?
Despite the jumble of equipment lying around us, the blood, vomit, and mud, Chris grinned, his eyes fixing on me. Looks like a nose to me. Something about the way he smiled. His tone still soft and smooth even after everything we'd just went through, made warmth spread through me, and I started to breathe a little easier.
Jamie. I forgot about Jamie.
Just like that, my panic returned, and I whirled around to scan the chaotic interior of the truck compartment, searching for a pair of khaki pants and a black uniform shirt. My eyes caught a motionless combat boot poking out from a heap of camouflage netting, and I crawled toward it on hands and knees. Oh no. A line of crimson blood trickled down from a cut on the side of her head. But otherwise, Jamie looked all right, except for her left arm. It hung at a strange angle, wedged under the toolbox that had kept her from flying around the truck interior like a pinball, but the muscle near her shoulder seemed deflated in shape, and my sick guts twisted with another attempt at vomit. That wasn't supposed to look that way. As gently as I could, I prodded at Jamie's shoulder and felt the gap, the strained, twitching muscles where bone should have been. My mind flashed back to the time my dad had fallen off the garage roof while attempting to install a satellite dish on his own, and the way his arm had looked after landing on it.
It's dislocated.
I swallowed a bile-tasting lump and turned to find Chris crouched right beside me, his right arm still dripping little tears of red.
She must have pulled it out of socket on the toolbox
and hit a head on it right after. Chris holstered his pistol and dug around in Jamie's pockets until he produced a small silver penlight, which he gave to me. I'll carry her. You light the way. We need to get clear of this wreck and see what we can do for treatment. Having a plan helped ease some of the knots in my gut, and I switched on the light to guide our way out of the compartment. Everything lay in a jumbled mess. Backpacks, loose cartridges, tow ropes, and a half-unrolled tarp scattered all over the interior. I stepped carefully around my own puddle of vomit, and a glint in the shadows caught my eye.
No way.
Leaning down, I shook my head in bewilderment and pulled my little submachine gun free from where it had been wedged between the seats. Aside from a healthy dent in the heat shield, the gun looked no worse for wear. Well done, Mr. Hobman. Well done indeed. Slinging it onto my shoulder, I pushed the one remaining armored door open with a creak and stepped into the night. Fog roiled in cotton ball blankets all over the wet, marshy ground, and the nearby trees stood in silent watch over our little crash site. The truck lay on its side at the base of the cliff, covered in dents and mud, one of the front wheels gone. At the front, the cab had caved in, and from the remains of the shattered driver's window, a solitary hand hung limp. My stomach churned at the sight of snapped white bone and bloody torn sinews, and I slammed both eyes shut to keep from gagging. Don't. It's not the time. Not now. There's nothing you can do for him anyway. I don't think she's fractured her skull. Chris knelt with Jamie by the back of the truck, wearing a headlamp he must have scrounged from the wreckage, though I wouldn't be surprised if she has a concussion. You want to give me a hand? Unsure of what to do, I crouched beside Jamie, noting how pale she looked. So, what's the plan? He gently pulled her dislocated arm straight out, and then back with slow, deliberate movements. I'm going to try and pop it back in. You hold her down in case she comes up swinging. We don't want her to hurt herself even more. My pulse quickened. Jamie had a few pounds on me, and I didn't want to have to wrestle her down, but I also didn't want her to get hurt either. With the same caution I would have shown a loaded mousetrap, I sat on the ground beside Jamie's slumped form and wrapped my arms around her torso. Chris stood just beside her and cupped one hand on her shoulder, guiding Jamie's arm up and over her back as if to scratch her opposite shoulder blade. Jamie twitched and Chris's eyes met mine. Gotta go slow with this, or it'll just make it worse. I'm gonna move. On 3. 1, 2. He pushed the arm over with a steady motion. A shriek of pain rang shrilly in my ear and echoed off the trees like a siren as Jamie jolted awake. Wings beat the air at her cry, and a flock of ringerheads soared upwards with frightened ringlings, their white, flickering screams dancing across the canopy of stars. Chris let go of her arm, which seems to work now that Jamie clutched it to her chest, the shoulder no longer misshapen. I, however, didn't release my hold on her, not knowing if she would lash out at us. If it's broken, we're screwed. Her eyes still shut, Jamie sucked in a deep groan and muttered a stream of curses that would have made a sailor blush. Feel better? One eyebrow raised in concern. Chris bent down to look into her face.
Screw you and all your sisters.
Jamie hissed between gritted teeth, but I felt her start to relax, and I let go to sit back with an apologetic smile. Chris's grin chased away the worry on his face, and he winked at me.
A generous offer. Too bad the only sisters I have are nuns. Can you move it?
Jamie flexed the arm, and other than a few winces, she breathed out a long, relieved sigh.
Mm-hmm.
Pulling off his flannel overshirt, Chris folded it into a triangle and met my eye. I'll help get a gear off. We don't want a chest rig pushing on his shoulder. Could you look around for some painkillers? Painkillers. Got it. I darted back to the wrecked truck, while Chris bound Jamie's arm up in a sling with his shirt. With all our gear so disorganized, it took me a few seconds to decide where to start. Meds. Crouched in the dark of the armored compartment, I whispered to myself to help sort my cluttered thoughts. I need to find some meds for Jamie, then water, then ammo. Okay, Hannah. Come on, you can do this. Gathering up the backpack, I pawed through each medical kit until I found a little plastic bottle of ibuprofen. It wasn't great, but it would have to do. Next, I picked up all the spare canteens that had flown around in the chaos and dumped them into one of the packs. Lastly, I got on my hands and knees to pull every spare cartridge from the nooks and crannies of the compartment, knowing we might need every round I could find. My headlamp turned out to be under one of the seats, and Chris's AR lay in one corner, its receiver smashed from where a green ammunition can had come down on it. Just seeing the rifle curled nearly in half like a pretzel gave me shivers. If that had been my head, they'd be scraping my brains off the floor mats. Hannah. Chris's voice floated to me from outside.
You good? I shook the thought away and jerked the weapon's magazine loose, adding it to the bulging backpacks looped over my arms.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Back outside, Jamie sat next to Chris on a fallen log, drinking from her own canteen. I let the packs slide off my shoulder and handed the meds to Chris.
Here, I know it's not much, but I looked everywhere and...
You did fine, Hannah. Chris surprised me with a grateful smile, then his eyes shone like sapphire stars. You're a lifesaver. His fingers brushed mine as he took the bottle, and something about that sent a ripple down my spine, tingly and pleasant. Warm, fuzzy static swelled in my brain, and I pulled away to pretend I was inspecting my backpack just to give myself time to think. I'm a lifesaver. Wow. Oh, snap out of it, you starry-eyed moron. He literally gave you the easiest job ever. Blissfully unaware of the tornado he'd spawned in my mind, Chris unscrewed the pill bottle to shake a few little tablets into Jamie's hand. Well, our only radio was in the truck, and judging by its condition, I'd say we're not calling anyone tonight. I figure we're far enough away that our guys won't see a flare, so it looks like we're walking. Jamie popped the pills into her mouth and jerked her thumbs at the cliff.
We've got rope. We could climb back to the top.
Both Chris and I exchanged disbelieving looks. We? I blinked at Jamie and wondered just how hard she'd hit her head.
You can't climb. You pop that arm out again, you'll fall.
She waved me off with her free hand, but I could see the fingers on it trembling, and noted the way Jamie gulped down more water with a nervous eye to the trees.
I'm fine. Just stings a little. Besides, it's not that high.
Chris inspected Jamie's AK in his lap, racking the bolt to check for damage. Yes, it is. You're lucky you didn't land on this, or your spine would have snapped like a twig. Hannah's right. It's not worth the risk. Her shoulders slackened, and Jamie turns to me with a remorseful wince.
So much for an easy up. We'll be fine.
My level of optimism surprised even me, but the strained expression on Jamie's face, the way Chris kept looking over his shoulder into the darkness, made me want to preserve some semblance of normalcy.
Like Chris said, we'll just walk until we're close enough to fire a flare, and then wait for the others to pick us up.
I glanced at Chris, who granted me a small, grateful nod as he adjusted Jamie's chest rig to fit his torso, the AK hanging from his shoulder now. Let's just hope it's as easy as I'm making it sound. Chris squatted next to Jamie and I, unfolding a weathered road map of Barren County, with several markings on it in ink. Alright, so near as I can figure, we're here. He pointed to a small dotted line that I guessed to be the road our truck had fallen from. With a ridgeline all covered in the cliffs on this side, and Elsaw to the east, we're going to have to walk further to our southeast towards Collinswood. If we hug the base of the ridgeline at the way out, we might be able to avoid the worst of whatever's out there. Besides, we don't want to stray too far, since the fault line shift can make navigations by old landmarks impossible.
How long will it take to get back?
I ran my eyes over the faded blue, red, and yellow lines on the map, remembering how easy life had been when I could just use the GPS on my phone to drive anywhere I wanted. Chris's face drew into a stony frown. Oh, for 3 days. That's assuming we don't run into anything else in the process. We haven't had any refugees from the south since the Collinswood massacre, so I can only assume the freaks down here rule the roost now.
We can head for the water and try to boat our way to the northern side.
Jimmy tapped on the spidery channels of a body of water labeled Maple Lake.
That would put us only 12 hours of walking from New Wilderness at the start of the ridgeline. Since we'd be offshore, we'd be safe from the freaks, and it'd save on steps. Where are we gonna get a boat?
Chris stared at the map with an exhausted shake of his head.
There are houses all along the lakeside.
Jamie leaned closer and poked the edge of the blue on the map repeatedly.
My cousin owns a cabin near the gated community by Sunbright. Everyone has at least a cheap canoe or a kayak. All we have to do is get to the lake and we're safe.
Assuming that everyone who lived in those houses didn't think of that already. Chris rubbed his forehead like he too needed a painkiller. Besides, water attracts wildlife. You know that. The odds of us running into something gets better the closer to the lake we go. With a frustrated huff, Jamie turns to me, and Chris waited for my reaction, his arms crossed. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and I tried to bore a hole in the map with my eyes to avoid looking at either of them. Of course they make me pick a side. Come on, Anna, think. You've got to make a choice.
Well,
I scooted closer and drew a deep breath to steady myself.
What if we walk along the ridge, like Chris said, but head north instead of south. That way, if we get close to the lake, we can try to find a boat to cut our walking time down. And if not, at least we'll be closer to New Wilderness instead of going the long way around. Chris and Jamie eyed each other, and I could tell they both were reluctant at the idea. As the least experienced of the three of us, I felt stupid for even having an opinion, but I also didn't want to let either of them down. They were asking for my help, and I wanted to do the best I could. Somewhere, in the distance, a roar cut through the night, and we all jumped, like rabbits waiting for a hawk. Folding out his map, Chris dug into his backpack and held out a spare headlamp to Jamie. "You say your cousin has a boat?" "A fishing boat, yeah." Jamie tugged the light over her tangled hair and drew her Beretta with her good hand. "It should be about 15 miles from here." Chris helped Jamie to her feet and stepped closer to sort through the gear I'd found alongside me. "I guess we're going north, then. With any luck, we can slip by the El Salvatros on the western end of Maple Lake during the night. Let's hope everything between here and there is either dead, sleeping, or stupid." As we trampled through the swampy ground away from the crash site, I found myself looking over my shoulder more and more at the surrounding darkness, icy doubt sinking through my guts. My plan seemed like a good idea when I'd said it, but now that our survival hinged off it, my confidence waned. Jamie had saved my life. Chris, too, and I didn't want to risk theirs over my rough approximation. 3 days out here sounded insane, and Chris's warning about the water stuck in my head like a siren on repeat. If one bear had torn apart our armored truck and killed 3 experienced rangers, what hope could we possibly have if we ran into something worse? My eyes fell on Chris's broad shoulders in front of me, and I furrowed my brow in determination. No turning back now. Sliding my thumb along the grip of my submachine gun, I hefted the sling higher on my shoulder and followed my friends into the gloomy shadows of the south. Part 12. In all my travels with Matt and Carla, I'd never come across darkness quite like this. Even with the partial moonlight, shadows clung to the trees like moss, the gnarled trunks thick and close around the narrow deer trails. Our red lights barely pierced the inky veil for more than a few yards, and every time I turned my back, I could almost feel hundreds of eyes watching us as we wandered through the countryside. Mud squelched under my shoes, and mosquitoes whined in my ears. Minutes stretched into hours, and I wondered constantly how far we'd walked, but didn't want to break the tense silence to ask. 5 minutes in, the forest opened up to reveal vast fields of short, blackened stubble and skeletal dead trees where, according to Chris, wildfires had raged uncontested since there were no firefighters left to stop them. When I asked how he knew, Chris paused long enough to check the army surplus bandage wrapped around the cut on his arm. "Planes," he whispered, trying to keep his voice low and tugging the gauze tighter over his skin. With the breach screwing up electronics in high-altitude zones, they're basically flying bombs full of fuel, and they either crash or LSAW shoots them down. The first 5 days after I landed, I watched 3 different planes drop like flies, and there were fires burning on the horizon every night. Noticing him struggling with the twisted bandage, I dared to sidle closer and smoothed it flat as best I could. "You're a pilot?" Chris nodded, and when my hand brushed his arm, I could have sworn he blushed, though with the red lights of our headlamps, I couldn't be sure. "I flew a helicopter for a charter company based out of Pittsburgh. Somehow I found this place during my last supply run, and Elsa shot me out of the sky. Spent 2 weeks in the woods by myself before I ran into a patrol from New Wilderness. I almost tripped over a rock, both confused and stunned." 2 weeks? How could anyone last that long out here? "It's actually not that hard." Chris pushed aside some thorns with the Kalashnikov, holding them back so Jamie and I could slip by. "Don't make a lot of noise, never cook food where you sleep, hide your scent any way you can, that sort of thing." I thought that the big creatures would be the worst, but turns out they're pretty easy to predict. It's the little buggers, the stuff our size and smaller, that are the most dangerous. We moved into an area where the grass grew tall, almost chest height or more. A few cars rested on the distant gravel road,
ruined hulks with scraps of torn clothing near fly-covered piles of rotting flesh to indicate where their owners had fallen. Far off between the trees, I could sometimes glimpse the reflection of the pale moon off water, and a low hush tickled my ears, like the crashing of waves.
Is that the lake?
I risked tapping Jamie on the shoulder to whisper into her ear. She cocked her head to one side and listened, and the pale skin on her throat bobbed in a nervous swallow.
I don't know. Maple Lake should be miles from here, and it was never big enough for waves.
Our march resumed, and I suppressed a shiver as we tramped along. Did we fall off of the edge of the earth or something? Ahead, Chris stopped, his entire body rigid. I copied him, my eyes on his back, waiting for him to move. He waved down toward the ground and crouched into the concealment of the tall weeds, rifle at the ready. Needles of cold pricked my spine, but I did the same, then crawled beside Jamie to Chris, the three of us staring through the foliage with suspicious eyes. Square and foreign amongst the wispy clouds of fog, the house stood in silence, save for the wind rustling at a loose shutter, the crickets singing in ignorant chorus. A traditional two-story white farmhouse, it had a front porch that boasted a porch swing and the adjacent barn with red paint that peeled like dead skin from a sunburn. The overgrown lawn had bits of loose trash caught in its weedy clutches, and the dark windows gaped without a light to be seen. In the driveway, a red pickup truck with a "Wishin' I Was Fishin'" sticker sat, facing the country road. With a muted click, Chris thumbs down the safety on the Kalashnikov and scans the surrounding area.
Looks empty.
He turned his head to crack his neck in a way that reminded me of Matt, though without the false bravado. I'd say no one's home.
So, they just left their nice, shiny truck.
Jamie gripped her Beretta and eyed the dark windows with a doubtful glare.
They might have scattered the trash to make it look like this place has already been picked over. We should keep moving.
Chris pointed to the truck, his eyes jumping back and forth from it to the house. See the grass up here on the tires? It hadn't moved in a while. They either had a second car and already left it, or didn't make it out. Goosebumps rose on my skin at the implication of those words, and I checked behind us just to be sure nothing had followed.
Do we have to go in there?
We need cover. He squinted for a moment against the shadows, and Chris seemed to convince himself that the building was in fact empty. If we barricade ourselves inside and wait till morning, we can move in sunlight. Less chance of getting lost, less freaks to run into. Besides, there might be stuff in there we could use. On that, I had to agree. Our supplies were pitiful, since the tumble from the cliff had managed to throw most of our gear and rations into oblivion, and we only had enough food to last a day at best. Drinking water was hardly any better, since, despite the canteens strapped to our sides and our packs, we'd gone through much of it in the hike through the forest. We needed to hide, to rest, and if possible, to scrounge something more to help us along. I shifted on the balls of my feet and tried to stretch a cramp in one of my calves. Maybe he's right. At least we'd be inside, away from all this. Who knows? Maybe the shower in there still works. Jamie ground her teeth and leaned on her good elbow to throw Chris a disapproving frown.
Puppets love places like this. There could be a dozen holed up in there. Or speaker crabs, or a brain shredder, not to mention an LSAR recon patrol. I know, Jamie.
Chris's tone held some bite to it, and I eyed the bandage on his arm, wondering how much his wound bothered him. He'd never snapped at either of us before. But we need to rest. We planned on a quick op, which means now that it's multi-day, we've got to reset our sleep schedule, or we'll be exhausted come nightfall tomorrow. Jamie hesitated, her eyes searching his face, as if waiting for something that never came. Instead, she sighed and avoided her gaze with a curt nod.
Okay, I'll take point.
Chris shook his head, but Jamie waved her pistol on the grass.
Come on, at least let me do that. I'm not broken, I can still shoot. And if it really is empty, then you've got nothing to worry about.
His glare told me that Chris would rather have argued, but he let both shoulders slacken in defeat and turns to me. Red lights till we get there, white lights inside. We clear the rooms. You watch our back. If I tell you to run, you do it. Understand?
Having zero doubt in my abilities to run like a maniac the first time something jumped out at me, I nodded. Sure. Behind the others, I crept forward and pressed myself to the wall of the farmhouse like a soldier in a black and white documentary. Chris and Jamie led the way, casting tense glances over their shoulders with every step. Part of me was glad I wasn't the first one going in, as my brief room-clearing lessons with Jamie had taught me that the first man in the door usually died. The other part of me felt 10 times worse for having to watch the rear, since I would be the only thing standing between my friends and the unknown. If I failed, missed a movement in the grass, or a shadow in the trees, we could all die in seconds. Flexing my fingers on the grip of my submachine gun, I pushed the little selector switch to auto and stared down the sights at the woods behind us. Finger off the trigger, both eyes open. Scan your sector. You can do this. You can do this. Come on. At the porch, Chris moved from the wall to stand in front of the ricket door. His boots met the wood and splintered it, the front door flying open. In a flash, Chris flicked the Kalashnikov's flashlight on and charged to the threshold. Jamie went hot on his heels, and I stopped inside the door to crouch, facing out into the night. 1001. The floorboard creaked somewhere behind me, and I fought the urge to spin around and check. I had to trust Chris and Jamie to watch my back, like they were trusting me to watch theirs. 1002. Jamie whispered something inaudible to Chris, and a door squealed open on rusted hinges. 1003. I opened my eyes as wide as I could and tried to suck in any amount of light or movement from the outside. Crickets chirped from the bushes, the tall grass swayed in the breeze, and an owl swooped through the treetops near the barn.
Clear.
Jamie called in a shushed voice from the darkness. My muscles turned to butter, and I let out a long breath. Standing, I jammed the front door shut as best I could and allowed myself to turn around. I stood in a dusty living room, an open kitchen to my left, decorated with a brown wooden table surrounded by 4 chairs and a retro-style yellow refrigerator. A soft-looking gray couch and modest black TV occupied the living room, and though much of the furniture bore chips and scratches in the finish, it had the homey feel of a place that had been lived in for years. Pictures smiled back at me from the walls above the fireplace. A bearded man in his mid-40s, a round-faced blonde woman of similar age, and 2 little girls holding a golden retriever between them on the porch, the American flag hanging in the background. A pink bicycle helmet lay by the ruined front door, along with 2 baseball bats, a dog leash, and a pair of polka-dot roller skates. A deep, painful melancholy tugged at my heart, and I knelt to pick one of the skates up. So small. Did they take turns on the porch, since there's no concrete anywhere close? Was one better at it than the other? It reminded me a lot of my house in Louisville, with its various imperfections brought on by years of spilled glasses, dropped items, and rearranged furniture bumping into walls. This place had been their safe haven, their tiny wooden-floored piece of the American dream, and now it was a nightmare. The white gleam of my headlamp caught a flash of red, and I stiffened. Guys, there's... I know. Jamie shone her light at it. Her head hung low. We saw. A dried, rusty red pool lay near the center of the living room, with smears and dribbles leading into the hallway, and up a steep set of stairs. It started near one of the living room windows, which had been smashed inward, and the glass mixed with the blood in square, crystalline chunks. Several spent plastic shotgun shells lay in the narrow hallway, and followed them in sinister long strides were dozens of muddy, reptilian tracks, with slashes on the wall to show where the beasts had pulled themselves through the gap with their claws. They were huge, each track the size of an extra-large pizza, and some almost resembled knuckles, as if the creatures walked on their fists like gorillas. Birch crawlers. Chris pointed the AK down the hall, his shoulders hunched. Likely a few younger males scouting for that pack. You think they're still here? I stared at the blood, wondering how long someone would last after losing what looked like gallons all over the scratched hardwood floorboards. Crawlers always come back to the site of a good kill. Jamie glanced over her shoulder in reflex, her face sheet white. Chris reached up to switch his headlamp to its brightest setting and headed for the stairs. Stick close. Each stair-step creaked and groaned under my shoes with dry complaint, and I gritted my teeth, my heart pounding.
Mud and blood were crusted all over the dark oak woodwork, and I passed a smeary handprint on the wall, as if someone had tried to steady themselves on a desperate flight upwards. Another red shotgun shell lying in the corner of the step. I could almost hear it in my mind. The screams of the wife and girls as they ran, smelled the burned cordite from the 12-gauge, and felt the shudder of the floor as the monsters hauled themselves up the stairs with a rabid glee. I imagined the agonized groans of the man as he dragged himself upward, terrified of what pursued him, but desperate to defend what fled ahead of him. Maybe they escaped. Maybe they jumped out a window, ran to a car, and sped off. Maybe they... A foul, sour odor hit me full in the face as I crested the top of the stairs, and I forced back a gag. A man lay with his remaining arm stretched towards the end of a narrow hallway. Blood and dried clumps of flesh spattered everywhere. His bones gleamed yellow in the light of my headlamp, and shredded purple muscles hung from his shattered torso, the stump of his spine protruding where the lower back should have been. I could taste his sickly sweet rot on the back of my tongue, the stench heavy in the air, and flies hummed with macabre delight all around his wounds. A shotgun sat not far off, its pump racked to the rear, empty, with half a dozen empty shells lying around the floor, broken shards of bone, and a lone finger that still bore a gold wedding band stuck to the greasy floorboards, and his eyes stared down the hallway with hazy, sightless mourning. Next to him, a horrendous grey mound of smooth skin curled up with rigor mortis, the elongated head arched back from where a shotgun blast had finished it off, gooey black viscera sprayed across the wall. Another had died, a few feet further into the landing, both with long reptilian skulls shaped like fallen logs, eyeless, the backs of their heads ringed with twinge-like fringes forming a macabre crown. They bore wicked curved claws on their feet, the forelegs more muscled and ape-like than the rear ones, and neither creature had a tail. One of them had a child's shoe hanging from its jagged teeth. I clapped one hand to my mouth and shut my eyes tight. No. Told you. Jamie's eyes watered, though I suspected it wasn't all from the stench, and she turned her head away from the dead man. There's a reason we never get any radio calls from this side of the ridge. Ignoring her, Chris knelt by the man and produced a set of blue latex gloves from his war belt, which he tugged over his fingers. It's an old kill, few days at least. See how the blood's clotted? And there's a mold starting on the freaks. Doesn't matter. Jamie paced back and forth to check down the stairs. We're in their hunting grounds. We should leave, now. With the care of a bomb technician, Chris picked through the shirt pockets of the dead man and found nothing. Crawlers range for miles. With a kill this old, they could be halfway across the county by now. Or a few miles away. Glowering at him, Jamie blinked as a tear made it past her eye and pointed to the dead man in bitterness. This was a stupid idea. We should never have... Everyone froze, and I swung my head to look down the narrow, shadowy hallway. 3 doors lined it, one on the left, and a third at the end of the corridor, facing me. The door hung on twisted hinges, the wood scarred with claw marks and shards of moonlight pouring through the gap. Again it came, a wet collision of something dense and soft falling to woodwork that made my bowels convulse in primal dread. Chris never took his eyes off the door and raised a gloved finger to point back the way we'd come. Get behind me. Any other time, Jamie would have stood nose to nose, arguing with someone who told her to take second place. But this time, she did as she was told. The pistol in her hand shook like a leaf. Jamie's breath coming in short, shallow draws. And the way she shuffled close to Chris, like he was a shield, sent chills down my back. My knees almost knocked together, and I swiveled my head to look behind me. Nothing, save for shadows, blood, and muddy monster tracks. I want to go home. I want to wake up in my bed and have this all be a dream. I want to go home. Summoning all my willpower, I put one foot in front of the other and trailed Jamie down the hallway. Pausing by the door, the 3 of us waited, listening.
the sound just on the other side of the shattered door, Chris drew a shaky breath and stepped back. I nudged the selector switch on my gun to auto and swallowed hard. The door caved in, and I dove through the gap between the other two. Down the sights of my submachine gun, a burst of black soared through the air, and my brain screamed at me to pull the trigger. Noise erupted against my eardrums, shocking and loud in this tomb-like place. Everything blurred by in an avalanche of color under our white lights, and I tasted blood on the air. I can't see. It's moving too fast. Where did it go? I can't see what it is. What is it? In the next second, 3 fat crows flew out a nearby broken window, cawing in alarm. A few ebony feathers drifted to the floor in their wake, among the dust, mold, and broken glass. Everything in the room had been ripped apart, the bed overturned, the wardrobe tipped over, the dresser smashed to splinters. But aside from that, it all stood in eerie silence. Chris's shoulders slumped, and he let out a long sigh. Clear. I lowered my Type 9, and relief flooded through me. So sweet I wanted to cry. No monsters. We could relax for a while, maybe wait until sunrise, and then... The beam of light from my headlamp reflected off something grayish-white, and all my hopes were dashed. The woman had obviously tried to barricade the door, broken pieces of a chair and a snapped golf club lying next to her torn body. Her stomach lay ripped open, the ropey guts strewn out from where the crows had gorged themselves, bits of skin thrown everywhere. Like an eggshell under some immense weight, her head had been crushed, and the woman's lower jaw was missing. All that remained being a ragged, bloody hole in her throat. Gnats and flies heaved inside her wounds, with a degenerate hum of wings, accompanied by a carpet of wriggling white maggots that bored miniature tunnels through the decaying flesh. Nearby, a little leg stuck out from under the overturned bedstead, swollen and motionless, in a swathe of dried blood. A hazy eyeball lay discarded near the window, likely dropped by the crows, with torn optic nerves still spiderwebbed over the back of the greasy orb. On the other end of the upside-down bed, a matted, bloody clump of brown hair ended in a tiny braid, with a unicorn hair barrette clipped among the tresses. Something tightened in my chest, a harsh, painful twist that wouldn't stop, and I blinked hard at tears that welled in my eyes. I'd known that people had died. Jamie told me as much on my first day, but I'd never really seen it up close. Not fresh. Not like this. Kit didn't stand a chance. Jamie wiped at her eyes at the foot of the overturned bed. The evil freaks didn't even bother to eat her. They just killed for no reason. Chris walked around her and peered down at the dead girls, his face a mask of stone. They had a reason. See the blood smears on the walls, floors. They dragged the girls from under the bed, killed them with the mother, then stashed them back in their original hiding spot. It wasn't random. It was deliberate. Exactly. Jamie glanced at the dead mother and holstered her Beretta. They enjoy being cruel. The soulless creeps hate us. They don't hate us. Chris nudged at a gouge in the floor with his boot, the splinters of oak still damp with crimson splashes. They don't feel emotions like we do. This was strategic on their part, eliminating competition, establishing territory, storing food. I couldn't help but gape at him, stunned, both by Chris's callous words. You'd think he was talking about ants in the kitchen. Her green eyes afire with emotion. Jamie spun on her heel to jab a finger in his face. Is this some kind of twisted nature hike to you? Who cares what they feel? They're monsters. What kind of psycho? Survival. Chris stepped to be nose to nose with her, and his impassive look slipped into a frown that teased with growing anger. That's what this is to me, Jamie. Crawlers can recognize behavioral patterns. They knew where to look for the girls, because they understood that we always hide the little ones first. All they know is survival. And if we want to beat them, we have to think that way too. Jamie opened her mouth to reply, but swayed a little on her feet and brought a hand to her forehead with a grimace of pain. My eyes met Chris's gaze, and his anger seems to melt into concern. That's why she's being so combative.
It's your head, isn't it?
I pulled the canteen from my belt and offered it to her.
Here, maybe you should sit down and...
With another barely concealed stumble, Jamie waved me off and marched back out the door into the hall.
I'm fine, okay? It's nothing. Look, you guys do whatever you want, but I'm not staying up here with them.
Left alone with Chris, I cradled my submachine gun under my arm and found his sky blue irises on me once again.
So, what now? Are we seriously staying here tonight?
Chris shrugged off his pack, leaned the AK against it, and pulled a wadded-up sheet from the bed. No, Jamie was right. We'll have to move on, since there's a food cache here for the crawlers. There's no telling when they'll be back, but we can't take that chance. He draped the bloody sheet across the mother's corpse and tucked it in around her shattered limbs with a gentleness that surprised me. Chris smoothed what remained of the woman's hair along her broken skull and crossed her arms over her chest, keeping every part of himself away from the blood, save for his gloves. Catching my stare, Chris jerked his head at the little foot that stuck out from under the bed. They belong beside their mother and father. You don't have to watch if you don't want to. I looked into his eyes, saw the pain, the weariness, and a sadness barely masked by a rigid poker face that had enraged Jamie so much. It reminded me of the way all the old veterans looked during our school assembly for Veterans Day. A distant somberness that made him appear so much older than he likely was. It occurred to me that perhaps Chris had never really been the same person after those 2 weeks alone in the wild. Certainly not if this sort of carnage had been the norm. How many bodies had he seen? How many ruined houses, abandoned cars, and falling airplanes? All of it he'd experienced alone, and he'd accepted it. Not this time. My backpack slid over my shoulders, and I slung my submachine gun over one shoulder to kneel beside him. Show me what I need to do. The corners of Chris's mouth almost curled into a tiny smile, and he handed me another set of latex gloves from his bag. Rule number 1, never touch the bodies without gloves. They can smell it on you, and you might as well wear a dinner bell after that. Rule number 2, don't leave anything with your scent on it. Crawlers are blind and rely mostly on hearing and smell. So once they get your scent, they'll track you to the ends of the earth. I helped him lift the bedstand and watched with a rolling stomach as Chris reached under it to pull the first dead child free. Pausing with the mangled pile of bones and flesh at his feet, Chris picked up a blood-smeared hairband and pressed it into one little lifeless hand. And rule number 3, never assume they can't be beaten. Every new creature out here is learning about this world just like we are, and they make mistakes. All you have to do to survive is tricking them into doing more than you. We gathered the remains of the man from the hall and laid him beside his wife and daughters. Chris piled the wood from the broken furniture on the bodies and emptied a small bottle of lighter fluid from his pack onto a spare sock from one of the dresser drawers. This he tossed into the pile, along with another dousing of butane. We both shed our gloves, which Chris bagged into a plastic Ziploc baggie to take with us, and stepped back. I stood, silent, alongside him, the two of us staring down at the forlorn remains. For the record, Chris let out a muffled cough, and I turned to see him blinking hard, his strong veneer beginning to crack. It does bother me. I try not to. It's okay. My chest swarmed with nervous butterflies, and I dared to shift a little closer to him. You don't have to explain yourself to me. I get it. He met my gaze, and Chris's stoic expression softened into a grateful smile, momentary emotion glistening in his eyes. Thanks, Hannah. My heart did somersaults in my chest as I drank that side in, a pleasant tingle in my guts. Good God, he was handsome. The moonlight from the window behind him highlighting Chris's rugged jawline, his muscled shoulders, his pearly white teeth. Despite the awful smell of death in the room and the horrible circumstances which had brought us there, in that moment, I wanted nothing more than to stand there and exist in his orbit for just a little while longer. I wonder what it would be like to... A flicker of movement in the window chased the fledgling thought from my mind and replaced the warmth in my chest with creeping dread. Just beyond the yard outside the house, the tall grass parted in several places, like dark, moving slashes on the swaying ocean of green. Even in the dim light of the moon, I could see the high angles of forelegs as they stalked through the vegetation. The serpentine heads hung low, their back legs buried in the concealment of the field. Half a dozen, no, a dozen figures slunk toward the house, and something in the back of my mind already seems to know what they were. Crawlers always come back to the site of a good kill. I tried to scream, to stutter a warning, but before I could, a long, clawed limb reached through the window and hoisted a huge, gray shadow into the room. Part 13. Out of reflex, I grabbed Chris by the arm and threw myself backward. We landed side by side on the floor in a heap as the birch crawler snapped at our heels. Its huge, long-shaped head thrashed to squeeze the rest of the way into the house. Somewhere downstairs, glass shattered, and Jamie screamed, a pistol going off in rapid succession. More roars echoed outside, and the blood in my veins cooled to glacial levels. They were tracking us all along. Chris tried to reach for the AK, but the crawler caught his boot with one of its jagged teeth and dragged him across the floor. Time slowed, every breath coming in and out of my lungs pushed by strained, panicked muscles. Cold steel pressed against my palms, the leather strap sliding from my shoulder. The selector switch on my Type 9 clicked. Stubby, homemade iron sights floated into my field of vision and rested over the black abyss of the crawler's open throat. Fire spat from the barrel of my submachine gun, and the crawler arched back its head in a shriek of pain. Spotting Chris's discarded lighter on the floor, I snatched it up, thumbed the striker, and a tiny flame burst to life. With a desperate throw, I hurled the little Zippo into the small pile of corpses. Flames licked over the pyre, lighting up the room in a bizarre dance of orange and red-lined shadows. The crawlers writhed in agony, smashing what remained of the room to pieces, and the shoelace of Chris's boot snapped. "Come on, we gotta move." Now freed from the monster's jaws, Chris hauled me to my feet and grabbed his gear to dash out the door on my heels. Wood splintered, glass crunched, and all through the house the roar of the crawlers echoed. They seemed to be everywhere, climbing the sides of the house like cats, and slithering into the downstairs through every unbarred opening in the decrepit structure. Behind me, Chris spun to empty the rifle into the door we'd come from, the shots enough to make my ears ring in shrill chorus. Jamie, where are you?" "I'm here. I'm okay. Don't leave me." The figure dashed over the top of the stairs, her smoking pistol in one hand, and I caught Jamie's wild-eyed stare as she ran almost face-first into us. "They're coming up the stairs." "We can't stay here. That guy tried, and his family died for it." In a panic, I shoved through a door on my right and stumbled into a secondary bedroom. Chris led Jamie through and slammed the door shut. A low growl rumbled just on the other side of the white-paned pine boards. "This won't hold. We need an exit, now." Much smaller than the master bedroom we'd been in before, this room boasted 2 bunk beds, the walls decorated in pink and white paint. Hand-drawn pictures hung from the wall on narrow strips of scotch tape, depicting stick figures holding hands in front of a house. I could just imagine how much it would have frustrated their mother, the tape peeling flakes of paint off her nice, clean walls, but not enough for her to take the pictures down and crush her daughter's spirits. A plush brown teddy bear lay discarded by the lowest bunk bed, reminding me of a stuffed rabbit I'd had as a young girl named Ruffles. Had their father made him dance and sing songs right before bedtime as well? In some ways, it could have almost been a snapshot of my early childhood, save for the bunk beds, the copious amounts of pink paint, and the scraping of predatory claws on the door. Their parents probably told them that monsters weren't real, that there was nothing in the closet, under the bed, or outside their window. They believed they were safe. They went to sleep because they knew Mommy and Daddy would chase the monsters away. "This way." Jimmy broke me from a horrified trance and darted for the other window in the room. "It's not that far. We can jump and run for the water." Through the moldy glass, my eyes took in the 2-story fall to the ground.
What if we hurt ourselves and can't run? Chris loaded another magazine into the AK and racked the bolt as the door began to buckle under the weight of the crawler's attacks. We're out of options. You two go. I'm right behind you. No matter how many of those things there were outside the door, I didn't want to leave him. It ached in my chest, a primal desire to stay and make sure Chris got out, even if I had to hold the door shut with my bare hands. But I also knew that out there, on her own, with one bad arm and a pistol, Jamie would be a sitting duck. She needed me too. I climbed out the window, bracing myself against the ledge, and sucked in a breath. It's so high. When you hit the ground, keep your feet together and don't lock your knees. Jamie stood behind me, ready to follow. Land on the balls of your feet and roll. It'll keep you from breaking a leg. Every tendon in my body tensed at that possibility. Come on, Hannah. Be brave for those little girls. I threw myself off the ledge, feet kicking in the air. Wind rushed past my face, and the grass shot up at me. My heels came together, and the earth slammed into them. I collapsed onto my butt, rolled over in a backwards somersault, and landed face down in the damp, grassy yard. The arches of my feet stung, the wind had been knocked out of me, and I'd smacked my left elbow off the stock of my submachine gun hard enough that the entire arm tingled. However, there was no rush of shooting pain from my legs, no rending of bones or flesh, both my legs still intact. Ow! Jamie rolled to her knees a few yards away and shook blades of grass from her tangled blonde hair. You good? Struggling to my feet, I looked up in time to see a crawler bound out of the dark to my right, its gray skin shimmering in the patchy moonlight. I brought my gun up and squeezed the trigger. Shots rang into the night, the staccato flash of each shot turning the shadows into a shutter-stop nightmare. The bolt of my submachine gun rammed home on an empty magazine, and I watched the jaws of the beast open wide not 5 yards away. The sinewy forelegs of the creature coiled to strike. From above, a lone dark figure plummeted down onto the freak's neck, the impact throwing both of them to the ground. Chris groaned where he lay in the grass with sluggish movements, and the crawler flopped with similar levels of brain fog. My fingers slipped on the smooth, cold metal of another magazine, and I reloaded with arms that felt like they were made of cookie dough. Running up to the beast, I pulled the bolt back and held down the trigger to send a long, fiery burst into its eyeless skull, dark black blood splattering my pant legs. Burned cordite and coppery blood stank in the air around me. Both ears hummed with muffled rings, and my throat rubbed dry as a cotton ball with exertion. My heart raced, and sweat made my clothes stick to me in a heavy layer of soaked fabric. All internal systems working on pure adrenaline. The crawler went into a spasm, twitched, and fell silent, even as more slithered from the house windows like eels in a coral reef. They've got our scent now. I grabbed Chris's wrist, and Jamie yanked on the other to get him up. The three of us dashed towards the southern tree line in a headlong flight. Mud splashed my legs, the submachine gun clanked off my hip, and tall grass slapped at my face. Cobwebs clogged in my hair, birds scattered in my path, and hundreds of eyes glowed in the light of my headlamp, surprised at our sudden plunge through the darkness. We had to find a way out, a safe place, a hiding spot, something. I could hear them bounding through the crunchy underbrush with their long limbs, the crawlers perfectly adapted for this strange new world. My side began to hurt, each gasp making the cramp worse, but at last I caught the gleam of moonlight off the water. There! Almost as soon as I had said it, my feet plunged into icy water. The three of us lurched to a stop as we broke through the last of the brush. In spite of the monsters being right on our tail, I couldn't help but stare in shock. The water stretched out for miles, some trees and small islets poking from its dark surface, and the only land I could see on the other side was a thin, dark strip on the far horizon. Rolling waves lapped at our boots' tips, and no usual ring of sand or mud greeted my eyes along the shoreline, merely submerged plants. A strange rock in the water a few hundred yards to my left confirmed my suspicions, as I realized that it had too many right angles to be a regular stone. A house. That's the roof of another farmhouse. The lake is getting bigger. More underbrush cracked behind us, and Chris swore under his breath, limping on his left leg in a small circle to aim the AK at the forest. We're boxed in. Jamie fumbled with her belt to replace the magazine in her Beretta.
Maybe we can swim it.
Swim to where? Chris growled, his eyes flickering wildly back and forth over the nearby trees. There's nowhere to go. I scanned the shoreline, praying to whatever gods might exist, and squinted against the gloom. A gleam poked out of the dark, and my jaw went slack with joy.
A boat. There's a boat. Look.
It listed to one side on the water, the ship's bow stuck in a mess of branches from a half-submerged tree, the white paint covered in algae. From its lone mast, the sail drooped in tatters. I couldn't see any signs of life on board, but the moonlight's glint off the helmsman's compartment gave me all the hope I needed. Just a little further. I broke into the best run I could manage, with Chris and Jamie in tow, the three of us slogging through mud and water toward the stranded craft. Like leopards on the prowl, the crawlers looped through the trees around us, sometimes visible, other times just out of sight in the darkness. They didn't need to see us to continue the chase. They could smell our fear, sense the static electricity of our beating hearts, feel our footsteps on the ground, hear our labored breathing. We were foreigners to this wilderness, aliens to the dark world without the light of mankind, while they were the children of it. They would catch us, rip into us while we were still alive, and drag our broken bodies to their gore-covered lair for storage. Sucking in another lungful of clammy air, I screwed both eyes shut and dug deep for one last burst of energy. No, I'm not dying like that. No way. Water rushed up my leg, and I opened my eyes to find the boat looming closer as we waded in. Something wriggled under my shoe to swim away. Other scales and fins brushed my legs as they darted past, but I didn't have time to care what they might be. We needed to get to that boat and get as far away from this place as possible. With fingers interlaced to form a step, I boosted Jamie over the side, and she pulled me up. Both of us had to drag Chris on board, his weight easily twice my own. Find something to push it with. His muddy boots slipped on the wooden deck. Chris ran to throw tangled nets and broken fishing rods aside in a frantic search. Oars, poles, something to get us offshore. We all turned towards the inquisitive sound, just as a greasy, moldy-haired head poked around the corner of the helm, white eyes peering at us with a big Cheshire grin. You've got to be kidding me. Jamie raised her pistol and fired. The wide-eyed head jerked backwards, a spray of gooey black blood left in its wake. Wet hands and feet slapped on the deck boards, shrieks echoed from the below deck, and roars called back from the forest. Crawlers bounded out of the woods in the shallow water, while puppets swarmed into the night from the guts of the boat, their wooden teeth bared in primal rage. It had been days since I'd last seen one, but everything came rushing back from that first night. All the terror, the unknown, the despair. Once again, I was surrounded, and there was no electric dog whistle to save me now. I'll get the engine going. Jamie advanced toward the cockpit, the Beretta dancing in her hand as it spat rounds. Just keep them off me. Hannah, cover her. Chris shouldered the Kalashnikov to fire in short bursts at the oncoming horde from the woods. I'll handle these guys. Stumbling after Jamie, I followed her to the other side of the helmsman's compartment, stepping around the still twitching bodies of the puppets. Jamie shot a male puppet point blank in the face, and he tumbled down the steps leading below decks into a morass of white eyes that surged up at us like a tide.
Keep them busy while I get us moving.
I stood there at the top of the steep steps, the hellish crowd illuminating in the flicker of my dying headlamp. They looked just like us, save for the moldy greenish black hair, the grey skin, and black scabs on their numerous cuts. Shooting them would be the closest I'd ever come to killing a person. And yet, if I didn't, they would drag me down with those grimy fingers they had pressed to the walls, chew my skin with their square wooden teeth, and drink my blood down their hoarse-rotten throats. With every flicker, they heaved closer, climbing over each other to get at me, their macabre screams and grins a strange parody of human emotion. Pulling the bolt on my gun to the rear, I slid another loaded magazine into the receiver and sighted in. Gotta use short, controlled bursts, just like in training. My bullets swept over the mass of faces, cutting them down like an invisible scythe. I shut my brain off, pushed out everything else, and focused on the cold metal of the trigger, the buck of every 9mm round as it left the short barrel, and the flash of fire that lit up the puppets just before they died. Many got close, one landing with his arm outstretched mere inches from my right leg, face frozen in a desperate snarl. When the bolt clacked on empty, I dropped the mag and reloaded another, over and over, the canvas bandolier on my chest growing lighter by the minute. The boat rocked, and a cloud of smoke rose from somewhere in the stern, but the water began to glide past us. Way to go, Jamie. My concentration broke for only a moment, and just like that, the puppet leapt from the dark. We flew to the deck. The back of my head bounced off one of the weathered boats, and stars exploded in front of my eyes. My gun fell with a dull clank just out of reach as smoke curled from its hot barrel. I struggled, but couldn't think straight. Dazed from the fall, any punches against his dense flesh had no effect, and the creature pinned me with surprising strength. Chipped fingernails clawed at my shirt, skin, and hair, foul breath engulfing my face. A high, piercing shriek hurt my ears, and any bravery I had drained into ice-cold despair. The puppet leaned close, his teeth bared, one hand pressing my head back to expose my throat. Peg-shaped teeth brushed my neck for an instant, and the freak went flying to the side. Jamie landed another hard kick to his greasy head and pressed the Beretta to the puppet's hair. Thick, lukewarm clumps splashed over my face, and I fought a wave of nausea. Bringing my hands to my neck, I dug my fingers through the thick, scummy drool and probed for a bite. Nothing. Nothing except for my own smooth skin.
You alright?
Jamie crouched to be face level with me, her eyes checking me for wounds.
Did he get you?
I spat to keep from gagging and tugged at my shirt to wipe the drool, blood, and little flecks of what looked like wood chips from my face.
I'm fine, I think.
Is that all of them? She paused and craned her neck to eye the stairs to the lower deck, which lay covered in a stack of bodies.
I'd say so. I'll go down and clear it once we get further from shore.
My ears rang, the night quiet once more, with no more gunshots and the frustrated roars of the crawlers growing more and more distant. Waves lapped against the sides of the boat. Its propeller hummed along under the waves, and the mast creaked in its fittings. Over. It was over. At least for now. Swiping at my neck again, I shuddered at the disgusting rubbery sludge that clotted under my fingernails. Well, it's official. I will never eat Jell-O again. Nervous, I glanced at Jamie, holding up my hand with its coat of greenish-gray goo.
Their bites don't, do anything, right?
She pulled a bandana from one of the cargo pockets of her khakis and helped clean me up, still searching my skin for any signs of something wrong.
No, puppets don't work like that. They can carry a ton of bacteria in their mouth, though, so you're lucky he didn't sink his teeth into you. The only time we've heard of people turning into puppets is when something like an echo spider catches them, and even then, the spider just feeds off them until they're dead.
Gross. Exhausted, I shut my eyes and leaned my head back against the boat's rail, my entire body spent from the ordeal.
That sucked. I can't believe we...
In my mind, a horrible realization clicked into place, like a missing puzzle piece. It was quiet. Too quiet.
Where's Chris?
I sat bolt upright and scanned the shadowy deck for him, only to find more limp puppets dead in their own blood. Jamie's eyes widened in horror, and we both scrambled to our feet. I barely had time to snatch my gun from the deck before Jamie took off toward the bow at a sprint. Both feet shuffled in unsteady steps beneath me, my energy level set an all-time low, and a lump rose on the back of my head. The headlamp I wore had gone out, and the only thing lighting my way was the blue rays of moonlight, covered in puppet corpses. The deck reeked of decay, and I could taste it on the back of my tongue from the air, sickly sweet. My ears rang, every limb stiff and sore, but I pushed through the cramping muscles to stumble for the front of the boat, hoping with every step that I wouldn't find what I feared we would. Part 14. Dashing through the shadows, I collided with Jamie and had to grab hold of the small lifeboat to right myself. She didn't move, didn't say anything, and I only had to look down to figure out why.
Snagged in the bent aluminum railing on the prow, a gnarled gray crawler claw hung limp, the deck covered in shiny brass casings. Jamie's AK lay next to the lifeboat, its bolt locked to the rear on an empty magazine. 3 more rifle magazines were scattered around the weathered boards, along with generous splashes of sticky black blood and a few horrifying spatters of human red. It looked like a miniature war had been fought on the deck, with enough claw marks in the fiberglass to show that the beasts had gotten close, maybe even climbed on board before meeting their demise. Chris was nowhere to be seen. Jamie stared, as if she were made of stone, mouth halfway open like she wanted to scream, but couldn't. I fought for a breath, tried to make sense of what I was looking at, even though my brain refused to accept it. No. I ran to the railing and looked down into the water. The crawler trailed behind the ship, its blood seeping out like an oil in the cold water. Its long-shaped head rested in an odd angle against the algae-covered hull, bullet holes pockmarked across its bark-like hide. Wedged in its lower jaw, I caught a flash of steel in the moonlight and realized that Chris's knife remained jammed into the beast's throat. My eyes caught something pale in the water, and I almost screamed. Black cloth floated in the waves, mousy brown hair with it, the body wedged between the crawler's head and the prow. His pale skin shone in the dim moonlight, but Chris wasn't moving.
He's down here.
The word surprised me, but I turned to Jamie and pointed over the railing with a shaking finger.
Jamie, he's in the water.
Broken from her horrified trance, Jamie rushed to grab a nearby coil of rope, which she started to wind around her waist and legs in a makeshift harness.
It must have dragged him in. Tie me off to the winch by the mast. When I say so, reel us up.
She slid her arm out of its sling, and I caught the pained wince on her face. With her shoulder as bad as it was, there would be no way for Jamie to get Chris out, much less climb down there in the first place. The second to last thing I wanted to do was go near that crawler, even if it was dead, and get into the eerie, dark water. But the last thing I wanted was to lose Chris.
I'll go.
I snatched the rope from her before she could argue, and cinched it around my hips, heart pounding 1,000,000 miles a minute.
Tell me what to do.
Jamie picked up the opposite end of the rope with her good arm and ran for the helm.
Climb down and get his head above the water.
Gripping the bent railing, I swung both legs over the side and dropped onto the crawler's arm. My sore muscles screamed at the sudden jolt, and every finger wanted to slide off the wet skin of the crawler, but I dug my fingernails in until they bled. The creature's cement gray skin reminded me of pliable tree bark, smooth and tough, but stank like a snake I'd held in a science fair once. Thick, inky blood smeared on my clothes and skin as I clambered down, but in spite of it all, I went on, my only thought about the boy in the water below. Chris lay within arm's reach, and I reached over to grab a fistful of his brown hair so his face would break the water's edge. Both his eyes were shut, his lips slightly agape, water trickling out in a way that made my brain shriek in panic. How long has he been here? A white nylon rope swooped down from the sky and smacked me in the face.
Get it under his arms. Hurry!
Jamie called from above, and I planted both feet against the slippery hull to push my back against the dead crawler with all my might. Chris slid loose, and I dragged him by his hair, wrapping both arms around his torso. He didn't move, didn't breathe, and my heart sank like a stone.
Pull us up.
I looped the rope around the two of us, shivering in the cool air, but too afraid to be miserable. Somewhere above me, an electric whine cut through the night, and the rope tightened around Chris and I. The water fell away, and Jamie's hand appeared from overhead to help drag us aboard, the two of us lugging Chris onto the deck with desperate grunts. Both Chris's eyes were shut, and a fresh gouge ran over his right eye and down to his ear, which bore a significant nick in his upper lobe. His new wilderness uniform shirt was a sea of black gore, with more than a few tears in it. But worst of all, his chest didn't move in the usual life-giving rhythm it needed.
He's not breathing.
I dug the taut rope from my side, doing my best to stay calm, though that was a fool's errand at this point.
Jamie, what do we do?
She flipped Chris onto his back and tore the deflated chest rig off his body as fast as the buckles would come undone.
You do compressions. I'll give him air. Do not stop. Understand?
Pump as hard as you can. Interlacing my hands over Chris's broad sternum, I locked my elbows and rammed downward over and over, willing him to move with all the strength I had left. Water gurgled out of his nose and mouth with each thrust of my palms, but still, Chris didn't move. Jamie sat beside his head, cradling it in her lap, and pressed 2 fingers to Chris's neck. She waited and chewed at her lower lip with ferocious anxiety. God, if you exist, I'm begging you, please don't do this. Not now. Her eyes widened, and Jamie swore under her breath with an emotion-choked gasp. There's no pulse. Ice flooded through my veins, and Jamie leaned down to tilt Chris's head back, pinching his nose to blow air into his mouth. I continued to lean on his chest with the motions of an oil-field pump jack, my arms aching, but I knew that if I let up, it was over. Jamie's green eyes swam with tears, and she checked for his pulse again.
Come on, wake up. Come on, you pretentious fool, wake up.
But she didn't seem to feel anything, and once again, bent to give him 2 more breaths. A muscle in my back cramped, but I shoved through the pain to keep pushing at Chris's chest. Seconds felt like hours, and my own tears brimmed in my eyes. It wasn't supposed to be this way. This wasn't how things were meant to go. I'd barely gotten a chance to know Chris. He'd been nice, dashing, kind. He didn't deserve to die this way. Jamie sniffled and hung her head. There's no pulse, Hannah. Shut up. I shook my head and pumped harder, a gorge of emotion rising in my chest.
No, give him more air. We have to. He's gone.
She sobbed, Jamie's face awash with crystalline rivulets as the strong front that I'd always known her for crumbled.
There's nothing we can do.
Dead. He was dead. My world reeled. Disbelief fogged my mind, and I wanted to pass out. He'd been there, right there, not 5 minutes ago. And now, Chris lay at my knees, covered in crawler blood. Nothing more than a handsome shell of who he was. A gooey clump of crawler blood slid under my hand, and I lost my grip of my interlocked fingers, landing a hard slap on Chris's throat by mistake. Something rubbery moved under my hand, and a wriggling green thing shot out of his mouth to land on the deck with a wet flop. Chris's eyes flew open, and he spewed water from his mouth, coughing and gagging, a little fish making a similar expression as it floundered on the weathered deck. Jamie cried out in joy and rolled him onto his side, where Chris vomited more water onto the boat with stunned heaves. He spat and sat back on his heels in an unsteady sway. Oh, that hurt. My lungs opened again, and I slid a hand behind his back to prop him up. Thank God. A fist flew into his good arm with light, frustrated punches to accentuate every half-choked word that Jamie shouted.
What the hell was that, Decker? You scared the crap out of me. I thought you were...
Unfazed by her angry sputters, Chris brushed a wet strand of hair from his forehead and made a tired but relieved grin. I'm happy to see you too, Jamie. Her fire seems to fade, and Jamie threw her good arm around him in a tight hug. Unable to hide my own grin, I tried not to feel disappointed that I wasn't confident enough to do the same. You okay? Chris let Jamie go before turning to me, and his gaze took in my attire. The puppet blood on my shirt, the scratches on my skin. Are you? As long as you are. The thought ambushed me and set my ears on fire. How long had I known this boy? Maybe 4 days at most. I technically didn't know him at all, save for a few nice conversations. I was getting ahead of myself. Way ahead. After all, I'd never even decided that I liked him. I'd done this before. Thoughts, too many rosé thoughts. Daydreamed one time too many. Only to be crushed when it turned out the fantasy guy I'd built up in my head wasn't real, and the real-life version didn't even know I existed. But I wanted to think Chris was more than that. After all, he'd saved my life, hadn't he? And I'd saved his. That had to count for something. I pulled my eyes from his and nodded as an excuse to stare at my lap. Yeah, I'm fine. His sapphire irises lingered on me for a moment, but then they flicked back to Jamie, and Chris raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Did you call me pretentious? No, Jamie got to her feet and walked to retrieve her rifle, the color returning to her cheekbones.
You must have dreamt it after you tried to swallow that poor little bass.
I made a show of looking myself over, a familiar ripple of loneliness snaking through my chest. Jamie and Chris had obviously known each other longer than I'd known either of them, and once again, I felt like the odd one out, even if it was just a friendship. If I could bottle whatever it is that makes me invisible, I'd make a fortune. Hey. An elbow touched my arm in a gentle bump, and I looked up to find Chris watching me with a warm smile. Thanks, for back there. I would have been cruel at lunch without you. Never in my life had a feeling been so infectious, so contagious, and a wonderful spark in my brain lit up to send the pleasant shivers through me from head to toe. Okay, maybe I liked him a little. No problem, I shrugged, my heart thumping with happy beats inside my ribcage, and wrapped both arms around my knees. So, what now? As if on cue, the boat vibrated, the engine sputtered, and it all fell silent. Jamie raced to the helm, and from behind the glass of the boat's windshield, I heard her swear as she kicked something in frustration.
You guys want to hear a funny story?
Chris and I eyed each other out of our peripheral vision, and I noted the bitter sarcasm in Jamie's tone.
How bad?
I offered Chris a hand up, feeling ready to soar to the moon when he draped one arm around my shoulders so we could limp to the helm. Jamie frowned and pointed to the stern.
I think we're out of fuel.
As it turned out, we were out of a lot of things. Jamie and I swept the rest of the boat for more puppets, but found none. However, we did find 3 dead bodies below deck of people who Chris thought were killed by gunfire, and not the freaks. Chewed up too badly to tell who they were or where they were from, we spent hours cleaning up corpses and dumping them over the side of the ship. Worse yet, the boat had multiple holes in its hull, though the older ones had been clogged with plants, giving it the list I'd seen before. The problem was, there were several newer holes, most of them about 9mm in size, at the base of the stairs where I'd cut down the puppets. Thanks to my marksmanship, we were slowly taking on water and had to look for materials to patch the leaks. That was when we discovered how few supplies were left on the boat. To be exact, there were none. It was as if the entire vessel had been picked clean of anything that wasn't tied down, and the fuel tank was no exception. Jamie checked over the engine a few times, having helped her cousin with his boat enough to know some mechanical basics, and confirmed we were bone dry on gas.
Someone stripped this boat.
She sat with Chris and I in the helmsman compartment, the 3 of us in a little shivering circle with our belongings, while the ship drifted along on some unseen current underneath us.
Those sails weren't torn. They were cut right off the mast, by a knife or something else. They even took the anchor, all the mooring ropes, and unscrewed the compass from the control panel.
Chris drank some water from his canteen and pointed to the bow, which now sat at a steeper angle than before. We could take the lifeboat and row along the shore. They missed the oars stored under it, which means we can keep heading north. Jamie rubbed at her injured shoulder and shook her head.
I don't think it's going to be that simple anymore. Maple Lake was never that big, and it didn't have currents this strong. Look at the land. You can see just how fast we're moving. And the wind is crazy high for this time of year.
Because the lake's getting bigger. I swabbed at the dirty bolt of my submachine gun, thankful to have something to keep me distracted from our uncomfortable situation.
Right?
Right. Chris rummaged through his pack to unfold the soggy paper map from earlier and clicked his headlamp on. As far as I can see, it extends to the northeast and southeast beyond the horizon, which means it could span the entire southern half of the county by now. Only thing holding the water from spilling out into the nearby counties is those hills we spotted from the ridgeline. The fault must have pushed them up and drew the southern valley down, making a great big bowl.
Which means sleepy Maple Lake is going to act more like an inland sea now.
Jamie eyed the night sky overhead with distrust.
And if we're stuck out here on a tiny little rowboat, one storm could sink us.
My eyebrows rose, and I stopped polishing my Type 9 long enough to nod at the nearby stairs to go below deck.
I mean, we're sinking now.
We all watched the gray water ripple past the hull, creeping slowly but steadily toward the right side railing. Waves hissed around us, and sometimes if I looked hard enough, I could just make out the eerie shapes of the buildings in the shadows beneath the boat.
Houses, barns, and telephone poles wreathed in a slimy green coat of algae. Every once in a while, I thought I glimpsed the blurry shadows of various unknown creatures gliding along in the waves below, some small like normal fish, and some so large that I hoped I had hallucinated them. To make matters worse, the further our ship drifted, the murkier the water became, and I had a feeling that soon it would be so deep we wouldn't be able to see the bottom at all. Chris scratched his head and gave up trying to scribble on the wet map with a wooden yellow pencil. Without the landmarks, this map is useless. We have to try and row closer to shore, or we'll get lost in a few hours. We could drift for miles before hitting land, and if we get stuck on the southern shore, I guarantee Elsa will be crawling all over it. With a reluctant sigh, Jamie tugged at her sling and focused on her muddy combat boots with a subdued tone. My head hurts. Definitely a concussion. I threw Chris a worried frown, and he returned it. I'll row for the first hour. He climbed to his feet, hopping on one foot with a sprained ankle tucked behind him. Hannah and I'll take turns. You were going to try and sleep, all right?
Screw that!
Jamie snarled, a burst of anger that stunned all three of us into silence. She blinked, as if surprised at herself, and rested her forehead in one hand. Sorry, I don't feel good. I can row, my shoulder feels fine. Besides, I'm not tired. Yes, you are. I fitted the pieces of my submachine gun back together, and met Jamie's emerald eyes with my own pleading gaze. We all are. Come on, Jamie. I'd feel a lot better if you took a nap, just in case. 1 hour of rest, that's all I'm asking. Please? For a moment, she glowered at me, but her gaze softened at my insistence, and Jamie let her shoulders slump. Okay, fine. 1 hour. That's it. Far off to the west, a metallic bell tone rang deep into the night, like the old-style cathedral bells on the fancy churches in Louisville. The wind whipped up, cold on my neck, and the clouds overhead grew dark with rain. A bank of fog rolled in a slow march from the southwest, obscuring most of the horizon in that direction. But as I squinted, my eyes picked up a faint pinprick of yellow light. The bell tolled again, and from the gloom, a shadow began to materialize. At first, I thought perhaps we had drifted closer to a stand of pine trees that weren't fully submersed, or maybe another island that had been a hilltop before the floodwaters overtook the valley. But the more I watched, the clearer the details became. Tall masts held multiple broad white sails that appeared dull blue in the fading moonlight. The sleek wooden hull sliced through the waves with ease. Its prow carved to look like a woman holding a trident, and a row of black iron cannons yawned from the square gun ports in the side. Hurried figures darted to and fro on the deck, and in the mass of rigging with muffled calls that echoed across the water to me. Something about it sent a prickle of unease through me, a sensation I couldn't quite put my finger on. A thought struck me like lightning, and my heart stopped. My headlamp. Along with the others, I stood there with my headlamp on, bright enough for all the world to see.
Starboard bow, ahoy!
A shrill cry out through the silence, and half a dozen lights flickering into being, casting long beams in our direction. Drums throbbed to life in a tribalistic rhythm from the ship, and the huge craft wheeled around to charge our way, with every sail unfurled to catch the breeze. It amazed me how fast such an old boat could move, and as it closed on us, enough torches burst into flame on its deck that I no longer had to squint to see. Crew members pushed the cannons into firing positions, others with small arms climbed the rigging, and still more directed lanterns with big concave mirrors behind them like searchlights to bathe our boat in golden light. Steel flashed in the grips of the crew, and I could see everything from modern guns like Jamie's AK to strange numbers of axes, spears, and even old-fashioned swords. Their attire made less sense, half modern and half in regalia of an era long gone by, with bandits, tricorn hats, and feathers tucked behind their ears. Many wore no shoes, and they all appeared much shorter and thinner than I expected. In fact, from where I stood, in slack-jawed fascination, a good third of them looked to be junior-high kids. A loud, raucous cheer went up the instant they caught sight of the three of us, and bullets cracked around my head, forcing me to duck behind the helm. What the hell is this? Pointing her pistol over the side, Jamie hugs low to the deck and sprayed bullets at our assailants. Chris crawled up beside her with the rifle, and I jammed one of my few remaining loaded magazines into the Type 9 to join them. More rounds snapped through the mist, chewed at the fiberglass of our boat, and in general flew so thick that I didn't dare stick my head up to try and aim.
I'll cover you. Get to the lifeboat.
Jamie winced as another rifle round tore a hole right next to her head, the sinking boat looking more and more like Swiss cheese by the second.
Nothing doing.
Chris poked the AK over the side and fanned the trigger at the ship. Our enemies now so close I could see the grain on the wooden hull as it began to slow down. We all go, or no one does. I mimicked him and let off bursts from my submachine gun at the nearby warship, each time unsure if a lucky shot would find me.
What's the plan? Guys, how are we getting out of here?
Iron clanged against the wooden deck boards, and I rolled over to see a big grappling hook yanked tight against our boat's rail. The entire craft pulled sideways into the water. More were hooked over the bow, the helm, and even one of the steering wheel, all to draw us in like a snared fly in the grasp of a hungry spider.
Chris!
I met his frightened gaze and slid my last magazine into my weapon.
What do we do?
He stared at me, and something in his eyes seemed to break. A dread that pulled all the warmth from my bones.
Is that
my last one? Yeah.
I choked down the urge to vomit.
You?
He yanked every single magazine out of the chest rig he wore, all of them falling empty around him.
Mine too.
Jamie. She cringed at a shotgun blast that took 6 inches of fiberglass off the boat and held up her Beretta, its side locked back.
I'm out.
Chris squeezed his eyes shut and muttered something under his breath. A prayer or a curse, I don't know. Oh no. The rifle slid from his grasp onto the deck and he raised his hands in the air.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! We give up!
Horror twisted in my stomach, but I let go of my Type 9 and stood to help prop him up, both arms trembling high in the breeze. Jamie tossed her pistol down and raised her good arm, shielding her eyes from the torchlight directed at our pale faces. Our boat smacked into the hull of the schooner, and several fighters clambered over the side. With a dramatic leap from one of the grapple ropes, a figure landed on the stern not far away. He carried a long curved sword and wore a broad-brimmed hat with a turkey feather stuck into its silken band. Black leather boots with buckles were fitted to his feet, and a naval blue coat hung around his shoulders with red lapels and golden buttons. He looked young, certainly no older than I was, and yet his expression was as hard as granite. No less than 4 different pistols hung from his belt, 2 black modern ones, a wooden-handled one with the word Colt stamped on the side, and an old flintlock that could have come from a museum. A white button-down undershirt hung open around his collarbone to reveal a shark's tooth necklace. A red sash wrapped under his sword belt, and the boy's thin face bore a light stubble that hadn't quite grown in yet. His hair had been tied back in a short tail to keep it from his eyes, which gleamed at us with a wolfish, dark malice. Stunned, I had to think just to drag in each stuttery breath, terrified and confused beyond belief.
Rangers, eh?
The pirate cackled and advanced toward us with his saber at the ready.
Been a while since we caught any of you, or what a lovely night this is going to be.
Part 15. Rough hands threw me down, and pain shot up my kneecaps. Dozens of crew members crowded around with a few subdued snickers at my discomfort. Now that I was face to face with them, I realized that they were almost all children, with a few older kids of perhaps 16 or 17 in the mix. Each wore the same strange blend of pirate attire and modern clothing, many too small for the items they chose. Some of the children couldn't have been any older than 10 or 11, and yet they glared at me with primal distrust, their hands gripping sharp axes and gleaming handguns that were almost too big for them to hold. Painted designs adorned every face, old zigzags and swirls that depicted ocean waves, burning ships, and stick people killing various monsters. Scars were the norm, too. Real scars, some of which looked like they'd just begun to heal, stitches and bandages on more than one skinny arm or leg. They shoved Chris to the deck beside me, Jamie on the other side of him, and a cold gun barrel pressed against the back of my head. Out on the water, the flames leapt higher as the boats that had saved our lives burned, and it threw a bright orange glow over the surrounding area with pitch-black clouds of smoke rolling into the sky. I could taste the plastic stench of burning fiberglass and wanted a drink of water more than anything. Coarse ropes were wound tight around my wrists, and I could only stare with desperate longing at my canteen, which lay with the rest of our gear at the captain's feet. He stood with his back to us, one boot propped on the ship's rail, watching our little sailboat sink into the waves with a final gasp of fire. As soon as it slipped beneath the waterline, he turned and fixed us with a toothy, smug grin. Always love watching the explosive ones burn. Thousands of dollars some rich fool paid, and I get to send her right to the bottom with naught but a match. His crew chuckled along with him, hearty laughter that heard no remorse from the implications of what that meant. I had a hard time convincing myself these were children, but some of the sword points at my throat served as solid reminders. Unsure of what to do or how to react, I snuck a sideways look at Jamie, who had her eyes fixed on our weapons, stacked a few feet away. Pirates. Somehow, we managed to run into a boat full of child pirates. This whole place is like one bad fever dream. Pacing up and down in front of us, the boy in the captain's hat held our driver's licenses as if he were reading off a bingo card. So, what do we have here? Miss Jamie Belladonna Lanson. A fancy name for a fancy lass. Jamie didn't react, and I glimpsed her hands behind her back, the fingers trying to pick at the knots with stubborn patience. Unabashed by her silence, the captain tossed the ID card in Jamie's face and moved on, the strange Caribbean-style accent rolling off his tongue with effortless fluidity. A Mr. Christopher Roderick Decker. From Pennsylvania, no less. How's the lip? Chris spat blood onto the deck, his lower lip split in two places. They'd been rough with Jamie and I, cuffs and kicks seeming to bring them joy, but for some reason the crew had taken special delight in beating Chris, no matter how much I'd pleaded for them to stop. He had a black eye, and blood ran from both nostrils over his upper lip. Chris's already stained shirt spotted with droplets of fresh crimson. The captain paused, eyed the spits on the deck, and his smugness faded into a cold, hardened frown. Still full of fire, are ya? We'll sort that out later. Who's left? His dark eyes fixed on me, and I gulped, a shiver moving down my spine. One Miss Hannah Elizabeth Brunn. My Kentucky girl. You're far from home, aren't you, lass? Do I answer? What will he do if I don't? I don't want them to hurt Jamie or Chris. Dropping my gaze to the oaken planks under my knees, I cleared my throat. We got lost. Silence. Everyone stared at me, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I'd screwed up. I wasn't supposed to respond. It had been a trick question. Deep in the captain's throat, a sound came, and louder by the second, until he burst into unrestrained, boisterous laughter. The rest of the crew did the same, and I didn't know whether to relax or worry. I'll say you did. The captain flicked my ID into the bridge of my nose and rested his hand on the hilt of his beautiful silver cutlass. Do you know where you are, lass? Do you have the faintest clue? I dug my teeth into my lower lip, desperate to distract myself from the hurricane of anxiety in my chest. Maple Lake? Not anymore. The captain drew himself up with pride and swept a grandiose arm at the rolling waves around his ship. Behold, the Sea of Sargasso, and the great pirate kingdom of Captain Grapeshot Roberts. His crew erupted with cheers once more, their weapons raised in the air, each blade glinting in the firelight. Chris lifted his head and coughed. We don't mean any harm. If you could let us go, we could... With a harsh swing of his hand, Captain Roberts slapped Chris so hard across the face that some of his blood flecked onto my cheek. Keep your trap shut, you scurvy landlubber.
You'll speak when I let you. Bosun, Amelia.
A girl with a short brownish blonde bun stepped from the crowd, 2 swords hanging from her belt, a black pistol with the word Uzi on its receiver clasped in her hands.
Aye, sir.
Take them to the brig.
Captain Roberts waved a hand at us in haughty disgust.
And stow them tack in the hold.
The Greybacks will pay a handsome price for these 3. Delighted, the bosun let slide a wicked smile and yanked Jamie to her feet by her long blonde hair.
You heard the captain. On your feet.
Greybacks. Elsar. He's going to sell us to Elsar. 4 boys dragged Chris, and I yelped at another girl, twisting her fingers in my hair to pull me along. Various members of the crew lashed out as we were paraded past them, some spitting in my face, others stomping on my feet, still more throwing sly punches at my ribs, arms, and face. Pain flared in every part of me, and I did my best not to show how much it hurt. Any sign of weakness or suffering only seemed to encourage them. Down a flight of steps, through a cramped deck with cannons on both sides of the aisles, and down into yet another deck we went, until at last our captors dragged us into the cavernous ship's hold. As my eyes adjusted, I gasped in wonder. The hold had been packed with all sorts of containers, from old-fashioned wooden crates to modern plastic coolers, trunks, chests, and suitcases. A pile of shoes as tall as I was stood in one corner, and heaps of clothes were tucked next to it. There were stacks of mismatched metal ammunition cans and a round oil drum with farming tools sticking out the top. Blue plastic totes held drinking water. Canned food had been stacked inside a rig of suitcases to keep them from rolling everywhere, and bags of wheat, potatoes, and corn were piled in the center around the support beams. It looked as if the pirates had scrounged everything they could get their hands on, including useless items like gaming consoles, televisions, and an elegant golden chandelier that had been hung from the ceiling right above a large wrought iron cage. At the sight of the rusted metal, the sinister red stains on the floor, and the iron manacles bolted to the wall of the brig, my insides churned. How many people have they kept down here before us? One by one, they pushed Jamie, Chris, and I into the cage and untied our aching hands. Slamming the door shut, the bosun locked it and picked up a nearby bucket with a cruel grin on her sharp face.
One last thing.
She swung the wooden pail, and cold water splashed over the 3 of us, smelling of algae and mud.
Sleep tight.
The bosun cooed with cruel sarcasm and swaggered off to the stairwell, already barking orders to her subordinates.
Gunners, stow those guns, and make ready to sail for Golgotha Bay.
Shadows closed in, most of the light gone, save for a single lantern hanging by a hook nearby, and I rubbed at the rope marks on my wrists, the skin red and tender.
You guys okay?
Jamie leaned against the wall and massaged her bad shoulder with a grimace.
I've been worse.
Chris sat on the floor, his head against the sloping hull that made the back wall of the cage, and groaned. It's my fault. I should have made you leave while you had the chance.
It's like you said.
I squatted next to him and waited until his eyes opened to meet mine.
Either we all go home, or no one does. Looks like we're going for no one does.
Jamie sighed and rubbed at her scalp with an irritated glower at the stairwell.
I swear, if I get the chance to get my hands on that ponytailed chick, I'm gonna ram those swords straight up her... Hi.
Spinning on my heels, I peered into the gloom of the hold. How hard did they punch me? I could have sworn I heard a little kid just now. Or did they leave someone to spy on us?
Hello?
I rasped, my throat dry as a desert. I walked closer to grip the bars of our cage.
Who's there?
Little feet patted over the floorboards, and from behind the pile of clothes, a girl emerged. She couldn't have been very old, maybe 8 at most, short and skinny, with her hair tied back in a frizzy brown braid behind her head. Unlike everyone else, she wore a simple green t-shirt with a shooting star emblazoned on the front, and a pair of ragged blue jeans on her legs. A tiny rope belt circled her waist, with a wooden toy sword stuck into it, its handle wrapped in purple tape with blue flowers on it. No shoes covered her feet, but the girl didn't seem to mind, scampering over and around all the supplies with practiced ease. Her head tilted to one side in curiosity at my stare, and the girl waved with an innocent smile.
My name's Darren. What's yours?
Stunned, I forgot how to talk for a few moments, but managed to pat myself on the chest as if speaking a crude form of sign language.
I'm Hannah. These are my friends, Jamie and Chris.
Taryn shuffled closer, and her eyes widened at seeing Jamie's beach blonde hair.
Wow, you're so pretty. Are you a princess?
Her expression softened at the unexpected praise, and Jamie moved closer to the bars to crouch lower.
Depends on who you ask. I like your braids. Did you do that?
Bringing one hand to her hair, Taryn shook her head and glanced at the nearby stairs.
No. Sammy did it for me. He always braids my hair, so it won't get caught and stuff.
I couldn't detect any treachery or angst in the child, as if somehow she had escaped the cruelty that had swept through all the other children on board this floating crime tenement. Little Taryn seemed like a regular 8-year-old, and something about the way she hopped from pile to pile was disarmingly cute. Smiling at her, I nodded at the toy sword on her hip.
Nice sword. Is purple your favorite color?
She beamed and drew the wooden blade to swish at the air with it.
It is. Purple's the best color in the whole world. Sammy made it for me.
Chris inched off the wall, though I could tell he heard enough that he didn't want to move far.
Sammy sounds real nice. Who is he?
At that, Taryn frowned and looked down at her bare toes.
He's nice to me, but he's real grumpy with everyone else. They have to do what he says, 'cause he's the oldest, and he keeps us safe.
She's best friends with Captain Roberts. I had a hard time picturing the arrogant kid who just had us beaten and thrown in a cell as a caring, protective type, especially where this little girl was concerned. My mind drifted to a few horrid possibilities, and I shuddered, praying his motivations weren't that depraved.
You mean the captain? Captain Roberts?
I kept my smile on, but let her see how confused I was, hoping to win some sympathy.
How come he was so mean to us? Look at Chris. See how hurt he looks? Why would Sammy do that?
Taryn glanced at Chris's bruised, bloody face, and her expression crumpled.
I'm sorry. Sammy says I'm not supposed to talk to bad people. He says anyone he puts in the box is a bad person, and they always lie. No.
Jamie shook her head and pointed to Chris and I.
We're not bad people. Honest. We got lost in the woods, and monsters chased us into the water. We're from a big zoo a long way from here. Do you like animals?
Her cocoa brown eyes lit up, and Taryn bounced on her feet.
I love them. The elephants are my favorite. They have big feet and can stomp on anything. Someday when I get big enough, Sammy's gonna let me steer the ship all by myself. And I'll go to the zoo. Then we can get strawberry ice cream with crunchy cones, and there won't be any monsters allowed.
I hope so, kiddo. I hope you sail far away from this nightmare and never come back. You don't deserve this hell.
Why is Sammy so nice to you?
I couldn't help myself. The gnawing fear that this little girl might be just as much a prisoner as we were, overriding my better judgment.
Does he ever hurt you? You can tell me.
Taryn blinked at me, confused, her sword frozen in the air mid-swipe.
No, Sammy's my friend because of Grace. Grace wouldn't let anyone hurt me. Grace was everyone's friend.
Those last words came softer, sadder, and Taryn's eyes drooped to make her appear older than she was. Grace. He mustered enough willpower to claw closer to the bars, and Chris coughed on a throat that sounded drier than mine. Who's she? Heavy footsteps thudded somewhere overhead, and Taryn jumped, her eyes darting around the hold.
I gotta go. Don't tell anyone I was here, okay? I don't want to get in trouble.
Without another word, Taryn stuck her toy sword back into her rope belt and scampered off into another doorway opposite us. Disappointed, I let my hands slide from the cage bars and turned back to the others. Great. Now what do we do? Jamie stared at the door Taryn had left through and picked at her thumbnail in thought.
Did you happen to count how many of them there were? I'd say there's maybe 30 or so, tops.
Still, enough that we're not getting out of here without our bare hands. Chris grunted and poked at his bleeding face with tender fingers. Little punk hits hard. Besides, there's no telling if or when they'll let us out of here. By the time we get a window to escape, we might be too dehydrated to run. I scooted over to him and pulled at the corner of my shirt to help dab some of the blood away.
You sure you're okay? They didn't break anything.
He shook his head, but gestured to his ragged ear with a strained, cynical smile.
Figure I wouldn't win any beauty pageants, though. How bad is it? For a moment, I debated what to say. The torn skin swollen and red from where the crawler had snagged him, with scabs forming under the bandage Jamie had wound over it. I'm just glad you're still breathing. The thought sparked a memory in my mind, and I let myself drink in the sky blue of his irises with my own.
Looks like an ear to me.
Chris smiled, his teeth starry white in the darkness, and that alone made the cramped cell a little less horrible. Jamie sat down on his right, I on Chris's left, and we put our backs to the curved hull of the ship. With no other options left, we huddled close to each other to try and keep warm, as our soaked clothes pulled the heat from our limbs. The ship creaked and rocked in subtle motion with the waves, and with my ear against the hull, I could detect the rush of water that slid past. Muffled footsteps echoed from the crew above, and strange, eerie calls snaked through the water outside. Dozens of unknown creatures following in the depths below. My mouth burned for water, but exhaustion dragged my eyelids down in a rare form of mercy. At some point in the long, arduous night, I woke to find my head resting on Chris's shoulder. Just when I was about to straighten up in embarrassment, he laced his fingers into mine and gave my palm a gentle squeeze. It's fine. Lovely, silky, smooth warmth flowered in my chest, butterflies in my stomach, and in spite of the helplessness of our situation, I put my head back down on his broad shoulder. Our hands stayed interlocked, and I let myself be swept away by unconsciousness, dreaming of Chris and I in a rowboat, adrift in an endless ocean of lemon-lime soda. Part 16. Ice-cold water ripped me from the merciful arms of sleep, and I jerked awake with a gasp.
On your feet!
Bosun Amelia leered at me with a wicked grin and threw a sharp kick into my hip for added measure.
You've got work to do, scum.
It was dark in the hold, as the solitary lantern had burned out, but a third hovered over us, held by one of the younger pirates. They flanked the bosun, who stared down her crooked nose with a gleeful delight in our appearance, the empty water bucket in her hands. My throat ached dry and hot, and I wondered how long we'd been asleep. All my limbs were stiff. A tight spot had formed in my lower back, and every bruise from the previous day's abuse throbbed under my skin. The water stank like it had been sitting for a while, and slimy patches of green algae darted my uniform shirt, which told me they'd drawn the pail from a stagnant place just for us. I barely had time to move before the bosun picked up a second bucket and hurled it into our beleaguered faces. I really hate this girl. Cackling in amusement, she rammed the toe of her knee-high sailing boots into my ribs, and pain exploded in my chest. In a blur of motion, Chris dove between us and caught the full force of her next attack in the gut with a muffled grunt.
Oh, we have a hero. There's always one like you.
Amelia's eyes twinkled with hateful delight as she brought her heel down on Chris's torso again and again, spitting the words between gritted teeth. You're not saving anyone. Despite the cold water that dripped down the back of my shirt and the aches in my sore ribs, rage took hold of my mind like a waterfall of red, and every rational thought left my mind.
Leave him alone.
I lunged at the bosun, but a swift hand flashed at my face and sent me reeling to the floor.
Shut up, princess.
Amelia gripped one of her swords, daring us to rise again, and turned her attention back to Chris.
Get up, tough guy.
Anyone who can't work feeds the sharks. Jamie scowled at the bosun and dragged Chris back from the reach of the pirate's boot.
He hurt his leg on shore. Just give him a second, and he can scrub and crawl at the same time.
A smirk crossed Amelia's face, and she shrugged an indifferent shoulder at Jamie.
You can too. I figure you're right at home on your knees, aren't you, pretty one?
Jamie bristled, and I saw her fingers twitch toward her back pocket as if to reach for something. Chris's hand came up and caught her wrist, his face stoic despite the taunts of our captor. It's not worth it, Jamie. It's fine.
Yeah, Jamie.
Amelia sneered and arched her foot back for another kick at Chris.
He's a big boy. He can take it.
I'll kill her.
My pulse surged, and I pulled both feet under me for another pounce, ready to sink my teeth into her throat if I had to.
Enough!
From the shadows, a figure strode forward, a boarding axe stuck to his belt, a pistol on his opposite hip. He had long black hair under a bandana and wore a coat similar to the captain's, but with a regular t-shirt under it instead of a fancy white button-down. On his black shirt, a white skull and crossbones grinned back, weathered and sun-dried. The boy seemed around the same age as the captain, perhaps somewhat younger on closer inspection, but the arms crossed in front of him rippled with muscle, and I can tell he'd seen his fair share of hard work. A frown slithered over Amelia's sour face.
It's the bosun's duty to deal with prisoners.
You're to obey the first mate in absence of the captain. The boy with the axe stared right back into her eyes, his own muted gray irises showing no hint of fear. And I said enough. Amelia seethed, and she stepped closer to him with one hand on the hilt of her right side saber. Unmoved, the first mate watched her with his own stern expression, but I noticed his hand rest on the steel head of his axe with deft ease. The other two pirates took a few steps back, their eyes darting in nervous fits between the bosun and the first mate. Jamie glanced at me, and I could sense her unease, Chris eyeing the two with a patient yet calculating gaze. What was this? No one among the crew had stood up for us before. Amelia narrowed her eyes at the first mate, but took her hand off her sword and pushed past him with a disgruntled huff.
Fine, you babysit them. I've got better things to do anyway.
She storms to the steps leading to the ship's upper deck, and her hard, angry footfalls echoed overhead like thunderclaps. Turning to see us, the first mate took in our wet clothes and pale faces with a sympathetic frown. You said your ankle's broken.
Sprained.
Chris shrugged it off, his weary eyes on the pirate.
Like I said, I'll manage.
All the same, we should have it seen to. The first mate turned to the two guards and jerked his head toward the nearby steps. Philip, go find Anita and tell her to bring her things. Carl, get those three some water and a pack of those crackers from the food locker. They both gaped at him in surprise, but trotted off without another word and left the four of us alone in the gloom with the first mate holding the lantern. He crouched down and locked eyes with me. You should be careful around the bosun. She's a lot like the others. They think causing pain is good sport. No point in getting yourself beaten to a pulp. Hesitant, I eyed Jamie and Chris, but nodded to our newfound protector.
Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. Standing, the first mate watched as Carl came running back with 3 bottles of water and a plastic sleeve of saltine crackers. You've still got a full day's work ahead of you. Just try to keep your heads down. Hopefully they'll get bored with tormenting you. He wasn't wrong. After being kind enough to let each of us use the one modern convenience the old sailing ship had, a bathroom with a composting toilet and a privacy curtain in one corner of the gun deck, we were looked over by a quiet, curly-haired girl with a medicine bag. She bound Chris's ankle, as well as Jamie's shoulder, and put some ointment on our superficial cuts and bruises, enough to where I didn't feel quite so miserable. However, the water and crackers barely did anything to stave off the rumbling in my stomach. But I didn't dare to ask for more. After all, we were lucky anyone had shown us this much kindness, and it would have been foolish for me to push my luck. With the niceties out of the way, we were marched up the steps to the main deck, into a blinding aura of warm sunlight. In the daylight, it struck me just how massive this new body of water was. Glittering blue waves rolled from one end of the skyline to the other, with thin strips of green to our north and south, nothing but water to the northwest and southeast. Seagulls screeched overhead. The rigging creaked, and the huge white sails snapped taut in the cool morning breeze. The sun rose over the eastern edge of the water with long rays of red, orange, pink, and gold that kissed my face in happy swathes. Wind ruffled my hair, the air sweet and clean, unlike the claustrophobic brig, and waves hushed against the wooden sides of the hull with rhythmic splashes. Since you two are crippled, you can scrub the deck. The first mate pointed Jamie and Chris to a set of nearby wooden pails with rags and 2 gritty square stones next to them. Should be enough to keep you busy for a while. To me, he handed a mop and bucket. You swab behind him. Be tough. The crew will be watching. Great. I took the mop with a glum sigh, and the three of us got to work. Minutes stretched into hours, the sun rising to become a hot beacon of misery overhead. The water turned into a bright mirror at midday to reflect heat and humidity like an oven, and I dripped with sweat in my black uniform shirt. Chris and Jamie labored on their hands and knees over the hot deck, scrubbing each plank down with sandstones and wet rags. Occasionally, the first mate would step in from his careful watch over us and lend a hand, but he mostly just watched from where he leaned on the nearby railing. All around me, the rest of the crew was hard at work, too. A carpentry team of the older children sawing at a replacement pole for a damaged section of the rigging, several younger ones sitting in a line to stitch up torn sailcloth, with the littlest daubing some kind of lacquer over the ship's rails with paintbrushes. At the helm on the opposite end of the ship, I could make out Captain Grapeshot and Darren huddled around a small table, her standing on a box while he steadied her so she wouldn't fall. They were both smiling as they scribbled on some unseen piece of paper, and the captain had taken his long coat off to reveal his lanky torso and sweat-soaked red t-shirt. Without the murk of night and the flash of steel in their hands, they all looked that much more like misplaced schoolchildren, not bloodthirsty criminals.
You missed a spot.
The first mate nodded at a bare patch of deck, and I swished the mop over it, doing my best not to say something rash. I was in no position to be mouthy, no matter how much I wanted to throw the mop bucket at them all.
I admit, I'm rather impressed that anyone's still left up north.
He scratched his stubble, and the first mate eyed me with curious appraisal, lapsing into the Caribbean-styled accents they all tried to speak with in between broken modern vernacular.
With how many of the monsters there are on shore, I'd have wagered you lot were all wiped out by now.
We could say the same for you.
Jamie paused from pushing her sandstone block and wiped a bead of sweat from her brow.
How'd you guys end up way out here?
The first mate grinned and shut his eyes to bask in the sun as it rose higher.
Long story, mate. Short of it is, we won this tub fair and square from a geezer who should have cut and run when he had the chance. Captain took us out into the deep water to stay clear of all the mess on shore, and we've been here ever since.
Stretching with a few sore grimaces, Chris gestured to the boarding axe in the first mate's belt.
You kill freaks with those things? Course we do.
The first mate winked and pointed to a boy who worked on tying knots nearby with his back to us.
Jack here brought down a giant crawfish, big as a bus, with naught but a pike in his wits.
Jack turned from the rail to beam at the sound of his name, and I stared at the stump of his left hand, only scarred flesh left where the wrist should have been. A crude iron hook had been strapped to the side of his arm to allow him to work, but it was a far cry from any modern prosthetic. To see it on a kid, who could have been 14 at the oldest, made my brain reel.
You killed a mutant with only one hand?
Jamie raised an incredulous eyebrow. Jack fixed her with a proud, defiant stare.
I had both when I started.
Her face fell, much like mine, and Jamie went back to her scrubbing without another word. Chris did the same, and we threw ourselves into the silent routine of work, our thoughts weighing us down like chains. How long had these children been out here, on their own, fending for themselves against nightmares that would frighten Navy SEALs? The more I looked around, the more I noticed missing hands, stubby half fingers, a few peg legs, and even some scattered eye patches that didn't appear to be only cosmetic. These kids should have been in school, playing at recess, complaining about math homework, but instead, they were fighting for their lives and losing pieces of themselves every day. My eyes traveled to Bosun Amelia, who manned the ship's wheel, and I ducked my head down before she could spot me. The bruises on my body still ached from her last visit. Okay, so they've had it rough. I'll give them that. But why do they hate us so much?
Captain!
A sharp cry from the crow's nest jerked me from my musings, and I joined nearly everyone else on deck who craned their heads skyward.
Speedboat! Port side! 100 yards out!
Excited shouts rippled through the crew, and everyone crowded to the left side rail, save for Jamie, Chris, the first mate, and myself. Horrified, I squinted out over the shiny water. It skimmed along the surface of the lake at moderate speed, a white boat with no sails, humming along toward the north. A few people stood on deck, but none of them wore any uniforms, and they scrambled to hide behind the rails as the boat veered away from the pirate ship. The crew let out a cheer of delight, and the ship started to turn for a broadside, the gun crews running to their cannons on the second deck. Maybe they can outrun us. I mean, I don't think this ship has a motor. If they can get away, they can tell someone and... And what, Hannah? No one is coming to save you. My dismal thoughts hurt worse than the bosun's boot, and I grimaced, waiting for the cannon fire that would slam into the fleeing boat full of hapless civilians. The sound came not from the ship's guns, but from somewhere down below, deep in the water, and sent a shudder throughout the entire lake. It traveled up through the ship into my chest like a shockwave, and as one, the entire pirate crew fell silent. Down! Appearing behind me, the first mate yanked the mop from my hands and pushed me to one knee, waving at Chris and Jamie to do the same. Stay down, and don't look up till I say so. Startled, I obeyed without question, and noticed out of the corner of my eye that the rest of the pirates did the exact same thing. Everyone kneeling with their heads bowed, eyes either shut or on the deck. Many of them had gone pale, clutching weapons to their chests in terrible fists, and some of the younger ones sniffled as if ready to cry. Captain Grapeshot climbed down from the helm to kneel with his crew on the deck. Darren hidden behind him, and the way they all kept so still, so quiet, sent a chill through my blood. They weren't trying to pursue the motorboat. No one had so much as fired a shot. Why? Another ripple vibrated through the hull, and as I was close enough to the rail, I dared to peek through a hole made for the rigging. In the greenish blue water, under the ship, a massive shadow slid through the depths. Far down enough that I couldn't see much in the way of detail, the creature glided by with the ease of a shark, though it was easily 3 times the length of the pirate vessel, and 4 flipper-like limbs swept back and forth on each side of its body. A long tail trailed, swishing from side to side, making the boom sound every time it smashed a sunken farmhouse or barn, and the way it moved rang with eerie familiarity inside my head. Please don't be that. Please don't be that. Please don't be that. Disappearing into the murky waves, the shadow moved out of sight. A long minute passed, and the motorboat hummed further into the distance. Unable to keep still, everyone looked up at the eruption of water as a massive head pierced the waves around the white speedboat. I stifled a gasp, my eyes locked on the sight. It wasn't a crocodile. It was much, much worse. Grey and white scales were drawn tight over a long snout, patterned much in the same way as tree bark, but without the typical fringe around the base of its head like many of the land's dwelling mutants. Water spilled from the dinosaurian jaws as they rose with row after row of dagger-shaped teeth, wide enough to swallow a semi-truck whole. Speckles of black dotted its armored hide as if the beast were shedding some kind of greasy coat in the morning sunshine, and 2 eyes lined each side of its skull. All 4 closed in the momentum of its attack. Birds scattered in the sky, the ship rocked in the waves, and from deep within the beast's throat, a triumphant roar cut through the air. Muffled screams echoed for just a moment, the white speedboats tumbling end over end between a huge set of jaws, and then the teeth came together in a dull crunch that rattled my ribcage. The boat smashed to splinters in an instant. Down it went into the water, and a tidal wave lifted the ship in its wake, rocking us from side to side like a toy in a bathtub. What the... Jamie breathed to my left, her face sheet white. I shook from head to toe, and Chris took the opportunity to slide his hand into mine. Stay calm, he whispered, though I doubted he honestly felt that way from how his hand gripped mine like a vice. If he comes for us, jump when I jump. Just don't let go, all right? Squeezing his palm so hard that my knuckles turned white, I bored into his eyes with my own, hoping beyond hope that this wasn't the last day of my life. Other murmurs picked up around the deck, nervous whispers, and a few muffled sobs. Captain Grapeshot raised his hand and scans the water with his eyes. Quiet, all of you. It's coming back. A fresh ripple cut through the choppy waves, and a shadow rose beside the ship. I'm about to die,
We're all going to die here, on this boat, in the middle of nowhere. Eyes down, the first mate called, and I lowered my gaze to the wood at my knees just as the top of the creature's head broke through the water. Part 17. I gripped Chris's hand and snuck a peek through the ship's rail, watching the reflection of the beast. Water fell in rivulets from the monster's head, and it rose to be eye level with the ship. The hull at its jawline, nose pointed in the same direction as the ship's prow. I'd never seen an animal this big in person, and the monster's eyes reflected in the water were the size of basketballs. Thick scales lay fitted close together on its skin like a crocodile's, but its head reminded me more of something older, something larger, a time when reptiles ruled the earth. A man was little more than a minor inconvenience. Its teeth could have been carved from telephone poles for their diameter, and waves lapped to the submerged lower row to tug loose a few shards of tangled seaweed. Both eyes facing the ship blinked, the one to the rear of the head larger than the one in front, circled with irises of deep crimson. Even seeing their reflection in the water made my head swim, and something wriggled in the back of my mind. Whispers. They roiled in my consciousness, whined like electric engines, and my ears popped as if I was in an airplane high in the sky. From the depths of my brain, floating to the surface of unknown memory, came 3 broken words, hoarse and impersonal.
Why you here?
My eyes widened, and I couldn't tear them away from the reflection of the water, as Dr. O'Brien's voice echoed in my fuzzy memory. A psi organic, one of the rarest and most dangerous anomalies that exists.
We mean you no harm.
Captain Grapeshot's voice made me jump for how it broke the silence, and I glimpsed him sweeping the broad hat from his head in a polite bow, as if in the presence of royalty.
We are but merry travelers passing through, one might say. Leave us to live another day, and we will honor these waters as yours for all time.
Silence. Sails creaked, the ship still moving, the enormous predator keeping pace with us by simple, lazy swipes of its long tail. A hush fell over the whispers, and I didn't breathe, my pulse frozen in fear. One of the crimson irises swiveled down, and its reflection in the water met my eye. Ice, so cold it seemed to burn, shot through every vein in my body. I couldn't move, couldn't so much as whimper in fear. The being latched onto me through our gazes, peering into my very soul. Voices slithered through my mind like soft tendrils, too low for me to hear. But something about them seemed curious, almost like the thing in the water was just as perplexed by my existence as I was to its. With every ounce of willpower I had left, I forced my dry eyelids shut and bit my lip at the pain that coursed through my skull in a bolt of lightning.
Go.
A split second after the whispers echoed in my mind, a rumble crept from the huge creature's throat, thunderous and baritone, shaking every board in the ship. With a great plunge, the creature dove, and the enormous, scaly tail rose, arched into the sky behind it. The tail rocketed down after its owner, and sent a geyser of water into the air, higher than the tallest mast of the ship. It rained down on all of us in a heavy curtain and knocked me onto my stomach with the force of the impact, as if trembling itself. The ship wobbled back and forth on its keel, but stayed upright, and the pain in my head began to dissipate.
All hands, count off.
First to stand, Captain Grapeshot checked little Darren over with meticulous care, his eyes probing the rest of the ship for missing crew members.
I'm all right.
Still here, Cap.
Good to go, Cap. Happy shouts echoed from around the deck, and the color returns to the pirates' faces. Crystalline rivers drained out the sides of the railings to leave behind chunks of soggy grass, fresh-grown seaweed, and a few silvery fish that flopped along the boards in surprise at their predicament. Some of the nearby seagulls started to caw once more, and just like that, the lake went back to its tranquil self beneath the late summer sun.
Jamie helped Chris to his feet, and I went to do the same. Wow. My head fizzed with static, the earlier pain still in the process of ebbing away, and I stumbled.
Hey, easy.
Jamie caught my arm, her green eyes locked onto me with concern.
You don't look so good.
Shaking my head, I winced at another jolt of slowly fading ache in my brain.
I'm fine.
Another hand seized my arm, and the first mate stared into my eyes with a deadly serious frown. His dark gaze flared with shock, and the first mate's jaw went slack.
You looked at it.
Oh no. My throat closed up, exhaustion from the day's work, and a sudden realization of what I had done, enough to strip me of any useful words. Chris and Jamie stood only feet away, but they may as well have been miles off for how helpless we all were. I'd broken some cardinal rule, done something unforgivable, and the first mate knew it. I couldn't lie. I sucked at lying, and with how dizzy I felt, there was no way I could conjure up a successful excuse.
Captain!
He spun on his heel so fast that he became a blur, and the first mate hauled me by the arm over the deck, his grip ironclad on my wrist.
A word!
Chris tried to hobble to my aid, but a nearby crewman blocked him with a drawn sword, all eyes converging on me as I was dragged over the wet planks of the ship. Halfway up the steps to the helm, Captain Roberts turned, and his eyes narrowed into suspicious slits upon catching sight of me.
What's the meaning of this?
My heart hammered against my abused ribs, and I swallowed at the alarmed glares from the rest of the pirates. Now I'd done it. How badly would they beat me this time? Would they do worse? What would happen to Jamie and Chris? With me still in tow, the first mate pointed to the door of the great cabin underneath the quarter deck.
We need to talk, now.
His curt words were enough to bring the entire deck back into abyssal silence. Many of the nearby pirates taking cautionary steps away from me, as though I had some kind of disease. Even Bosun Amelia lowered her gaze from the captain's, and my guts threatened to overpower me with nausea at the sight of it. Jamie and Chris looked on with horror from the forecastle as I was shoved into the dark interior of the great cabin. It was dark and cramped, with a small table to one side covered in maps and old-fashioned navigational equipment. Empty wine bottles littered the floor, rolling back and forth with the rocking of the ship, and the air smelled of stale alcohol. A lone rapier hung from the wall, beautiful and gleaming, with unlit lanterns on hooks around the room. 2 iron hoops in the right side wall supported a simple canvas hammock that swung from side to side, and next to it, a little shelf held various odds and ends, including 3 books. I was surprised to see the Holy Bible, though not so much that it was rather dusty, and an old edition of Treasure Island held a similar layer of gray fluff over its cover. Oddly enough, the 3rd book, a well-worn copy of Pride and Prejudice, shone like a star, as if someone read from it every single day without fail. In any other circumstance, I might have found it strange for such an old book about Victorian-era love to be popular with a crew of child pirates, but I had little time to dwell on the fact. Captain Roberts slammed and locked the door, while the first mate pulled a wooden chair from the table and set it in the center of the room.
Sit.
He jabbed a finger at it, and his no-nonsense tone made my heart sink. This stranger had been the only one to be kind to us. And now, I was locked in a room with 2 irate pirates, with not so much as a knitting needle to defend myself with. I slid into the cold oak chair and watched the first mate dart around the room, lighting lanterns. What did they plan to do that they needed such good lighting? Did I dare think about it? Surely they wouldn't kill me. Not now. Captain Roberts stalked to where I sat, and leaned down to hiss into my face with a vicious snarl.
What did you do, you proxy cur?
Do I even bother to answer? Will he be more angry or less? I eyed his sword and tried to suppress all the horrific scenarios my panicked mind conjured up as to what they might do.
She looked right at it, Sam.
Finished with the last of the lanterns, the first mate rounded on the captain and I with a strange look on his face, one that bordered on hopeful, excited even.
I swear, she met the Leviathan's eye.
His snarl melted into a confused frown, though I couldn't tell if it was from the name or the first mate's words, and Captain Roberts took a step back from me.
It's not possible. She did.
The first mate stabbed the air in my direction, wearing a giddy smile I'd never seen before.
Which means I was right. There are people who are resistant to the mind's powers. And that means, oh, for the love of...
Captain Roberts threw his hands into the air, exasperated, and it seemed he'd already forgotten that I sat mere feet away from their conversation.
Not this again, Peter. 5 times. 5 times we've tried, and 5 times good men never came back from that abyss. It's hopeless.
Peter's shoulders deflated at that, but he stepped closer to the captain, holding up a hand to signal for patience.
So, we send her in.
After all, if she doesn't come back, what have we lost?
Send me in where?
I tried not to show my shock at the way they talked about me, glued to my chair in unease. The situation kept going from bad to worse, and while I was glad they weren't torturing me, I had a feeling that Peter's plan wasn't one to my benefit. Scowling, Captain Roberts crossed his arms in disapproval.
She'll bring a pretty penny from the soldiers, more alive than dead. The crew needs a rest. We need more ammunition, provisions, and tar to careen the ship. Besides, it's a full day's sail southward, and we already had a near brush with the Leviathan.
Something ripped on Peter's slender face, like the careful, emotionless mask started to slip, and his skin tightened a frustrated red.
So that's it then. We just go on like this, selling bodies to the greybacks until we're the only ones left. We are all we need.
Captain Roberts growled back, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword so tight I wondered if his knuckles might split.
They deserve this. They started this. They're people, for God's sake.
Peter erupted and kicked one of the empty wine bottles so that it smashed against the nearby wall into 1,000 red shards.
I'm sick of the lying, Sam. Sick of the blood, the death, all of it. I don't want to do this anymore.
His own rage boiled to the top, and Captain Roberts closed on Peter to stare right into his eyes, a vein bulging in his neck.
Even the old man, after everything he did, everything he took from us, was a wrinkly scumbag a person too. He got what he deserved.
Peter stood his ground, the two almost eyeball to eyeball, hands on their weapons, though neither drew on the other.
But the women, the kids, can you look me in the eye and tell me you sleep better at night after what we did? What would Grace think?
The name hit me like a bucket of ice water, and I remembered how Darren had turned so sad at the mention of this mystery girl. So, she had been important to more than just the child. She'd been someone special, someone close, like family. Something glinted in the corner of Captain Roberts' left eye, a brief gleam in the yellow light of the surrounding lanterns, but he blinked hard, and it vanished.
Get out, Captain. He snapped the words, emotion heavy in his voice,
and Captain Roberts stomped to his desk, his back to the both of us.
It's Captain Grapeshot Roberts. Now get out.
For a moment, Peter's expression crumpled, and he looked genuinely crushed, as if the words hurt more than I knew. But he just sighed and turns to me, his eyes grave. If anything happens, I'll be close by. Wait, so you are on my side? I didn't have time to so much as stutter a thank you before the first mate stormed out the great cabin doors and slammed them shut behind him. Deafening quiet fell over the tiny room, and I gulped a nervous lump in my throat, gauging the distance between me and the rapier on the wall. Should I take the chance and try to escape? Where would I go? I didn't know how to use a sword, and even if he was a few years younger than me, the captain definitely had the size and strength advantage. I'd end up hurt, or worse, and God only knew what they might do to Chris and Jamie in retaliation. Cloaked in shadow, the captain kept his back to me. His head hung low over the table, full of maps.
Is it true?
His voice lost some of the strong English Caribbean accent, and Captain Roberts let his shoulders slump, as if he couldn't hold them up anymore. I made him look less like a fearsome pirate captain and more like a boy in mismatched clothing, with a sword, 2 boots, and the weight of the world pressing down. If it hadn't been for the heinous things Peter had mentioned, I might have felt sorry for him. Chris and Jamie, I have to think of a way to help them.
It is?
I tucked my thumb into the side of my trousers to keep from shaking. Captain Roberts walked to the bay window in the back of the cabin, and I noticed him rubbing at the shark's tooth necklace he wore close to his chest, as if it were some kind of a good luck charm.
Of all the things that live in these waters, the Leviathan is king. It's a smart beast. It knows when a motor goes out on the water, and it knows enough to understand human words. There are 6 of them by my count, but I figure they've got babies on the way, like everything else around here. Every time someone's dared to look one in the eye, the monster whispers into their minds, and they are dead within minutes. Everyone, except you.
At last, he turned from the window, both eyes regarding me with skeptical wariness.
We have a deal, the soldiers and I. Whenever I catch someone on the water, I bring him in, and the greybacks pay me whatever I need. Guns, food, medicine, a ransom fit for a king. As long as I collect enough bodies, they'll pay double for the rangers, and who knows how much for one who can survive a mind whisperer. But they would pay a lot more for this.
In one hand, the captain held out a piece of white, modern printer paper, crisscrossed with folds and creases. It depicted a simple black box, much like a small plastic travel tote with a folding handle and 4 thick hasps to hold it shut. The box looked military in issue and bore a set of white numbers painted on the side of the case. LDB 01106. Confused, but with the slightest glimmer of hope that I might not get an extra beating today, I straightened up in my seat.
So, what is it?
I don't know.
He flipped the paper to look at the image, the captain's eyes searching the printout as if there were some hidden clue he'd missed somewhere.
But the greybacks are willing to pay you through the nose for it. Trouble is, with the Leviathan in the sea, and most of their aircraft's not working this far out into the county, the soldiers need us to get it back. And last time they saw this bloody thing, he was in Collinswood.
My spirits tumbled. That name enough to dash my hopes to pieces. Collinswood. The town burned by a horde of missiles, all because of one stupid mistake. Over 5,000 souls lost in a single night. Taking a deep breath, I cleared my throat, desperate to find a positive side to this conversation.
But can't Elsar reach it by land? I mean, if it's that important, they should have the men to get it themselves.
Waving me off, the captain crossed the room to a small cupboard and pulled out a tall wine bottle along with a corkscrew.
You think they'd hire us if they did? Oh, they've got pretty guns and lots of ammo, true, but the boys in grey are stretched thinner than you know. Besides, the water has cut off most of the town from the south, and a bunch of the white-eyed devils made a nest on the eastern side, over 100 strong. Whatever they dropped in there tainted the air with some kind of chemical, so none of our lads can go 10 feet without a mask. Only way in is from the sea, and we're the only ones who know these waters well enough to get there.
Collinswood is at the end of the ridgeline. If they sent us out to look, we could just cut north and swing around to head for New Wilderness. They can't follow us far on land, and if we can get a head start on the guards. So, I tried not to show my anxiety at such thoughts and focused on gouging the tiny hole in my khakis a little wider at the hip.
We just have to go find this box.
No, lass.
He strode over to me, dropped the paper in my lap, and the captain yanked the cork from his wine bottle.
You do. Peter's getting soft, but he always was the better man of us two, and he just might be right. Sooner or later, there won't be anyone left on the water but us, and we need more supplies to build a fort before winter. We've tried 5 times to retrieve the box, and every time that cursed town swallows whoever we send, there's something wrong with it. something worse than mutants at its core. But if you bring it back, we could ask for a high enough price to retire from pirating for good. No more fighting, no more death. A fresh start.
My brow furrowed, and it dawned on me what he meant. What's in it for me? Raising the bottle in a mock toast, Captain Roberts regained some of his former malice in the smirk that crawled over his shrewd face.
Freedom. You bring me that box, I'll let you go.
All three of us. Asking for more made my heart pound, but I couldn't risk losing Jamie or Chris if this deal turned out to be legitimate. He drained a long gulp of the alcohol, and some of the blood-red liquid dribbled out of the corners of his mouth. I wondered how much he drank, and if the dozens of empty bottles were anything to go by, this wouldn't be the last bottle he had today.
But you go alone. The other two stay to make sure you come back.
The weave on my pant leg gave way, and the thumbnail I'd been picking it with poked through my skin in a burst of light pain. And our gear. We'll get it back.
Every piece of it.
He wiped his mouth and held the bottle out to me. In anticipation of my answer, thoughts whirled in my head, and I debated what to do. I couldn't exactly say no, considering that the alternative was to be sold to Elsar as a prisoner of war. But taking this deal meant going into Collingswood alone. I'd never done anything outside the walls of New Wilderness by myself. I still barely knew half of the mutated animals that could be out there. Without Jamie's sixth sense or Chris's experience, how could I hope to get more than 10 yards? The memory of the bosun kicking Chris for protecting me floated up in my mind, and I forced myself to focus on that. Matt and Carla left me behind. I wouldn't do the same to Chris and Jamie. Not a chance. I took the bottle, poured some of the sour, vinegary stuff into my mouth, and choked the wine down in a fit of coughs. Deal.
Part 18.
Standing on the deck of the Harper's Vengeance, I shivered in the cold of the early morning and stared at what remained of Collingswood, Ohio. Like a wall of slow-moving chalk dust, gray fog hung thick in the air along the shoreline a few hundred yards off, drifting down to the water in curtains that obscured my sight of the ruins. Deep within the fog, faint calls rumbled like thunder, strange bellows and shrieks that sent shivers down my spine. A cold stillness clung to everything, the sky not yet awake, and it chilled my skin enough to remind me that fall was almost here. The air tasted strange, sour, and reminded me of the factory district along the river of Louisville, with its huge smokestacks and funny-colored dew. Ropes creaked, waters lapped at the hull, and few of the crew spoke as they set about lowering the ship's anchor and furling the broad white sails. Boots echoed on the wood behind me, and I faced Jamie and Chris. Ever since my conversation with Captain Roberts, they'd been treated much better, with no more beatings, better food and water, and Peter had brought some hammocks down to the brig so we didn't have to sleep on the floor. Bosun Amelia hadn't come near us the entire time, something I counted as a blessing in disguise, but none of that could shake the acidic knots that snaked through my guts like eels. I tried to put on a brave smile, the Type 9 heavy with fresh cartridges on my shoulder, and glanced at the lifeboat that waited for me in the waves below, a small red canoe on a tow line behind it. I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow, then. Jamie gnawed at her lower lip, a habit she'd been unable to kick so much that it bled, and her eyes scoured the nearby shore for a moment. Stay away from anything that stinks like rot. Dead stuff always draws speaker crabs, and those things are scary in numbers. And if you spot any puppets, don't fight. Just distract them with noise, since there could be dozens that you don't see nearby. Also, don't forget to keep mud out of your ammo. You don't want to get a jam when... Jamie. Catching her gaze, I gave her a slight shake of my head, wishing I could run to the toilet one more time to throw up from all the anxiety inside my brain. Don't worry about me, okay? Just take care of yourself, no matter what happens. She sniffled, and before I could say another word, Jamie hugged me as tight as she could with her one good arm. If you die out there, I'm gonna kick your ass. Tears attempted to surmount my eyeballs, but I pushed them down and simply nodded.
Thanks. Turning to Chris, I fought a jumble of emotions in my head. What could I say to him? If today was my last, I needed to make sure this moment counted. But I didn't even know what to do. His sky-blue eyes pierced mine, and to my surprise, Chris reached for me without a word. Wow. Warmth flooded through me, pleasant tingles from head to toe, his broad chest like a solid wall of silky steel. Behind the fabric of his shirt, I could just detect Chris's heart beating under his skin, a comforting rhythm against my own. Despite the faint aroma of sweat, something about his scent made my brain fuzz over, and heat pooled in my core like molten lava. His arms held me tight, and I shut my eyes to rest my chin on his shoulder, relishing a sense of security I hadn't felt in days. Go north. His whisper tickled my ear, low enough to keep the nearby guards from overhearing, but enough to snap me from my trance. Forget the stupid box. Get back to New Wilderness and tell them what happened. Whatever you do, don't come back here. Disappointment sliced through me, and I choked back a lump in my throat. Did he not think I would succeed? Did this mean nothing more to him than a convenient ruse to help me escape? Or was he that set on my survival that Chris never even considered if I wanted to survive without Jamie or him? He'd meant well, but part of me had hoped, even for a brief moment, that perhaps after so many years of being the skinny wallflower, I'd at last found someone who wanted more than my camera skills. Sure, Chris was trying to protect me, but I'd never felt safer than standing there, wrapped in his embrace. He moved to pull away, and I tightened my arms around Chris's shoulder blades to breathe a few stubborn words back to him. I'm not leaving you. With that, I tore myself out of his grasp, and I climbed down the rope net flung over the ship's rail to the waiting longboat below. Peter and 4 others waited in the boat, the pirates manning the oars while I sat in the prow, Peter in the stern. As soon as I was aboard, we cast off from the Harper's Vengeance, and I watched over my shoulder as the ship, with my 2 friends at the rail, grew smaller and smaller in the distance. A single lantern hung from a pole on the front of the boat like a tiny bowsprit, and its yellow flame sputtered the closer we drew to the grey fog. Masks on, Peter barked, and I reached into the small green bag in my belt to pull the gas mask free from its pouch. The pirates had been given a dozen or so military-grade gas masks by Elsar during one of their exchanges, and they provided me with one for this mission. It smelled like chlorine on my face, but the rubber sealed to my skin, and once I'd tightened the straps over my head, I could hear the hiss of my breath being drawn through the mask's round metal filter. Surrounded by the gloom, I peered through the plexiglass visor of my mask and realized there were little wafts of ash falling all around. The water droplets in the air tinged pavement gray on my palm. Not much else came into view. The fog-ash mixture so dense that at times I could almost cup it with my hand. Should be getting closer. Peter leaned over the side to peer at the water, his face imperceptible behind his mask. The chemical trails are getting stronger. See the color in the water. I craned my head to look and watched tiny ribbons of greasy rainbows reflect in the waves around our boat. What is it? Some kind of contamination. Peter reclined back on his seat in the stern. When the Greybacks bombed this place into oblivion, they set off some fertilizer storage tanks somewhere, and it's been burning ever since. That's where all the fog comes from. Fumes and ash driven by countless fires that never went out. The soldiers say it's burning slow enough that it won't affect the rest of the county, but it wouldn't be the first time they lied about such things. After another 10 minutes of rowing, I could see the vague outlines of squares in the water below of what had once been houses. More shapes rose from the ashy mist, broken sections of taller brick statues, crumpled chimneys, and twisted remnants of old steel girders. As the water grew shallower, more ruins surfaced, rusted hulks of cars, snapped telephone poles, and collapsed piles of rubble where homes used to be. Wavy strips of undulating black rock lay in lieu of the asphalt streets, the tarmac melted in the extreme heat of the bombs, and distant banks of fog glistened with various patches of red flickers. Dark smoke choked the sky overhead, blotting out the sun, and fine slate-colored ash clumped up on my arms, legs, and in my hair. Strange heaps of brownish-white sticks could be seen everywhere, and for a moment I thought they were old bushes or shrubs. My eyes adjusted to the gloom, and I spotted the first skeletal hand outstretched from one of the heaps, frozen forever in death. Oh man. The gas mask stopped my hand from covering my mouth in horror, and behind me, Peter grunted, avoiding the sight with both eyes on his shoes.
Imagine fire so hot it melts the skin right off your bones in an instant. All those people, just gone. And when they died, the mutants took over. Now it's nothing but a graveyard.
Glancing down, I fought the urge to shut my eyes as we glided right over a submerged patch of more rotting corpses. Arms and legs lay entangled in a desperate final embrace. Rib cages stacked on top of the others, dozens of skulls gaping up at us through empty sockets, their broken jaws opened wide with agony. They were everywhere, in the cluttered streets, poking out from under the rubble of homes, inside the charred cars and trucks, hundreds and hundreds of people with nothing left to them but their bones. How had it felt that night when the missiles rained down from the sky? Had they seen it coming? Did they understand what was happening? Did they know who was to blame, or were they too focused on trying to find a way to keep their families alive for just a minute longer? I dragged my eyes away from the grotesque sight and scanned the fog around me for a distraction. A foolish part of me wanted to believe that I would spot the box lying on the bank somewhere, tucked between some blades of grass like a lost apple. But I knew the pirates wouldn't have risked losing our ransom if the mysterious box was easy to find. No. From where I sat in the longboat, all I could see was the forest of ruined structures around me, endless banks of grey fog, and that man with the yellow chemical suit in the window. What? My head snapped back around, and I stared at the ruined corner of a house, barely standing, with what remained of a window on the half-submerged ground floor. Nothing occupied the dark window save for a flittering scrap of dirty yellow cloth, likely dropped there by a crow or some other curious winged creature. The longboat lurched, and I nearly fell over, looking around to see a muddy patch of long grass in front of the little wooden prow. Land. From here on, I would go alone. My legs and arms felt numb and heavy as I stepped out onto the grass, the pirates untying the red fiberglass canoe and pushing it to me with a long pine-wood paddle tucked inside it. None of them looked me in the eye, save for Peter, who handed me a folded bundle of paper inside a plastic Ziploc bag.
The map won't help much, but it has all the streets and old landmarks of the town before it went to hell.
He pointed over my shoulder deeper into the whirling clouds of smoky mist.
I'd start near the square. Apparently the soldiers had an execution site there before the massacre. Be careful where you go, alright? We can't breathe this crap, but the mutants can, and there's hundreds of them in there. And above all else, if you see something abnormal from this place, especially toward the center of town, stay away from it.
Taking the bag, I tucked the map into the pocket of Chris's flannel shirt and lashed the tow rope of my canoe to a nearby log so it wouldn't float away.
Okay, so when I'm done, we'll be waiting further down the coast.
Peter hopped back into the longboat, and the pirates rode off into the fog as he stood in the prow to call out to me.
We can't stay here with the air as bad as it is. If you find the box, paddle north along the shoreline. You'll see a coal barge, big as a house. You can't miss it.
The mist swallowed them up, and for the first time in a long time, I was alone. Okay, Hannah, stay calm. Just do what Jamie would do. Keep your eyes open. I drew a breath through the gas mask filter, pulled the submachine gun from my shoulder, and started up the debris-filled street. With the pall of vapor that filled the air, there wasn't much in the way of sunlight, the entire town clouded in what amounted to a very overcast day. A light breeze kept the falling ash moving, but I still had to shake the tiny flakes from my clothes every so often. Thanks to my gas mask, I couldn't smell anything, but I wondered how foul the air must be if I had yet to see so much as an insect anywhere in my walk. My footsteps crunched on bits of stone, asphalt, and even glass at times, loud as cannon fire in the deserted streets. Every nerve ending in my body fired on edge, and I focused my mind on the image of the black box, repeating the numbers in my head over and over like a mantra. LDB 01106, LDB 01106, LDB 01. Something blurred in the extreme right of my field of vision, and I spun to raise my weapon, palms clammy against the cold steel. Nothing, save for rubble and a fire burning a few blocks away. I quickened my pace and climbed over a stack of charred wood and shattered bricks, my boots dislodging crumples of ash from the pile with every step. A little voice in the back of my head screamed at me to turn around and check behind myself, but no matter how often I did, I never caught sight of anything substantial. Shapes moved in the distance, sometimes highlighted by more fires that lit up the fog banks with flashes of orange flame, tall, angular shadows that moved with jerky lunges. More than once, I could have sworn I caught eyes leering back at me from holes in the rubble, but every time I turned my head to look again, there was nothing there. Bare feet slapped at warped pavement when my back was turned. Low gurgles chittered from the ruins, and metallic screech thumps rattled closer to the mist. A loose stone clattered somewhere nearby, and my heart skipped a beat. Okay, I definitely heard that. Scanning my surroundings, I spotted a halfway intact ruin and strode for it with steady, unpanicked steps. If something was following me, I couldn't reveal that I knew, or it might pounce. No, I had to do like Chris said in the farmhouse. I had to outsmart whatever was back there. As soon as I rounded the corner of the building, I searched the crumpled wall with my eyes, and sure enough, there was a hole roughly the size of a couch ripped through the fire-blackened wall of the old home, enshrined with weeds and dripping with enough mold to give a health inspector a coronary. It didn't scream safe by any means, but it was the closest thing to a complete building within a 3-block radius. I pressed the button on a small flashlight that I taped to the heat shield on my Type 9 and squeezed into the hole, doing my best not to crush most of the weeds or leave any muddy footprints on the water-stained floor just beyond the gap. Guaranteed, if anything was on my trail, it could probably track me via scent, but in the case it wasn't that smart or simply had a bad nose, I needed to give myself as much of a chance as possible. Inside, I paused and swept the room with my weapon light. Much of the interior had been burnt from the fire, only a few places on the wall and floor recognizable with smudges of blue paint, and a section of scratched linoleum. Everything else lay charred to black cinders. The floor curled and puddled where the heat had melted it, beams in the wall exposed from the collapse of drywall turning to dust. All the windows were without glass, and rainwater had left ring-shaped stains on whatever hadn't been burned to a crisp. If I could have smelled anything, I figure it would have stank like wood rot and charcoal, but there was a hallway to my immediate front, and 2 walls on either side, enough to give me cover for now. Staying as far back from the window as I could to avoid revealing my light to the outside, I edged down the hallway, pulse roaring in my ears. A door leaned inside its framework at the end. Both hinges snapped, but I could glimpse a set of steps through the gap. If I can get higher, maybe I can see further into town. I slung the submachine gun onto one shoulder and gripped the crumbly black door planks with tentative fingers. A chunk broke off in my hands, and I winced at the noise. How close were the mysterious things behind me? I couldn't hear as well from inside the house, and had no way of knowing if they were right outside or not. Perhaps coming in here had been a bad idea, but it was too late now. If I wanted to live, I had to get through this door. I put my shoulder to the door and shoved as hard as I could. The entire thing cracked under my weight, and the planks fell to the floor with a loud clatter. Each step groaned under my boots, but I climbed to the top and had to crouch under a snapping roof beam to wriggle into the room beyond. It had been a bathroom at one time, with white tile on the walls and floor, an old-fashioned standalone bathtub in one corner, The mirror had been shattered over the sink, whose cupboard was rotting underneath it, and there were scorch marks on the tile work across from the nearby open window. Bits of half-melted glass decorated the floor, but aside from the rubble that filled up half the room, it could almost have been intact. There was even a discarded yellow rubber duck on the floor under the bathtub, and I nearly smiled at seeing it. I would have, if I hadn't looked out the window first. They crept from the street I'd wandered through, 6 gray figures scuttling around on all fours, with 7 more creeping out an alleyway further to my right, while 5 clambered over a collapsed house a half-block to the left. Dressed in rags, their milk-white eyes peered into the fog with hungry persistence, and some of them would stop to sit back on their feet like an ape, tilting their head to listen, mouths slightly agape with that eerie Cheshire smile. Puppets. My throat threatened to close up in fear, but I forced myself to keep calm and switched my weapon light off. With all the ash and dust, I guessed the sun to be obscured enough for these things to roam at all times of day, meaning there would be no safe time for me to travel. They hadn't seen me yet, but if they knew I was watching, they'd surely charge in their typical suicide wave fashion. For now, they weren't shrieking like they did when the chase was on, instead being quiet, stealthy, moving like wraiths in an attempt to track me down. But this time, I'd spotted them first. I glanced down at my gun and shook my head at myself. There were already too many for me to fight alone, and Jamie was right. There could be another pack, not a block away, doing the same thing.
Come on. Think.
Whispering under my breath, I rifled through the room, tugging open the decayed cupboard beneath the sink in desperation. My eyes landed on a strip of canary yellow, and a light bulb went off in my head as I snatched it. It was a rubber exercise band, about 6 feet long and 4 inches wide, the kind used by older people to keep themselves limber when they had grown too unsteady to run or walk. Thanks to the cupboard and the wall behind it shielding the band from the heat of the flames, it hadn't melted. It was still stretchy as the day it had come out of the box. Moving to the window, I picked at the broken wall to tear away chunks of tile and burned wood until 2 mostly intact 2x4 wall studs were exposed on either side of the window frame. I wove each end of the exercise band into the space and pulled it taut, tying them off with fingers that trembled in adrenalized excitement. Outside, the puppets drew nearer, so close I didn't dare to poke my head above the windowsill. I sat on the floor facing the window, the band pulled back to my chest, and fished around for a chunk of broken ceramic tile. Here goes nothing. With a shard cradled in the section of band between my fingers, I aimed at the cloudy gray sky above and let fly. The band jerked back into place, and the tile piece hurled in the air in a long, high arc. I could see it tumble back down toward the empty streets, and outside, one of the puppets let out an inquisitive chirp. Splintering into 100 tiny fragments, the tile shattered around 60 yards down the street from where I sat, and at the noise, dozens of alarmed shrieks echoed in the roadway outside my hiding place. Another scrap of ceramic found its way into my hand, and I aimed a little higher this time. Somehow, I got lucky, and from the sounds of the impact, my second shot hit glass somewhere, loud enough to draw in the rest of the pack. Grimy feet and hands scrambled over the pavement, and the puppets ran to the source of the sound with glee, completely unaware that their prey sat not 20 feet above them. It felt good to smile, even with the restrictive grip of the gas mask over my face, and I untied the band as fast as I could, ready to dart for the next block of ruins now that my pursuers were confused. My idea had worked, and if it could deflect threats here, why not every time I got into a bind? Maybe I wouldn't have to fight after all. I could be like those super spies from the movies, the ones who cracked the code, stole the secret documents, and got out without anyone the wiser. I'd be a hero. The pirate would let Jamie and Chris go, and maybe Chris would be so impressed that... A flash of color caught my eye through the open window, and I froze. He stood around 100 yards or more away, casually watching me from atop one of the rubble piles that had been a house, arms at his sides. I guessed it to be a man, though I couldn't really tell with how far away he was. as his protective mask and yellow chemical suit obscured most of his facial features anyway. He didn't have any kind of weapon that I could see, but it didn't matter. With that fancy suit, the fact that he'd spotted me, and the uncanny way he watched without caution from the open, he could only be from one place. Elsar. My pulse jumped, and I slowly pulled the submachine gun from my shoulder, glancing down to thumb the safety off. Raising it, I squinted down the sights, and saw nothing but the swirling, contaminated fog. Ice crept through my veins, and I swallowed, tasting sour fear on the back of my tongue. No way he could move that fast. The streets were too open, and with that suit, he would have been slow, clumsy, visible. Surely the puppets would have seen him standing there at some point in their run past the rubble. But now he was gone, within seconds of me breaking eye contact, almost as if... No. I shook my head to clear the thought away, switched the safety on my Type 9, and headed for the cramped opening beneath the rubble to the stairs.
It's just my imagination. There's nothing there.
But the entire journey back down the steps, my hands trembled, and I jogged down the lonely side streets and fire-blasted alleyways with a new sense of urgency. Every curl of fog now looked like a man in a chemical suit, every shadow a soldier, every breath of wind a potential enemy footfall. I had escaped the mutants for now, but a part of my brain hissed the nagging question I didn't want to think about over and over in my head. If I was truly alone out here, then who or what was watching me? Part 19. Several blocks further in, I squeezed into an overhang made from the collapsed front of a building and pulled the special plastic army canteen the pirates had given me from my belt. With a gas mask on, and the air poisoned by whatever chemical dump had been hit by the bombs, the only way I could drink was through a special tube that ran from the canteen adapter to my mask, and my throat burned with a dryness that cried out for respite. Scanning my surroundings, I tilted the canteen back and chugged through the straw inside my gas mask. How big is this town? I could be here all day. Do they seriously expect me to find one tiny box on the first try? I blew air back into the tube to keep the canteen from caving in and tried not to think about what I'd do once it got dark. The fog around me hung so thick that at times I couldn't see more than 10 yards, and at other times a breeze would shift it enough to see around 100 at best. Fires churned from various pyres, former dwellings full of pine, drywall, insulation, and plastic going up in thick black smoke. The few sections of my skin that were exposed itched with the light ash that rained from the sky, and the water in my mouth tasted strong of plastic and chlorine. Everything gritted and crunched under my shoes, and more creatures screamed in the distance, the high shrieks of puppets curling in my ears like worms. They're moving away. I cocked my head to one side like I'd seen Chris do, mouth slightly agape to hear better, and whispered myself in a bid to stay calm.
Which means they either lost my scent, or...
Pebbles and bits of crumpled asphalt rattled on the ground beside me, and the vibrations rippled through my legs to flare inside my mind with alarm. With trembling fingers, I jammed the canteen back into my belt and fumbled with the cloth flap to secure it in place. My chest tightened, and I dove onto my belly to crawl beneath a fallen roof beam, squeezing like a bug deeper into the ruin. Steel groaned right above me, metal slamming over and over into the metallic tarmac with rapid beats as thunderous feet skittered closer. I shoved my head and arms through a gap in the rubble, wriggling into total darkness, desperate to get out of the open. Like a mole, I burrowed into the debris, crawled against tight walls that rubbed my shoulders, and prayed for an opening somewhere. All it would take was one cave-in, one drop-off into an old basement, one creature coming up the tunnel toward me, and I'd never make it out. The entire rubble pile shifted as a massive steel I-beam impaled the dirt not 10 feet in front of me, piercing the dark with soft gray light from the outside. Frozen in place, I could only watch as the leg withdrew and held my breath. On the heels of the electro-synth foghorn blast, a gargantuan shadow passed over the hole, with 8 long legs made of flash-rusted steel that stood as tall as a 3-story building. Braided metal cables snaked up each one, leading to a long spiral column-like tangle of jumbled metal and greasy black sinews. A black round signal dish at the front swung back and forth like a head, with a ring of bright white lights around it that flickered with every strange sounds the beast made. Beneath it, a signal loudspeaker hung by both bolts, and an array of pulsating black tissue, as if whoever or whatever had made this thing couldn't decide between it being a machine or a living beast. Thicker cables swayed just under the head in the way I'd seen spider mandibles do, only there were dozens of them, each long enough to reach the ground if they extended to their full length. In a quick glance, one could easily have mistaken it for a walking radio tower. If it makes one wrong step, I'll be human jelly. My lungs ached, but something caught my gaze beneath the mutant, something big and square, grasped in its mass of cable mandibles. A truck. The Humvee swung along, dented, charred, and broken in the grasp of the Echo Spider, all its tires flat, the bulletproof glass smeared from the heat of the missiles. I couldn't see inside it, or the soot of the glass, but I figured there couldn't be a living soul left. After all, how long would someone last, trapped inside that thing with no food or water, the outside air poisoned, unable to escape after the bombs fell? Yet, the enormous insectoid being still carried it along, like a bird with a bundle of twigs in its beak, and that jarred something loose in my mind. It's collecting metal. Watching it go, my fear slipped away a little, and a timid curiosity took hold. The spider hadn't seen me, or I'd be dead already. If it truly was collecting scrap, like the ones in Northern Junkyard that had given our mechanics so much trouble, then maybe, just maybe, it had accidentally scooped up a small, black box. My guts begged me to stay hidden in the claustrophobic burrow under the rubble, but in my mind, I knew there was only one way to find out for sure. As soon as the Echo Spider passed on to the next block, I clawed my way up through the hole its leg had made in the debris, and into the grey light of Collingswood. I could still see the huge creature from a distance, but it moved fast enough that I couldn't wait, or the fog would swallow it up. Once I jerked myself free from the last desperate grasp of broken wood and shattered cinder block, I skidded down the heap to the street and jogged after the beast. Had anyone told me a week ago that I would be chasing some giant mechanical spider through a ruined city, I would have laughed in their face. Now I fell into my jog, eyes switching back and forth between my quarry and the ruins around me. My snug home in Louisville the furthest thing from my mind. No doubt there were few creatures here big enough to challenge the Echo Spiders, so they didn't care who or what they walked over. But I couldn't be so careless. One wrong step, whether too close or too far behind, and I could risk losing the mutant. Or worse, running face first into one of its steel legs. However, if I rounded the bend and found myself in the midst of more puppets, or God forbid, birch crawlers, I'd be dead in a heartbeat. Onward we went, the unsuspecting iron bug and I, its feet screech thumping, mine crunching over loose stones and charred wood. At block 6, my lungs began to ache, and I remembered how little I'd had to eat since leaving the Harper's Vengeance. Despite my water break earlier, dryness crept back into my throat, and a painful stitch crammed in my side. I had a harder and harder time keeping my footfalls soft on the wrinkled pavement, and I almost turned my ankle in exhaustion 3 times. Bright white light slashed the fog just in front of me, and I stumbled over my feet, skidding to a stop just inside a nearby doorway that hadn't collapsed. My heart raced, and I poked my head out the moment the light slid by. Oh, Hannah, what have you gotten yourself into? As near as I could guess, the ruin across the street had once been a school, built from red brick, at least 2 stories tall. The bombs had smashed its upper floors like a Lego set under a bulldozer, with only the 4 corners of the building left standing, along with 2 rectangular concrete shafts in the center, likely for either stairs or an elevator system. Crumbled bricks had been shoved to the outside of the building in a ring of orange-colored rocks, and the various holes, alcoves, and destroyed sections of the second story had been filled with all kinds of scrap metal. Bent sheet steel roofing, rusted iron steel lamps, and entire cars were jumbled together in a huge mound, everything held together by gooey strands of a strange black substance that looked eerily familiar. Just like the brain shredder, I swallowed to keep my stomach from rising in revulsion. Meat. The spiders were holding their nest in place with the same material that glued them together. Long, ebony tendrils of living, mutated flesh. In spite of the walls of goo, I could see them inside. 4 huge metal insects scuttled back and forth with clicks and chatters that sent shivers down my spine. And some of the swollen sections of black seemed to move on their own, like nightmarish pimples ready to burst with rot. Flattening myself back inside the doorway, I bit my lip to keep down a whimper and shook my head at myself. I couldn't do this. I couldn't go in there. After all, who was I kidding? I wasn't some badass ranger. I was the skinny girl who got knocked out during gym class by a rough football throw, and everyone had laughed. I was the quiet one who sat in the third row and watched Kelsey Dunmark get asked out by Robert McPherson because I never worked up the courage to speak to Robert at all. I was the nameless kid who held the camera for Matt and Carla because thousands of subscribers would have found me too boring to watch instead. Almost everything that I'd survived so far had been by sheer dumb luck, not through skill or bravery. I couldn't find the stupid box, not with all those spiders in there. It was impossible. Tears brimmed at my eyes as I slid to the ground, pulled my knees to my chest, and sniffled under my gas mask. There's nothing wrong with being scared. Jamie's voice called through my tangled thoughts in an encouraging whisper, her faith in me unwavering as it had been from the start. Never assume this can't be beaten. Chris's warm smile floated over my mind's eye, and deep inside, a little flame ignited in my chest, a longing to see him again, a burning need. A pull like gravity. I blinked at my tears and took a deep breath. My legs stretched, the calves pushed me back onto my feet, and calm smoothed over my frazzled nerves. Red lights and low voices. With one finger, I switched off the safety on my Type 9. That's the name of the game. Pushing the fear out of my head, I darted around the corner and sprinted over the streets to the school as fast as my legs could go. Black walls of living muscle reared in front of me, poisonous fog swirled around my feet. The mechanical chittering of the echo spiders filled my ears. My shoes skidded and crunched over the broken asphalt, and my heart roared. Any moment, the spiders would notice, and I'd hear the screech of their sirens as they bore down on me, the terrible white light from their heads blinding my eyes. They would rip me apart, suck out my guts, and string me up like a deer. Somehow, I reached the other side and slowed to a halt beside one grimy, fire-blackened brick corner. I made it. I actually made it. I didn't think that would work. Stunned, but still fueled by adrenaline, I swept my eyes over the mass of tendons that lines the gaps in the wall and caught sight of a spot dark from shadow instead of mutated flesh. At one time, it must have been some kind of corner office window, but the bombs had of course blown it out and scorched the interior. However, the black growth stretched thinner here, and with the dim red glow of my headlamp, I could make out a room with a door on the other side. Tendrils and things that looked like roots snaked across the burnt carpet. Other than that, it appeared, well, as clean as anything could get around here. Gripping the edge of the window, I hoisted myself inside, careful to check each corner of the cramped space. A desk had been half buried by fallen debris to my right, and there were a few picture frames on the floor to my left. Their glass shattered, the photographs burned away. The ceiling light hung halfway out of the powdery foam tiles around it, and more strange black tissue could be seen inside the ceiling cavity. My rear headlight bathed the room in a bloody aura, and I shuddered at the sensation of both shoes smearing over greasy muscle strands on the floor. like stepping on sticky chunks of bicycle inner tubes. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. I cocked my head to one side and tried to slow my breathing so I could listen better. Echo spiders screeched, thumped somewhere on the other side of the closed door, with occasional chittering calls to one another, and a low, slushing, squelching noise hummed in the background, reminding me of intestinal rumbles. Despite the gray light of the foggy exterior, everything inside seems to be some shade of black or red in my headlight beam. Crossing to the door, I turned the knob with a dry, rusted creak and poked my head into the expanse beyond.
Oh, great.
I mutter under my gas mask. The door opened into a semi-intact hallway on the first floor, blocked by a cave-in of cinder block and metal to my right, but the rest of it still open to my left. Dusty, green metal lockers lined the white-painted walls on both sides, the low-slung ceiling covered in the same pepper and salt-color ceiling tile as the office, with more extinguished fluorescent lights that would never work again. Vibrations from every step the massive spiders took nearby reverberated through the floor, and I realized the mound rested above me now. These old hallways more akin to tunnels in an anthill than corridors where hordes of students had trudged to their next class. Still, much of it reminded me of my not-so-distant high school days, and it would have been nostalgic if not for a dense coat of slime that lay all over the tile floor, in a shade halfway between engine grease brown and viscera purple. Spatters of it adorns the lockers and walls as well, with drag marks to show where something huge had slid over the muck in serpentine ease down the abandoned corridor. I've got to find a way to their scrap piles. Maybe the slime trails lead to the nest. After all, following bloody mutant fluid never got anyone killed, right? Ignoring my own glum thoughts, I tried to avoid the majority of the goo on the floor, but it was no use. Soon, my boots were covered in the stuff, and I had to keep one hand on the wall of lockers to my right in order not to fall. Small bones were scattered in various places over the floor, and I did my best not to look at them, as many resembled fingers, toes, and a few splayed hands. These crunched under my shoes, adding a sickening counter effect to the squish-squash of grease, and tickles of nausea threatened to resurge in my gut. I reached an intersection, and in the dark corridor to my right, something gurgled. Turning my head, I bit my tongue beneath the mask and stifled a scream. Suspended in sticky folds of ebony ligaments, outstretched figures hung from the walls, lining both sides of the dilapidated hall like trophies in a hunter's cabin. Some were completely covered in a horrific cocoon of veiny gray membrane, while others were merely secured by their four limbs in a spread eagle position. None of them moved, but from the way they twitched, chests rising and falling in spasmodic jerks of involuntary respiration, left me with no doubt. They're still alive. Most of them were puppets with mottled skin, wide eyes wide open in frozen shock, knobby wooden teeth gaped in a muted scream of agony. But there were a few bodies that had pale, pinkish skin, wore more normal clothing, and even had some equipment on them. Gray uniformed LSAR soldiers, t-shirt wearing civilians, a few younger figures dressed as pirates, and toward the end of the hall, one or two captives adorned in ragged black polo shirts, all hung with silent despair for the entities that were wrapped around their torso. They looked like slugs, woven from black sinews, and clutching to the ribs of each body with little nubby spines on their fat bellies. Each slug had its head buried into the flesh of its host, and it wriggled with greedy gulps, the entire length of the creature spasming as mouthfuls of blood slid down its gullet. Some were the size of a knapsack, and these were the ones wrapped like snakes around the more exposed people, while the others were so big they had begun to form a cocoon of grayish-black flesh around themselves, their victims hollowed out like a dry corn husk. In the dim glow of my headlamp, the worms gleamed from the mucus that covered them, a single long spike on the tips of each one's tail like a scorpion, and a chorus of gurgles spilled from their maws as they drained the life from each poor body. Mortified, I went to take a step back, and my shoe pressed down on an especially fat tendon buried in the slimy floor. All the gurgles stopped, and somewhere overhead, the screech thudding of the spiders paused, as if they too could sense the presence of an unwanted guest. I held my breath under the mask, too terrified to move. That's not good. From deep within the mass of tortured corpses, a gray pod split, gushing fluid onto the floor, and an avalanche of black muscle tumbled out. It writhed for a few moments, and one end of the mass rose, big as a car, the entire length of the creature enough to stretch half of the corridor. 8 concave holes in the now smooth body twitched, as if to move legs it didn't have yet, and the cavern of various pits in the head sucked air like a vacuum cleaner. It swayed back and forth, tasting the air, and my mind reeled. This was why they needed the metal. The spiders were laying eggs, and their babies couldn't walk, see, or call to each other without fresh scrap. In a spasmic, knee-jerk style reaction, the enormous echo pupae slid down the hall toward me, slithering in between the mass of hanging bodies and fellow larvae, intent on making its first live kill. Part 20. As a young girl, I'd had a reoccurring dream about running from something in the dark, but no matter how fast I ran, I moved as slow as molasses. The thing behind me would always catch up, and just as I turned to face it, I would awake screaming. Over the years, I either forgot or grew out of the dream, and by the time I was in high school, it became a distant memory. Now, however, it all came flooding back with visceral clarity. I threw myself down the opposite hallway, my shoes sliding over the greasy floor with a frustrating lack of traction. Each breath came short and tight through the suffocating gas mask, and I fell multiple times, only to claw my way back to my feet with hands covered in the clammy, jello-like mucus. Darkness flew by, my red headlamp the only illumination I had in the depths of the nest, and everything blurred into a horrifying ticker-tape parody of black, red, and gray shadows. Pain flared in my knees from the rough tumbles I took to the cold tile, and my heart raced so fast I thought it might explode. Can't slow down. It's right fucking there. Several yards behind me, the echo pupa slithered with ease across the slimy floor, and air sucked into the maw of its cavity-ridden head with the sound of a wet toilet plunger. Overhead, the ruined school building shook as more adult echo spiders skittered around in frantic search for whatever had caused the disturbance below. A small, reasonable part of my brain wondered if they communicated like honeybees, talking with their babies through ultrasonic noises between the rubble. If that was the case, then the entire nest knew I was here. Heaps of debris loomed out of the dark, blocking my passage to the right, so I veered left, down a narrow hall, choked by shattered cinder block, fallen timbers, and jumbled bones. Dried marrow and charred wood snapped under my filthy boot heels, abandoned classrooms on either side of me that yawned in the dark, waiting jaws to swallow me whole. Something wriggled at my elbow, and I screamed under my mask to stagger onward, too afraid to look back. The disgusting parasitic squeals blasted in my ears, the pupae close enough I could reach out and touch it. It would be on me in seconds, and I wouldn't have the strength to fight it off. The beast too close for me to whirl around and shoot. An unblocked door jumped out of the shadows to my right, and I hurled myself inside, the worm moving too fast to pivot, and it glided past me down the hall. With hands that shook so hard I could barely manipulate my own fingers, I shoved the wooden double doors shut and spun the little metal deadbolt. That's not going to do anything.
Stepping back from the door, I gasped air through the stuffy filter on my gas mask and took in the room with my flickering red headlamp. I didn't have much time. The bug would be back any second now, and if I couldn't find a way out, the most merciful thing to do would be to stick my Type 9 in my mouth. There had to be another way out, or at least something I could use to barricade the door better. Various black-topped wooden tables filled the room with stainless steel sinks at their center, likely a former science lab for chemistry students. A white dry erase board hung from a wall behind the old teacher's desk, and there were still faint black marks on it from old equations that had never been solved. The chairs around the room were scattered everywhere, along with ripped textbooks, torn papers, and spatters of rusty red blood that formed a trail into one lonely corner. Something glinted from the dusty curtains of blackness, and I took a cautious step closer. Yikes. He sat, slumped against the wall, the gray uniform on his body stained with clumps of brownish mucus, black goo, and dried red blood. The soldier wore a Kevlar helmet with broken night vision goggles on the front, and a plate carrier adorned in several empty magazine pouches. A long black rifle lay not far from his right hand, with its bolt locked open on another empty magazine. Brass casings littered the floor around him, and 2 other pupae lay to one side of the room, rotting in the stillness of death. Both his legs had been gnawed to the bone, everything missing below the exposed yellow kneecaps.
Come on, give me something.
I knelt to scour his pockets for ammunition or grenades, but as I did, 2 objects fluttered from the man's cupped left hand onto his stiff knees. One was a little yellow and black plastic remote, much like a walkie-talkie, and at a push of a button, its tiny screen lit up from whatever automatic shutdown it had been in. In the corner of the screen, the battery showed a low charge, but it still worked, at least for now. The other was a tiny green notepad, its white pages tinged pink to the light of my headlamp, speckled with flecks of dried blood. Hurried writing lay scrawled over the lines on the paper, and despite the eerie slushing from the hall that told me the echo pupae was circling back, I picked up the little booklet with tender fingers. They're all dead. We thought this place was abandoned, had it rigged to blow, and they pounced on us, dragged our whole squad into their nest. I managed to break free before the little ones could latch onto me, but the larva stung me several times, and now my legs won't work. Talk about shitty luck. Charges were all set. We had the item in our grasp, and now the freaking spiders have it. I'm running low on ammo, and the only reason they haven't got to me yet is my canine tracker. Poor Dusty might be gone, but every time I hit the tone button, it scares him off. Not that it matters. I can feel the poison in my system. I know I'm done for. If Command finds this, we had the item in our commander's truck, number M43, along with the clicker for the C4. Most of our charges should be intact, since I don't think the mutants understand what they are. Find it, and blast this place, no matter how many of us are in here. With those things eating their way into our boys, there's nothing we can do for them anyway. It's in my arm now, almost like a living thing. I tried to cut it out with a knife, but it's too deep, and... His writing faded into unintelligible squiggles there, as if the soldier's hand had spasmed or frozen. I hated to think about what he'd endured, being paralyzed, left alive in the dark to wait for death. Even if he was from Elsar, no one deserved this, but part of his scribbles stuck in my head, and a dangerous prickle of optimism filtered through my fearful thoughts. The item. His squad had been sent to recover something, and if this note was still accurate, that something lay in the scrap heaps above me, just waiting to be rescued. It could have been reference to anything, but there was too much at stake for me to brush it off as mere coincidence. My hunch had been right, at least so far. But that meant I had to go through that door, and the giant spider slug was in my way.
Let's hope this works.
I slipped the nylon lanyard for the remote around my wrist as the door heaved with impact from outside. At last, the dried wood caved in, and the ugly head of the worm slithered through, bobbing back and forth as it tasted the air in search of me. Panic rose in my mind, but I forced it away and held the tracker collar remote up, its stubby black antenna pointed at the monstrosity. It's still in my way. Hesitation struck out of nowhere, a horrific realization that hit me like a ton of bricks. I couldn't act yet, I realized, not with that thing blocking my only door out of here. The worm would have to get close, enough for me to get past it, which meant if this desperate improvised weapon didn't work, I wouldn't even have time to scream before it was all over. In my head, I pictured Chris's smile, felt his arms around me, heard him laugh. One more time. I needed to see him just one more time. This couldn't be it for me. Not like this. I wouldn't let it be.
Here.
I coughed through my mask, finding my voice and shouting both to attract its attention and shoved the fear from my mind.
I'm right here.
Surging forward, the greasy black monster plowed between the desks, its throat gaped wide, little tendrils splayed from each side of its underdeveloped mouth, ready to pull me in. My thumb pressed the tone button, and the remote screen lit up. A high, piercing shriek of pain ripped through the air, and the worm's charge fumbled into a spasmodic thrash. It threw itself from side to side, smashing chairs, splintering the desks, and covering everything around it in a fresh coat of brownish-red mucus. Seizing my chance, I darted past it, climbing over the ruined door, and sprinted back into the slimy hallway. I turned left upon reaching the main corridor and caught the rustle of movement in the shadows down the hall I'd first come from. The crimson beam of my headlamp caught several black coils of wriggling flesh oozing their way up the greasy tiles, and my guts writhed. Okay, now they're angry. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, I clawed my feet at a nearby floor mat that wasn't as gooey as the rest of the hall and raced onward as more screech thuds resounded overhead. The entire nest was on high alert, and I doubted I'd find many more rooms to hide in. It was do or die time. From the abyss, a set of stairs materialized, and I gave a shout of joy beneath my mask. It looked clear. I could see gray light somewhere toward the top, which meant I could get out into the scrap heap, and then bright white light blinded me, and all four of my limbs locked as if I'd been hit by a taser. Dread filled my mind, and no matter how much I internally screamed, I couldn't so much as draw a breath. Look for the light. A chorus of whispers called to me from somewhere up the stairs, and voices spoke with disembodied volume from all different directions, as if bouncing around inside my skull. Soft tendrils of words poked their way into the folds of my mind, slithered into my memories, neither happy nor sad, violating every thought, every idea, every dream I had. There were so many of them, and only one of me. Why bother to fight? It was warm here, safe, comfortable. There was no point in resisting. I could just relax, let unseen hands lift me up, and everything would be glorious and bright. No more fear, no more struggle. All I had to do was put down that nasty piece of plastic. This is nice. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad staying here. It was so warm, like a big blanket of... Hang on. Why are my ankles cold? Something in my head sputtered like a faulty wire, and I blinked on dry, itchy eyes. Cold, braided steel brushed against my legs, and in an instant my brain was mine, and flared with primal alarm. No. I jammed my finger down on the tone button, and the light stuttered before flickering out entirely. Half blinded in the sudden resurgence of darkness, I blinked in shock at the sea of rusty steel cables that wriggled on the floor, falling from where they had snapped up my legs and around my shoulders, ready to reel me in like a fly in a web. At the top of the stairs, a huge satellite dish head twitched and jerked. The spotlights around the rim of its dish flickered uncomfortably as its siren cut in and out with static. Under its head, the tentacle-like cables seized, and the echo spider staggered like it couldn't keep its feet. sending chunks of debris raining down around me inside the stairwell. On wobbly legs, I charged up the steps, clicking the tone button in rapid-fire taps, and with the other hand pulled my Type 9 from its place next to my hip. Yellow bursts of flame lit up the dim stairwell, and bullets stitched across the Echo Spider's dish, smacking one of the spotlights with a shower of sparks.
Get back!
I screamed, my voice hoarse and shaky, but too desperate to care. Hannah Brunn had been switched off, and instead, someone else had taken over. A vicious, crazy, animalistic version of myself, ready to do anything to survive. Confused and in pain, the enormous metal creature retreated with a cacophony of enraged foghorn blasts and chitters, the ground shaking as more of its comrades bore down on the stairwell entrance. Nope. My stairs. Go away. Go away. Go away. Up to meet them I ran, half staggering but not stopping for a second. Cool air from the outside met my neck and bare hands, the familiar sky above. All around me, tall stacks of metal stood bound together with sticky tendons of black sheet metal, angled iron, and rusted I-beams. Doorknobs, refrigerators, and bicycles rested next to huge towers of cars and trucks toward the center of the mound. Black membrane held things in place, along with various swollen pods that wriggled and heaved, more larvae growing in their core. In one corner, a pupae lay nestled in a sling-like cradle of ebony ligaments, half fitted with a fresh set of metal legs, the steel driven into the vacant holes in its body, a dented satellite dish laying nearby. 4 adult Echo Spiders waited from behind various columns and piles, white lights flooding in from every angle the instant I surfaced. Shutting my eyes, I raised the remote and clicked the tone button, waving my arm in a circle as the Echo Spiders bellowed in alarm. I sprayed bullets at them and darted into the interior of the nest, dodging sticky pools of black tendrils stretched like webs between scrap. Dozens of larva pods split to spill the worms inside whenever I got too close, and steel legs jabbed from the adults above me, an ironic twist of insects trying to squash a human as I scuttled through their home. Squelches and shrieks rang in my ears, mutants closing in from every side, but as I ran, a flash of color caught my eye. High up, 5 cars off the ground in a teetering stack, an armored truck sat, its glass shattered in places. One of the doors bent at the hinges, the others bent and twisted, every tire flattened. It bore the same gray paint job as the uniforms of its former inhabitants, but the white-lined black number painted on the door stood out among all the chaos clamoring for my attention. M43. Bingo. My hands slid on the smooth metal of the bottom truck hood, but I jumped up to gain purchase, remembering the one time I'd gone indoor rock climbing with Mom and Dad. I scaled the rickety tower with frantic limbs, found handholds on open windows, mirrors, fenders, and wheels, my arms and legs aching with the strain. I paused only to click the tracker controller. Spiders and worms so close I could feel the cars shake as they clamored after me. The Echo Spiders flashed their lights and stomped ever closer to physically rip me from the tower, but I was in the zone, moving with a fluidity I didn't know I had, giving 110% to every motion. A microwave whizzed past my head, impacting on a truck cab a few feet from me. Broken glass peppered my hair, the Echo Spiders throwing garbage at me with their cable tentacles like kids chasing a pesky raccoon away from their backyard. Creaking and groaning, the stack swayed dangerously, and I lost my grip on the car bumper I'd been holding on to. Oh, shit. The world rushed past me, air howled in my ears, and I flailed in desperation. My fingers snagged at an old-fashioned metal side mirror, and I cried out in pain at the sudden jolt in my shoulder, both legs kicking in midair. Something wet and heavy latched onto my shoe, and a suckling maw tried to chew its way through my boot, the black worm thrashing to bring its tail stinger to bear. If it stung me, it would be all over. I brought my other boot down and sent the creepy larva flying with a satisfying squish. Thanks to the brief momentum of respite, I swung myself higher on the pickup truck, dodged a hubcap thrown by one of the adults, and climbed higher. My palms slapped the handle of the armored truck's door, and I dragged myself inside just as rusty cables lunged for my ankles from below. Clicking the tone button to shoo it away, I squeezed into the cluttered interior of the military vehicle and gasped for air beneath my gas mask. I can't keep this up. How am I going to get down from here? Come on, Hannah. Focus. Find the box and get moving. Worming my way past the blood-coated seats, I slid under the steering wheel and through a square door into the rear compartment. Bits of gear, backpacks, and equipment lay everywhere, reminiscent of our truck after its tumble from the cliffs. Spare bottles of water, a few dented ammunition cans, and a box labeled 40mm were jumbled across the floor. But in the corner to my left, I picked up the outline of a slumped human torso. Like his doomed comrade in the school, the soldier lay dead, mangled, with half his spinal column poking from under his uniform jacket. He'd covered himself in a bundle of nylon toe straps, wedged between one seat and the metal bulkhead, which had likely saved him from being whisked away to the larva chamber. Still, death had taken him. Maybe moments after his clever ruse was completed, the poor man, a mass of blood, torn flesh, and lifeless, milky eyes beneath his gas mask. His plate carrier held a few round grenades and 2 pouches on his chest, and next to the man's exposed hip bone lay a little green square with a spring-loaded plunger and a single stubby antenna. Molded into the plastic on one side were the words, "Firing device, electrical M57." And it seemed the soldier died before he could squeeze the trigger, speckles of blood all over it. Breathless, I shoved the junk aside to snatch at the detonator, and my heart stopped as something else caught my eye. No way. There it sat, a black plastic box about the size of a small handbag, tucked just behind the dead soldier's back, perfectly concealed by his last act of courage. Even smeared by his dried blood, I could still make out the faint white letters beneath the rusty red stains on the polymer lid. LBD01106.
Yes!
In spite of everything, I hugged the box to my chest and choked down a sob of joy. I'd done it. This was our ticket home. The world swayed, metal groaning under the strain of sudden impacts, and my heart fell into my stomach. They're going to push it over. More titanic blows rippled up the haphazard tower of vehicles, and the greasy black membranes holding it all in place started to snap. Though wary of my tracker controller remote, the Echo Spiders weren't about to leave me alone, and shoved at the pile of metal with their forelegs, rocking it back and forth like hounds baying at a tree. They couldn't climb up to get me, so instead, they would drop the entire tower down around my head. Frantic, I shoved the box into my backpack, along with the little detonator. Both the soldiers' grenades went into my cargo pockets, and I crawled on hands and knees for the rear compartment door. Everything tilted. The back doors flew open, and loose objects rolled past me as the tower leaned a little too far. Out the back doors of the compartment, I could see another tower sliding closer as mine fell, and a sickening realization struck me. I have to jump. My shoes slid to the edge of the door, and the ground rose to meet me, as every black sinew holding the metal pile upright snapped. I gripped the edge of the door, the backpack pressed between my shoulder blades, and sucked in a deep breath. I had no idea how to gauge the distance, when to jump, or even if I'd make it. But one thing was for certain. If I fell to the ground, with its vast covering of scrap metal, bricks, and concrete, I'd break every bone in my body. In spite of the distance, in spite of my brain screaming that I was way too high off the ground, and the Echo Spiders clustering around to finish their assault, I knew I had no other choice. With a pulse roaring in my ears, I flung myself out of the truck as the tower collapsed and tumbled through the air toward the next scrap pile. Nothing beneath me but 60 feet of cold, poisoned air. Part 21. Air whistled by me, and my heart dropped right into my guts. I'm not going to make it. The rusty red exterior of a car hood swooped up. Jagged glass from its windshield gaped wide like a set of crystalline jaws, and I curled my legs closer to myself to brace for impact. I missed the sharp glass of the broken windshield by mere inches and somehow caught hold of an old windshield wiper blade, managing to stop myself from rolling off the hood. Glass flew everywhere from half a dozen shattered windows, and sheet metal retched with a horrific screech. The tower of scrap I'd been in collapsed onto the one I now lay on, the two colliding just below me at the halfway point of the second tower. Its force rippled through the steel under my back, and like clockwork, the second scrap car tower began to lean. I could smell unburnt diesel on the air, little streams of it leaking from the various military fuel tanks to soak the black tendrils of the nest. Echo spiders skittered toward my new perch, their lights bathing the area around me, blasting the air with their foghorn wails. All four limbs shook from exhaustion, but I forced myself onto my feet and grabbed hold of a nearby wheel hub for support. The third tower, a heap of mostly panel vans and a school bus, reared closer, and I choked down a whimper of doubt. That's further than last time. In that moment, Jamie's face flashed through my mind. I'd known her for barely a week, and yet Jamie had been everything Carla never was. The cool older sister who introduced me instead of using me like an accessory. The charismatic friend who never made me the brunt of her jokes. The loyal companion who would never have skipped my birthday party for a rock concert. She was relying on me to get back, waiting on that ship with Chris in the cold, dark brig. If it were Jamie in my shoes, she would jump without hesitation. Gritting my teeth, I pushed off the rough, flash-rusted hood of the dilapidated sedan and lunged forward with all my might. With a roar of grinding metal, the second tower fell in sync with my movements. A rain of shredded iron and glass that decorated my peripheral vision. Wind gushed through my tangled brown tresses, fatigue pulled at my legs, and spotlights tracked me across the gray sky. I was weightless, so high that my heart threatened to stop. But like in the stairwell before, the fear melted away, and all that remained was a singular, chaotic drive. Almost there. Frigid steel closed over my waist and jerked me downward mid-flight. All the air squeezed from my lungs as more cables wrapped around my ribcage and stifled the scream in my throat. Lowering me to its level, the Echo Spider brought me right to the curved, peeling surface of its white satellite dish. One of the cables snaked into my hair and jerked my head back, bright white light pouring into my eyes in a forceful stream of brilliance.
Stop.
The whisper came harsh now, no longer attempting to entice me. Voices raged in my head, screamed at me, berated me, and tore through my memories in a vicious spree of hate. Pain flared in my mind, the cold psychological tendrils now invasive and cruel instead of curious. They wanted me to suffer before I died, to feel every tear, every bite, every rend of my skin before I was fed to their babies. I would endure all of it, awake, while their young burrowed into my chest, drank my blood, spun their telekinetic feelers into my skull, and ensnared my brain to keep me still. I would regret coming here, harming their children, trespassing on their territory. I would regret it for every torturous moment it took to consume me. My hand brushed a lump masked by rough woven nylon, and I blinked, some of the pain ebbing in my skull. Not today. Palming the green plastic detonator, I glared back into the light and raised the clicker with a defiant sneer.
It's a mistake.
For a brief second, the voices in my head wavered, a palpable fear running through them all, and greasy, braided steel slithered up my torso, over my arm toward the remote. I shut my eyes, blocked the voices out, and shoved away the tendrils of the Echo Spider's control. Instead, I let myself relive that dream, that wonderful moment of Chris and I in a rowboat, floating across an absurdly large ocean of soda. What I wouldn't have given to experience that moment, even without the soda, even in the dark, on the run, cold and miserable. My world lit up bright as a Christmas tree. The new beacons of red, orange, and yellow, enough to drown out even the perversive false light of the Echo Spiders. Flames erupted in billows, shock rippled through the air, and colossal roars swept everything away in a surgical, concussive force.
All the voices in my head let out a high, alien scream, and the violating tendrils were ripped from my thoughts. Heat licked over my skin, my hair, my clothes, and tore me from the grasp of the cables in a burst that knocked all the air from my lungs. My ears rang, the world spun, and I tumbled head over heels like a rag doll. Everything whirled into a blur, and for one last moment I caught a glimpse of the nest as flames consumed it. The echo spiders writhing in the blaze. Melting black tendrils hit me so hard that my teeth rattled, but I tore right through them, and the shockwave threw me out of the nest into the gray, dusty streets below. A sharp jolt of pain exploded in my left hip, and my forehead bounced off hard asphalt, sending stars through my vision. Unable to stop myself, I tumbled helplessly over rocks, bricks, and metal, each poking and cutting me all the way. My gas mask filter snagged on a brick, and the entire mask ripped loose from my face. A half-broken cinder block wrenched at my right ankle, and the box jammed into my spine every time I rolled over. At last, I slammed into a heap of charred wood, and white-hot pain seared through my side. I lay there, too stunned, broken, and worn out to move. Hot, sticky blood dribbled across my belly button, and my Type 9 dug into my armpit, sending numb tingles up and down my right arm. A foul, musty garlic odor burned at the back of my throat, my eyes watering, nose running. Thick black smoke clogged the sky, and little bits of burning debris rained around me. I began to choke, unable to draw a breath, and craned my neck to look for my gas mask. There! It lay not far away, maybe 15 feet at most, nestled among the rubble. The black rubber straps hung in a tangle. The round, silver-colored filter had been dented and smashed around the intake valve, and the plexiglass visor bore a small crack, but it was within my reach. Excruciating coughs racked me, and I fought to suck in a breath, each more violent than the last. Acid seemed to flood the tender regions of my throat, and tears mixed with the snot that poured over my upper lip, dripping onto my shaking, pale hands as I tried to crawl.
Come on. Another spike of anxiety sliced through my torso, but I dragged myself forward with gritted teeth, muscles cramping up as the adrenaline left my system.
Just a little further.
But my lungs revolted, the hacking intensified, and I gagged, close to vomiting. Everything hurt, especially my left hip, and stiffness crept into my sore muscles like vicious snakes. With the echo spiders silenced, the residual ache from their attacks inside my skull became unbearable, spots dancing before my eyes from their lights. Even as the dots faded, my vision blurred in the poisonous fumes, and panic rose in my chest. I stretched out my hand, clawed the air to reach the gas mask, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get purchase. Gravity dragged my hand back down to the melted black tarmac, held me there, and my throat started to swell shut. Over. It was over. Spitting out a salty stream of mucus, I choked on a sob and shut my eyes against the toxic air.
I'm sorry, Mom, Dad. I tried.
Shadows crept through my brain, and I curled up into a ball to keep warm, even as heat ebbed from my body. Muffled feet strode over debris, and I had slid under the back of my head to cradle it off the pavement. Puppets. My eyes flew open in alarm, but instead of wooden teeth and milky white eyes, I found myself staring up at the stark cobalt yellow of a chemical suit and a pair of silver irises behind a large plastic visor. Breathe. Black rubber pressed to my face, and the man snugged the gas mask strap over my head with gentle hands, his words soothing like aloe to a sunburn. You've done well. Fresh, clean air flooded into my lungs as the man screwed a new filter onto the front of my mask and smeared some clear tape over the crack in my visor. 1,000 confusing thoughts swirled in my head, but they were drowned out by a surge of drowsiness. The shadows overwhelmed my field of view, and down I went, into abyssal, black unconsciousness. Images and sensations fluttered before my mind's eye like a strange fever dream, reality entwined with nightmares so that I didn't know what was real and what wasn't. A silent, gray world, with ash on the wind and fire everywhere, passed by at an angle while I floated off the ground. Yellow arms held me up, and everything seemed to be upside down. I saw what remained of a tall building, something in charred red brick, surrounded by the wrecks of military trucks and dozens of civilian vehicles. The bodies here were stacked right on top of each other, as if they'd all been crawling over one another at the last, desperate moment. Whispers rose in my jumbled mind, and for a moment I could have sworn one of the skeletons sat up to wave at me with a jovial grin. I tried to crane my neck to see, but it hurt to move.
Lie still.
The same tender baritone voice whispered to me, his pace never faltering.
This is a dangerous place. The others never made it through.
More corpses passed by on the ground, some with funny clothes on like pirates, rigid in the despair of death. Another skeleton leaned out of a ruined truck to grin at me, flashing a thumbs up as if I needed a ride in his fire-blackened pickup, and I blinked in shock. The second my eyelids peeled open, it was dark. 2-story houses and stately commercial buildings stood around a large square, not ruined, but whole. The cars shiny and new, the streetlights glowing yellow in the cool, misty night. People stood in a huge crowd, more coming from all directions, running, screaming, their families in tow. A thin line of gray uniformed soldiers held them back from a row of overloaded military trucks. The sky filled with a staccato of gunfire and the cries of monsters. Somehow, I could smell the smoke in the air, taste the humid midsummer breeze, and feel a stiff wind coming up from the south. Voices echoed as if from across a canyon, sobs, screams, moans of pain, and angry shouts. Curious, I peered at the people who huddled closer to the refugee caravan, my heart twinging in pity at their hopeless expressions.
Where is she? Sarah should be here. Where is she?
A woman in rumpled sweatpants and a "My kid is an honor student" t-shirt frantically yanked at her husband's shirt sleeve, 2 little boys clinging to her leg.
Travis will bring her. We have to go.
The man in a green trucker's cap and ragged blue jeans grabbed his wife's hand and pulled them all in the direction the crowds were shuffling, everyone pressing forward with pale faces and fearful eyes.
She'll be there. Trust me. Come on. We've got to get a seat on the next truck.
Sirens wailed, and somewhere in the inky black sky, long fingers of light arched into the air, like shooting stars against the clouds.
It's an airstrike.
An old man shrieked, still dressed in his pajamas and slippers, and the crowd disintegrated into chaos. Many tried to charge the ranks of soldiers, and gunfire exploded across the line, bullets cutting civilians down in bloody groves. Others crawled under vehicles, while some charged nearby houses to get inside, breaking windows and kicking down doors. They shoved and trampled each other, punching and kicked, a few waving weapons to keep fists away from their loved ones. One woman knelt in the middle of it all to hug her son and daughter close, her husband on the other side with his arms encircling them. The 4 people still as statues in the center of the street. Women screamed, children cried, men shouted in panic, and the whole awful cacophony rose in a terrible climax as the lights came racing down. Pain rippled through me, flames covered my sight, and I cried out in terror. My eyes blinked, and once again I saw nothing but gray sky, the husk of the old courthouse, and corpses. No skeletons moved, no corpses grinned back at me. Only the steady crunch, crunch of boots perforated the air as I floated along over the abandoned streets.
It's all right.
The stranger in yellow cradled me close to his chest with paternal kindness.
It was only a memory. When humans experience pain on a massive scale, it always leaves traces. Those who cannot withstand its fire are consumed by it. But you are different. That's why you're here, Hannah.
He knows my name. Unable to so much as speak, I let the pain drain away, something popping in my hip, and once again, my world went dark. Water sloshed somewhere nearby, and feet plopped through soupy muck. Dense, soft warmth wound itself around me, and I opened my eyes to see two silver irises looking down. Below them, in the sea of yellow that swam before my vision, a jumble of black squiggles stood out, their meaning slowly taking shape in my addled brain. 036. Who are you? At last, I managed to rasp out something like words, still unsure if I was dreaming, dying, or fully awake. I couldn't be sure thanks to his gas mask, but with how his eyes shone like ancient stars, I somehow thought that the man was smiling. It was a smile that held no malice, no animosity, but instead, a tenderness that reminded me of my father and how he hugged me every time he came home from work. A friend. He chuckled and brushed some loose hair from my face. Sleep now. You're going to need it. As if on command, my eyelids slid shut, and the stranger vanished from sight. Gasping, I sat up on my elbows and blinked. What the? I lay in the bottom of my red, fiberglass canoe, floating on the quiet waters of Maple Lake. The sky lay swathed in sheets of red, orange, and yellow light as the sun slipped below the horizon to the west. No ash rained down, and the air felt cool on my skin. The hot days of September drawing closer to the eventual cold fronts of October. Strange blooms glowed orange, pink, and green on the nearby shore, and crickets sang in the brush nearby. Fireflies danced with happy swoops, and in the trees, winged lizards cawed at one another in the branches, fighting over shiny bits of scrap. Bringing a trembling hand to my face, I tugged the gas mask free from my skin and took a long, greedy gulp of sweet, fresh air. My hip no longer hurt, and as I probed my body with tentative fingers, I found new gauze taped over various wounds. A navy blue wool blanket had been wrapped around me like a cocoon, the pine wood paddle tucked beside it, and at my feet lay the black nylon backpack. I snatched it up and unzipped the main compartment. Hello, beautiful. There it sat, the black polymer box, still stained with echo spider goo, the white lettering visible under all the dried mucus. LDB 01106. I'd done it. The box was mine. Looking around, I couldn't see the stranger anywhere, and despite the bandages, blankets, and the fact that Collingswood was nowhere in sight, I wondered if I had in fact seen him at all. Had I hallucinated in shock from my wounds? Had I managed to escape, applied first aid, and passed out in my canoe? But if that was the case, where had the blanket come from? I nearly jumped out of my skin and scanned the horizon, my eyes fixed on a distant cluster of shapes, long, hard lines that stood out against the backdrop of trees. A huge, low-slung square sat in the water, just off the shore a quarter mile from where I floated. I could see the radio antenna atop the old bridge at the stern, the peeling numbers on the side, and the rusted anchor points for tugboats to pull it in from mooring. The abandoned coal barge. All I had to do was paddle, and I'd be there within 15 minutes. Dread slithered through my veins, and my triumphant smile melted away. They were shooting a lot, and that last explosion had been big enough to shake the trees. They were shooting at something, or someone. Grabbing the paddle from the bottom of my canoe, I drove it into the water with furious speed and headed for the beached ship. My muscles burned and my lungs itched from the abuse they had taken in Collingswood. But I plunged onward. The air shook with explosions. Birds and beasts careened out of the trees on shore in alarm, and smoke began to rise from unseen fires. More gunshots roared into the night, a full-on firefight erupting somewhere up ahead. But I didn't care. If Captain Roberts had broken his word, if anyone had so much as laid a finger on Jamie or Chris, I'd spend every bullet I had left to make them pay for it. Part 22. I ducked low in my canoe as another bullet whizzed past me and impacted on the side of the old coal barge. Floating around the stern, I paddled toward the opposite side, even as flashes of gunfire cut through the darkness all around. Night had come fast in the 15 minutes it took me to reach the meeting point, and already the sun had sunk low behind the ridge. Long, eerie shadows crept over the water, and the barge loomed in the dying light, its red and black paint spotted with rust, the bows stuck into the nearby shore. Mold and algae had grown up the lower sides of the hull, and just under the water at the stern, I could glimpse the enormous propellers covered in tangled water glass. Such a wreck would have driven Matt and Carla crazy had they still been part of my life, but I was too busy listening to every shot that sang into the night to bother with such thoughts. What the hell are they shooting at? That's way too many bullets for Jamie or Chris. Did they find some more poor civilians to kidnap? My little craft pierced the veil of tall weeds along the shore, and I scrambled to get out of sight. Cinching the rolled-up wool blankets to the underside of my backpack, I slung it onto my shoulders and jumped out onto the weedy bank beside the barge. I couldn't see anyone yet, but there were shouts and gunshots coming from all directions, and lead slapped the rusted barge in whiny ricochets. With my Type 9 close in hand, I kept my head down and wove through the prickly foliage, scanning the woods around me for people. I ducked out of instinct, the bullet sailing right past my head. Two more danced into the dirt beside my feet, and I ran in a haphazard zigzag to the nearest fallen log, heart thudding against my ribs. I could barely see anything with the sun fading away, but it would have been suicide to turn on my headlamp, as that would be a surefire way to get shot in the face. Someone screamed in pain nearby as a cacophony of gunfire roared in reply, flashes sparking in the trees. Fear snaked through my mind, and I forced myself to breathe slow, hands trembling on my submachine gun. Get to the pirates. If they're here, they'll want their box. Get to them, find Chris and Jamie, and make a run for it. Sucking in a deep gulp of fresh air, I lunged from behind my cover and crashed through the underbrush at top speed. Lead ripped apart the leaves around me, some rounds coming close enough that I felt the air move as they passed my skin. Briars stuck through the legs of my pants, and the stale scent of nervous sweat floated up from my shirt collar. My mad dash got me to the prow of the barge, and I rounded the corner to slide down beside a massive tree stump. Shouts echoed closer, so I clawed one of the grenades I'd taken off the dead soldier from my pocket, yanked the gritty pin out, and heaved it in the direction of the forest. Crumples of earth rained down, and I poked up, head up like a gopher, to peer at what lay ahead. Dozens of gray uniformed soldiers huddled behind trees, stumps, and fallen logs, shooting into the forest with their machine guns. 4 armed trucks made up the wall of their crude barricade, one burning with great pillars of black smoke, the others under constant rifle fire. Next to them, the pirates let loose as well, and the Harper's Vengeance sat just on the other side of the stranded barge, its port side cannons belching smoke with deafening shots. Geysers of dirt went up every time the cannons roared, trees falling, and a few brush fires burst to life. I couldn't see who they were shooting at, but no freaks charged from the trees, and the flashes that responded from inside the forest told me they were human. Rangers. Hope swelled in my chest, and I debated what to do. If our people had, in fact, found us, then it would be smart to run to them and help overwhelm Elsar to rescue Jamie and Chris. On the other hand, the pirates could turn and escape out to sea, taking my friends with them. If I betrayed their trust, the others were as good as dead. A flicker of movement caught my eye, and several objects sailed through the air to land amongst the small perimeter of Elsar troops.
Down!
One of the men screamed, and they all scattered for cover.
Everyone down!
Several detonations rocked the small clearing, but with less concussive force and more ashy smoke. Men screamed, and dozens of what sounded like pebbles clattered against the stump I hid behind. Smoke covered everything, blocked all view of the trees, and cast a dingy pall over the shoreline. If I wanted a chance to move unnoticed, this might be the best I could hope for. I rose to dart from behind my cover, and my eyes locked onto an array of red spines embedded into the stumps. They hadn't been there a few moments earlier, and something about their haphazard pattern told me that they'd come from the fog, like a strange organic form of shrapnel. Jets of orange and yellow arched into the sky from the dense trees, and I stared in horror at the cloud of fiery pinpricks that rained down.
Run, you stupid fool. My legs came alive, and I sprinted past the coughing soldiers. They lay helter-skelter, with red spines stuck in their skin, their clothes, the flesh swelling angry purple around the objects, a few wounds leaking milky pus, as if they'd become infected in a matter of seconds. Pitiful screams wailed from the wounded pirates, and a part of me felt sorry for the children. Bullets flew everywhere, and the uninjured combatants fired into the fog with all their fury, unable to see a thing. I dodged a few shots directed my way, heart threatening to jump from my chest, and crouched next to a large chunk of limestone. Somewhere in the forest, a strange horn splattered with primitive triumph, and a multitude of human voices roared all around the beach. There were hundreds of them, it seemed, and something in my guts twisted with dread. Those weren't our people. There were too many. Arrows slammed into the soil from the barrage above, their fiery tips lighting dry grass as they went, and flames rolled across the beachhead. The pirates ran for their longboats, the soldiers spread too thin to stop them, and everything descended into absolute bedlam. Burned gunpowder hung on the wind, salty and sour, the horrific cries of the dying enough to curdle my blood, and I could taste soot on my tongue. Unable to make a break through the carnage, I wove around the outer edge behind a clump of trees and made for what looked to be a quiet section of the battlefield. A figure appeared through the fog, all dressed in gray tactical gear, and before I could hide, he spotted me. His M4 came up, the barrel pointed right at my chest. My training took over, and I jerked the submachine gun to my shoulder in a blind reflex. The soldier got off a single shot before my fusillade struck him, his bullets clipping a leaf by my right shoulder, and he stumbled backward into a tree. I heard him grunt in pain, and the man collapsed. All at once, a mortified realization seized me, and I stopped dead in my tracks. I just shot someone. Both arms trembled like noodles. A little curl of smoke rose in front of my eyes from the muzzle of my gun, and I edged closer in timid, tiptoe steps. He lay with his back to a small sapling, crimson blood spattered on the bark, round holes marked where the bullets climbed up his right leg, shattered his hip, and stitched their way to his throat across the armored vest he wore. The man looked to be around 30 or so, with a brownish-red curly beard, burly arms, and chocolate-colored eyes. A tattoo peeked from under one of his rolled uniform sleeves, and the words, "Rangers lead the way," made my intestines churn in remorse. His rifle lay by his side, but the hand that still grasped it was a mass of scarlet, another bullet hole near his right elbow. The pale flesh around his neck twitched near the ragged trench dug into the side of it by my last shot, and he pressed his opposite hand to it, both watery eyes fixed on me in shock. The Type 9 weighed heavy in my hands, and I ground my teeth together, steeling myself enough to sight in on his reddened face. This man was our enemy, one of the mercenaries who had killed our people. Because of men like him, Jamie's brother was dead, and Matt and Carla could be as well. This was his fault. Our eyes met, his coated with a veneer of pain, and my finger refused to move on the trigger. He kinda looks like Dad. Maybe he is a dad. What if he's got a wife and kids somewhere, counting on him, waiting for him to come home, and now... Regret knotted in my chest, and I dropped my gun to paw the medical pouch on my belt. "I'm sorry." Crouching down, I ripped open the plastic package from my field bandage and pressed the soft white gauze to the hole in the man's neck. He didn't fight, merely stared at me in surprise, and something like sympathy crawled over his rugged face. The man tried to say something, his jaw moved, but he could only gasp in muffled groans. "I'm so sorry," I whispered, and racked my brain for a solution as the blood ran hot between my fingers. Too much, too fast. Jamie had taught me basic first aid, but what could I do for a bullet to someone's throat? Turning, I scanned the smoke and cursed my luck. The battle raged on, shots flying all around us, but we were too far into the brush to be seen.
"Medic! Someone help us! Please, we need help over here!"
Clammy fingers touched my face, and I whirled in fright to find him watching me. The soldier patted my cheek with a cold, blood-covered hand, and a tiny smile crossed his gray-tinged face. Both brown eyes started to glaze over, and for a moment he acted as though he recognized me.
a few hoarse words choking through the blood.
Cat, what are you doing?
He's hallucinating. Oh God, is he going to die? No, he can't die. I don't want him to. I didn't mean to do this. Guilt rammed into my heart like a runaway train, and I held his hand, felt the warmth leaving it.
It's okay. Someone's going to come soon. You'll see. Just stay with me, all right?
All at once, his eyes went dark in alarm, and the soldier frowned. He twitched, tugged at my shirt front as if to struggle, and gurgled an attempt at words over and over again. But to no avail.
No, it's okay.
I shook my head so hard the ends of my tangled hair whipped in my face.
I'm not going to hurt you, I promise. Just stay still. Stay still, are you going to?
But the man's face contorted into a fierce snarl as he balled his fist up in the cloth of my polo shirt, sending terror through me. Would I have to kill him? I didn't want to. I wanted a team of medics to magically appear through the fog of war and swoop him up to safety. I wanted to get the chance to explain to him that it was an accident, that I was scared, that I never meant to hurt anyone. I wanted to fix what I'd done. The soldier yanked at my shirt, and the force of his pull made me lose my grip on the bandage over his throat. More red streams spurted out. With all my strength, I did my best to press him against the tree, to keep him still so he wouldn't hurt himself more.
Stop. I'm trying to...
Move. A deep grunt burst from his tattered esophagus, and the man seems to find new strength, hurling me to the side like a paper doll. In the dim twilight, I watched his hand streak for a pistol on his belt, and my eyes screwed shut in anticipation. He was going to shoot me, all because I didn't have the stomach to do what was necessary. Jamie would have done the right thing and put him out of his misery. Chris would have too. I'd been a weak-willed moron, and now I would die for it, my own weapon lying in the dirt behind me. I cringed, ready for the life to seep out of me. A shrill cry of pain cut through the cacophony of war, and something landed on the ground behind me with a dense thud. My eyes flew open, and I rolled over. Not 10 yards away, a figure gasped in short breaths of pain, clutching at the front of her pale carrier where the armor caught the rounds. Her helmet had come loose to reveal brown hair like mine, balled up in a ponytail, and another M4 lay where she dropped it. A green shield-shaped badge rested on one shoulder, and despite the tactical gear, the girl didn't appear to be much older than myself. She wheezed and pushed herself up on all fours, a gleaming black combat knife resting amongst the weeds. Oh. I looked back at the wounded man and saw his vacant eyes staring far, far away, his body limp against the tree, the smoking pistol in his hand.
Fall back, all units. Fall back to the trucks. We're pulling out.
A panicked voice blasted through the radio on her gear, and the girl stumbled to her feet. We locked eyes, and despite the darkness, I couldn't help but see the raw hatred there, a visceral rage that seethed like black fire in her gaze. With one hand still pressed to her armor plate, likely over a few cracked ribs, she reached for her rifle. A low rumble broke through the night, dozens upon dozens of feet stampeding closer in the underbrush, and another bullet snapped between us. I lunged for my submachine gun, fear thick in my brain. Cold steel met my palms, but by the time I looked up, nothing stood in front of me, save for the swirling clouds of smoke. Through the trees, floating blobs of green light thundered toward me, a huge line of what looked like branches lunging through the vegetation. No, not branches. Antlers. A wall of blurry shapes tore through the tree line and charged into smoky beachhead, filled with the grunts of animals and shrill war cries and strange words I didn't recognize. Flaming arrows ripped apart the air, and the firelight reflected on overlapping plates of iron. Soldiers and pirates fell as the shadows caught up to them, and the sound of gunfire began to be replaced by the bone-chilling echo of metal on metal. I ran as fast as I could towards the water, but the shapes were faster, and flooded by in a sea of vibration and noise. The Harper's Vengeance wheeled around to sail for the safety of deep water, more fleeing longboats trailing in its wake. A few of the armored trucks revved their motors and drove off with the rest of the soldiers, leaving 2 wrecks in flame. Shadows shook over the field, too many of them between me and the water. Too many to get past. I'd lost my chance, and now the murky things were everywhere, cheering like banshees in the gloom. What are they? What are they? What? A stray cannon shot landed a few yards away, the shell explosion throwing me to the ground. My ears trilled with incessant whines, and the air rained dirt over me. The world grew muffled for a few moments, and it seemed as though a giant hand pressed me to the ground. Coughing, I curled into a ball to avoid being trampled. I no longer thought of Chris, Jamie, or even the dead soldier who had saved my life. The primal switch in my brain reactivated, and once again, I searched desperately for an escape route as more figures galloped past.
Humus est.
One of the shadows spotted me, and the glowing green antlers trotted closer, another foreign voice calling to its brethren in words I couldn't understand. The subconscious weight lifted, and I struggled to find my weapon in the morass of weeds and canvas straps that entangled me. If I can get back to my canoe, I can follow the ship. Stubby iron sights rose into my field of vision, but a sudden jerk tore the gun from my hands, and an arrow clattered to my feet.
Espice onc ergolim putat.
A gruff voice cackled from somewhere behind me, and others laughed as well, as if whatever had been said was amusing. Scuttling backward on all fours, I yanked the knife from my war belt and swallowed my fear. This was it then. It was my turn to bleed, my turn to die. 5 of the shadows circled me, and as they did, they came close enough I could start to make out details. Riveted plates of metal clinked against one another, leather flaps holding them in place. Glowing like jade stars, the antlers led to a head with the bony protrusion on the front of the skull layered in steel plates. Hooves denoted a deer, but these deer seemed larger, stronger, and more fleshed out than the glowing ones we'd seen around New Wilderness, easily as tall as a draft horse. They snorted, pawed at the ground, and the taut muscles in their limbs beneath the armor rippled with desire to run. Astride each sag's back, brown leather saddles held upright figures with black rifles in their hands, all pointed at me. Painted sheets of iron scales covered every inch of their bodies, shaded green, brown, and gray to match the forest. At their sides hung curved bows with quivers full of arrows, and conical helmets topped with tufts of brown fur adorned their heads. Their faces bore rigid masks shaped with eerie similarity to puppet smiles, the eye slits painted in off-white, the breath holes overlaid with a mural of a wooden smile. Long swords dangled by their opposite hips, not curved like the pirates, but straight, with cross-shaped hilts. Round shields bounced on their backs, knee-high boots on their feet, not a sneaker or t-shirt anywhere to be seen. It would have all fit much better in some Renaissance festival somewhere, if not for the automatic rifles that rested in their hands, or the assorted handguns and spare magazines in pouches on their belts. Flexing my fingers on my knife, I dug my teeth into my lower lip and squared up like Jamie had taught me in the boxing ring, as one of the riders dismounted across the circle from where I stood. The armored figure slung its M4 over one shoulder and drew the broadsword from its belt, a man's tone echoing through the layers of steel.
The knife. Drop it, now.
I'm not going to make this easy for you. Leave me alone, I snarled back with the most aggressive voice I could muster, and tried to decide how to stab at my metal-clad assailant. Sharp pain flared in the back of my head as something hard hit me from behind. I fell to my knees, but kept hold of my knife, not about to die helpless and bleeding.
Ocunum cantumax est, cave aleph.
A female voice spoke from one of the onlookers, and she hefted the butt of her rifle that she just used to smack me in the head. A long steel blade swung at my face, and I dove to avoid it, heart racing. I was completely outmatched here. Boxing had been my worst skill set thus far. All I had was a stubby knife and nothing in the way of armor. I couldn't escape the circle, not with all those guns trained on me. One lucky strike, and my opponent would open me up like a Christmas goose. Come on, Hannah. You can't die now. If you can't get away from him, try to get close. Maybe you can stab him in the eye or something. I tried to feint with my right, which held the knife, but the man didn't fall for it. His blade flashed toward my midsection again, and I barely slid out of the path of it, lashing out in desperation. My blade clanked harmlessly off his shoulder armor without so much as leaving a dent. Pain rippled through my temple as an armored elbow connected to the side of my head, and stars appeared before my eyes. Both feet buckled, and I went down onto all fours, groaning in pain. Man, that hurt.
Jam satis.
Another male voice barked from the onlookers, and this seems to stay my attacker's hand.
Ocunum absolutum est, patera dam, nudam crudidatim dixita.
More feet stomped over to me, and the knife was jerked from my grasp. Just as fast as it had begun, my resistance was quashed, and I found myself a humiliated prisoner once more. They unbuckled my chest rig along with my war belt, and one of them scooped up my Type 9 with curious hands. Rope tightened over my wrists, and a dark bag was drawn over my head. They rummaged through my pockets with hurried, rough fingers, and one of them cut the straps of my backpack to pull it from my shoulders. No! I thrashed against their strong hands, panicked tears in my eyes that they couldn't see. That's mine! Give it back! Please! I need it! Give it back! Please! But the strangers didn't reply, and instead hoisted me up until I felt fur and a bony spine under my legs. More rope tying me upright. High-pitched war cries echoed through the night. The gunfire began to slacken, and the rattle of hoofbeats swelled into a horde. The world lurched in a bumpy gait under me as my captors rode off into the dense trees, taking me further and further from Chris, Jamie, and my only route home. Part 23. Without a watch, and my head stuffed in a rough cloth bag that smelled of dirt and potatoes, I found it impossible to keep track of time. On to the darkness my captors rode, their beasts loping with the ease and skill of trained hounds, and sharp branches whipped at me from all sides. Part of my thoughts were fixated on trying to wriggle loose, but at the speed we were moving, I feared the fall more than the mysterious armed bandits that had grabbed me. One of them rode right in front of me, the rope around my arms and chest connected to him somehow, and the round metal centerpiece on his big shield had a nasty habit of swinging back to catch me in the chin. Riding this fast through the mid-September night chilled me to the bone, and I shivered in a hunch behind the shield in an attempt to avoid the wind. Still, the hooves rumbled on across the forest floor in a steady rhythm, and just when I thought I'd happily throw myself off to avoid hypothermia, they slowed to a trot. Another horn called me from somewhere up ahead, and out of the mist of the unseen riders around me, another blatted back a reply. Voices shouted in the distance, and a creaking sound echoed on both sides of me, like giant hinges in a garden gate. Bridles clinked, and a few of the deer roared with high, elk-like bugles. Our pace slowed, so I concentrated on my hands, and tried to pick at the knots with my sweaty fingers. If I could get down, maybe I could slip my legs through and use my teeth. Something tickled my nose, and my stomach rumbled as a wall of delicious aroma slithered into the sack on my head. Cooking meat, baking bread, and wood smoke combined to make my mouth water, and food overtook my thoughts, a frustrating, intoxicating desire that I couldn't shake. I'd never felt so hungry in all my life, and ravenous thirst came with the hunger in a vengeance. Weight shifted off the saddle in front of me, and a few pairs of hands took hold of my arms, legs, and waist. Too tired, cold, and hungry to fight, I let them set me on the ground, and did my best not to fall over. As a spate of dizziness rippled through my head, shoes ran from all directions, happy voices of men and women who called out, and strangely enough, the majority of the words were English now, as if the odd language of the riders had been nothing more than a hallucination. Aleph, thank God, we were so worried. All the other sorties came back half an hour ago. A woman laughed in relief not 5 feet from me, and similar conversations flowed to life all down the line of riders. How many were there? We heard all the gunfire. Is everything okay? Who's that with the bag on her head? I fidgeted where I stood, unsure if they could see my fingernails tearing at the knots, and awkwardness creeping into my chest. Being in crowds had never been a favorite pastime of mine, as it only ever seems to remind me how alone I was, but being blindfolded and disoriented made the sensation even worse. We could be miles from the lake with how hard they rode. I wouldn't even know where to go if I could get away. 2 sets of hands led me away from the whispers of the crowd, and short cut blades of grass swished under my feet. Some steps tripped me up, Planks echoed with our footfalls, and a door closed behind me with a dull, wooden clunk. They guided me down to a cold, hard seat and loosened the itchy ropes around my wrists. Someone pulled the potato-scented bag off my head, and my eyes slammed shut at a sudden influx of golden light. I sat in a small room of what appeared to be a log cabin, with plank floors, long walls, and exposed beams in the ceiling. A fire crackled to my right in a fireplace made from stones and mud, several candles burning in little tin lanterns around the room. Long curtains of some kind of off-white cloth covered the windows, but I could make out more lights outside, flickers of torches and fires, more voices laughing and calling to each other in the evening air. It was warmer here, but I couldn't relish the heat, for the 3 armored figures who stood across from me, 2 holding rifles, and 1 in the middle, seated in a chair, a long cruciform sword across both metal-clad knees. All 3 watched me for a few moments, and the middle one pointed a gauntleted finger at my stained uniform shirt.
Who are you?
I swallowed, rubbed at my arms to get some of the feeling back into my cold skin, and a dry catch in the back of my throat made me cough.
Hannah, I'm from New Wilderness.
He turned to one of the guards at his side and nodded at the door. The guard ducked out and returned a few moments later with a blue tin cup of water, which the men in the middle handed to me. Barely had the water touched my lips, and I gulped it down, unable to stop myself, my arms shaking with primal need. Why was I so thirsty? I drank water throughout the day. I couldn't see their faces for the eerie masks on their helmets, but the one with the sword took my cup back and sent his guard out for another.
Are you working for Elsar?
My eyes caught a black lump by his left boot, familiar nylon pockets and zippers that made my heart skip a beat. They still have my pack.
I'm not.
I rasped and drained the second cup as soon as the guard returned to place it in my hands. Out went the mug for a 3rd time, and the man with the sword studied me from behind his iron mask, fingers drumming on the hilt of his elegant weapon.
Yet you would risk your life for them.
I shook my head and shivered, goosebumps rising on my arms despite the nearby fire. How I wished I could at least get the woolen blanket that the stranger in yellow had given me.
No, for my friends. Chris and Jamie, they're on the ship.
Eyes blinked at me from behind narrow eye slits, the 3 fighters motionless.
So you're a pirate, then?
It came as a growl from the man with the sword, a low, dangerous murmur that made my already chilled blood run glacially cold.
That's why you went looking for this object you carry?
No.
My teeth chattered, and I eyed a bunk in the furthest right corner of the room with longing, a thick fur coverlet on top that had been as soft as silk.
I'm a ranger. We came from New Wilderness and got captured. I need to trade the box for their lives, or the pirates will sell my friends.
Another long pause enveloped the room, and I couldn't suppress my next shiver. They might have been sold already. Where would Elsar take them? Is there some kind of prison camp? Or would they just kneel them down in the woods and... The guard on the sword-bearing man's left stepped out from the 3 and closed in on my chair. I winced, ready for a strike, a slap, some form of violence like what I'd experienced on the Harper's Vengeance. Instead, both hands went to pull the guard's helmet free, and a slender face emerged with creamy skin and vibrant golden hair tied back in a neat bun. 2 curious eyes gazed back at me, the irises ringing in a metallic gold that shone like stars. She was not much larger than myself in height, perhaps a few years older at most, yet beautiful in a way that even I couldn't quite believe, and the woman's face slipped into a sympathetic half-smile. She's telling the truth, the sword-bearer sighed, as if exasperated.
Amikamea, you can't just...
Look at her, Adam. The golden-eyed woman strode to the bed, from which she stripped the fur coverlet. You'd take pity on her if she had mold in her hair and blood between her teeth. Is she not a daughter of God, same as the rest?
The lost ones aren't as deceptive as people. You know that.
Adam, the man with the sword, sheathed his blade in frustration.
She could be a spy. Anyone can take a shirt off a corpse.
Pleasant softness cloaked my arms. The brown fur coverlet settled around my shoulders by the golden-haired woman. I couldn't help but sigh in relief at the dense embrace of the fur and tugged it close around my trembling limbs.
Thank you.
At that, the woman smiled in a gentle radiance that pushed the tension from my bones.
See, she's not dangerous, pupila mokuli me.
Just lost. Finally, someone who understands.
Only one way to be certain.
Standing, Adam turns to the third guard by the door and nodded.
Aleph, if you would please.
I recognized the leaf patterns on the armor now. The man by the door, the same one who had elbowed me in the head. Aleph slung his rifle over one steel shoulder and grumbled on his way out.
Gonna walk myself to death, going back and forth like this.
Left alone, the other two faced me, and the man with the sword reached up to tug his own helmet off. He had a square face, clean-shaven, with toffee-colored irises and sandy brown hair. I guessed the man to be in his early 30s at most, and with how the woman sided up to him, their eyes gleamed whenever they exchanged glances, left me with little doubt. Ah, a couple. That explains why she gets to flout orders.
If you mean us no harm, then answer me truthfully.
Adam fixed me with a grave stare, one hand resting on the hilt of his longsword.
Your companions, you say they were aboard the pirate ship?
Yes.
I sat up, hoping beyond hope that at last I'd found people who weren't total maniacs.
A boy and a girl about my age, Chris and Jamie. Chris is tall, and Jamie has light blonde hair. Look, the ship might not be far. If we hurry, we might still be able to.
His hand came up to signal for me to stop, and Adam cocked his head to one side.
We can't let you get back, Miss Braun. Even if you could reach the pirates, they'd be in no mood to negotiate now. There's no point.
Excuse me. Something snapped in my brain, and my blood boiled with a surge of rage that I didn't know I had. I lunged to my feet and jabbed the air with my pointer finger.
No point. No point. I was this close to saving them before you rode in and ruined everything. I had the box, we had a deal, but you just...
Hannah. The golden-haired woman shook her head and waved for me to calm down. Listen, you don't understand.
No, you don't understand.
I shouted, fists balled at my sides.
Those are my friends out there. They need me. And I'll be damned if I let you keep me here while they...
The door to the cabin swung open, and all the words stuck in my throat. Two figures stood in the doorframe, backlit by a rising moon. They each wore long shirts that resembled some kind of pseudo-medieval tunic, stained various shades of forest green, with matching trousers tucked into brown leather boots. In the dim shadows of evening, I had to blink a few times to take their facial features. In my mind, almost couldn't recognize them out of shock.
Hannah?
My anger melted, and I swayed on my feet, unsure if what I was seeing was real.
Jamie.
Beach blonde hair streaked forward, and Jamie almost knocked me down, throwing her arms around me to squeeze so hard that I thought my ribs would crack. She laughed, though I could feel her tears on my neck, and I did my best to hug her back with all the energy I had left. Scarcely had she let go, and another set of arms engulfed me, along with a broad chest like silk-covered steel, and I drank in the heady aroma of Chris's skin through his tunic. He smelled like pine needles and wood smoke, enough to make my tired brain fuzz over, and I buried my face into his shoulder to soak in his luxurious body heat. A tide of emotions overwhelmed me, and I sobbed in relief, feeling as though it had all been a bad dream.
We've got to stop meeting like this, Fran.
He chuckled, though Chris's voice cracked in my name, and he held me close in a tender way that sent my frazzled thoughts over the moon. That spider nest was so worth it. The second Chris and I drifted apart, Jamie gripped me by my shoulders to look me over, taking in my ruined clothes, the bandages on my skin, and the burnt strands of hair.
You look like shit. Good to see you too.
I giggled, suppressing my joyful tears long enough to shake my head at Jamie.
But you guys were in the brig. How did you...
Peter let us go when he didn't come back. Chris watched me with those sky-blue eyes that stuck me to the floor, and I wanted to throw myself into his arms to stay there for a solid week. He and Darren snuck us off the ship, and we ended up running into those guys in the woods. We've been looking everywhere for you. That stuck in my brain, and I hesitated, trying to process those words. I did all that, and they just let them go. That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. I looked back and forth between my two friends, noting how well their bruises had healed, how Jamie no longer wore a sling on her arm.
They were waiting for me at the coal barge. They were there, just like they said. Why would they let you go without seeing if I came back?
Jamie and Chris exchanged bewildered glances, and Jamie eyed me with concern.
They were only there because they were searching for us. Everyone thought you were dead. Where have you been all this time?
What do you mean? My eyebrows shot up like arrows to the top of my forehead.
I saw you just this morning on the ship. Remember?
No one moved, and everyone stared like I'd flashed them. Chris opened and shut his mouth a few times like he couldn't find words to speak. Hannah, you've been gone for 3 days. What? I waited for the punchline to the joke, for someone to crack a smile to let me know it was all an elaborate prank. But none of them did. My knees wobbled, and a rush went through my head, sapping me of my strength. 3 days? How was that possible? No one could survive for 3 days without even remembering it. Just 1 day without water could cripple someone. If I had been gone for 3 whole days, why wasn't I? Thirsty, starving, exhausted. How much water had I drank just sitting here? My stomach had yet to stop growling, and it hurt in the pit of my guts, each gurgle like a knife blade. Just standing upright drained me, as if I'd not slept in days, and I swayed on my feet. I fought to keep my balance, the world spinning as if I were trying to stand up in a washing machine. I think I'm gonna throw up. Chris and Jamie eased me back into my chair, and my stomach rolled like ocean waves, both palms clammy with sweat. Jamie snatched a nearby pail from beside the fireplace, dumping the few logs in it onto the floor, and held it ready. You're all right. The golden-haired woman knelt in front of me and fished a small glass vial out of her belt pouch. Take deep, slow breaths for me. In and out. Swallow this when you're ready. Wary of the murky brown substance in the glass, I flicked my gaze to Jamie. She hefted the metal pail and waved me on with an urgent hand.
It's fine. I drank like 3 of them from my shoulder. Tastes like candy. Just do it. Or make out with the bucket.
Well, when you put it that way, I squeezed my eyes shut and downed the contents of the skinny glass vessel with a shuddery gulp. It reminded me of orange and vanilla ice cream, sweet and tangy, with a strange, jittery sensation in my guts that calmed my nausea. The shaking stopped, my heart slowed, and it was as if someone had waved a magic wand over me to take all the tension away. Well, their brilliant smile beamed in the firelight, and the golden-haired woman took the empty vial from me with a pat on my hand. Lantern rose nectar. We cultivate them in our gardens, both for medicine and to keep the fire drakes out of our corn. By the look of things, that one was well overdue. Breathing a long sigh at my stomach settling, I felt my face growing warm again.
Yeah, I guess so. Sorry for screaming at you.
Sorry for the interrogation. Seeming embarrassed of his earlier gruffness, Adam's stoic expression melted into a sheepish grin from across the room. But we couldn't take chances. We've had run-ins with the soldiers in the past, none of them pleasant. Sitting up straight, I winced at all the eyes on me and looked around. So, where are we? Come, see for yourself. The golden-haired woman headed for the door behind Adam. Her hand slid into his as if they were going out for a regular evening stroll. We have some food set out for the returning fighters near the church. Once you've eaten, I'll see about a bath, so you can go straight to bed afterward. Yes, please. I climbed back to my feet, and Chris took my arm to steady me, Jamie holding the door, with the fur coverlet still wrapped around my shoulders. I stumbled to the cabin doorway to peek out. Dozens upon dozens of square, one-story cabins surrounded the area in neat rows, interspersed with gardens and flower beds in a patchwork quilt of green. Torches sputtered in wrought iron fastenings by doorways and along footpaths. With stones laid across the mud, the lush green trimmed short. Intricate designs adorned the doors, corner posts and roof eaves, every building a work of art. Etched into the wood grain, I saw deer, wild boar, and eagles, along with winged lizards that breathed fire, and familiar creatures with white eyes or metallic legs. Each rooftop had been covered in thin squares of split oak, not a shingle out of place, and the gardens, too, were an OCD dream with plentiful corn, beans, and various pumpkins in weed-free blocks. Luminescent flowers ringed every patch of crop, gorgeous orange and yellow roses that gave off heady, sweet aromas, and miniature trenches filled with water bore fluorescent white lilies that seemed to move on their own. High overhead, tiny bat-winged animals traded little bursts of flame in the sky, and a long wall about a quarter-mile distant rings the entire hamlet, cut with perfect crenellations in the ramparts. Fireflies swirled right past me in a magical cloud of staccato jade light, and in all my life, I'd never seen a place so beautiful. "You okay?" Chris squeezed the hand I'd fastened to my arm, and I drew a shaky breath at the warmth of his touch.
Yeah, this is amazing.
I clung to him without caring how obvious my intentions were, and we walked down the little flagstone road behind Jamie and the others, drinking in the sights. People strode to and fro, laughing and talking in pairs or huddles, their happy faces lit by the dim ambience of the night. Like the woman from the cabin, they all had cream-colored skin with shimmering golden hair and matching eyes, the only thing varying being their facial features, height, and voice. The men wore their hair in short ponytails or cut close to their scalp, many with beards, and bore similar clothing to what I'd seen thus far. The women, however, varied in attire, from trousers to dresses, fine sweeping garments of dyed linen that could have been spun in a custom shop in downtown Louisville. They walked with proud, confident strides, their golden hair so long that it reached their waists, often woven in complex braids that dazzled me. Carla would have killed to have hair that long. As we passed by, they watched me with curiosity in their gazes, and more than one smiled or waved, a strange reversal of the suspicious attitudes I'd first encountered in New Wilderness. In fact, they didn't seem at all bothered by their surroundings, or the cries of the various mutants that rang out in the distant hills. Even the armored guards patrolled with relaxed ease along the elegant battlements, not staring out into the night with tight-lipped anxiety like our own forces did. No tension coated the air, no weight of looming dread, and they didn't hide their lights or pull shut their curtains in fear. Here, it seemed, civilization was not only alive, but thriving, pushing back against the barbaric shadows of the night with pure, unabashed triumph. A crowd appeared as we rounded a bend, and high above them rose a sharp, white steeple against the night sky, crowned with a gold-painted cross. White clapboard siding covered the quaint chapel, all the little streets and roads leading to it, as if the village had been constructed around it from the ground up. It would have fit in with any rural community across Middle America, had it not been for the handprints. Side by side, they lined every board, every window, golden hands painted on the wood with little squiggles underneath. The closer I got, the more I realized the squiggles were names. Hundreds of names written in swirling yellow letters that shone in the light of nearby torches. Zayn, Deborah, Ehud. In the grass around the church, close to 100 or more people were spread out around a long, winding chain of rugs laden with food, seated on blankets or cushions with torches and candles lighting the entire feast. Empty suits of armor lay on the ground behind their owners, all of whom hunched over their plates with their tunic collars loosened on the cool breeze, and the golden-haired woman stopped to help Adam take his suit off. "You can sit with us," she grinned, and turned so Adam could work on unlacing her steel cuirass. "I'm Eve, by the way, and this is my husband, Adam. Welcome to Ark River." Part 24. "You want some gravy with that?" I looked up halfway through my fourth biscuit to see Chris nudge a round cast-iron pot filled with creamy pork gravy my way.
Any other time, I might have been terrified to gorge myself in front of a guy, much less an entire crowd of people who sat elbow to elbow in the firelit yard of the church, but my stomach became a bottomless pit the instant food was set before me. I hadn't been this hungry in years, and the only dish I had yet to touch was a bowl heaped with orangish-brown apricot jelly, the substance too close to spider mucus for my imagination to handle. "Yes, please." Gulping down another glass of water, I made an apologetic half-smile. "Also, are there any more of those links?" Jimmy passed a plate my way, wearing the same wry grin as everyone else, the platter filled with finger-length brown sausage. "You can down a whole pig if you want. After downing 4 echo spiders, I'd say you more than earned it. Pretty sure that's a record." A record for sheer dumb luck. My face heating up like an iron, the praise still foreign to me, and I struggled as I spread several more sausages. "I almost blew myself up in the process. Besides, I didn't stick around to see if they all died or not. If it hadn't been for that guy in the chemical suit, I never would have made it out." Adam put down his fork and eyed me curiously from across the long rug. "You said he was all alone and unarmed." I bit down on another peppery sausage and thought about those kind, silver-colored eyes behind the gas mask. "Uh-huh. It's like nothing scared him, or even knew he was there. He just walked in out of nowhere and scooped me up."
Eve's golden eyes glittered with wonder as she picked at her rather sparse plate of toast and apple slices with an absent-minded swirl of her spoon. "Did he ever tell you his name?" "No." I scraped more butter over another fluffy white biscuit, the man's silver eyes flashing through my mind once more.
"All he had on his suit was a number, 36. I figured he was with Elsar, but honestly, I have no idea who he was."
From somewhere down the line to my right, Aleph handed Jamie a bowl of oatmeal, and the conversation drifted into other things, which suited me just fine. I'd been delighted to find that the strange citizens of Ark River loved to eat breakfast food at dinner, a custom that was not lost on me. Pancakes and eggs, sausage and gravy, biscuits by the pound, all were laid out in rich quantity, thanks to the countless fields and herds that surrounded the remarkable village. Everything New Wilderness lacked, Ark River had in triplicate. Cows, sheep, pigs, and entire hillsides covered in late-harvest grain. Creamy milk from their dairy cows filled one pitcher, cold spring water another, and a third held some kind of tart purple juice squeezed from a mutated fruit they called a Rudgar apple. We sat on cushions and furs, the coverlet from the bed still draped around my shoulders, and with several campfires alight nearby, I felt warm enough that I no longer shivered. I'd been given another vial of lantern rose nectar from my various wounds, and had watched in awe as the bruises faded away like magic. It was the best I'd felt in days, and the only thing that could have made it better was a hot shower and a phone call home.
"You sure I can have more?"
I blinked at Adam's offer of baked apple slices with caramel sauce on the side, my stomach already near bursting.
God has been good to us.
He said, the trencher beside me, not nearly as threatening without his armor and sword.
With Eve's companion planting,
The mutants don't bother our crops, and the livestock we caught from abandoned farms in the valley.
go on, take as much as you want.
I bit into a crisp piece of apple and relished the burst of sweetness it gave, and noted Eve's bland plate with a furrowed brow.
"Aren't you hungry?"
Her golden eyes lit up, and Eve's pale cheekbones tinged a rosy pink. I have to be careful what I eat. Rich food tends to come back up. Eve's hand brushed the contour of her stomach, the fabric pressing tight to reveal a slight bump, barely noticeable on her slender frame. Adam tucked an extra blanket around her shoulders and nudged a few more bits of toast her way, the two of them beaming at each other like kids at a fireworks show. Being an only child with Carla as my closest influence, I'd always thought pregnancy to be something I wanted to avoid, a hindrance to all the amazing things I wanted to do in life. But sitting there, watching the way Eve positively glowed with happiness, showered with adoration by Adam in every passing glance, tugged something loose in my subconscious. They're both happy, even when talking about vomit. To be loved like that. Wow.
"Congratulations."
Doing my best not to be inwardly envious, I wiped my mouth with a napkin and set my apple slice down.
How far along are you?
A month. Eve bit her lower lip in excitement, as if she could barely contain herself from giggling. It's the first one for our kind. So naturally, I'm...
Lazarus, leave her be.
Her sudden shift in tone sent ice through my blood, and I whirled to look at what drew Eve's ire. A cry of alarm choked me, and I froze in place. Right at my elbow, a huge brown head munched not inches away, a black nose sniffing at my unguarded apple slices. Long, curved antlers glowed green in the night, and a pink tongue swathed at the last of the caramel. Without its metal armor, the deer almost appeared stuffed for how fuzzy its coat was, chestnut brown in thick tufts along its back and flanks. At Eve's command, its head jerked up to blink back at her feigned innocence, and titters of amusement rippled through the rest of the onlookers. Eve jumped to her feet and marched around our section of rug to wag a finger in the animal's face, hands on her hips and scolding. You jumped the corral again, didn't you? What did I say about getting out?
What did I say?
The deer lowered its head with a bashful huff and tried to lick a smear of its caramel sauce from its coal-black nose. Don't think I didn't see that. Eve crossed her arms with indignance and tapped her foot on the lush grass of the yard. You should be ashamed of yourself stealing from our guests. Poor Hannah was having a lovely time, and now she has no apples left. Adam chuckled, hazel eyes shining at his wife. He only started doing it when you began feeding him your scraps. I'm afraid this is learned behavior, Amicame. Nonplussed by Adam's loving quip, Eve jabbed a finger at the deer with a stern look. You apologize right now. Apologize? I glanced at Jamie in bewilderment, but she jerked her head back to the scene with a knowing grin. Put your hand down. With a slight tremble to my fingers, I stretched out my hand and swallowed a nervous lump in my throat. Our eyes locked again, and the deer watched me with deep, soft brown eyes that were disarming for how innocent they looked. He sniffed at my skin, cautious, and despite his impressive size, this creature appeared to be just as wary of me as I was of him. The deer stuck out his tongue and gave my hand a gritty, inquisitive lick. It tickled like a slimy combination of sandpaper, and I slid my hand over his long snout to pat his silky fur. I'd never been this close to a wild animal before, certainly not one this big, and I felt the corners of my mouth turn upward in childish glee. Cool. Silly creature. Eve gave in to her own pleased smile, and rewarded Lazarus with a few scratches behind his long, mousy ears. Bone-faced whitetail loves sugar. This guy ate 5 pounds of it the first few days after he woke up. Then again, I can't blame them. I ate like a fool after my redemption as well. Her words brought my thoughts to a screeching halt, and I stared at her. Redemption? Is that some kind of religious thing? Since when did Bible thumpers worship deer? Miss Brown, a word. Adam's eyes were on me, and he got to his feet, my black backpack in one hand. Unsure what he wanted, but certain that it was a request I shouldn't refuse, I got up and left the fur coverlets behind. Chris and Jamie threw each other brief glances, but neither followed, and Eve remained beside Lazarus, her petite face a mask of contemplation. I caught up with Adam, and we walked toward the double wooden doors at the front of the church, the path lined with stones and decorative intervals. At first, we didn't speak. The low murmur of dinner faded into the background, crickets chirping in the cool night air. He slung one of the cut straps of my backpack over his shoulder, and Adam hooked the opposite thumb into his sword belt. I'd rather we have this conversation in private. My wife is a gentle soul, stronger than she lets on, but explaining her condition to outsiders has always made her feel awkward. You understand, I hope. Did I upset her? Crying at my social clumsiness, I kicked at a stray blade of grass in our path. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to pry. You guys just seemed so happy about the baby, I figured it was okay. We reached the church steps, and I climbed the sandstone blocks alongside Adam, my ears perking up at the faint chorus of singing from inside the church doors. Please, Hannah, you've done nothing wrong. Besides, I didn't mean Eve's pregnancy. Adam stopped by the light-stained wooden doors and faced me. Tell me, how long have you been in Barren County? Around a week. I tried to count the days in my head, and a horrible realization struck me. My birthday, it was in 2 days. I'd promised Dad I'd be home. He'd been looking forward to this for weeks on end. Just the thought of them, waiting by the phone for me to call, sent shards of pain through my soul. I'd left my phone in Matt's car the night we'd come here and hadn't heard from the outside world since. Service at New Wilderness dropped off in sporadic bursts, and Dr. O'Brien hadn't been able to reach anyone with her few preserved electronics. I should have called Mom and Dad when I had the chance, instead of Matt and Carla.
Jamie tells me that you came with 2 friends.
Adam's face formed into a sympathetic grimace, and it seemed he'd already been told my unfortunate story. Yeah, but they're not my friends anymore. I dug the toe of my shoe into a dimple in the stone porch and tried not to let my internal agony show. Not like Jamie and Chris. Silence reigned between us for a moment. Wind swished in the nearby distant trees, and a few of the bone-faced whitetail bugled from their corral several houses away.
I came all the way from Iowa, alone.
Adam gazed out over the happy party in the churchyard, both eyes on his wife, as she led Lazarus back to his pen.
My first wife, Stacy, died last year,
and I had no other place that needed me. When I first arrived, there was nothing here save for this church, and a little wooden garden shed in the backyard. To make matters worse, no one even came to my first Sunday service. Puzzled, I looked out at the houses that ringed the chapel, the expansive fields beyond the wall. So, what happened?
The lost ones, the creatures you call puppets, showed up.
He rubbed the pommel off his sword with one thumb, and Adam's face bore a wistful expression.
You know, at first I thought they were demons from hell. They were everywhere, screaming like banshees, and they tore up my car so I couldn't leave.
A snippet of anxiety tightened in my chest at the thought of being cornered out here all by myself, with hordes of puppets outside my window, and I looked up from my shoes. What did you do? Adam let slide a pained, sad smile and shook his head at himself, like an old man reliving his rash youth.
I was frightened and didn't know any better, so I shot at whatever ones came close. Thankfully, I didn't have much ammunition, or I would have continued in that way. But if we Sterling men are good at anything, it's being stubborn. And so one day, I decided to trap one of the creatures in my shed to study it. His eyes gleamed, and Adam gestured to the willowy form of Eve, who had returned to the feast and sat chatting with Jamie over the scraps of dinner. And just like that, God brought Eve into my life.
Wait, what?
My jaw dropped, and I shuddered at a sudden chill,
a jumble of thoughts falling into place in my head. The painted faces on their armor, the uniform, unnatural hair and eye color, the lack of old people or little ones. Eve's words about being the first of her kind to get pregnant. Suddenly, it all made sense in a bizarre upending of everything I'd come to accept as normal for this place. I stuttered, my skin clammy, goosebumps over my arms. She's a puppet. That same tender affection flooded Adam's features once more, and he drank in the sight of his wife like water in a desert.
She was, yes. By the grace of God, now she's flesh and blood, just like you and I. There's a reason the lost ones only come out at night. Sunlight changes them, resets their memories, and makes them human. It's a painful, dangerous process, and 1 out of every 4 won't survive it. But those that do are welcomed into our family to do the work of our Lord.
Which is? I hugged my arms around myself again, not so cold as unnerved. This blissful sanctuary not at all what I'd first thought it to be.
Redemption.
He pushed to the double doors, and I slipped through after him into an overpowering aura of light and sound. My parents had never been particularly religious, and so I'd only ever been inside a church once or twice in my life, mostly for weddings. It always struck me as one of three extremes. Huge, elegant cathedrals filled with people who were only there for family ties, little, bland chapels with a huddle of elderly people who turned their nose up at my blue jeans in disapproval, or blocky, modern megachurches that attempted to turn every service into a concert with throngs of people who barely knew each other. This had somewhat soured my view on organized religion, as I'd never felt like I'd belonged in any of those places, and my friendship with the rabidly atheistic Carla cemented those feelings. But somehow, as the double doors of the church in Ark River glided shut behind me, I found myself mesmerized with a sensation of awe that I couldn't place. Candles lit up the room with a pulsating glow that filled every corner. Shadows, a foreign concept among the exposed wooden ceiling beams and stained glass windows. Gorgeous scenes adorned each window, of a man and woman in a garden, of animals and sea creatures frolicking in the sunshine, and even a few that looked like dragons soaring in the sky. Similar carvings were scrawled over the long oaken benches that lined the walls, and the center of the floor thronged with row after row of people, interspersed among the bolt holes in the floor where the pews had originally been. They sat on ornate rugs, two to a section, one man and one woman, each on their knees side by side. Their weapons lay sheathed in narrow rows by their sides, and the worshippers sang with their eyes closed, each couple holding hands. I couldn't understand a word of their chorus, but it floated into a lofty chant that reminded me of the old medieval movies I'd watched in history class, an almost otherworldly rhythm that needed no guitar, band, or subwoofers to make its presence felt. No one seemed reluctant to be here, and every face beamed with a calm that I couldn't help but admire, a peaceful contentedness that rivaled any family reunion I'd ever been to. At the front of the room, a single, plain wooden cross hung from the wall. All lights focused on a name etched into the grain, outlined in gold paint. Adonai. I remembered to breathe and couldn't help but let my eyes be drawn to the name in gold. God had been something of a mythical figure for me, someone I referred to in jest or thought about only when I was afraid. Discussing religion with Matt and Carla had been a surefire way to end up in a heated argument, and I never bothered to think about it otherwise. But now, standing here in this bizarre hall with a Gregorian-style mantra dancing in my ears, a small part of me dared to wonder, to think, to reach out from beyond the barricade of my comfortable disbelief into a terrifying unknown. Are you really out there? Faith is an interesting thing. Adam spoke quietly in between the bars of the singers and motioned for me to sit beside him in an empty spot along the wall. In our modern lives, it seems most people, they don't have it, which is an ironic form of faith in and of itself. We humans think we're masters of the whole world, with our lights, planes, and skyscrapers. Yet it takes only the smallest microbe, the flick of a switch, the push of a button, and we're right back to what we once were. Blind, hateful creatures that kill anything we don't understand. In that way, we're not so different from the monsters outside our walls. Only light, God's light, can redeem us and save us from ourselves. I sat beside him on the old bench and chewed my lip in a blizzard of thoughts. The face of the wounded soldier floated up into my mind's eye, and guilt wormed its way through my heart in a nasty twist. I'm not sure I believe in God, to be honest. Avoiding his gaze, I picked at a chunk of dried mud on my pant leg. Did you believe in monsters before you came here? Adam reclined against the backrest of the pew with a patient expression, his hands folded in his lap. Well, no. My face seethed with heat. But even if he is real, I don't think he'd want to talk to someone like me. I'm not a good person. No one is. Adam pointed at the cross. That's kind of the point. Tears rose in my eyes, and I fought them with hard blinks, I'd learned not to share things with people over the years, and I'd only ever been this vulnerable with Jamie once. But something about these people, with their heartfelt smiles and easy mannerisms, chipped away at my internal walls. They all seemed so genuine. And try as I might, I realized that I wanted to tell the truth.
I killed someone.
I whispered, my throat closing in a sob.
I didn't mean to, but it just happened so fast. Now I can't stop thinking about it, and I feel like a murderer.
Adam leaned forward, his elbows on both knees, and observed me without a sign of judgment in his expression. This new world we find ourselves in is just as harsh and cruel as the one we left behind, Hannah. Often that means we have to do things to survive that tear at our soul. The fact that you feel so guilty is testament that there's still hope for you.
How?
I wiped my eyes and shook my head in shame.
Every time I try to help, I end up in more trouble. I went in after that stupid box, and it turns out Chris and Jamie didn't even need me. The only reason I survived was because of that guy in the chemical suit. And what good did it do? My birthday is supposed to be in a few days, and my parents don't even know where I am. If God exists, then he must hate me.
I expected a rebuke for him to shame me, or demand my repentance. More than one of the religious people I'd met in school had been that way. Pushy, easily offended when I questioned their beliefs, and vindictive when I refused to see things their way. In this place, with its magical ambience, it wouldn't have surprised me if my lack of faith had been met with condemnation. Instead, Adam pulled out a red pocket handkerchief and handed it to me with a sigh. My ways are not your ways. My thoughts are not your thoughts. Blowing my nose into the soft crimson cloth, I rested my face in both hands, misery overtaking my previous joyful emotions.
What's that supposed to mean?
Tears of his own brimmed at his eyes, and Adam stared ahead at the cross with a sincerity in his tone that even I couldn't doubt. It means that God does things we don't understand, to bring us to the places we never knew we needed to go. Sometimes that means losing people we love, enduring pain, suffering through horrible, unjust things. But if we listen, if we follow his guidance, God rewards us with a life truly worth living. If God hadn't taken Stacy from me, Eve would still be walking on all fours and eating raw flesh in the woods. He gave her a new life, incredible intelligence, and instincts beyond my own. She was the one who learned Latin from my old seminary books and taught it to everyone else. She was the one who learned how to use the native plants to protect our crops from the mutants. She was the one who tames the deer so we could ride them. He turned and placed the backpack in my lap and gave me a comforting pat on my shoulder. God brought you here for a reason, Hannah Brunn. He led you to this box, sent this man in the chemical suit to rescue you, and let us find you before the pirates did. He doesn't hate you. He's giving you a chance to start over. I wanted to argue, to snap at him, to tell him I didn't believe in any of it, but the truth was, I didn't know what to think. My mind was a wreck, my heart a shredded mess of unknown fear, and more than anything, I just wanted someone to help me make sense of it all. A week. My world was normal, sane, and reasonable a week ago. Clutching the backpack to my stomach, I sniffled and offered him his handkerchief back.
I need to get some air, but thank you. This means a lot to me.
Adam smiled and leaned back in his seat. Of course, take all the time you need, and when you're ready, I'm sure Eve would love to draw that bath for you. I'll be here if you need anything. I strode back to the double doors of the church and looked over my shoulder one last time at the beautiful interior, with its fantastical scenes, devout congregations, and that plain wooden cross hanging at the forefront of it all. How many times had I cheated death since I'd come here? How many times had I escaped a terrible fate by sheer luck? Could it all have been a coincidence? My eyes locked onto that name, written in the dried crossbeam of the crucifix in the same color as the eyes of the people who had once been monsters. Adonai. Like a clap of thunder, the silver eyes of the strange man from Collingswood slipped into my mind, and my heart flip-flopped inside my chest. I pushed through the doors back into the night, no longer hungry, and gripped the pack with shaking hands. It had been exhausting, fatigue from my delusional trek out of that cursed town. One good night's sleep, and I'd be all right again. At least, I hoped so. Part 25. I awoke the following day to the oily scent of gun solvent and the soft hiss of a bore brush scraping through a rifle barrel. Mid-afternoon rays trickled to the window of our shared cabin to cast cheery patterns on the hardwood floor. Jamie sat cross-legged on the floor, her backpack to her messy bunk, scrubbing at her disassembled Kalashnikov. On the edge of his own bed, Chris hunched opposite her, with a captured Elsar M4 carbine that he'd been given by Adam. Neither of them acknowledged the other's existence, a tense silence between them that could have been cut with a knife. It occurred to me, lying half awake, covered in soft white sheets and a thick bearskin coverlet, that Chris and Jamie had always been rather frigid with each other, at least while I was around. Granted, there had been times where they'd protected each other as well as me, but in moments like this, where I expected them to show some form of camaraderie, they exhibited none. Jamie didn't even look at him, and for his part, Chris ignored her presence with a stiffness that could have put Victorian England to shame. I've never seen them so cold with anyone else. Uncomfortable by that thought, I made a point to stretch, and yawned loud enough to catch their attention.
It's alive!
Jamie droned in mocking drama. A wry grin brightened up her face.
About time you got up. It's nearly 3.
I sat back against the plank headboard of my narrow bunk and rubbed at my eyes, still sore in places from my crazed rampage to the spider nest.
I take it I missed lunch.
Chris's sky-blue irises collided with me, and my spine tingled in happy jolts at how he smiled, pointing to a plate of rolls, jerky strips, and apple slices by my bedside. Eve sent snacks just in case. We didn't want to wake you, since we figured you needed your rest. Dinner should be in a few hours, though. Sliding my feet out from under the covers, I reached for a wooden hairbrush and started to work the tangles out of my messy hair. Outside, the usual clamor of activity filtered to the salvaged glass windows, wheels clattering on carts, bugles of the bone-faced deer piercing the sky, and workers calling to one another in the autumn breeze. Despite the picturesque beauty of this place, I was glad to see the sunshine dancing on the cabin floor, if for no other reason than it guaranteed the least amount of mutants possible for the start of my day. If I never see another echo spider again, that'd be great. Tying my hair into the best ponytail I could be bothered with, I selected a plump wheat roll from the plate Eve had left for me and tugged at the rumpled tunic collar.
So, when are we going to...
The door to the cabin swung open with a burst, and one of the other women of Ark River poked her honey-colored head inside, pale face flushed in excitement.
It's starting. Come quick. They're almost here.
They. But before I could blurt out so much as a good afternoon, the woman darted back out the door and left the 3 of us scrambling to follow. I snatched a pair of homemade socks at the front of my bed. Jamie crammed the pieces of her rifle back together, and Chris hopped on one foot to pull his boots on. With my wheat roll stuck in one pocket, I grabbed my black backpack, its straps mended by one of the seamstresses the night prior, and slung it onto my shoulders. In a tangle of hurried limbs and jumbled shoes, we all ran out the door together, and swept along with a growing number of Ark River denizens toward the eastern gate. A crowd had gathered by the time we reached the wall, and I had to huddle beside Chris while he slid between them just to get through. It must have rained during the morning, and the wet grass squeaked under my shoes like polished floor tile. Once they reached the gate, everyone fell into hushed whispers, some with happy expressions, others with tight-lipped anxiety. Many still held the tools they'd been using to go after their daily tasks, as if they'd dropped everything just for this moment, and now waited in silent anticipation. I managed to worm my way to the front, and both feet screeched to a halt, enough that Jamie stumbled into me from behind. Laid out across the grass, 22 charred statues lay curled in fetal positions on the ground. They were so burned, crusted over with ebony soot, that I couldn't tell which was a man or woman, nor could I make out eyes, fingers, or even toes. If a giant had molded a few dozen people from black clay with clumsy imitations of hands and feet that bore no detail, those would have been the result, and I stared at them in grotesque wonder. They looked like fossil people from Pompeii. What on earth is this? Adam stood in the center of the mass of statues, his head bowed, eyes screwed shut, hands clasped together in fervent prayer. Other men were circled around the statues doing the same, and behind them, a line of women beseeched their god with adamant, unspoken words, buckets of soapy water, and stacks of folded towels at their feet. I jumped, as did several of the onlookers around me, and Adam whirled to face one of the statues. Slack-jawed, I watched as the statue twitched ever so slightly on the carpet of damp grass. A line appeared on the barren head, split down the center, and more fractures spiderwebbed their way across the prostrate figure. Adam and 4 other men ran to kneel beside the statue and began to pry away at the sooty black chunks with gloved hands. Pieces came off in disgusting slurks, and sticky brown residue coated the underside of them like used motor oil. Next to me, Chris's eyes widened like saucers. Mary, Mother of God. Out from under the crumbling bits of black came a body with pale skin, golden hair, and confused golden eyes. Like the rest of them, he appeared to be somewhere in his mid-20s and shook like a leaf in a windstorm, nude from head to toe. The second the man's mouth was free, he began to vomit gorges of black sludge onto the ground with agonized groans of pain, and gasped for air as the other men helped him crawl into the sunlight.
Get another one here!
More of the helpers rushed to the opposite side of the church, where a woman emerged, her long yellow hair clotted with greasy scum from the covering, slender limbs trembling in the cool afternoon breeze. One by one, more of the blackened figures erupted with coughing, grimy people, and they were peeled out of their charcoal prisons by the men with gloves. Once they were free, the line of women swooped in to scrub the newcomers down with warm, soapy water, and wrapped them in layers of soft towels, smiling and hugging them all the while. Crews of 3 to 4 people carried them away to the church, and many of the crowd joined them in a happy babble of noise. I stood there amongst it all, and shook my head in amazement at the reactions of the people. Unlike so many in our modern world, these wore their heart on their sleeves with unabashed honesty, laughing, weeping, and clapping for joy over their newfound comrades. In that way, they seemed so innocent, so ecstatic at the life of another, and I wondered what it would be like to just wake up one day in a pile of slime, surrounded by smiling faces as they pulled me from the muck. No wonder they're all so close. Kind of hard to be a stranger when the entire community has seen you naked and puking. The first day is traumatic for everyone. Eve appeared at my elbow, her face aglow in a soft, reminiscent smile. First, the sun sears you, burns away all that you were as a lost one, right down to your core. Then, you lie unconscious for hours, entombed until you awaken to your muscles spasming to help break you out. Once you taste air, it causes you to vomit up the fluid that used to be your insides as a monster, so your new organs can begin their work. It's incredibly painful, pushing all that scum from your lungs and stomach, but it doesn't last long. Once you're free, the whole world is yours, beautiful and new, a far better fate than the alternative. Most of the crowd began to clear away, but I noticed that 5 of the statues remained on the ground, unmoving, not so much as a split in their dense black shells.
What's wrong with those ones?
Adam approached one of the figures, and I could see his shoulders slump in disappointment. Eve's golden eyes followed her husband's defeated form like 2 sympathetic orbs of celestial fire. As lost ones, our bodies were filled with rot and disease, but once that is reversed, Some of us are susceptible to the bacteria in the air. Things you were born breathing in a hospital, like mold spores, can kill those of us who aren't strong enough. It's a terrible reality for our kind, but Adam always takes it especially hard. Our eyes met, and I saw the hesitation there, the uncertainty, as Eve's hands smoothed over her stomach. You're worried about your baby? What mother doesn't? Fear glimmered in her eyes, and Eve lowered her voice into a timid whisper. Being born from a husk is no way for a child to live. I want my baby to have a normal home, one I never had, built on the love of a father and mother. Our kinds have no future if we can't birth our own children the natural way. Sooner or later, we'll run out of lost ones to redeem. Adam has done everything he can. He already has so much to care for, and I don't want to worry him, but I'm terrified that something will go wrong. My own expression fell, and it hit me now just how wrong I'd been about this place. Sure, it looked like paradise with the beautiful rustic architecture, the bountiful fields, and mesmerizing people, but they were staring down the long, dark barrel of oblivion if they couldn't reproduce. We were worried about having too many people to feed in New Wilderness, but here, they were worried that someday there might not be any of them left. I guess being born perfect isn't so perfect after all. I wound my arm into hers and patted Eve's hand with a supportive smile. If something bad was going to happen, it would have happened already. You're going to be a great mom. I'm sure everything will be fine. She smiled through a thin veil of silvery tears, caught my hand, and squeezed it hard in a silent but grateful thank you. Standing amongst the unmoving statues, Adam let out a long sigh and called to the other men.
Take these ones to the cemetery. God has given us all he will today.
He tore his gloves off with frustrated jerks, and Eve let go of me to run to him. I've never seen anything like that. Chris shifted on his feet beside me, his face coated in partial disbelief and partial fascination. Can you imagine just waking up one day, fully grown, and starting your life from there? Jamie appeared from behind me and kicked at a discarded chunk of the black crust in the grass, a look of disgust on her narrow face. You mean like an insect? Chris threw her a warning glare, but Jamie just ignored it, and I clenched both fists with my trouser pockets to distract myself from her acidic remarks. She can be so mean sometimes, almost like Carla. These people have been kind to us. Why be so callous?
5 this time.
Adam's emotion-laden voice broke me from my thoughts, and I looked up to find him and Eve embracing, his eyes blinking rapidly over a disheartened frown.
5 of them gone. I don't understand. Did I not have enough faith? I prayed so much. I thought maybe we'd get all of them for once.
Eve reached up to take his face in her hands, and her face bore the same grief, the same torment, but worse, as if it tore her heart to see Adam hurting. Amor vitae mie. 17 alive is better than none at all. Those that died are in God's hands now, as is his will. You did everything you could. Adam swallowed, but nodded, and a faint smile crossed his weary face. Quomodo sine te, vivere putui, per gratiam Dei. Eve stood up on her tiptoes to kiss him. Numquam. Psh! Far enough away that they couldn't hear, Jamie let out a huff and rolled her eyes to mutter under her breath. Get a room. I couldn't help but narrow my eyes at her rudeness. What's your deal? Is your head acting up again? No, I'm fine. She gouged at the grass with her boot heel and refused to look at me. Then stop being a jerk. My words shocked even me, and Jamie's emerald irises melted into a surprised stare. I had no idea where it had come from, but I ripped my gaze away from hers in discomfort, Chris eyeing the two of us in similar shock. I didn't talk back. I never challenged anyone, and I certainly never got the last word in an argument. In a way, I felt bad for saying it already. Perhaps there really was something wrong, and Jamie needed a friend, not a reprimand. Geez, Hannah, can you not go 5 minutes without causing problems? I'm glad you three are here. Adam strode across the grass, his composure regained, Eve by his side. He spotted the backpack on my shoulders and glanced over his shoulder to be sure we were alone. Now that you've seen our secrets, I think it's only fair we share in yours. Come, let's go where there's less prying eyes. They headed for the church, and Chris started after the couple, waving for me to follow him. I took up my place by his side, unable to keep the happy smile from my face. Being close to him made goosebumps ripple over my arms, and I wished I had the courage to take his hand in mine again. At some point in the walk, however, I thought I glimpsed something on Jamie's face when I turned around to check on her. A streak of deep pain that cut through her stern features for a fraction of a second. In the next moment, it vanished, and she swiveled her head to peer out over the distant battlements, a mask of stoic indifference. That stole some of the warmth from my chest, and I bit my tongue in regret. I was kind of mean back there. Maybe she's having a bad day. I'll have to say something later, if we get time alone. Inside the chapel, the sanctuary was empty, the candles extinguished to throw the spacious room into shadow. Under my shoes, the old floorboards creaked with every step. Adam led us through a small door near the back, and into the parsonage, where a cozy living room waited on the other side. It was more modern than the cabins, with a few non-working electric lamps, a television that would likely never light up again, and a thick beige carpet across the floor. A low brown couch squatted beside a mahogany-stained coffee table, 2 brown leather armchairs on the other side. A wooden rack near the wall held an assortment of quilts, including a red, checkered one that Eve offered to Jamie with a generous smile. You look cold. It's getting closer to winter after all. Want to borrow this? It's my favorite. Jamie opened her mouth to reply, caught me watching, and a thin, polite grin plastered across her pretty face. I'm fine, thanks. She acts like Eve kicked her dog or something. I don't get it. What's wrong with you, Jamie? In that case, let's come right to the point. Adam pulled the curtain shut around the room and spun the deadbolt in the parsonage door. Yesterday's raid was out of the normal, even for us. Elsar forces never venture this far into the south so recklessly, and the pirates know better than to linger on our shores. For them to risk open battle, and for the pirates to trust Hannah enough to send her out like they did, means there's more to this than meets the eye. His gaze met mine, and I tugged off the backpack to unzip it, laying the black polymer box on the coffee table between us. Chris, Jamie, and I settled down on the couch, Adam and Eve on their respective chairs across from us, cautious anticipation in the air. I watched in a mix of awe and dread as Adam flickered the plastic hinges open. What could be inside? A secret weapon? A piece of some horrible mutant? Perhaps some rare artifacts to explain the origins of the breach? Out of the case came a rectangular yellow device, about a foot long, with a small digital screen at one end and an array of tiny buttons beneath it. 2 shiny metal antennas lay folded underneath, and a bulky square battery rested in plastic wrap beside it, along with a folded paper pamphlet. It seems to be made of metal, maybe aluminum, and looked brand new. For a moment, it reminded me of the old-school civil defense Geiger counters my weird Uncle Dave collected for his trailer in Paducah. Adam turned the device over in his hand with an inquisitive frown. It's a beacon. Chris scooted forward in his section of the couch, eyes afire with interest. How do you know? It's labeled. With a surprised chuckle, Adam tapped his finger on the side of it and read aloud. Liminal Detection Beacon, Model 01106. Property of the Environmental Liminal Space Alleviation and Reduction Program, SN07. Say what you want about the soldiers, but they are a very organized bunch. What do you make of this, Amikame? Eve handed the pamphlet in her hands and leafed through it with astonishing speed, her golden eyes flying over the words with uncanny precision. It's an experimental satellite communications system, one of 9 beacons in total. When used in a sequential circuit, they can jam electric signals in an area of 100 square miles, increase radio signal for friendly comm centers, or act as a direct link to satellite guidance platforms. When activated simultaneously, they... Her hand froze, the pages ceased rustling, and a torrent of concern flooded Eve's angelic facial features. Generate a concentrated, high-frequency electromagnetic pulse. One with a radius of about 400 square miles. I snuck a look at Jamie, hoping for her usual razor-sharp intuition, but she seems to be lost in thought, slouched back in her place among the soft cushions. I don't get it. Is that bad? Adam glowered at the device and exchanged worried glances with his wife. It could be. All of my electronics began to malfunction the day the first of the mutants arrived. It only grew worse by the day, until I couldn't so much as make a phone call, which means the breach, as you call it, is tied directly to some kind of electromagnetic energy. If Elsar intended to use this, it could only be because they believe it may somehow slow or stop the spread of what is happening in Barren County. But that's good, though. I searched the faces around the table for a comforting answer, even as it occurred to me that there might not be one. Right? Depends on what it means for us. Jamie spoke up at last, and gnawed at her lower lip again. Both green eyes looked on the beacon in hateful suspicion. I doubt they went through all that trouble just to get faster Wi-Fi. Can the others work without this one? Eve rummaged through the rest of the pamphlet in a few minutes of silence and shook her head. No. Each is individually coded. We'll need a 9-digit access key to turn it on, which the soldiers would have had with them when they died, I assume. That's why they want it back. Chris folded his hands in thought, to cut us off from the outside world once and for all. Think about it. The breach is a slow-burning EMP, so most of our shielded equipment, like the modified trucks and Carter's surplus radios, are safe. But this would instantly fry any complex circuitry all over Barren County, meaning the only ones left with working comms, vehicles, and generators would be Elsar. With a ragged sigh, Adam placed the beacon back into its case, along with the manual, and snapped it shut. Of course, there's no way of knowing if they have backup systems on standby, but I think it's safe to assume that if they're willing to risk so much for this one, they can't easily get more. We need a proper laboratory environment to examine it in better detail, with functioning electricity and better equipment. I'm afraid our smithy is good for making swords and armor from old scrap, but not for dissecting complex electronics. Chris and I caught each other's eye, and an idea formed in my head. We have that, at New Wilderness. Dr. O'Brien could help us. Did you forget what tomorrow is? Jamie rubbed her eyes as if she were exhausted and cupped her chin in one hand. It's the 30th, Election Day. We bring this thing in and tell everyone it's a game-changing weapon, and all hell will break loose in the assembly. Chris never took his eyes off the box, but the corners of his mouth drew downwards at Jamie's reminder. Carter will confiscate it right away, and with all those armored trucks on his side, there would be no way to make him give it back. Dr. O'Brien might not let it go either, since it could be nice leverage for her researchers. Santa said it'd probably support us, but the workers aren't all united, and the Rangers faction has more guns. If it came to a fight, they'd easily take it from us. So, there's only one person we can trust. Sean has to know. I crossed my arms, unwilling to budge on the subject. He's the only one who has enough authority to keep the factions from fighting. If we get the beacon to him, maybe he can use it to stay in power. For how long? Jamie growled in frustration and talked empathetically with dramatic waves of her hands. He promised to create reform, not a dictatorship. Even if the beacon gives us an advantage over Elsar, it doesn't solve the lack of space, or our food problems, or the dwindling fuel storage. People vote with their stomachs, not their brains. And if Sean can't deliver on his promises, they'll throw him under the bus for someone like O'Brien or Carter. Then we're really screwed. Having observed our chaotic debate from across the coffee table, Adam shifted in his seat and cleared his throat. It sounds like you need an armed faction strong enough to protect the beacon, but without conflicting interests in your internal politics. One that could help you expand your base. Eve sat up straighter alongside her husband,
the two of them eyeing us with expectation. And teach you how to work with the land, not against it. Jamie's expression darkened, and I could hear her teeth grind together.
Thanks, but
We'd have to think about it. Chris cut her off, and the two glared at each other like pit bulls ready to fight. As much as I appreciate the offer, we'd have to think about it. New Wilderness isn't like Ark River. People are more assertive there. I wouldn't want to risk any of your family being hurt. Oblivious to the Cold War-level conflict brewing on our side of the coffee table, Eve turns to me and pointed to the box. You're the one who found it. What do you think? I think I hate being the tiebreaker for important decisions. I cringed under the barrage of eyes from around the room and stared at the box in thought. How far away from New Wilderness?
A day's ride.
Adam drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair in a slow, repeating rhythm.
If necessary, we can prepare tonight and leave first thing in the morning. However, I'm not sure I want to risk my congregation's safety by dividing our forces. If it really isn't safe at New Wilderness, I can't take the chance of opening a third front in this war.
Chris and Jamie waited for my answer, and I winced at a nervous twist from my empty belly, the wheat roll still in my pocket. This had the potential to get wildly out of hand, worse than my escapade with the spiders. If a miniature civil war erupted inside New Wilderness, it could mean the annihilation of everyone in the front come wintertime. Our return could very well kick it off, but we couldn't stay missing forever, and the elections were going to happen with or without us. My eyes met Eve's, and another thought came to mind. Our medical officer, Dr. O'Brien, she has a clinic with all sorts of equipment. She could run some tests on you to help monitor the baby's health. With all her advanced medicine, if anything would happen, she could help fix it.
Her face glowed with hope, and Eve threw Adam a desperate look.
For a moment, Adam frowned, and his mouth opened and shut as if trying to conjure up excuses.
Fine.
His face softened, Eve's pleading eyes too much for him, and some of the tension slackened from Adam's shoulders.
Tomorrow, we ride for New Wilderness. I'll have the others pack gifts for our hosts, as a gesture of goodwill. Hopefully, this Dr. O'Brien is as good as you say she is, Hannah.
Eve got us some juice from their pantry to celebrate, but despite the lightening mood, I couldn't feel happy. I'd wanted us to return to New Wilderness ever since our truck tumbled off that godforsaken cliff. But now that the day drew near, a coil of dread wrapped itself around my heart. We could be walking into a trap of our own making, a bomb primed to explode with our secret as the fuse. What if someone got hurt? What if Chris, Jamie, or one of the Ark River people got caught in the crossfire? If Eve was injured, or worse, lost her baby because of me? Could I live with myself afterward? Maybe I won't live long enough to find out. Chris chatted with Adam, and Jamie maintained her morose silence, leaving me to sink back into my spot on the cocoa-brown couch and wish the world would close over top of me.
Part 26.
Underneath my legs, the stag had been loaned from the stables of Ark River slowed his canter to a stop and flicked both soft, mousy ears toward the front of the caravan. What is it, Sticks? I patted his fuzzy neck from the stiff new saddle and tried to ignore the sore spots in my hips, thighs, and rear. From the vanguard, Adam rode down the line at a slight trot and called to Chris, Jamie, and I as he passed.
Rest for 15 minutes. We should be close, so take care of whatever needs you might have now. I'll send out scouts to reconnoiter the situation ahead.
Stretching, I shifted the Type 9 on my shoulders and tilted my face back to take in the warm sunshine. It had been years since I'd ridden a horse, much less an oversized deer, and never over rough country at moderate speed. That, combined with being dressed once more in my New Wilderness attire, which the ladies of Ark River had graciously washed and patched for me, meant that the handmade saddle rubbed in uncomfortable ways for the last 12 miles. One of the other women figures told me that I'd get used to it, but for now, the rigid brown leather had ensured that I'd be walking funny upon our return to New Wilderness, and it didn't even have to buy me dinner first. The saddle had gotten further than any boy ever tried to go. Maybe I should ask it to meet my parents. Everyone dismounted, not a feat for the inflexible with how high the average bone-faced whitetail stood, and made for the trees alongside what used to be a secondary county road. It amazed me how fast nature had overgrown much of the outer edges of the cracked asphalt. The painted lines faded, dirt layered where tires would normally have ground it away. An old green sedan sat rusted in the weeds about 20 yards ahead of me, its metal hood ripped to aluminum shreds. The windshield shattered, the occupants long gone. A line of electrical poles stood like rotting motifs of a forgotten civilization on the opposite side of the road, their wires hanging limp. One of the poles broken and leaning. Haughty black crows squawked at us from atop the telephone poles and bickered with each other over bits of shiny trash they'd collected from the road. Still, despite the bones of human technology, it was a lovely day, with puffy white clouds rolling overhead like cotton balls on a glass pane, brilliant streams of yellow sunlight, and a rich blue sky the shade of Christian's eyes. Several of the 50-strong convoy picked their way into the underbrush in varying directions, and I figured they were looking for a place to relieve themselves out of sight. Seeing as how we had a while, I decided to do the same, and looped Stick's reins over a sturdy, low-hanging branch on a nearby oak, my submachine gun in hand. I had to claw my way through more than one stubborn shrub, fighting cobwebs, a mud puddle, and a sizable pile of manure from what I guessed would have been a cow, until I could barely see the road behind me. While I didn't want to get lost, I also didn't want to risk anyone stumbling on me with my trousers down. After all, I still liked to think I had some dignity left. Spotting a nice, thick oak tree which looked perfect to shield me from sight, I slipped behind it and started to unzip my backpack for a roll of toilet paper that the Ark River scouts had scrounged from empty houses.
I'm telling you, I don't trust them.
My head jerked up at the sound of Jamie's voice, not far off, somewhere in the woods to my right. Sticks crunched, as if someone were pacing, and Chris replied, his tone much lower and reserved. You didn't feel that way before, and you knew about their condition then. I set my pack down and peered around, not wanting to be seen. Neither Jamie nor Chris had spoken much to each other since last night, and I had yet to get a chance to apologize to Jamie for my outburst. It sounded as though they were close by, maybe a few yards away at most, but a tangle of thorns obscured them from my sight.
Only because we need them to find Hannah,
Jamie hissed back.
Besides, I didn't really understand what that meant. I thought it was just some stupid religious bullshit. You saw what they did? They hatched people like freaking bugs. It's not normal.
What part of this place is ever normal? Chris sounded irate, as if his patience had begun to wear thin, and I crouched low beside my tree to listen. For God's sake, Jamie, they're not that different from us. They bleed red, they sleep 8 hours, and a bunch of them are crapping in the woods, if you want to go verify their stomach's contents. I watched a caterpillar crawl across a dead leaf by my boot and pondered Jamie's words. True, the Ark River folk weren't the usual fare of humanity, but they'd been kind to us, even when they could just as easily have taken advantage of our situation. Their fighters rode to our rescue. Adam was risking his pregnant wife by bringing her along, and Eve had shared her home with us. They were trying to be normal. Why couldn't Jamie see that?
And what happens if they're carrying something?
Jamie matched Chris's low voice with one laden in venom.
They're both adapted to this environment, and they only interact with outsiders like the pirates or Elsar at the point of a gun. They eat breach-made plants and ride around on mutants 24/7. What if they have built up immunity to some new disease we haven't been hit with yet? Just taking them with us could wipe out half the fort. Maybe more if they become an epidemic and spread to Black Oak. Did you ever think about that?
Silence regained. From where I crouched, I bit my lower lip and frowned. I'd never even considered such a possibility myself. Eve's people were products of a new world, and it only made sense that unknown bacteria, viruses, and the like might spring from it. While they seemed fine, what if along with all their amazing intelligence and instincts, the golden-eyed people of Ark River were unknowingly immune to a sickness that could possibly wipe out our kind, like roaches in a gas chamber? And we've been with them for 2 whole days. If there's any kind of slow-burn disease, we might already be dead. We rode their deer, ate their food, took their medicine, and neither they nor we wondered for a moment if it would harm us.
That's what I thought.
Jamie sighed, and some of the aggression left her words, replaced by a strange, almost wounded pleading.
Look, I know we've had our differences, and I know where we stand, but I need you to trust me on this. We can't just go making friends with anyone who isn't Elsar, especially not people who've been touched by the breach. It's too dangerous. Too much is at risk. I wouldn't say it if I weren't serious.
I know. Chris grunted quietly, and I heard him draw a long, deep breath. But we can't break our word now. We're almost there. They trust us, and we promised healthcare for Eve and her baby. Imagine how desperate you'd be if you thought one day's journey could keep your unborn child safe. More feet shuffled on the dry leaves, as if someone kicked at them in unease.
So, you won't listen to me?
Jamie almost whispered it now, in resignation laced with a sadness that hurts to hear. Jamie, come on.
No.
Her voice regained its bitter edge, and Jamie's words blurred with barely concealed rage.
You always do this. Just steamroll ahead without asking me first. And then when things go wrong, you keep going anyway, as if it will magically get better on its own. I thought after all this time, you might have changed. You really don't get it, do you?
Chris at last seemed to lose his composure and began to fire back with his heated rebuke.
I've tried to reason with you. I've tried to listen, but you put up walls every time I try to confront you on anything. How am I supposed to follow your advice if you can't admit when you're wrong? Even Hannah called you on it yesterday, and she was right.
You're a jerk. I dug my thumbnail into my knee and winced even though they couldn't see me. Come on, guys. I didn't mean to start all this. Why do you two hate each other so much? Feet stomped, and Jamie's words shot between gritted teeth.
This was a waste of time. You're a moron, and the only reason you won't do what needs to be done is because you've got a starry-eyed girl chasing you like some lost puppy. If she knows what's good for her, she'll shag someone with a brain and save herself the headache.
The words stabbed into me, hot and painful, and my shoulders slumped. Is that really what you think of me, Jamie? Chris snorted, and something else besides anger coated his voice, a vengeful form of pain. You mean like Andrew? Did you pick him for his brains, or just the fact that he won't end up like Bill? You don't get to hate these people just because they came from the same place the birch crawlers did. Stop using your dead brother as a shield, and take some responsibility for... I jumped, my eyes widening at the muted report of a hammer locking back on a pistol. With the bushes in the way, I couldn't tell for sure who had drawn, but I had little doubt as to which one it was.
If you ever speak about my brother that way again,
Jamie hissed with a deadliness in her words that chilled me to the bone.
I'll do what I should have done before the uprising.
A twig snapped under a single boot, as if someone had taken one step closer, and Chris's voice changed to an octave so low, so filled with rage, that he was almost unrecognizable. Of all the people I stood with against that wall, I'm ashamed that one of them was you. Heavy footfalls smashed through the underbrush as someone stormed off into the trees. I didn't move, didn't breathe, my mind reeling, a sick twisting in my guts. So many thoughts screamed for me to hear them, but even as I fought to keep my calm, a soft noise cut through the greenery. Muted sobs, like someone had their hands over their face, trickled through the leaves, and I recognized Jamie's sniffles right away. She'd gotten emotional when telling me about her brother, and we both shared tears of joy upon our reunion at Ark River. But this was a heavy, soul-crushing weeping that shredded my heart like tissue paper. With my back to the oak, I pulled both knees to my chest and rested my chin on my crossed arms. I liked Chris, and Jamie was my best friend. They were both amazing, wonderful people, and just hearing their fight had hurt worse than I would have thought it could. I didn't want to have to pick a side. I didn't want to lose either of them, but something about the way they'd snapped at each other told me this was far deeper than a spat between friends. It's almost as if they... No, that's not it. It can't be. I'm just overthinking things. Panic flooded my mind at the sudden influx of clues, thoughts, and phrases that I'd ignored up until that point. Jamie and Chris had known each other longer than I'd ever been here, and the tension between them could very well have masked something else I'd been too blind to see up until now. After all, Chris was so ruggedly handsome, and Jamie had that long, beautiful blonde hair to go with her supple curves that put my own to shame. They'd bickered, poked fun at each other, and fought at every step from the crash site in an intimate way that I never questioned before. But if the nagging voice inside my head was right, then it only made sense. Perhaps this anger wasn't born from hate, but something else. Something deeper, stronger. Something far more painful when betrayed. Too scared of my own thoughts to carry on with my previous task, I waited until I heard Jamie's boots swish away through the briars and crept back to the caravan. Most of the others were already back at their mounts, Jamie and Chris both too preoccupied to notice my return. Jamie's eyes were red, and Chris tugged at the straps of his saddle with weary, half-hearted pulls. Part of me wanted to go to both of them, to give each a hug and tell them how much they meant to me, but I couldn't. Jamie's words about me being a lost puppy stung with an acidity that reminded me of Carla's tough love policy, and Chris's dark anger shocked me for how it had affected Jamie. Moreover, a tidal wave of despair threatened to drown me in self-pity as I glanced at my own reflection in a nearby puddle. Skinny, plain, brown-haired Hannah. No match for someone like Jamie. No interest to someone like Chris. A nobody, from nowhere, with nothing. In the end, I merely got back on the ever-loyal Styx, patted his fluffy brown neck, and steered him back into line with the other deer. Hours stretched by, asphalt giving way to gravel, the sun sliding by overhead. Time slowed to a snail's pace, made worse by the fact that I rode behind both Chris and Jamie, and I had to watch their shoulders slouch with every step our mounts made toward New Wilderness. It got so bad that I halfway wished for a band of mutants to appear just to rescue me from my invisible torment, though the cheery sun high in the sky guaranteed that to be a minimal chance. One of the hunting horns carried by the forward scouts split the air, and I looked up to see a ridgeline in the distance, toppled with a ring of palisade and surrounded by fields, chain-link fences, and small herds of exotic animals. New Wilderness. At long last, we were back. Trucks rumbled to the gates by the time we were a quarter-mile out, and they swung to meet us with the armored turrets trained in our direction, the long machine gun barrels glinting in the early afternoon sun. After so many days spent in the south with the pirates on their old wooden ships or the Ark River denizens with their medieval village, the pickup trucks dazzled me in a magical way, enough to make me briefly smile. How I've missed the smell of diesel exhaust. Chris sputtered his deer to ride for the front of the caravan, but Jamie didn't follow, and I decided to stay behind as well. I didn't want to be party to more important conversations. At this point, all I craved was a hot shower, something to eat, and to slip into my bed at the lodge so I wouldn't have to think. Thinking only made me feel worse. I waited on Styx back, the trucks and our vanguard meeting about 100 yards down the road, and distracted myself with daydreams of my mother's baking skills. Today of all days, I missed her ability to whip up mouth-watering chocolate desserts that were to die for, and I imagined her and Dad's faces as they brought out my cake alight with 20 slender birthday candles. Maybe I can buy some kind of pastry in the market. I could share it with Jamie if she's still upset. Who am I kidding? She's got Andrew to make her feel better. Why would she want a lost puppy to hang around her all day? My emotions warred inside my head. Resentment, sadness, unease, and loneliness all rolling into a sour knot that made me wish I'd relieved myself on our last stop. Ahead, the trucks revved, turned, and rolled back up the road to New Wilderness, our riders thundering back to the caravan. Onward, at a canter, Adam called, his face covered in a broad smile. Chris galloped back to where Jamie and I waited, his cheeks flush with triumph and the day's sweat. He started to say something, but caught Jamie's eye, which sapped the energy from him, and Chris lapsed back into broody silence. Our column moved into a faster pace, and the gates loomed so close that I could see our sentries atop the walls. They swung open as soon as our scouts got close,
and I prodded Styx to follow. The parking lot outside the visitors' center held a throng of people, more running from wherever they'd been busy at work to join the spectacle. As the 50 riders from Ark River trotted to a stop inside the gates, all eyes took in our arrival with open-mouthed shocks. Many pointed and whispered, staring at the golden hair and eyes of the congregants, with more of them taking cautious steps back from the enormous bone-faced whitetail. In the sunshine, with their antlers gleaming white instead of their nocturnal green glow, the deer pawed and snorted in nervousness and were intimidating to behold. If they knew how easily to defeat them with a bowl of caramel apples, they wouldn't be so scared. That put a rare chuckle in my throat, and I gave Styx another scratch behind his ears, glad that I could at least count on him. The group of people wandered through to the front of the crowd, and the tall, muscled physique of Sean, the gray hair of Rodney Carter, Dr. O'Brien's tan slacks, and the greasy work overalls of Ethan Sanderson emerged to greet us. Adam and Eve swung down from their saddles, and I mimicked them alongside the rest of the convoy, my legs burning from stiffness.
Welcome to New Wilderness.
Sean extended a hand to Adam, a polite grin on his handsome face.
I'm Sean Herman, the officer in charge of operations here. Our patrol radioed ahead that you were coming.
They shook hands, and Adam waved Eve forward from the ranks of armored fighters. Adam Sterling, pastor of Ark River Church of Redemption, and this is my wife, Eve. We're honored to be here. From the lineup of officials, Dr. O'Brien spotted me, and her face lit up. Seems you brought back our wayward rangers. At her recognition, I waved from where I stood by Jamie. I liked Dr. O'Brien, even if she had some explaining to do about the eerie contents of her office. At this point, with my two best friends at war with each other, I would take any outside companionship I could get. Anything to avoid the type of disappointment I feared most. Some of them. Carter's mouth drew into a thin line on his face, and he eyed the rifles slung on the shoulders of each Ark rifle trooper with suspicion. Nice hardware you folks are packing. Military issue, right?
Elsar has been very generous.
Adam winked in sarcasm and shrugged off his own rifle strap to hand the weapon to Carter for inspection.
Not that they meant to be. We've been fighting them for a while now, but they aren't as mobile as we are with their heavy trucks.
Eve beckoned for a contingent of riders at the center of our column, their stags laden down with bundles and bags. We bought gifts for you. Most of it is food, but we added in some clothing and tools as well. I hope you don't mind. Ethan spoke up for the first time, his words short and simple compared to the practiced formality of the other officials, and wiped his grimy hands on his overalls to offer a handshake. Many thanks. Turning to pick me out beside Chris and Jamie, Adam met Sean's eye.
There is a special matter that we need to discuss. It concerns your 3 rangers, or rather, a certain item they found in the south. Is there somewhere more discreet we could go?
So now it comes up. I gulped a nervous lump and rubbed at the nylon backpack strap on my left shoulder. Things were cordial now, but in a few moments, all that could vanish. Ice clogged my veins and a cold sweat broke out on my brow. Part of me thought about jumping back to Styx and galloping out of the gate, but I knew that would only delay the inevitable.
Of course.
Sean's face fell into a harder, more stoic contour, and he waved for Chris, Jamie, and myself to follow as the 4 New Wilderness officials strode for the lodge.
Ethan, have some of your men help the newcomers unload, and we'll meet in my office in 10 minutes. This way.
My hands shook, and I spun around to give Styx one last pat across his long nose, the protruding bone on his skull cold in the fall breeze. You okay? I blinked in surprise at Jamie, who watched me with a fatigued line for a mouth. Not happy, not angry, just idling in some form of emotional neutral. Dark bags lined her eyes, as not all the redness had dissipated from her earlier tears. She looked just as stressed as I felt, and a surge of guilt wormed through me at how selfish my moping had been. Yeah, I'm good. I avoided her gaze and handed Styx's reins off to another warrior. Just tired from the trip. My eyes drifted away from my boots long enough to catch Chris watching me from behind Jamie, his own expression cloaked in doubt and concern as he slung his new rifle. They both had to see my discomfort. I still sucked at lying enough that it was obvious, but neither could possibly know why it existed. Maybe they never should. Yes, that was it.
I had to be the strong one for once. Chris and Jamie were in a bad place, and they needed a friend they could count on, not some depressed sponge to ooze out more problems. I could be what Matt and Carla never were, kind and self-sacrificing, in the name of my friends' continued betterment. Like in the spider nest, I wouldn't run from this horrible fate, but face it head on, and take the rejection, the loneliness, the oppressive weight of my inadequacy with gusto. I would do it, and I would give it my all, no matter how much it ripped at my heart.
Come on.
I plastered on a fake smile and made sure to catch them both with eye contact, my voice awash in faux ease.
They need us in there. Once Sean hears about our trip, he'll probably give you both medals. You deserve it.
With that, I gripped the strap of my Type 9 and marched up the walkway toward the lodge, glad for the cover of the cherry grove so that neither Chris nor Jamie could see the hopeless misery pooling in my eyes. Part 27. Standing before the bathroom mirror in our room, I ran a brush through my damp hair to help it dry and sighed. I wish I could just go straight to bed. Why did they have to set the election for tonight? Would it have killed them to put it off one more day? Our meeting in Sean's office had gone about as smooth as I'd expected. Carter suggested that the beacon be turned over to him for security reasons, and Ethan brought up his past record of public executions, calling him a fascist. Dr. O'Brien demanded it to be turned over to the researchers so they could study it, and Carter recalled Dr. O'Brien's efforts to restrict the market system in the fort, accusing her of being a communist. Ethan insisted the beacon be taken into study by a joint force of New Wilderness staff, and Dr. O'Brien made a few snide remarks about capitalism just to dig at him, before implying that he didn't have the education level to make such decisions. Sean got so frustrated with everyone's squabbling that he threatened to strap the beacon to a hand grenade if a solution wasn't found, to which Adam replied that Ark River would defend the beacon with force rather than see it destroyed. Eve said nothing, but stood by Adam's side with her hand resting on the hilt of her cruciform sword, ready to defend him if anyone should attempt to force their way. Chris, Jamie, and I sat in the corner in silence and only spoke when Sean asked for our version of events of the days prior. I made a point to leave out my run-in with the stranger in the yellow chemical suit, since I didn't think any of the 4 New Wilderness officials would believe me. Everyone left the conference room in a foul mood, and I dragged myself up to the room Jamie and I shared just to get away from the bitter arguing that continued well out into the hallway. I squeezed some toothpaste onto my toothbrush and tried to ignore the sky blue color on the bristles. I wonder if Chris ever managed to talk any of the officials down from their tirades. Jamie is probably snuggling up with Andrew by now, assuming she gave up trying to convince Carter to cooperate with Sean. Of course, she and Chris might be somewhere together. The idea ached in my chest, worse than I thought it would, and I scrubbed harder at my teeth to hurry the process along. I had an alarm clock, a nice warm bed, and 4 whole hours until everyone in New Wilderness had to convene for the assembly elections. I'd set the official vote for 7 p.m. to be held in the visitor center parking lot, so no one could miss any of what went on. It was also a nice, big, open space, so if anyone tried to start trouble, our marksman from the wall could easily bring them down. With any luck, I could sleep through to the last moment, walk down to vote, and go right back to bed afterward. Sliding through the open bathroom door, Jamie leaned against the doorframe and let sigh a sheepish half-smile.
Hey.
I blinked at her in surprise and spat my toothpaste suds into the sink.
Hey. What are you doing back? I thought you were... Well, I figured you and Andrew would, catch up.
Part of me had felt confused and jealous at how she'd flung herself into Andrew's arms the second he'd come jogging up the hallway from the lodge lobby. Jamie already had a great guy, but whatever was going on between her and Chris had yet to run its course. It almost didn't seem fair that she could vie for 2 separate people, likely unbeknownst to Andrew, while I had yet to find someone for myself. But still, I wanted to stick to my previous resolution, to be a friend first and foremost, no matter what it cost. She shook her head, and a flicker of Jamie's old wry humor poked through, even if for just a moment.
I promised him we'd spend time together after the whole assembly mess is over, but I wanted to get to the market before it closed, so here, happy birthday. In her outstretched hands, Jamie offered a square bundle of blue cloth, atop a pair of cork-heeled wedge shoes with silver-colored straps. Upon taking the bundle in my hands, I watched in awe as a waterfall of azure material spilled out to reveal a silky dress, hand-woven from the artisan looms of the market. I couldn't help but run my hand over the soft material and drank in the way it kissed my skin like butter. I don't know what to... How did you... A little golden-eyed bird told me. Jamie winked, her face brightening in my reaction. I had to guess your size from the clothes you wear the most, but I think it should fit. The shoes were on sale, so naturally they had to come with, even if it doesn't fit. I love it. A smile crossed my face before I had time to stop it. Thank you, but you didn't have to, you know? I mean, it's just nice that someone actually remembered. Jamie's happy countenance slipped, and she rubbed at one arm, both green eyes staring at the white floor tiles. It's more than that. I've been a terrible friend these past few days. And not just to you, but of everyone. You certainly don't deserve it. I know I can be hard to live with, and stubborn, but you're one of the few people who never held it against me, so I'm sorry for being such a jerk. Under the light bulbs over the sink, I could see the tears glistening in Jamie's eyes, and my hidden jealousy melted. For all her faults, the things she'd said, the secrets she'd kept from me, she was still my best friend, and the only sister I'd ever had. Emotion welled in my throat, and I crossed the bathroom to wrap my arms around her as tight as I could. I forgive you. Dress or no dress. Jamie sniffled, and I could tell by how hard she hugged me back that she fought to keep from breaking down. I wanted to tell her that I knew, that I'd heard her and Chris arguing, that I was willing to listen if she needed to talk, even if it killed me to hear it. But I couldn't bring myself to say the words, knowing that it could push Jamie away from me once more, that she might put her internal walls back up and shut me out, which would be unbearable. I had my friend back, and it felt so good not to be alone in this little room with the world such a harsh, unloving place. Well, she pulled back and wiped at her eyes, the usual mischievous grin returning. Go ahead, try it on. I can shut my eyes if you're feeling squeamish. I rolled both of mine at her teasing and shucked my t-shirt and shorts to pull the dress over my head. It fit like a glove, the fabric light and smooth on my skin, the hem falling just above my knees in a swishy curtain. The neckline plunged further than my usual fare, but not far enough that Mom would have kept me from leaving the house, and I had to trade my gray cotton sports bra for a satin push-up one that Jamie brought from her closet. She wove my hair into some kind of pattern and even dabbed touches of makeup from a compact kit onto my face. Jamie swabbed ruby red lipstick over my lips and stood back to admire her handiwork. Okay, take a look. Turning around, I stared at the mirror, my jaw slack. Wow. A woman looked back at me from the polished glass in a hand-stitched dress that hung on her slender frame in a gorgeous cascade of sapphire. Dark brown hair had been tied back in a princess-style weave, the makeup subtle but enough to make the cheeks glow, and both lips shone out with pronounced, seductive scarlet. Shapely, long legs stuck out from inside the dress, and the stranger froze with the same stunned hazel eyes set inside a painted face. Are you okay? Jamie squinted in concern. We can try something else if you're not... I'm beautiful. It came out as a half-choked sob, and my eyes blurred. Never in all my life have I been able to claim that. Never had I thought it. But now I couldn't think of anything else to say. I didn't look like some clumsy kid with a camera, a skinny girl who liked filmmaking, or the third wheel to anyone. In that amazing dress, with my skin shining like polished alabaster, and my lips red as a cardinal's feather, all the cruel voices of internal criticism finally shut their mouths. I nearly knocked Jamie over with a second hug, and she giggled, kicking the shoes my way. Easy. You don't want to smear your makeup. Put these on, and I'll scrounge something up for myself. Then we can go see if the kebab stand's still open.
My stomach rumbled in agreement, and I slid the shoes on while Jamie changed into a black evening gown. I helped her straighten the long, bleach blonde locks on her head, and Jamie spritzed me with some kind of fruity perfume. We left our weapons and war belts in the room, a foreign concept to me after the chaotic week prior, and headed down the plush hall of the lodge to the lobby. Instead of heading for the double doors at the front, Jamie veered left and paused at the dark door of the massive first-floor ballroom.
I need to make a quick stop here first. You want to get the lights while I prop this door open?
My eyebrows rose, but I stepped into the cavernous interior and palmed the wall for a light switch. Something shifted in the dark shadows, and I froze, every vein running ice cold.
Jamie?
I breathed, my anxiety cracked up to 1,000 and backed away from the doors.
There's something in there.
She looked over her shoulder at me, and Jamie shook her head, but I couldn't miss the dark outline of something sliding over the wall just behind her.
It's just a shadow. And now help me find the...
Bright white light exploded from everywhere, and I threw my hands up to cover both eyes out of instinct. I could almost hear the chitters in my memory, the screech thumping of limbs on rubble in the ruined streets of Collingswood. Voices roared in from every side, and my heart pounded like a trip hammer. I didn't know how the echo spiders had gotten in without anyone knowing, but without my weapon or some kind of device to confuse it, Jamie and I were sitting ducks. We had to run, had to scream, had to do something before the greasy cables snatched us up and...
Surprise!
The multitude of human voices shouted in glee, and it took my heart a moment to calm down as my eyes adjusted. Crowded inside the elegant ballroom, people clapped and smiled, most in some kind of formal attire, though many seemed to have improvised in lieu of real dress clothes. Red, blue, and yellow streamers lined the walls, and a few balloons dotted the tables. Andrew stood near the door, his arm to the object I'd seen on the wall, one work-stained hand still pressed to the light switch. A heady aroma of steamed rice and cooked beef wriggled in my nose, and heat flushed my cheeks at the realization of what I'd just walked into.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
All around me, the rangers, workers, researchers, and Ark River folk broke into a rowdy chorus, and two of the kitchen girls wheeled out a little trolley with a large square cake on it, covered in white icing.
Happy birthday, dear Hannah.
I tried to find words to speak, my mouth opening and closing like some marionette, but couldn't manage anything. The chorus ended, and they all waited in expectation as the cake rolled to a stop in front of me. Is this a dream?
I know, it's kind of a last-minute thing, but better late than never, eh?
Jamie gave me a gentle nudge toward the candles.
All right, hurry up and make a wish. Something good, like a plane load of rifle ammo.
I laughed in disbelief and leaned down to puff at the little burning wicks with all my might. Acrid candle smoke filled my nostrils, and everyone cheered. Someone brought out a working stereo, a precious commodity in a world with more ever-failing electronics, and put on an upbeat song. Couples paired up to dance on the big floor in the center of the room, while more chatted on the side, or got in line behind Jamie and I for food. Kitchen workers ladled out portions for us, and one of them opened a cooler to hand Jamie an amber-colored wine bottle with the word port on the label, along with a few glasses. Balancing the plate that held my beef stroganoff and rice beside the one that held my slice of yellow birthday cake, I enjoyed the champagne flute she held out to me.
Oh, I'm 20, not 21.
She blinked, and Jamie's face crawled with a fond grin as she shook her head at me.
Hannah, we build our own automatic weapons. None of us have paid federal taxes since February, and I'm pretty sure one of the researcher boys has his own weed patch. Do you really think alcohol laws apply here?
Fair point. Still, I hesitated. I'd never drank alcohol before, and the few times I'd smelled the cheap beer sold at football games in high school, it hadn't exactly endeared me to the stuff. Besides, I didn't want to get drunk and puke like some of the girls in the school parking lot after prom. Jamie seems to sense my unease, and her smile became gentler.
Don't worry. This is beginner stuff, nice and sweet. Besides, I'll look out for you. No refills. Take light sips, and no drinking anything but what I bring for us, okay?
That took a huge weight off my shoulders, and I accepted the glass in relief. Despite the impromptu nature of the party, I found myself enjoying it more than any other. The food was delicious, and the wine wasn't too bad, even if it did make me feel kind of fuzz-brained after I finished my glass. Jamie noticed my slight unsteadiness, and the next drink came as a glass of water with lemon, but I faced none of the pressure I expected for being such a lightweight in terms of alcohol consumption. In fact, instead of being the invisible wallflower of Louisville, I was stunned as people lined up to talk to me, asked me about our trip in the South, and prodded for my account of the spider nest. They treated me like some kind of celebrity, and some brought what little gifts they'd been able to find on such short notice to pile them up at my table. Baggies of 22 cartridges, new socks, a copy of Gulliver's Travels, a handmade wooden comb, and an oil-smudged slip of paper from Andrew that read, "I owe you one new handgun. A.H." Under the weight of it all, I had to work extra hard just to keep from bawling like a baby, the tension from so many days smoothed over by this one act of extraordinary kindness. Is this what it's like? Being popular, having real friends? At one point, Jamie caught me sniffling, and her eyebrows shot to the roof. "Hey, what's wrong? Is it the music? I can have him change it. We've got more CDs, and I'm okay." I managed to push the sudden attack of emotion away and smiled through a red complexion. No one's ever done anything like this for me. Usually it's just me and my parents, maybe a few friends. This is nice." Through the old radio, another song came on, and people flocked to the dance floor in a loose, square formation. Jamie grabbed my hand and tugged me to my feet, her eyes twinkling. "Come on, let's dance." Yikes. I shook my head and my stomach churned. "I don't really dance." "It's easy," Jamie pleaded, with a dramatic, pouty lower lip stuck out that barely concealed her ornery grin. "Come on, just one. There's so many people out there, no one will even see us." Every part of me wanted to stay right where I was. Maybe go for another slice of cake and avoid anything to draw more attention to myself. But Jamie seemed really excited, and there were a lot of people out there. I'd gotten this far by taking chances, hadn't I? One dance can't hurt. Limbs trembled in nervousness. I let her pull me to my feet, and into the morass of bodies we went. At first, I felt ridiculous, and kept both eyes on the floor, placing my feet and turning my body in an effort not to screw up the pattern everyone used. But after a while, with Jamie beside me, I began to loosen up and started to smile. It was kind of fun, dancing like this. And when the song changed, I stayed. Soon, Jamie and I were laughing and dancing like fools, too happy to care if anyone was watching. And for the life of me, I couldn't remember why I'd been so afraid of doing this. When our sixth song came to an end, Jamie and I slipped over to the beverage table for water, breathless and giggling like schoolgirls.
"See?"
Jamie snickered and winked at me.
"You just need to unlock your inner party animal. I knew you had it in..."
Her eyes drifted over my shoulder, and Jamie's face changed, some of the color fading. Confused, I turned and spotted a figure not far away, standing by the double doors of the ballroom that led out onto the exterior deck, his maple syrup-colored hair dark in the aura of the setting sun. Chris wore a simple navy blue blazer over a button-down white shirt with jeans, but even in that, he could have been a statue from the Greek pantheon, for how his broad shoulders filled out the coat. He held a glass with some kind of dark brown liquid, and both sky-blue eyes landed on me from across the room, sending jolts of electricity through my body. Jamie's right beside me. I can't do anything. I won't hurt her like that. Dragging my eyes away, I tried to ignore the gnawing sensation in my chest, and wished I could find another glass of port.
"Hey, you want to teach me gin rummy? But one of the worker girls gave me a pack of cards. I can sneak some more cake if you want to find a place to..."
I looked up to find Jamie watching me with a melancholy smile, her emerald irises alight with a morose, knowing glint.
"Hannah, it's fine,"
she whispered, though the pain in her tone cut me to the soul.
"I've got to get a few dances in with Andrew anyway. Go on."
But I frowned and refused to look toward Chris, afraid of what I might feel if I do.
No, seriously, I can..."
Jamie's hand gripped mine. She gave it a squeeze.
"Get over there and wrangle that boy, or I'll make you do another 5 rounds of the cha-cha slide. Come on, He's been waiting in that stupid corner all night. You want to make him think you don't like him?
There it was, out in the open, a direct challenge to the truth I'd been avoiding for days on end. If I'd been scared to try dancing, this terrified me, even more so for the agony etched across Jamie's face. She wasn't going to stop me, she wouldn't interfere, but the thoughts that I could be a source of sorrow for Jamie was too much to bear. I took a timid step back toward the crowd, and Jamie sighed in resignation.
Hey, Decker!
Her voice rang out above the nearby people, and before I could duck behind something, Jamie spun me around by the shoulders to push me toward Chris. Whirling on my heel, I readied to snap at her, but Jamie had already vanished into the throng of people. You've got to be kidding me. Hi. He stood only a few feet away, both of those dazzling blue eyes locked on me, a warm, half-smile on his rugged face. Up close, I could appreciate the way his white shirt hugged Chris's muscled torso. Not tight, but snug enough to make me envy it. I could smell the chocolate-scented cologne on his skin from where I stood, and he'd shaved so that his chiseled jawline ran smooth in the light of the ballroom. Chris held out another glass to me, one filled with a similar brown drink to his own, and the way his teeth glowed pearly white made my feet stick to the floor. Hey, I rasped, and eyed the drink he offered, unsure now if I wanted another dose of dizzying alcohol. Chris seemed to sense my unease and swirled the glass. It's just root beer, nothing strong, I promise. I could use something fizzy right about now. Grateful for something to occupy my shaky hands, I gripped the round champagne goblet and swallowed some of the sugary soda. Thanks. So, happy birthday. Chris shuffled his feet and cleared his throat, as if he couldn't decide what words to use. Sorry if I hadn't come by before. It's been kind of a busy night, trying to keep certain members of the party from biting each other's heads off. He lowered his voice and gestured to the crowd with his pointer finger. Now that he mentioned it, I realized all the important officials were here. Sean, Ethan, Carter, and Dr. O'Brien in various places throughout the crowd, along with Adam and Eve. Are they still mad? I rubbed my thumb across the condensation on my glass and searched for weapons among the crowd, finding none, but unconvinced that they weren't there. Chris shrugged and gulped some of his pop in a weary sigh. They're coming around. I think I can get Sanders, O'Brien, and the Sterlings to agree on a common policy as far as the Beacon's concerned. But Carter's a wild card. He hated me ever since the uprising, so who knows what he'll do. With all that firepower at the mechanical garage, I'd hate to find out. I chewed my lower lip, tasted the tang of my lipstick, and wondered if I should go back to my room for my gun or not, with the vote closing on us in only a few hours. I'm sorry. He cleared his throat, and Chris tinged a deeper shade of red around his cheekbones, in a way that almost made him appear more like a kid in a suit, rather than a man. Here I am talking sharp when it's your special day. I have something for you. My eyebrows curled upwards, and I followed him through the double doors, out into the cool evening air of the deck. It was much quieter outside, with no one else at the rustic, knotty pine railing, and a soft breeze ruffled my hair from the south. Swathes of red, orange, and golden light decorated the sky as the last bit of sunshine slid below the horizon, and a few stars began to appear in crystalline twinkles. Various animals called to each other from our pastureland, and from the wilderness beyond. Fireflies turning the grassy meadows into a sea of luminescent green pinpricks. Wood smoke hung faint on the wind, mixed with the sweet aroma of lantern roses and other breech-borne plants. It was a sight that had both awed and terrified me on my first day, but now it stood as a mere backdrop to the mysterious boy who leans down to retrieve a little square object from behind a rail post. Chris shuffled my way, and his eyes arrested mine with a ripple of something in them that I clung to with my own hungry gaze. The slightest glimmer of hope. I didn't have much when I crash-landed here. He held one arm behind his back, and both Chris's ears turned cherry red, like he too had to fight just to breathe. But I did have some personal stuff, and since you like film, I figured this would be something you could use way more than me. I hope you like it. He brought his arm around in front of him, and in Chris's hand rested a small, brown leather box. It seemed to be some sort of case with a bronze-colored hasp, so I set my drink on the nearby railing to pry it open with tentative fingers. Oh wow. Nestled inside, a small gray and black digital camcorder peeked out at me. One of the nicer ones that I'd seen online for prices far beyond my reach, with a nylon carry strap and a charging cable for a built-in lithium battery. A lining of tinfoil acted as a shield against the electromagnetic effects of the breach, and a small white card had been stuck inside the lid. Peeling it out, I opens the card flap to find a surprising array of neat, handwritten cursive words pressed into the thick paper with ebony ink. Hannah, an incredible person deserves an incredible gift. Hope I can get you something like that someday, when all this is over. Maybe we could go somewhere nice for coffee or dinner. Until then, this camera is yours to conquer the world with. I know you'll put it to good use. Sincerely, Christopher Roderick Decker. My heart stopped, and I swayed on my feet. I had to reread the card a few times just to be sure it was real, and that I hadn't imagined the words through a haze of beginner wine dizziness. Coffee, dinner. He wanted to have those with me. The world spun. Everything a jumbled, chaotic mess inside my head. Chris liked me. He liked me and wanted to go out with me. For the first time in my entire existence, someone wanted to be with me, and I wanted to be with him. I could see it in my mind's eye. Us at a coffee shop during a snowy day. Us at a nice Italian restaurant pretending to be fancy people. Us at the county fair, holding hands in line for corn dogs. I could already feel his arms around me, imagined his lips on mine, the heady sensation of him whispering my name so softly that chills ran down my spine. Dear God, I wanted that, like I'd never wanted anything before. What do I do? What do I say? I can't. Jamie would... But she said, and he's so... Oh, Hannah, how do you get yourself into these things? Clutching the camera to my chest, I flickered my eyes up to meet his, and dared to let the warmth in my core spread through me like a tide of liquid fire. This is really... Motion flicked over Chris's left shoulder, and everything screeched to a halt. Several figures of light, so distant that I almost didn't catch them in the fading glow of the day, arched into the sky in a familiar, eerie pattern. Images flashed through my brain, memories not my own that I'd seen in a cursed place, where horrible things had been done to stain the earth with innocent blood. No. Ignorant of what was happening behind me, Chris's face fell into disappointed confusion as I tore away to dash back into the ballroom, heart pounding in my chest.
Rockets!
I screamed over the music and waved my arms to draw all eyes to me.
There are rockets coming! It's an airstrike!
Part 28. Every window in the lodge rattled. Dust rained from a few sections of the ceiling, and the lights flickered in their golden-colored chandeliers. People screamed and ran helter-skelter in all directions, the ballroom a blur of colorful clothing as abject panic overrode any sense of discipline. Somewhere outside, the reserve's tornado sirens blared to life, its high, shrill wailing adding to the chaos. Glasses shattered on the polished wooden floorboards. The radio continued to sing on, abandoned by the DJ, and everyone shoved their way to the doors like a herd of cattle at the slaughterhouse. I slipped on the wine slick left by someone's broken champagne flute and cast around for either Jamie or Chris. There were too many people, and my heart pounded with the dreadful knowledge that I was running out of time by a matter of seconds. Where do I go? Those rockets could level this entire building. Is there anywhere safe? Unable to pick out my friends from the horde, I simply let myself be swept away with them and fumbled through the doors of the lobby out to the cherry grove. Under the darkening sky, shadows of people ran back and forth through the little streets of New Wilderness, some heading for the battlements in expectation of an attack, others fleeing for any building that they thought might give them cover. A huge cloud of black smoke rolled just beyond the perimeter wall, and more detonations erupted in the fields and pastureland like geysers of fire. My ears rang with the deafening explosions, and I tasted the acidic, burning rocket fuel on the wind, heard tiny plinks all around me as bits of debris and shrapnel rained down from the plumes.
This way!
A worker girl darted past me, joining a swarm of others with buckets in their hands.
One of the cabins is on fire!
I could see the flames leaping from where I stood, and agonized shrieks carried on the wind. My stomach twisted as I recognized the sound of people burning, screeching as their skin melted, trapped within the blaze. A kid. There's a kid in there. Pumping my arms to run as fast as I could, I joined the throng and wound my way into a line that stretched from the visitors' center to the gray wooden cabins on the other side of the lodge. Various plastic, wood, and metal pails already made their way up and down the column, sloshing cold water from the spigot onto me as I hefted each one to the next person. More rockets whistled down from the sky overhead, and we ducked every time an explosion went off, unsure if the next would land right on top of us. The dirt shuddered under my new shoes, so much so that I almost fell over at times from the shockwave, and a few car alarms began to go off in some of the parked vehicles. Minutes felt like hours. My arms ached, but I refused to slow. Everyone in the bucket line throwing everything they had into the fight. The flames began to shrink, but the pitiful screams of the victims petered off in a way that told me our efforts were in vain. It hurt in my chest to think about it, and the line around me slowed as morale sank among the firefighters.
Hannah Brun.
I looked up from swinging another heavy water bucket to the girl beside me and found two men in ranger's garb waiting with rifles in hand.
Yeah?
At my confirmation, one of them reached over to take me by the arm, and they guided me away from the procession toward the opposite side of the parking lot.
Sean sent for you.
One of the men explained, their faces hidden by black bandanas pulled over their noses and mouth.
We have to go into lockdown, and you're supposed to come with us.
Thank God. Relieved that there might be somewhere safe to go after all, I tried to peer at their faces in hopes of receiving some kind of update on our situation.
Have you guys seen Jamie Lanson or Chris Decker? They were both with me, but I can't find them.
Our orders are to get you to Sean.
The other man barked as they marched on with me toward the road leading to the mechanical garage.
The other two will be fine on their own.
My brow furrowed, since I couldn't see why I'd be more important to Sean than anyone else. Come to think of it, I don't remember ever seeing our guys wearing black bandanas in the fort, or on patrol. Was this some kind of uniform change I hadn't been told about? Granted, I'd been gone for days, but it still struck me as odd. In the distance, a tall figure ran with a group of men for the front gate, and I recognized the muscular, superhero physique.
There!
I pointed and started to sprint for the group.
I see Sean! He's right!
A rifle butt collided with the back of my head, pain flashed through my skull, and I went down in a pile of dust and blue cloth. My hands jerked behind my back. Cold metal clicked over my wrists, and a sticky strip of tape was plastered over my mouth. A white cotton pillowcase slid over my face, and a few wraps of tape wound around my bare ankles. Panic-stricken, I tried to scream, to thrash, but they just picked me up by their arms like a suitcase and dragged me into the night. A trap. This was a trap, and I fell for it. What on earth did they want me for? Suspended in their rough hands, I bit at the sour tape in fear and tried not to think about how helpless I was in this thin blue dress. I didn't even have my knife, and one of my shoes slipped off my foot as we went, ensuring if somehow I did get away, I'd be running with one bare foot. Crunching gravel gave way to a squeaking metal door, and a chorus of tense voices shouted to each other inside a confined space. I smelled machine oil through the pillowcase over my eyes, and my heart skipped a beat. The mechanical garage. I was in Ranger headquarters. Why were Rangers kidnapping me? In another sharp jolt, the world swung upright, and cold, flexible plastic planted itself against my calves. More rope cinched around my torso to keep me still, and someone added more tape to bind my legs to the chair. From the footsteps, chattering tones, and radio squelches, There seems to only be around 10 people in the building, far fewer than the entire Ranger force. Have we been invaded by Elsar? Was this some form of banditry from the outside? Or were these just a handful of people who had decided to make the most of a terrible situation by carrying off the first unsuspecting girl they could find? Confused and frightened, I sat and listened to the jumble of voices barking to one another against the backdrop of exploding rockets outside. Exterior sectors reporting no ground advance, sir.
Tell all perimeter teams to maintain their position till I give the stand down. Colby, what's the status on our interior sweep?
We have 3 teams still out, but no sign of the item yet.
Keep looking, and have them shoot anyone who tries to leave. If we don't find it in the next 15 minutes, I'm initiating the Phoenix Protocol.
The chair jolted under me, and I realized I was tied to a wheelchair, the unseen person rolling me to a quiet place where the soft click of a door cut off most of the ruckus behind me. Off came the pillowcase, and I stared through bleary eyes at a cramped back office. It was small, no bigger than most industrial storerooms, with a triangular folded flag in a green case on a shelf beside a photo of a smiling young man in a desert camo uniform. The furniture was sparse and bare, a desk with a few chairs and a metal wall locker in the corner. Everything just so, with no hint of clutter anywhere. Seated behind the desk, a familiar figure in green camouflage fatigues with a gray ponytail watched me through suspicious eyes, and 2 other men flanked the door behind me, weapons at the ready.
Her forehead's bleeding.
Carter scowled and jabbed a finger at me.
I distinctly remember saying soft force only. She's 130 pounds soaking wet. You couldn't bring her in without bashing her on the head?
One of the guards shuffled on his boots uncomfortably, even as another detonation shook dust from the suspended lamp overhead, the light bulb stirring.
She tried to run, sir. It was my fault. It won't happen again.
See that it doesn't.
Carter hissed and rose to circle the desk to face me. I gulped, tasting the glue from the tape over my lips, and fought the urge to vomit in anxiety. This was it, the counter-revolution. Carter had seized his moment, and now I was the first prisoner of our very own civil war. Would he shoot me? Would they torture me? What good would that do? I didn't know anything important. I didn't have anything of value.
Oh, yes you do.
Or rather, you did, before you handed the box off to the Ark River troopers. That's what those interior teams are searching for. Carter leaned down, and his gray eyes examined me with critical analysis.
Listen to me, and listen good.
I'm going to take this tape off, and you're going to act normal. We don't have time for hysterics, understand? I nodded and tried not to squeeze as a wisp of dust curled into my nose, another bomb shaking the ground with titanic force. He peeled the tape from my face with more care than I expected and dragged the metal folding chair over to sit down in front of me. I want answers, short and simple. You play games or tell me lies, and this becomes a whole lot harder than it has to be. So, tell me the truth. Where is the beacon?
Adam and Eve have it.
I shivered from how cold the wheelchair felt against my bare legs and tried to think of a survival strategy for my bizarre situation.
I gave it to them. You saw it at the meeting.
His eyes searched my face, and Carter's eyes narrowed. And after, just now, look me in the eye and tell me you don't know where it is. I don't get it. Why doesn't he just ask Adam? Why even involve me?
I don't know.
I forced myself to meet his gaze, the cuffs digging into my wrists.
I swear, I really don't. I haven't seen the box since the meeting.
Silence. Nothing but the scattered booms of rockets outside, which were becoming less and less frequent. Carter rocked to his feet and moved behind me, a flash of steel in his hands. My blood ran cold, and I sucked in a deep breath, ready for pain, for some kind of horrible torture that would end in my disfigurement. The tape around my ankles loosened. The rope holding me to the chair fell away, and calloused hands unlocked the cuffs from my wrists. You two can go. Keep searching for the beacon. Let me know the minute it's found. Carter waved his men off, and the 2 guards gave each other perplexed looks before leaving and shutting the office door behind them. He slouched down in his seat, and Carter put away his knife with a nod at the way I rubbed at my wrists.
Sorry about that. Sometimes the boys get overzealous. I've been training this little group in secret for the day New Wilderness faced existential crisis. They're a good crew, drawn from every faction, ready to march the moment I give the word.
Swallowing, I debated what to do, knowing that resistance would be futile with the guards just outside, and Carter had at least 20 pounds on me.
To take over before the elections.
But to my surprise, Carter shook his head and threw both hands up in the air with a frustrated growl.
For crying out loud, people still believe that bullshit line from the worker party machine. Think about it, kid. If I wanted to use force to regain control, would I have let 50 armed foreigners inside our walls? This is bigger than the crummy elections. It's about winning the war, once and for all.
By taking the beacon, I hugged both arms around myself to ward off the cool air inside the office and tried to decide whether continuing to challenge him was a good idea or a bad one.
It needs a special code to activate. There's no way we can...
It's been stolen. He cut me off, flatly, and gauged my reaction with a weary frown.
Just after the airstrike started, someone inside our walls waited until those rockets started falling, and they cut the throats of whatever guards the forest people had on the item. It was the first place I ran to check, and as soon as I saw I was gone, I put us into lockdown. What? I blinked at him, stunned, unwilling to believe it. But that's not possible. How could someone do that? I mean, wouldn't they be seen? Not if they knew the rockets were coming.
Carter's eyes gleamed at my renewed attention, and he leaned forward in a conspiratorial tone.
Think about it. Did you see where most of that ordnance landed? One cabin got hit. The rest fell outside. We lost some corn, a few cows, and one building, but nothing to justify all that ammo Elsar just used. Sure, maybe the breach screwed up their guidance system, but wouldn't it be awful convenient if someone called in a phony airstrike to distract everyone?
As terrifying as it was, that made sense. I'd seen what the mobile rocket artillery of Elsar could do to an entire town, and yet only one of our little wooden cabins had been burned to cinders. If it had in fact been a guidance failure due to the electromagnetic stuff in the atmosphere, then why did all the other rockets land in perfect order outside the fort?
So, what are you saying?
I shifted closer in my chair and found myself hanging on his every word.
There's a spy inside our walls.
Carter flicked his eyes at the door as the rockets outside fell silent, leaving behind only the wailing tornado siren and shouts of distant crowds.
Someone who has been feeding information back to Elsar. We captured some classified documents from one of their patrols a while back, with detailed files on various creatures bearing names that we had come up with. Now, for that to happen once or twice, sure, maybe it's a coincidence, but every time, mark my words, they've got a mole within our ranks, and if they could pull this off, what else could they make happen? Gnawing on my lower lip, I tasted the waxy lipstick, and I did my best to claw through the blur of thoughts in my head. Everything had been turned upside down. We weren't as safe here as I thought. The elections were the least of our problems, and Carter was talking more like some jaded intelligence operative rather than a vicious dictator. In the movies, villains were easy to hate, easy to disagree with due to their cruelty and lust for total domination. But somehow, this man had wormed his way inside my head, all by telling me the truth. But who could it be? I refused to give in and attempted once more to poke holes in Carter's paranoid accusations. Everyone knows everyone here, and no ranger ever goes out alone. And yet, some of them came to us alone. Carter folded his hands in resolute patience and met my eye. Look, you seem like a good kid, and if I'm being honest, I believe you when you say you're innocent. But do you understand how rare that is here? No one can be trusted, Hannah. No one. Elsar has deep enough pockets to buy anyone's loyalty, in any faction, any position, from the highest to the lowest. None of the people I know would do that.
I crossed my arms in defiance, not so much because I thought I was right, but more to keep the nagging thought at bay that maybe, just maybe, Rodney Carter was. He seemed to pick up on my failing confidence, and Carter shrugged with stoic indifference. Oh, really? There's no one here that comes to mind. Think. Who do you know that arrives here out of the blue, on his own, with a perfect outlandish story to keep people from asking too many questions? It's not possible. My eyes widened, and I fought to breathe. No, Chris isn't a spy. There's no way. I get it. You like him. Carter sighed, and his eyes slid past me to gaze far away in a ghost of something like fondness that decorated his weathered face for only a moment. I was young and in love once too, but love blinds you to duty, and Decker is one of the few here who isn't from Barron County. He's military age, single, with no close relatives who can contact to verify his information. He's got a suspicious amount of weapons proficiency for a civilian, plentiful mutant knowledge, and somehow managed to survive all those days out in the zone by himself. I don't buy it. He's lying, Hannah. I'll bet my bottom dollar that Christopher Decker isn't who he says he is. I hesitated, Chris's handsome face before my mind's eye, a ripple of doubt flooding through me. All the attention he'd paid to me, the generous gift I'd left with him on the deck of the lodge, the times his quick thinking had saved me. Could it have all been a clever ruse? A spy, so handsome, so charismatic, so overt that he was covert, sliding right under my radar and into my naive little heart. But he seemed so nice. Then again, why wouldn't a spy be? Sensing my misgivings, Carter pressed the issue, his raspy voice in a low whisper. I'll bet they all told you I'm some evil dictator wannabe, huh? A fascist old coot who wants to rule the world. Funny how they left out the part where I donated half the weapons, ammo, and survival rations here from my militia's stash. That gear took us years to collect, a fortune we'll never get back. Or what about the fact that our militia boys took the most casualties the first days of the war, going house to house, pulling families out before the freaks could get to them? Those same families that turned around and voted against us the second they were safely behind the walls. I can guarantee that no one mentioned my 3-strike policy, where I gave people multiple chances to behave before putting them on the firing line. No, they don't want to say that, because God forbid people wake up and smell the coffee. He thrust himself to his feet, and Carter paced around the room, hands on his hips, brooding aloud as he faced the picture beside the folded flag on his shelf. My boy got killed in Afghanistan during a firefight in Kandahar. It was the worst day of my life when we got the news. But he understood the risks, just like I did in Desert Storm. We're at war. This isn't a game, and it's not the time for political nonsense. O'Brien throws a fit every time my boys clean out a nest of mutants because she wants to gawk at them. But none of her pencil pushers ever go on patrol. Sanders knows more about engines than combat, and the only reason he's in charge of anything is because he's good at charming people with his simple blue-collar manners. Only Sean has a lick of sense, and even then, he still thinks he's a cop on the beat, and not a guerrilla fighting for his life. I squirmed in my chair and dared to squeak out a final protest. You were going to shoot Jamie. Carter's face softened at that, and he looked down at his hands, as if he could see the blood on them, and had yet to find a way to wash it off. Sacrifice is not giving up something you hate, but things that you cherish, all in the name of a greater good. She reminds me a lot of my granddaughter, strong, sensible, ambitious. The day Jamie Lanson refused to obey orders, I gave her a chance, and I'm giving you one right now. He marched around behind the desk to put another folded black bandana from his drawer and offered it to me. As head of your faction, I'm proud to say you did a damn fine job out there, by all accounts. You're also the closest to Decker. He'll trust you. Join me, and when we catch our spy, I'll give you Lanson's old job as a member of my interior guard. We can win this war together, Hannah. Save so many lives. But you have to pick a side. I froze, my eyes locked on the cloth bandana, and wrestled with myself, heart ramming against my ribs. Could I refuse? Carter had made it clear that he made no qualms about shooting anyone who got in the way of the greater good. Now that he'd revealed his knowledge of a spy to me, could I really expect to just walk out of here unscathed? Yet, what would happen if I joined them? If he marched on the assembly with his secret army and I stood amongst them? I'd be betraying Jamie, Chris, and everyone who had been so kind to me ever since I'd arrived at New Wilderness. I didn't want to arrest people or put them against a wall, but I didn't want to die either. I can't shoot an innocent person. Then again, I already shot that one soldier, but that was different. He didn't give me a choice. Well, Carter eyed me, his face set in a grave stare, one hand holding out the bandana, the other resting on the holstered .45 automatic in his belt. Clearing my throat, I sucked in a deep breath and dug my thumbnail into my leg through the thin fabric of my dress. Gunshots rang out on the other side of the door, and voices shouted back and forth in the turmoil of a firefight. Bullets sliced through the walls of the office, chattered up the wall, and we both dove for the floor on instinct. Someone wailed in pain, and bodies thudded on the concrete of the shop.
Hannah!
A voice called out over the staccato.
Hannah, where are you?
Chris. My heart leapt, and I opened my mouth to scream, but Carter clamped his hand over it to yank me back behind the desk. I struggled, my foot caught the wheelchair, descended crashing onto its side, and boots drummed on the cement toward the office door.
Carter!
Chris bellowed from the other side of the door, his voice dripping with a visceral rage.
Let her go. You let her go, or I'll take you apart.
Shoving me down behind the cover of the wooden desk, Carter straightened up and yanked his pistol out to point it at the doorway, his gray eyes wild.
I know it's you, Decker. I know it. You're going to get what's coming to you.
Whether Chris understood his words or not, I heard a furious heel connect with the office door, the cheap plywood bending inward from the force. One more blow would break it clean open, but Carter stood, ready to send a bullet right through Chris the instant it did. No, no more. I won't be part of this. Pulling my legs under myself, I waited until the door crumpled under a second kick and threw myself forward. Carter's pistol let out a burst of flame toward the ceiling, and a rifle to my left spat 2 rounds in rapid succession. I tumbled to the floor, my fingers clawing at Carter's fatigue jacket, and squeezed my eyes shut to await the searing pain of realizing I was hit. Carter coughed, and I opened my eyes to find myself face to face with him. Hot red blood trickled down the front of my dress, but it was Carter's wrinkled countenance that twisted in pain, a bullet having got him just under the ribs. His hand scabbled at his collar with failing strength, and Carter tugged free a black cord from around his neck. "Take it," he gurgled broken sentences, teeth bubbling over with frothy red blood as he began to choke on a punctured lung, and Carter pressed the object into my startled hand. "More important than Beacon. Don't trust anyone." His clammy fingers slid out of mine, and Rodney Carter slumped to the floor. "Oh, Hannah, what have you done?" Someone fell to their knees beside me, and 2 strong arms scooped me off the cold concrete. "Are you okay?" Chris held me by both shoulders to search for wounds, his blue eyes frantic in their flight over my disheveled frame. "Talk to me. Are you in pain anywhere? Did he hurt you?" All the adrenaline left me, and stars danced before my eyes as the gravity of what I'd just survived set in. Relieved, I flung my arms around his neck and let Chris hold me tight. "No, I'm fine. I'm okay." More rangers, workers, and even a few researchers flooded into the mechanical garage in various states of arms, but I couldn't focus on any of them. Instead, I wrapped myself around Chris like a lifeline and buried my face in his shoulder, not wanting to meet his eye. He'd rescued me. Just being in his embrace made me feel 1,000,000 times safer, but I couldn't shake the icy prickles of suspicion that wove their way through the folds of my mind. He'd gunned down half the conspirators, including Rodney Carter, all by himself. He'd somehow known where I was, knew to come find me, that Carter had me hostage. Chris had somehow known, and I hadn't been able to find him after spotting the rockets. In my hand, I gripped the secret Carter had entrusted to me, out of sight of everyone else, and braced myself against a river of horrid unease. Who are you, Christopher Decker? Part 29. So, what do we do? Locked in Sean's office, I sat with the remaining New Wilderness officials. Chris and Jamie on either side of me. Adam and Eve reclined in forlorn slumps closer to Sean, and Eve had yet to stop weeping in silence. Long, crystalline paths cut through the dirt on her angelic face. Everyone had some kind of grime, soot, or blood on their clothes. Ethan still cradled his armor-light rifle from rallying his workers to help secure the mechanical garage, and Dr. O'Brien bore rusty red blood spattered all over her clothes from rendering emergency medical aid to the victims, her eyes hollow with fatigue. The death toll had been much smaller than it would have been if Elsar had actually targeted us, but it was still grim. 5 of our adults, 2 Ark River warriors, 3 of the bone-faced whitetail, and a little boy who got caught in the collapsed Cabin 1 when it was hit. Several others had been seriously wounded, but were expected to live through the night. New Wilderness was no stranger to loss, but this gave off an impotent rage that permeated everyone, a maddening inability to respond to what had happened in kind. Sean rubbed at his face with bare hands, the lines on his forehead deepening, and nodded at Ethan's question.
With Carter dead, we have to elect a new head of the Ranger faction and hope the rest of his secret army doesn't bother to fight. Long odds, that's for sure.
More so when they find out who killed him. Dr. O'Brien eyed Chris and shook her head, some of the light brown hair coming loose from her rumpled bun. You've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time, Decker.
Carter crossed the line. He kidnapped one of our own.
Chris growled from where he sat with both arms crossed. Heat rippled over my face at their stares, and I wished I could turn myself invisible. Jeez, it's not like I asked to be arrested by the secret police. And you shot 9 of your own. Dr. O'Brien wagged a finger at him, her voice growing thin with attention. He might have come out and surrendered if you just waited. You Rangers are always so trigger-happy. Jamie rolled her eyes and threw O'Brien a snide faux grin. Wise words from someone who's never had to recover a hostage, says the former interior guard who took more hostages than the rest of us. Dr. O'Brien hissed, and Jamie's countenance hardened into a look of barely concealed rage that would have frightened me if I weren't so exhausted. I tugged the ragged blue dress lower over my knees, both shoes back on my feet since Jamie had gone to find the lost one. In the hours since it happened, I'd been forced to retell my side of the events in the mechanical garage 3 times, and I had to be careful to leave out the same details with each iteration. Chris sat to my right, and I didn't want to look at him, for fear I might hear the accusations of Rodney Carter in my head once more. Everyone knew about the alleged spy, but I'd led them to believe Carter suspected only me, a point none of them had questioned long enough to see through my ruse. I'm just as paranoid as him now. I can't even trust my own friends. If I could at least say something to Jamie, but do I really know her any better than the rest of them? Adam cleared his throat, and his usually kind eyes sparked with a vengeful wrath that lay dormant under a thin veneer of politeness. May I remind everyone that we lost 2 of our number as well. Ezekiel and Tamar were good people, and someone murdered them in cold blood. Please tell me that you're going to focus your efforts on catching whoever did that, instead of bickering with one another. I promise you, we are going to do everything we can to find the person who attacked your guards. Sean seemed to fall back on his police training and swept the room with his eyes. But I think tonight made something very clear. We can't keep infighting like this. Elsar won't stop until we're all wiped out. Plain and simple. The only reason we're still here is likely because we're more useful alive than dead. For now. We need to move where we have the good weather, strength, and numbers to push Elsar from the north.
Ethan sat up a little straighter, a surprised expression on his scuffy face. An offensive? Now?
Yes. Sean tapped a map in front of him with one finger. If we can push them out of Black Oak, Elsar will lose its main base for projecting raids into our territory, and their hold on the country will shatter. We'll have a larger pool of civilians to recruit from, and possibly some intact infrastructure to use for manufacturing better weapons. Since Carter died before he could investigate the spy matter further, it's a given that our mole will try to get the word out to Elsar before our attack starts. We'll be killing two birds with one stone.
That's assuming your plan works. Dr. O'Brien plucked at ash flakes on her gore-crusted cardigan sleeve. The enemy outnumbers us by at least 5-1, maybe more. If our assaults on Black Oak falters, they could push us all the way back to the gates of New Wilderness. Sean gestured to the window, beyond which lay the unseen world outside our drawn curtains, with Elsar somewhere out there, waiting for us.
So we don't fight like they do. Carter left us a complete battery of field guns and a new line of up-armored trucks to pull them. We don't meet Elsar in pitch battle. We run circles around them, hit them with artillery, and withdraw till they can't maintain a cohesive defense. Once they pull back to consolidate, we move into their old positions and press on. Rinse and repeat till Barron County's free.
Well, that could work in theory. Chris shifted in his chair, and I could still smell the burned cordite on his clothes from the brief firefight in the mechanical garage.
It doesn't solve the pressing issue at hand.
What on earth are we going to tell the assembly? If it has to be done, I'll take full responsibility for Carr's death. But there's no guarantee his supporters won't riot. Jamie coughed and gave the group a sideways glance.
That depends on what we tell them.
Holy cow, Jamie. I blinked at her, as did everyone else, and found my voice at last.
What? You mean lie?
With a practiced indifference that amazed me, Jamie shrugged.
More like seasoning the truth to make it more palatable. The only ones who know what really happens are in this room. Everyone else ran in after the shooting stopped. If we spin it that Carter was killed by his own conspirators for refusing to launch an assault on the assembly, we can sell his replacement as a hero instead of his killer.
Chris stared at her, his chiseled face a mass of shock. What? You want me to replace Carter? Everyone tried to speak at once, but Jamie held up her hands in stubbornness and waved for silence.
Think about it. He's a ranger, and aside from the hardliners, he'll get the faction vote easily. If we pass him off as a good Samaritan who tried to save Carter from traitors, the hardliners will sympathize with him. With Chris locking down the ranger vote, we can finally get stuff done in the assembly to help with the war. And that will distract everyone else long enough for us to find our spy.
Sanderson scratched his shaggy head and made a frown. I don't like lying to people. Sounds like shady government stuff to me. It is shady government stuff. Sean watched Jamie with a stern line across his mouth. But desperate times call for desperate measures. If this heeds off a potential civil war, then it's worth it to bend the truth. Undeterred, Chris turns to argue with Jamie, his tone charged with indulgence. The two of them sparring verbally right over top of me. I'm not going to win a bit of office on a lie.
You're not going to win it with the truth.
Jamie snapped back and narrowed her green eyes at him in annoyance.
We're talking about saving lives here, Chris. I think you can forgo your precious honor long enough to prevent a mass casualty event.
There it was again, that line of reasoning. The same Carter had used, and the same that everyone parroted like some jaded mantra. Saving lives. How many lives had already been lost in the war on Elsar and the breach so far? How many more would be required to win it? What would we have to do? Who would we have to become to keep the world safe from a menace it didn't even know existed? I swallowed, then chewed on my lower lip until I tasted coppery specks of blood. If we're going to do all the same things Elsar is doing, then what, aside from the mutants, are we saving people from, exactly? Eve sniffled and cleared her throat to catch Chris's attention.
We need to bury our dead and send a rider to inform the rest of our congregation. I'd prefer to take them back to Ark River, but I don't think that will be an option for us until the beacon is found. Will you promise our safety if we choose to stay here among your people?
Chris's fierce glower softened, and he nodded with an apologetic note to his words. If I have to sleep on the ground outside your tent, I'll do it. What happened tonight won't happen again, so you accept. Sean leaned back in his swivel chair, weary but triumphant, though it didn't seem to bring him any joy. Curious, I looked up in time to find Chris's gaze on mine, an uncertainty there, a desperation sunk deep in those lovely circlets of sky blue, as if he wanted to say something to me, but couldn't. You've been awfully quiet, Hannah. All eyes turned to me, and I felt naked despite the soft dress hanging on my slender frame. I don't want to say something I'll regret. I drank in his stare and couldn't find the will to make up an excuse.
I mean, you'd be good at it. You helped get us here, and you survived all that time out there on your own. Besides, with you running our security, we have a better chance at catching the spy.
My heart pounded, unsure if that last line would give me away. To be honest, I truly believed Chris would be a good leader, but if Carter's suspicions were correct, we were electing a potential spy as head of security. It couldn't be any more backwards, but I didn't dare voice my concerns out loud, for fear of what might happen to Chris if I did. If he was a traitor, then it was my duty to stop him. But yet, it was Chris. How could I bear to watch them march him to the firing squad if it was true? There had to be some explanation, some reason for the inconsistencies Carter had pointed out. I just didn't know how to ask for it. Chris's shoulders slumped in resignation to his fate, and he raised a cautionary hand to Sean. All right, I'll do it. But let's keep the lying to a minimum, yeah? Just enough to do what needs to be done. No more, no less. The walk to the assembly was a quiet, lonely affair, all of us lost in our own thoughts. At first, Chris tried to keep pace with me, but when I kept my head down to avoid meeting his line of sight, he seems to give up and fell back into his own solitary stride. Jamie stayed close to me, her war belt strapped over the black dress she'd worn to the party, eyes scanning the nearby shadows for threats. I doubted she'd leave me by myself for the rest of the night, at least. And while it still had been comforting, I couldn't feel anything but a dread-soaked loneliness in my guts. That and the hidden object still clasped in my left hand. Tucked between my fingers, the secret lingered. Cold, sharp metal with rough, black cord, like a snake that waited to strike. I'd had very little time to examine it, but a few glances were enough to further perplex me. A key. A strange, square-shaped metal key, not like one for a car or a house, but like some kind of industrial switch, thick and etched with multiple complicated teeth. On one side, a small bit of paper had been glued to the upper flat end of the key, with a series of numbers scrawled on it that had been a set of coordinates. Where those went to, I had no idea, but for Carter to risk handing this treasure over to me, and to insist with his dying breath that it was far more important than the stolen beacon itself, meant that I was dealing with something earth-shattering. I didn't know what to do, that something told me that I needed to find wherever this key led, even if I had to go alone. And the alone part terrified me. 3 huge clots of people swarmed the visitors' center parking lot, arranged in a semicircle around a small line of tables with chairs behind them, a podium in the middle. Many of the people wore homemade cloth armbands stitched with faction slogans, or carried banners scrawled with their demands, and they taunted each other from across the demarcation lines like sports fans at a championship game. Armed guards were everywhere, their rifles at the ready to keep rowdy voters from getting too rambunctious. Tension boiled in the cool night air, and anger decorated many faces in the nearby 300-strong crowd. The company of Ark River warriors sat off to the side, some distance away, observing the proceedings with stoic curiosity. They'd rubbed their pale faces with charcoal in mourning for their 2 murdered companions, and as we descended through the cherry grove where they were camped, all the Ark River people watched us go silent with condemnation. This is my fault. I brought them here, led them right into a trap. If anything else happens, I should have just stayed in Louisville. Hiding behind the curtains of my loose hair, I followed Jamie into the rows of metal folding chairs where the Ranger faction was seated. Dr. O'Brien, Ethan, and Chris took up their places in the officials' seats behind the line of tables, and Chris's appearance sent a confused buzz through the crowd. Sean stepped up to the podium, and the murmurs died out, everyone waiting for what he had to say.
Tonight has been a trying time for us all.
He fixed the crowd with a resolute stare, a striking figure behind the podium. Even in my self-consuming anxiety, I had to admit it was a shame he'd chosen police work over an acting career.
Innocent people have been killed. Our fields have been shelled. Our homes attacked. Our animals slaughtered. Even our generous guests, who kindly brought us gifts in abundance, were subjected to horrendous, unjust violence. But another tragedy occurred this evening, one that weighs just as heavily on my heart. As some of you may already know, tonight, during the carrying out of his duties as head of our brave security forces, Rodney Carter was viciously gunned down by a group of conspirators who sought to overthrow this assembly for their own interests. Cries of rage echoed from various places, more from the Rangers section than anywhere else. Several of the fighting men on their feet in bellows for vengeance. The workers section also chanted for justice, while the researchers seemed rather torn, some sitting in silence, others looking rather worried, while a few even smirked, as if the whole thing amused them. Man, they hated him bad. Then again, Carter did shoot people. I suppose the scientists have a reason to be smug, though it's not exactly a good look. Sean raised his hand to call for silence, and gripped both sides of the podium to steady himself. I know that many of you have mixed feelings about Carter. He and I certainly had our differences, but the man believed, as we all believe, that the collective survival of our refuge here is of the utmost importance. His death is not only an assault on the Rangers, but a direct threat to each and every one of us. This drew more sympathetic applause from the crowd, especially from the researchers, who perked up at his use of the word collective. This dampened some of the enthusiasm from the militiamen in the Ranger faction, but not enough to produce a noticeable lack of support. We are surrounded on all sides by mutants, Elsar, and the impending grip of another cold winter. Sean's voice echoed across the waves of people in thunderous resonance, even without speakers or a microphone to aid him. And this loss should serve as a reminder that no matter our differences, no matter our mistakes, we are all human. We are all American. We are all part of New Wilderness. We must stick together in these difficult moments, or our enemies will laugh as we tear each other apart. Whether you loved, hated, or were indifferent to him, Rodney James Carter was one of us. With that in mind, I would ask you all to consider a man who did his part to prevent the bloodshed that took Carter's life, not out of loyalty to any faction, but out of heroic love for his fellow human beings. To the position of Head Ranger, I hereby nominate Mr. Christopher Roderick Decker. Chris stood, and the assembly exploded in applause. It was clear he was well liked from all the time he'd spent laboring with the various factions in the day-to-day, and the workers were beside themselves with glee when he made a point to shake Ethan's hand first on his way to the podium. Chris even gave Dr. O'Brien a warm hug, which won over the researchers in a heartbeat, and exchanged another handshake with Sean. I clapped, fighting mixed emotions of pride
loneliness, and guilt. This should have been a great victory, one I could enjoy as my friends made his way to a place where he deserves to be. But in that moment, it took everything in my willpower not to cry for how torn I was inside. Come on, keep it together, Hannah. Once you vote, you can hide in your room until morning. Just grin and bear it until then. At the podium, Chris drew a deep breath and seemed frozen in place for a moment. His eyes traversed the crowd, his face pale, and somehow they landed on me, both of us staring at each other in breathlessness. My blood became fire, not seething from any negative sensation, but a slow, roasting warmth of something else, a deep yearning that tickled in my chest. In that second, Chris almost looked as lost and nervous as I felt. It wasn't the kind of face I would expect a super spy to wear, but the anxious grimace of a man who had been shoveled into a role he never asked for. Breathe. I let myself be caught up in the moment and mouthed the words to him, a tiny smile crawling over my lips. You can do it. His face regained some of its color when Chris pulled his broad shoulders back to wave at the crowd. Thank you. Our commander's far too kind with his words, and you are all wonderful for your support. I didn't have much time to think on a speech, so you'll have to bear with me. Beside me, Jamie snorted, and a playful smirk crossed her face.
As if he has any issue talking without ceasing. He's perfect for this line of work. If it weren't for his stupid sense of humor, he could be in DC by now.
Thank God for that. I raised my eyebrows and jerked my head to the podium.
You know, you would be good for the job too. You've been a ranger way longer. I was an interior guard under Carter, and betrayed his regime right before the uprising.
James' expression shadowed in melancholy, and she tracked Chris with her gaze like he was 1,000 miles away from us.
A traitor on 2 counts. No one would vote for me.
It hurt to see my spunky friend so downtrodden, and I bumped her elbow with mine, refusing to let her suffer in those thoughts.
I would.
Jamie's eyelids glistened with momentary tears, and she chuckled at me with a fond headshake, though the grin she wore could have lit up a room.
Oh, Hannah, you're too good for this awful place. All the same, thanks.
It was nice to share that smile, and I turned back to Chris as he resumed his speech from under the elated cascade of human voices. My family ties go back to Africa, where my grandfather fought in the Rhodesian Bush War. He watched a prosperous nation run itself through political unrest, infighting, and corruption, all because 2 sides couldn't reach agreements on how best to move forward. When everything fell apart, Rhodesia spiraled into anarchy, and now the modern nation of Zimbabwe is a shadow of its former self, with millions of innocent people left to pay the price of untold poverty. While each would say otherwise, both sides were to blame, and neither could claim the moral high ground in light of the injustice they'd committed on one another. It was a war that had no winners, and that is what I fear we're headed toward in Barron County. Everyone inched forward in their seats, drawn to his magnetic words, and Chris stared back at them with a handsome, compassionate expression that couldn't help but garner sympathy. Here we sit, divided into 3 factions, screaming and shouting at each other as if we were our true enemies. Do the freaks care what armband you wear? Does Elsar give better prison cells to one group over another? Will the winter be warmer for you based on what ideology you hold? Just like Rhodesia, we stand upon the brink of destruction, and if we cannot untie, we will all be destroyed. He raised a pointer finger to accentuate each point, and Chris drove home his words with a passion that put a jolt in my pulse. If elected as head of the Rangers, I'll work with my counterparts, not only to keep you safe, but to bring meaningful reform to end our internal divisions. No longer should arrest be made by the arbitrary decisions of our officials. No longer should expansion of our farmland be restricted when our new friends from Ark River can teach us better ways to manage our crops. No longer should scientific analysis be shunned aside for political opinion, and no longer should our security be treated as anything other than what it is, a military crisis. It is time to put aside our differences and rise together to end this war, once and for all. Wild euphoria rang through the assembly, and almost everyone leapt to their feet to cheer. I rose alongside Jamie and felt my heart skip a beat as Chris picked me out from the crowd with a slight nod, his cheeks flushed in relief.
See?
Jamie half shouted to me above the din.
A perfect fit. Let's just hope it doesn't go to his head.
Ice sank through my intestines, and I tried not to let my wince show. I'd been so busy worrying about whether or not Chris was a spy that it had never occurred to me what power could do to him, even if he wasn't. Judging by the applause, he stood a good chance of being elected to our tiny government, possibly succeeding Sean in the future with how much popularity he had right now. What would stand in his way of total control then? If Chris ended up like Carter, paranoid and convinced he needed to rule, who would be able to stop him before it was too late? As the voting began, and long lines formed behind the multiple booths set up behind each seating area, I dragged my gritty cork shoes over the asphalt with a conflicted march. I should have been ecstatic that a riot had been averted, that perhaps real change was on the way, and an end to the war was within our grasp. But I could only think of one horrible possibility that dug itself into my thoughts like an alien parasite. If the day came when someone launched an uprising against Chris, whose side would I be on? Part 30. I sat up, rigid, the copy of Gulliver's Travels clenched tight in my hands. Jamie made it to the door of our room first and peered out the peephole, her Beretta in one hand. In the aftermath of the elections, New Wilderness had settled down to an unexpected calm. But for those of us who knew, there could still be a danger lurking within our midst that had yet to be unmasked. Maybe the real spy got away already. Maybe it was some nobody, and they ran off into the night during the raid. Just as long as it's not. Both her slender shoulders relaxed, and Jamie threw the door open with a grin. All hail the new Generalissimo. Standing in the doorway, Chris rolled his eyes at her. Ha ha, very funny. Don't forget, this whole thing was your idea, Lanson. You don't get to tease me. Hunched behind my book, I tried not to make it obvious that my eyes roamed over him. Chris wore a simple t-shirt with a flannel long sleeve over top, and a light-wash pair of jeans belted at the waist in a snug way that made my brain spin. It was almost unfair that he could just waltz in here looking like that, while I sat in my bed with shorts and a t-shirt on, my damp hair flopped over one shoulder in an uncombed mess.
Of course it was my idea.
Jamie made a haughty shrug of her shoulder and threw me a wink as she went back to her desk.
But I'm still gonna tease you, Decker. I'll keep you humble.
Chris's eyes flicked to me, and I didn't duck behind my book in time.
Hannah, you got a moment?
Oh man. My cheeks flooded with heat, but I put the book down and coughed.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll be right out.
His face slipped as if my timid response hadn't been quite what he expected, but Chris dutifully turned and went back into the hall, closing the door behind him. From where she leaned against her desk, arms crossed, Jamie watched me with curious but somewhat concerned eyes.
Well, that was decidedly less peppy than I would have thought. Everything okay?
Uh-huh. I stuck my feet into my sneakers and tried to keep my hands from shaking as I ran a brush through my hair. How could I still be nervous around him? If Chris truly was a spy, he could have done something by now to eliminate me or the others. And who could have stopped him? Did I honestly think he was a threat? Or was this more subconscious stalling because I was too afraid to let someone get close enough to see the real me? How could I be sure of anything anymore? Jamie didn't miss my uncertain tone, and her sandy eyebrows arched higher on her forehead.
Really? If something's bothering you, I can tell him off. You don't have to go out there. I'm fine, Jamie.
I did my best to smile, even though a shiver racked me, more of anxiety than anything else.
I'll be back in a little while.
With that, I paced to the door and slid out into the hallway. Chris looked up from where he stood against the opposite wall, hands in his pockets, scuffing at the carpet with the toe of his boot. Hi, how are you? Redness tinged his cheeks, and I fought the desperate urge to smile. He was cute when flustered, like a bashful little boy still living inside the handsome man who put my mind into a tailspin every time he looked my way. I had to keep a level head about this, had to be smart, mature, sensible. If Chris was a spy, then I might be the only one in New Wilderness who could expose him, and that required being impartial. All the same, I couldn't draw myself away from those eyes, and the warmth inside flared in happy bursts at his charming smile. Oh, Chris, why'd we have to get tangled up in this? Why couldn't we have met in a coffee shop, or a library, or a movie theater? Why here, in a war, with neither of us sure if we can trust the other? Dropping my eyes to the floor, I shuffled to my feet.
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm tired. He chuckled, then rubbed at the back of his head. I shook enough hands to build the pyramids tonight. I have a feeling most of them won't like me as much in the next few months. I nibbled on my lip and turned his words over in my head. Was that some kind of Freudian slip? An admission of guilt? Or was I overthinking things once again to my own detriment? If he really is a traitor, then the smart thing to do would be to get my gun and... No way. I'm not like Carter. I wouldn't do that. So, Chris elbowed the air in the direction of the hallway. I still have your camera if you want it. I swallowed a lump of embarrassment. As soon as those rockets had soared into the sky, I'd left him standing there on the back deck, shoved Chris's gift right back into his hands, and ran without so much as a thank you. Sure, it had been a matter of life and death, but I could have at least taken the camera with me. Or better yet, grabbed Chris's hand and pulled him along. How rude had that been, how selfish, and only now did it occur to me what that must have implied to Chris, given that he'd watched me read his note. Sorry about that. Wrapping both arms around myself, I wished I'd brought a long-sleeved shirt, the air conditioning of the lodge more than adequate for the dying throes of September.
I didn't mean to just run off. I tried to find you later, but everything was just so
crazy. He made a weary half-smile that I felt, both of us exhausted from the day's ordeal.
Yeah.
Chris seemed to ponder that for a moment, then waved for me to follow him, like we were back on patrol. Well, my place is on the 3rd floor. Hope you don't mind one more climb up those stairs for the day. We padded alongside each other down the soft carpet of the corridor, the building quiet, save for a few distant voices of cleaners in the ransacked ballroom, or various other tenants behind their room doors. With the elections over and the same officials back in their usual places, with the exception of Chris as a newcomer, much of the tension had dialed itself back between the citizens of our tiny city-state. It was the first time in days that I should have been able to fully relax, enclosed within the projected walls of New Wilderness, the impending doom of civil war averted, the beacon no longer in my possession. However, I couldn't accept any of that for the fact that the boy next to me could be a hidden enemy. And yet, I found myself attracted to him by an inseparable pull that threatened to drive me insane. On the 3rd floor, we paced down a corridor similar to the one Jamie and I lived on, with doors numbered in the 30s and 40s. As we passed one door, a muffled sound caught my attention. A series of short, grunted cries that repeated over and over in time with some old wooden thumping. What the heck is going on in there? At my puzzled look, Chris's face contorted into an amused snicker, and he shook his head at the guilty door. Kendra Smith, one of the original crew here at New Wilderness. Nice girl, and a really good driver, which probably explains why she and Sanderson hit it off.
Is she okay?
I couldn't understand his callous take on what sounded like someone chronically short of breath. Chris's eyes twinkled, and he fixed me with a knowing look. Well, since she's had Ethan in there for about an hour now, I'd say she's doing just fine. That poor headboard might need rescue, but I'm not going in there after that. It struck me just what he meant, and I sheepishly darted after him down the hall, the amorous moans fading in the background. Despite my accidental walk-ins on Matt and Carla, I had as much sexual experience as a ream of printing paper, and the fact that I'd openly displayed that for Chris made me want to melt in humiliation. It occurred to me that we were going to Chris's room to retrieve my erstwhile gift, and any other girl might see this as an opportunity to rough up some unfortunate bedside. For me, though, I couldn't help but feel somewhat self-conscious. The only thing I looked mildly sexy in was that dress, and thanks to Elsar, it's basically dish rag material now. Here we are. Chris worked a key in door 42 and paused to throw me an apologetic wince. Fair warning, I tried to tidy the place up, but didn't have much time, so yeah, brace yourself. That made me grin. A nice shot of normalcy in this ocean of the unexplored.
Dirty laundry isn't going to scare me off.
Oh, I wasn't talking about that, Chris quipped with dry wit as he held the door open for me. Part of me had experienced a drab environments with heavy metal paraphernalia, maybe a poster of some beautiful girl in a bikini or a muscle car calendar. The suspicious side of me waited for an ambush of hidden Elsar agents in balaclavas, or a super spy display with some kind of advanced radar screen, or a homemade bomb with a timer rigged to explode. At the very least, I readied for some kind of simple, no-frills dwelling that would fit the rugged mystique of the guy who had survived multiple nights in the mutant-ridden wilderness all by himself. Instead, I found my breath stolen from my lungs by a gasp of surprise. Like the room I shared with Jamie, it was done in knotty pine, but the carpets had been covered by a gorgeous medieval pattern throw rug that looked like it came right out of some fancy magazine, and pewter candlesticks held real wax candles in place around the room. The beds and desks on either side were parallel opposites, one with a cardboard box full of little soldier figurines on the desk at its base, the other with a guitar propped in the corner beside an old-fashioned phonograph. It smelled of sawdust and cocoa in the room, an inviting scent that made me want to curl up in a blanket and take a nap. But the real shock came in the form of wall-to-wall bookshelves that looked as if they'd been cobbled together from wood scraps, so full of novels that they sagged in place, more stacked in piles on the floor when shelf space ran out. Every topic, from science fiction to horror, historical drama to comedy, or mystery to romance, adorns the miniature archive. And as someone who gobbled books as a kid, it was like a palace. Like I said, it's kind of a mess. Chris shut the door behind us and stood beside me with his hands in his pockets. I definitely have some organization to do tomorrow. Such messes we should all have. It's incredible. I walked around to examine the various columns of romance books, surprised to find so many in a boys' room. How did you get all these? Chris ran an affectionate hand over a corner of the nearby bookshelf. I found a vacant home some old couple had built on a patrol a while back. They were long gone, of course, but they had mountains of books, along with the rubble and candelabras. Seemed a shame to leave it all to rot, and I figured they wouldn't come back for it, so I got my roommate to help me load our truck full. Curious enough to be coy, I flicked my eyes between the two beds.
So, are you the guitar guy, or the miniature orc with swords guy?
He paused, and Chris's cheeks shaded crimson. No way. I giggled, too surprised to let the anxious thoughts from earlier pull me down.
Oh my gosh.
Let me explain. He raised his hand to slow me down, but I had to admit, I now understood why Jamie loved teasing him so much. With that adorable shade of scarlet on his face, his stuttered protest, and the disarming awkwardness, Chris took on a sweet demeanor that ignited a blaze in my heart.
You're a nerd?
I shook my head with a mischievous smile and picked up one of the little figurines to study its precise hand-painted lines.
Wow, I did not see that one coming. I like the little army guys, though. They're cute.
Chris put both hands on his narrow hips in mocking disapproval of my words, though I could not see in his gleaming eyes the pride he had for his handiwork. Cute. My dear lady, if you only knew the mighty battles of Dregorad God fought against the spheric orcs, you'd not laugh. My eyebrows rose higher, and I dared to press the issue, basking in this strange form of flirting that I'd stumbled into, and somehow found myself good at.
I've never heard of those places. Is that a game, or did you just make those up?
I may create a storyline once we got done casting the pieces in the armory, and drew some maps, and made a few skill models in paper mache. Chris tried to lean against a bookshelf to look cool, only for the entire tower to wobble, and a few books to fall almost on his head. He had to juggle them just to keep the shelf from falling, and it was so out of character for him that I covered my mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Who knew clumsy could be attractive? I caught a stray book and helped him prop the shelf back up, my heart skipping a beat at the way he looked at me, those sky blue eyes like shining stars in the dim glow of Chris's desk lamp.
So that's what the mysterious Christopher Decker does in his spare time, huh? Does your roommate play nerdy games too?
Chris's face rippled with a pained wince, and he gestured to the simpler bed with the phonograph. He used to. Darren was the one who helped carry most of the books back. Darren. His face flashed through my mind, along with his broken body, as the bear flung it away into the dark trees like a used Kleenex. All this time, I'd been worried about Jamie, Chris, and myself, but it had never occurred to me that Chris might have a roommate, too. A friend like Jamie was for me, and how he would have felt when he died. It chipped away at some of the suspicions that had shrouded around Chris lately, and sank more guilt into my chest for how I'd been treating him. Ashamed of myself, I hung my head and sorted a stack of books in my arms for something that distracted me.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
Come on, don't do that. Chris patted me on the arm and slid the books back into something like an ordinary pile. You didn't know. Besides, the bear had it out for all of us. Maybe if I'd been quicker on the gun. But it doesn't matter now. He strode to a squat dresser at the head of his bed and retrieved a familiar brown leather case. Taking the camera put a weight back on my shoulders, and I sighed, wishing I didn't have to leave. These few moments with Chris had restored some of my hope that perhaps he was innocent in all of this. Maybe I had a chance, that maybe everything wouldn't explode into some awful deathmatch conflict where one side annihilated the other. Even if he rambled for hours about his make-believe fantasy world, I'd listen. I cleared my throat, desperate for our conversation to continue.
So, I get the idea of the little army dudes, but why so many? I mean, no offense, but there's like 100 in that box alone.
That Chris perked up and strode to his desk to show me a drawer replete with hand tools, paintbrushes, and sandpaper. Christmas is coming. We've got dozens of kids here and nowhere to buy toys from. I figure if I can make enough by December, each kid could have a set, and their parents wouldn't have to spend the extra cartridges in the market. My heart turns to mush inside my chest, and I stared at him.
You'll do all that for free?
It's not charity if it comes with a price tag. He chuckled at the question, and Chris slid past me to sweep both arms at the books around the room. His eyes alight in a passion that burned brighter than when he'd given his speech at the assembly. All this is going to. I got the green light from Sean to turn the old storage room into the visitor center and a public library. Kids can borrow for free, adults for one cartridge a book. What we make can go to paying a teacher so we could set up a school. Then, maybe, we can get together enough instruments for a music program and... What? Geez, Hannah, if you stare any harder, you'll start drooling. I flushed and looked down at my shoes. My world had begun upending once again. In the span of 10 minutes, I'd gone from wondering if I should shoot Chris to wanting to help him build a new society out of his room. I still didn't know if I could fully trust him, but I wanted to try. Even if it meant being vulnerable. Even if it meant letting him get close.
Jamie was right.
I hefted the camera in my arms.
You're gonna be good at this government stuff. Maybe someday you'll be running this place.
He stepped closer, and something else took over Chris's handsome features. A tentative yearning that sent my already frazzled brain into overdrive. That's not what I want.
Oh?
Nervousness tightened in my throat, but I refused to look away from him, the camera clutched to my chest. Then, what? Chris stopped mere inches from me, the two of us so close I could have leaned forward and touched him. Heavy silence cloaked the air, and my pulse throbbed in my ears. He searched my face as if I were some kind of map that could reveal long-lost treasure. Look, if I was too forward earlier, I apologize, but I meant what I wrote. You're one of the smartest, kindest, bravest people I know. If it hadn't been for you, both Jamie and I never would have made it back. Whether you think so or not, you're beautiful, inside and out. So, my offer still stands. There's no way this is real. My blood surged, my chest burned with a renewed fire, and butterflies exploded in my stomach. I waited for the punchline, the gotcha moment, but none came. I was the skinny girl from Louisville, a nobody, the camera tripod with legs. This kind of thing never happens to people like me. And yet, somehow, I've been given a second chance. On the precipice of this moment, staring out into a vast unknown beyond the lonely darkness of my old life, every voice inside scrambled to hold me back. From the shaming criticisms of my looks to the angry hiss of Carter's warning in my memory. In spite of them all, a new longing called me forward. One I couldn't hold back from, as the tide of joy welled up inside like a fountain.
Dinner sounds great.
I sniffled, my smile so wide it hurt. Chris's face lit up with a stunned but happy grin. Really?
Really?
Ready to burst in a sensation I didn't know was possible, I beamed up at him, soaked in his gaze, and fought the wonderful emotions that threatened to spill over my face.
Coffee, dinner, anything. Anywhere you want to go.
Awesome. Chris slid a hand into mine and ran his thumb over my knuckles to pour warmth down my spine. But there is one more thing I want. What sort of thing? The momentary spike of unease went through my mind, and my eyes slid toward his bed. Chris's eyes widened, and he shook his head, mortified. No, that's not what I...
It's fine.
I breathed a sigh of relief at his reaction and tried not to grimace at the fiery trepidation on my cheeks.
I'm just not used to all of this. So, if it's not that, then...
He paced to the phonograph and pulled a big vinyl record from a paper sleeve, setting it on the turnstile. Placing the needle on the fine rings of the black disc, Chris switched it on and turned back to me with a pearly smile. I was hoping to ask you at the party, but I never worked up the nerve. Would you like to dance? My glee returned, and I set aside the camera with a modest shrug.
I only know the cha-cha slide.
And no one does it better. Chris took my hand again and led me out onto the center of the throw rug, draping his flannel shirts over my shoulders to ward off the crisp air conditioning. My helmet taught me this one. It's not hard. It's meant to be slow, so we can make a few mistakes. Daring to try, I let him press one hand into mine, the other around my waist, his palm on the small of my back. My other hand went on his forearm, and something about the old-fashioned position felt right, like we were two marionettes made to dangle from the same strings. Our feet fumbled in the pattern of steps, mine more so than his, but over time we got used to the rhythm, as if our bodies were conjured at the fingertips. Chris's calloused hand on my back made the warmth pool in my core, and I relished how close his embrace brought us. The song that played was a classical piece, with violins and cellos that made me think of a majestic tree growing in some sunny garden far away. I'd never been one for such music before, but in that moment it fit perfectly. Then we spun like sprockets in a clock, round and round on that old rug. At some point, I rested my head on his shoulder, and Chris's hand slid out of mine so he could wrap both arms around me, holding me tight to his chest. I pulled my arms in, spread my fingers on the wall of the satin-covered steel that was his torso, and shut my eyes with a blissful smile. Of all my imaginings, all my nights spent alone, all the times I dreamt of a future someone in my life, this blew everything out of the water. He smelled so good, like the chocolate stand from the state fair, and his soft flannel shirt brushed my skin to send delighted shivers down my spine. I want to die this way, just the two of us, happy, old and gray. I don't need anything else. With a happy sigh, I raised my head just as he lowered his, and our chins bumped into each other. We both turned the color of fire engines, but our eyes locked, and I found myself stuck, unable to move. He was right there, so close. On the inside, I dreaded taking such a leap so soon, but a part of me had been awoken that had never seen the light of day before, and I didn't want to deny it. Shaking, I slid my hands up around his face and tilted his head down to mine. Chris crushed me in his arms, and one hand burrowed into my hair in a gentle yet aggressive tug that lit an inferno in my skull. His lips met mine in a melding of rose-petal softness and brought my trembling to a halt. Deep down in my core, the warmth turned from a sharp campfire smolder to gooey, erupting lava, a flaming desire that coursed through every part of me from head to toe. Wow. With both eyes shut, I let the tears roll down my face, my heart beating in a new sequence. Everything else fading away. I didn't care about the mutants outside the walls, or how far I was from Louisville, or what might come tomorrow. I didn't care about Carter's suspicions of Chris, or the conflict between him and Jamie. In that moment, enraptured in his arms with his lips on mine, all I cared about was the blue-eyed boy who had pulled me from the moldy heap of shoes, and how he held me like I was the only person left in the world. The record players sang to a stop, but we remained on that rug, locked together, hearts beating in sync. Outside, the nocturnal cries of our primitive new world rose on the night air, with fresh moonlight streaming in from the balcony doorway. Several days ago, I'd been a skinny girl, terrified of my own shadow, lost in a gray, modern expanse that barely knew my name. Now, I was Hannah the Mutant Killer, a ranger of the New Wilderness Wildlife Preserve, and for the first time in my life, I didn't want to be anyone else.
Thank you for listening and delving with me into the dark together.
Please remember to leave a thumbs up and subscribe if you feel so inclined. The more engagement this video gets, the more YouTube will push my content to others.
Thus, the following will grow.
All stories read in this channel will be available on Spotify, iTunes, and just about everywhere else. Links in the description.
Thank you for listening and feeding the cause. We'll be seeing you